Chapter 13. Though she wouldn't have admitted it at the time, it was a good thing the soldiers caught up to Danielle. She'd never been to the section of the dungeon that Ruger was being held in and had no idea where he was. Instead of being in the general prisoners area as she would have thought, he was being held in the portion of the dungeon reserved for political prisoners. What the hell? Mainly this area kept those who had tried to depose Roche Sarnova. On 5 sides, his cell was fashioned of the same thick stone that Malcolm's had been, and on the 6th rose a thick mesh of woven metal, as if someone had tried to make a blanket using the bars of a jail cell as thread is strong enough to prevent Ruger from breaking through it yet porous enough to allow Danielle to see him. When she neared the room, she found him on his cot, apparently asleep, but by the time she'd made it to the woven metal, he'd shot off his bunk and was there with her. When their hands met, palms and fingers pressed against each other hungrily despite the sharp metal that dug into them. Their eyes met. Things that couldn't be articulated in words passed between them in the instant before she closed her eyes and pressed her lips against the bars. He pressed his mouth to hers. A weight lifted from her, a release even stronger than sparing Malcolm's life. Ruger's lips and tongue merged with her own, the sharp-edged metal cutting them, making them bleed. She wanted him, badly. Danielle, he whispered when he pulled back, his eyes smiling even more broadly than his lips. She studied him, his hollow face, unshaven, his hair matted and filthy. His eyes burned bright and fierce and dark. "They haven't let you feed," she said. "I'm fine, baby. What about you?" Looking over her shoulder at the guards, she asked, "Guys, would you give us a few minutes?" They hesitated. "Then, of course, ma'am. We'll be right outside." They left. "Bastards," she said. "Why'd they put you in here?" Resting his forehead against the bars, he said, "They had good reason, babe." "What do you mean?" "I was involved," he smiled, "in a plot to take over the castle, to kidnap and ultimately to torture Roche Sarnova until he confessed to hiring the balaclava to kill Ludwig. And if he did, we'd execute him." "That's not funny, Ruger." "I'm not joking." "Jesus." "Yeah." She cleared her throat. "Ruger, if you were out here, I'd want to slap the hell out of you, but since you're in there I'm just thankful you're alive." "But I don't get it. Trying to take over the castle? Torture Sarnova? What the hell's going on?" "It's a long story. So start talking." He sighed. "Okay, here's how it happened." She stepped back, lit a cigarette and listened to what he had to say. He told it as briefly as he could. When he was finished, she said, "The whole thing was idiotic. I can't believe you'd do something like that without telling me." She balled a fist, digging nails into her pale flesh, and closed her eyes angrily. Of course, Ruger couldn't have consulted her because she had left him to go kill Malcolm. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Even as she thought this, she knew it would be a long time before she'd let herself off the hook concerning that one. "I'm sorry," he said. She forced herself to smile. "I leave you alone for a week and you're already trying to kidnap the Dark Lord. It's a good thing we weren't separated longer." He laughed, and she knew that he'd forgiven her long ago. Just the same, emotions roared through her, so fast she couldn't even identify them. To steady herself, she leaned against the bars and gulped down several breaths. Beyond the bars, she could feel Ruger waiting patiently. A low crooning sound escaped her and, unable to stop herself, she said, "Why do you have to be behind those bars?" When he didn't reply, she nodded. "So you and Carker got here yesterday? You've been here a whole day." His kind dark eyes watching her, he stuck a finger out through the bars and traced her jawline. "You okay, Danny? We don't have to go through all this right now. Tell you the truth, I just kinda like to sit here a while and look at you, feel you near me." Almost unable to speak around the lump in her throat, she shook her head. "No, baby. We've gotta iron this out. Later, we'll get you out of here and then." "Okay. But if you start feeling like you're not up to it, tell me." She counted to 10 and then said, "So you and Carker got here yesterday. Where's Jean-Pierre?" "Well, Malie didn't trust Carker. For good reason, the bastard. So she brought Jean-Pierre along with the raiding party to use in case she had to blackmail him. I was supposed to keep him in line, but if he showed any signs of wavering we'd use the albino to keep him in check. Meanwhile, Malie and the libertarians were supposed to sneak into the country in separate groups and meet at a point just a few miles from here. From there, they'd tunnel underground until they got to this mountain, where they'd seek out the secret entrance Carker told them about, enter the castle and hide in the catacombs. But when Carker and I got here, Roche took him aside. They were friends, they had to talk, that whole thing. Malie and I knew it would happen sooner or later, but we'd hoped the fear of anything happening to Jean-Pierre would make him stick to his word. But it didn't. He told Sarnova everything. Later, after they'd thrown me in here, Kark told me he had no choice, that Sarnova already knew what was going on, so there was nothing for Karker to betray. Sarnova's spies had seen Jean-Pierre and Malier's army cross the border. Maybe that's the truth. Even if it is, though, Karker would have known beforehand that Sarnova keeps close tabs on the borders. If so, he was lying the whole time. There's not much sense in giving him the benefit of the doubt, is there? It's my fault. I should have seen it coming, should have realized that Sarnova would have spies like that he'd know if Malier entered Romania. He banged his head against the bars. What about Malier and Jean-Pierre and the rest of them? Danielle said. They still out there? As far as I know. I was supposed to make a map of this place, learn the troops' schedules, general reconnaissance. I was to go down into the catacombs and find wherever they were hiding, let them know how to attack. Without me, they might have made it anyway, but they don't have a chance at all now that Sarnova's onto them. They're as good as dead, and it's all because I didn't take the time to think it through. He was angry with himself, Danielle saw, but he was smart enough to know that anger wouldn't get him very far, that what he needed now was to be cool. Just as she thought it, she could see his anger draining away, could see him collect himself. For a moment, she wished she had such a tight handle on her emotions. I'm sorry, he said. You shouldn't have to see me like this. Caged. She smiled. Honey, you look like apple pie to me. Besides, God know you've seen me in some piss-poor shapes myself. You should be in my arms right now. Instead. I might be here for a long, long time. If they don't kill me. Not to mention what'll happen to the libertarians. They're not your responsibility. They were. One battle at a time. They talked for a long time. He wanted to know how she'd been, so she told him about Malcolm, about Younger and Yagoda and Kirnavar. He held her hands when she described killing Malcolm, and he swore lividly when he heard what Younger and Yagoda had almost done. When she was through, he stared around him at his bars. Things are going to hell out there, it sounds like, he said. This is not where I need to be. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How's our pale man doing tonight? Rumbled Captain Rolf d'Aguila, sinking beside Jean-Pierre. The albino just glared at him. Jean-Pierre's stomach growled. The hunters had returned with very little to show for their excursion, and they hadn't deigned to give their prisoner any of their fodder. Even now, they gathered around him, eating. They seemed to savor every last morsel. D'Aguila laughed. Hungry, I bet. The captain ordered one of his men to hand over a half-eaten bird to Jean-Pierre. The Frenchman took the offering, but in a way that made Rolf laugh even harder. Not a king's ransom, is it? The captain said. Really, the bird didn't look so bad, but Jean-Pierre refused to give d'Aguila the satisfaction of seeing him eat it. Grudgingly, he sat it down on the snow at his feet. Under his breath, he said, thanks. Rolf shrugged. The least I could do. After all, you're my partner in this whole thing, as much as Malier and Ruger are, and you know I hate to see my partners treated like prisoners. Then give these soldiers something else to do than following me everywhere I go. For instance, they could go find something for me to eat. Maybe pick some chicory roots for coffee. Rolf smiled, displaying needle-like teeth. Sorry, old son. You know I can't do that. You may be a partner, but I wouldn't trust you to do my laundry. He patted Jean-Pierre on the knee. Now, if you'll promise not to escape, I might loosen up a little. The albino regarded him. Of course, the captain was lying through his crocodile teeth, but what could it hurt to play along? Sure, he said. I promise not to escape. For a moment, Rolf was silent. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter so convulsive that his large reptilian wings shook with the force of his mirth. Jean-Pierre took that as a no. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As soon as Danielle left Ruger's cell, she scoured the castle for Karker. Finally, realizing the hunter would probably wish to speak with her himself, she returned to the room she'd been sleeping in for the past several nights. Sure enough, though she shared the room with Sophia and two other girls, Karker waited for her alone. I wanted to see you, explained the hunter, sitting on her bed. I bet you did, you piece of shit. She started towards him but stopped when he lifted a hand. Don't take another step, he said. You know what I can do. Yeah, I've got a good idea, but backstabbing doesn't impress me. Stop it, Danny. Stop what, telling you how much of a jackass you are? Ruger's rotting in jail. Though anger pulsed in a vein somewhere on his temple, only kindness and patience touched his brown eyes. I'm sorry about Ruger, he said. You fucking better be. Now go get him out of there. It's not that simple. It's in Roche's hands now. She wanted to hurt him. Unfortunately, there wasn't much she could do but call him nasty names. So she did. Bastard. Slowly, he retrieved a half-smoked cigar from a pocket and lit it up. After the first mouthful of smoke, he said, "Like one?" "No thanks." "Where's your bodyguards?" "Probably in the pool room, hustling. I bet you taught them how to do it, too." He smiled, apparently confident that she was now relaxed enough to lighten up with. "You know I did," he said. Balling a fist, she spat on the floor at his feet. "Guess you didn't think I'd go after you, did you? Thought you could just betray Ruger and suffer no consequences? Is that what you thought?" With an enraged cry, she lunged toward him, her dagger already in hand. As she brought it down, a white cloud enveloped her and she screamed in confusion. Then, angry beyond the point of reasoning, she tore off the bed sheets he'd surrounded her with and came toward him again. "No," he said, softly. Without another word, the bed sheets flew up into the air, seemingly of their own accord, and rearranged themselves on Sophia's bed, where they'd come from, neatly folded in everything. She turned to him, dagger still clutched tightly in her small pale hand. "Think you're pretty impressive, don't you?" "That was nothing," he said. "Just a trick to let you cool off. Letting me cool down's a mistake. When I'm cold-blooded, I might actually be able to think of a way to get you." "Stop it, sweetie. I can't believe that we can't be friends again. All you've got to do is try to see things through my eyes. I had no choice. Don't you see that? I did what was best for my friends. To me, friends are very important, and when I'm in a position to protect one of them, I do. When Ruger threatened to torture and perhaps kill Blackie, I did what I could to ensure that both of them stayed alive. Surely you see that. There was no other way." Keeping a level gaze on her, as if to hypnotize her with his calmness, he patted area of the bed just beside him. "Danny, let's be friends again. How do you propose we do that? Wanna lock me up, too? Want me to turn around so you can stick the knife, maybe? Well, fuck you, Kark, I don't need this shit." He called out after her, but she was already gone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She spent a large portion of the rest of the night in one of the immortal bars, getting plastered and listening to some soldiers sitting a few tables away tell war stories about their times in London. When the soldiers spotted her listening, they offered to buy her a few drinks, but she told them she was taken. They didn't retract the offer. It wasn't long before a tequila shooting contest was declared, and before the hour was over, 3 of them had passed out. Beside herself, only 2 of them were standing, and she knew that if she stayed much longer she wouldn't be coherent either. Politely, she excused herself. She had to find Sophia, tell her that Ruger was here. When she returned to the room they shared, the Gentsev hadn't arrived though, mercifully, Karker had gone. There was one more person Danielle should notify about Ruger, so, drunkenly, she made her way around to several of the castle's bars, looking for Harry. He was nowhere to be found. Of course, thought Danielle, wincing. She found the chain of low-rent rooms that Cloir's death squad had been bumped down to, and, taking a deep breath, she knocked on Cloir's door. After a moment, the werewolf shouted, "Go away. I'm busy." Gritting her teeth, Danielle said, "Open up, damn it. It's me. I'm looking for Harry." For a moment, silence greeted her. Then the bolt of the door drew back, and the door opened a few inches to reveal a naked Cloir with a scotch in hand. The she-wolf eyed Danielle drunkenly, then snorted and swung the door wide. "Come on, then." Cautiously, Danielle pushed inside, noting that Cloir stepped back a few feet as she did so. Candlelight lit the otherwise dark room, and by its faint light Danielle could make out the small lumpen figure of Harry sleeping on the only bed. "Harry," she whispered. The mortal didn't stir. "Leave him alone," said Cloir, and Danielle was slightly surprised at the protective tone of her voice. "He needs his sleep, Danny. Trust me. He earned it. What about you?" Cloir smiled, her eyes glassy. "I'm watching him." She motioned to the minibar in the corner. "Care to stay for a while?" For some reason, this tempted Danielle. She genuinely wanted to spend some time just talking to this creature, this livid naked thing that had just seduced the only decent man she knew except for Ruger. But she was too tired, and now was not the time. No. Maybe later. As soon as she was gone, the door closed quietly behind her. After giving herself over to a great sad sigh, Danielle staggered back to her own room and stripped off her clothes, picking her way towards the bed. Before she even reached it, she fell to the carpeted floor and passed out cold. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dawn approached all too swiftly. Shit, Jean-Pierre thought. I have to think of something fast. Before too long, they'd take him underground and chain him up like they'd done yesterday, just to ensure he didn't try anything while the rest of them slept. He couldn't allow that to happen this time. If he waited any longer, he'd be too weak. Hell, he was weak enough already. During the days and nights he'd been held captive, he'd formulated a plan, if it could be called that. He kept hoping that he'd think of something better, but so far no dice. He was stuck with what he had. Now. It had to be now. He jumped off the rock that had become his station and left the shelter of the trees for a smoke. It had become a ritual, and the guards that hovered behind him had become accustomed to it, so much so that Jean-Pierre could tell that their level of readiness had tapered off. So much the better. He lit his last Pall Mall. As he did, he extended his mind out over the ridges and through the woods of the mountain the libertarians had made camp on. Slowly, the cigarette burned, but he tried not to dwell on it. If his mind hadn't found what it needed by the time the last bit of tobacco had turned to ash, he would have to go back inside the army's shelter. From there, it was only a few feet down to where the chains waited. Come to me, my brothers, he thought. Come to Jean-Pierre. Before he had even expected it, he found them. Wolves. A whole pack of them, maybe 24 in all. He permitted himself a grin as he let his mind open up a channel between himself and the animals. And yes, there, he could feel it, an ember embedded in their heads that was the Dark Lord's finger. If Jean-Pierre had been stronger, he could have tapped into the mind of Sarnova himself, maybe exchanged some thoughts with the great leader, but now all he could do was manipulate the animals, his kindred. He only hoped that that would be enough. Asterisk. About a mile away, up on one of the high ridges of the mountain, a group of 5 libertarian scouts were just preparing to return to camp. Already, they could feel the heat on the horizon and knew it wouldn't be half an hour before the sun was up. After they'd stuffed their gear back into their backpacks, one of them climbed up the little hillock, or ridge, and took a last look down at the slope below, which they had been assigned to monitor. Jesus fuck, he said, and the rest of them crawled up to the ridge to join him, careful to keep their heads low. Below, the ridge fell away to become a wide snow-covered slope, empty of trees until about 300 yards down. There, from the dense woods, came the wolves. Fast. Damn, the first libertarian said. Come on, let's get our heads down. They crawled to the base of the hillock and stared grimly at each other. One of them removed his backpack and pulled out his radio, and within a minute he had Captain D'Aguila on the line. This is Plato, the captain said, using his code name. Go ahead. North Base, sir. Go ahead. Wolf sighting, sir. How many? Dunno, sir. Maybe 10, 15. Headed up toward us, though. Maybe they got wind of us and are coming to investigate. If they continue their present course they should be on us within a minute or so. Sir, please advise. Can you get out of the area in time? I don't want you having to burrow again. Yes sir, we can get out. If we leave now. Then get back here, double time. Out. Less than 10 seconds later, the libertarians were jogging swiftly down the mountain. About a minute later, they heard the first of the wolves climbing over the ridge that they had just left. The wolves started howling. Asterisk. Captain Rolf D'Aguila swore, shoving the radio handset into the chest of the man who'd handed it to him, in the process knocking the subordinate to the ground. Men! The captain roared. Gather round. His 150 soldiers leapt off their asses and made a beeline for him. Just then, and to Rolf's supreme irritation, the radio man pressed the whining machine back at D'Aguila. For a moment, Rolf considered belting the man, then realized that someone was on the line. Growling, he put the handset to her ear. This is Plato. Go ahead. This is East Base, the radio crackled. Rolf recognized the base as the nearest one. The soldiers on the other end of this line were stationed at a little ridge overlooking the precipice of the mountain and the woodland that bordered it. I read you, he said, irritated that the interference was making it difficult for him to hear. Wolf sighting, sir, came the reply. About a dozen, coming from the north high ground. Please. Let me ask you this, soldier. While you're talking to me, now, are you running? No, sir. Then start. He switched off the radio, tossing it to the ground as he stepped forward so that he could address his men, who were muttering back and forth. Shut up. He commanded, and they fell silent. All of you, down in the tunnels. Bring your gear. Now go. Go. If any of you aren't down there in 2 minutes, I will personally lop off your head. As they scurried toward the trapdoors, Rolf scanned the immediate horizon for stragglers. After a quick inspection he was satisfied that there were none except for Jean-Pierre and the guards that surrounded him. They were turned to look at him, as if they'd seen all the commotion and were wondering what was going on, but with all the distance and snow, they were not able to hear him. Swiftly, he marched towards them. Jean-Pierre savored the last few hits of his Pall Mall as he watched d'Aguila approach. If his plan was to work, it had to be now. "Come on," one of the guards said, and gestured that they should all move toward their captain, meet him halfway. As one, they started towards him, and, again as one, they stopped and turned when they realized that the albino had not moved. "Come on, damn it!" Jean-Pierre remained still. Through the raging blizzard, Jean-Pierre heard d'Aguila roaring at the top of his lungs, "You! All of you! Get your asses over here! I mean now!" Jean-Pierre's guards moved in swiftly, drawing the shiny sabers they wore at their hips. "Come now, Jean-Pierre," said the man Jean-Pierre thought of as the warden. He spoke in a manner as if he were trying to communicate with a troublesome child. "Now isn't the time to play hero." Jean-Pierre smiled. Slowly, he raised his hands in a placating gesture. The motion seemed to alarm the soldiers. When they realized what he was doing, though, they relaxed. Jean-Pierre moved in a blur. In a flash too quick for most to see, Jean-Pierre reached out with his bare hand, took the leader's saber by the sharp curved blade and yanked it free, ignoring the pain and blood. In an instant, he transferred the weapon to his other hand, gripping it deftly by the handle, and plunged it into the chest of the man to his right. The wounded man, with half the saber sticking out of his breast, lunged toward Jean-Pierre. The albino grabbed him by the protruding hilt and used this purchase to swing the man around, like a side of beef on a skewer, with such force that the momentum and weight of the stuck soldier knocked the next two over. The fourth guard, the disarmed warden, reached down to one of his fallen men and snatched up a saber. Jean-Pierre shoved his boot against the stuck man's chest and pushed the writhing body off his blade. With a cry, the skewered man fell in a red wet heap to the snow. Already, the other two fallen guards were rising, and their leader was advancing with his flashing blade. Behind him, d'Aguila drew near. As if on cue, the guards froze and stared at something behind Jean-Pierre. Not willing to take the time to look around, he just stared at the faces of the men in front of him. Then he heard it. Several shades were, at a full run, bursting out of the wooded territory at his back and entering the clearing that separated the army's temporary headquarters from the surrounding forest. Understanding that these shades must be the East Scouting Party, Jean-Pierre knew then that his plan was going to work. "Wolves!" cried one of the soldiers that had just entered the clearing. "Right behind us!" The East Scouting Party brushed by Jean-Pierre and past his guards, running toward d'Aguila. Using his extrasensory powers, Jean-Pierre could smell the wolves, just 50 yards away and rushing fast towards the clearing in which Jean-Pierre stood. D'Aguila waved 4 of the East Scout team on, but stopped the 5th one, apparently the leader. A few words were exchanged, and the East team's leader glanced back at Jean-Pierre, whom he only seemed to be noticing for the 5th time. He shrugged. D'Aguila patted him on the back and sent him toward one of the trapdoors that led into the frozen tunnels below. Within seconds, the leader followed his scouting team into the snow. Hesitantly, the warden of Jean-Pierre's own little detail turned to see what d'Aguila was doing. The captain trotted toward him. He was only 10 feet from Jean-Pierre as he began to speak, but the albino never heard a word because, all at once, a loud chorus of at least a dozen wolves broke out. From the expression on d'Aguila's face, Jean-Pierre guessed that the animals were closer than the East team's leader had led Rolf to believe. There was a man that the albino did not envy. "God damn it," said the captain. "Come with me now, Jean-Pierre, or I swear by the gods that I'll hunt you down and flay you alive. I'll fucking feed you the strips of skin as I peel them off you." Again, the wolves howled, and Jean-Pierre smiled, looking around at the quintet of immortals before him. "You could take me," he admitted. "But it wouldn't be before they got here. And when they get here, you're finished. The Dark Lord will send helicopters and bomb the shit out of you. Whatever's left, which won't be much, he'll send his army to deal with." "Fucker!" snarled d'Aguila. This wasn't part of the deal. The deal? Jean-Pierre snorted. The deal was a farce. "Now go back to your goddamn tunnels, I'll turn into a wolf and no one will ever be the wiser. Or stay here and die. It's that simple." "Well, go on, Captain." Instead, d'Aguila stepped forward, removed the saber from the warden's hand, and started toward the albino. "You're a liar," the captain said. "You'll alert Blackie. You'll go back to the castle." "No. Either you come with me or I kill you now." Jean-Pierre edged backward. "You're being stupid, Captain. You know I'm right." To the warden, he said, "Kill those wolves." The captain took another step, this time edging around Jean-Pierre, trying to cut him off from the wolves. He was now too close for the albino to break in that direction. "Shit." The captain took another step. Jean-Pierre bolted. D'Aguila roared behind him. With his heart pounding in his temples and the wind in his hair, Jean-Pierre ran in the only direction open to him, the cliff. Fuck. The captain, newly gorged and powerful, gained on him. Jean-Pierre could hear his footsteps right behind him, and closing. There was no time to evade, no place to go, but forward. It was a long way down. Can I survive that fall? Gods help him, but he was about to find out. Just as d'Aguila closed the last few feet, Jean-Pierre reached the cliff and flung himself out into space. The gorge dropped below him, and he fell into it, trying to hold back his screams. D'Aguila stared down at the diminishing shape of the albino as the werewolf plummeted toward the snowy ground far below. D'Aguila wanted little more than to fly down after him. It was always possible Jean-Pierre could survive, however unlikely, but he had an attack to prepare for. Chapter 14. Damn them, Roche Sarnova thought as quit the war room. Even though the ambassador had united the rebellious factions among the Dark Lord's flock, there continued to be major problems. Information still leaked to Subair. Francois had supposedly ordered the leaks to plug themselves, having told them that Roche had infiltrated the network of spies and would soon know who the informants were. To accentuate this point, several of the leaks had met swift and not so accidental deaths. That should have stopped the problem, but it hadn't. Subair was still aware of the Dark Lord's moves before he had set them in motion, and this fact alone was costing him the war. Sarnova blamed the Sangro-Sanks. The hell of it was that his people were dying out there. Worse, they died for his dreams, not their own. They died for a vision of a world where all shades would have a home. I will not surrender. If he handed himself over to Subair, he might as well fly into the sun. She wouldn't kill him, but he would never really be able to live again. No, he knew what he had to do. He just didn't know how to do it. He made his way into his expansive living quarters. There, lounging in an ornate oak chair by the den fireplace, was the ambassador. Sarnova had expected him, but the sight of his old friend made him smile. Francois rose and they embraced warmly. Coffee? The Dark Lord asked, moving into the kitchen, where one of his mistresses wiped a counter. He patted her on the rump and brought out a bottle of liquor. Coffee? Asked the ambassador. My own special brew, Sarnova replied, pouring the liquor into a mug, which his mistress filled to the brim with hot coffee she'd brewed for his return. I'd love some. Once they were both relaxed, Roche dismissed the girl and turned to his friend. Any news from the front? Francois asked. Nothing good. The whole thing sickens me. I'm seriously considering calling all my subjects together and telling them why the hell I'm waging this war. Right now they might think I'm just trying to punish Subair for her disobedience. At first this was enough for them to fight for, but there have been too many deaths. My people deserve to know the truth. Montclair said nothing, only waiting. The Dark Lord took a deep breath. I'm thinking of organizing a vote. A vote? Maybe I was wrong in deciding what was best for my subjects. Perhaps they should have a say in whether or not the war continues. Francois paused. What if they vote in favor of surrender? Then I was a fool all along. I'll stop the war and admit Subair and her half back into the council. If they'll come back. But I'm hoping my people are smarter than that they'll appreciate the new world that I could give them. You didn't think they would before. Back then I felt I needed the consent of the council before announcing it to the general populace, and after seeing the reaction of the council I knew there would be many dissenters among my people, so I proceeded along other avenues. Roche, your vision of an undead Jerusalem is a good one worth the fight. However, it is a radical idea, going up against the longest-held beliefs of our people. You were right in wanting the consent of the council first. Hell, that's what it's there for, to act as a senate of sorts. A sounding board. There are times when the council's a hindrance to the greater good. I've been thinking that I should disband the council. Then you would be a true tyrant. Many would see you as a Caesar. Some might move to strike you down. No, Roche, the tradition of the council is a good one. Sarnova sighed. I suppose you're right. Stop second-guessing yourself, my friend. Your words are reassuring, Francois, but I fear, in your deep heart, even you hold reservations. Francois shrugged helplessly. I've lived a long life, Roche, longer even than your own. I'm perhaps one of the oldest creatures under the sky, and for all of my centuries I've thought to keep the immortal presence a secret from humans. It's harder for me to let go of those beliefs than it might be for someone younger. However, I am open-minded enough to accept your ideas. His face saddened, and he made an expansive gesture with his hands. I fear that not all of our brothers and sisters are so inclined. Subair, though wise and experienced, rejected your ideas, as did half of the council. But there's one thing you're forgetting. Yes? That sub-heir could have told the legions of your plan, of your Jerusalem. If even a good percentage of them agreed with sub-heir's conclusions, then you would now be dead, and it seems reasonable to conclude that they would. Yes. Instead, sub-heir and her half took only the soldiers loyal to them and fled. Admittedly, they did not flee peaceably, but they did not spread word of your plans. In effect, sub-heir spared your life. After some time, Sarnova inclined his head. Perhaps she didn't spread word of my plans because she feared that my subjects would accept the notion of my Jerusalem. The ambassador cast him a doubting glance. Roche gave another weary sigh and reached for his mug. Yes, I suppose you're right. Sub-heir only wants things back the way they were. A flash of anger swept through him, then was gone. If that's what she wants, she's going to be sorely disappointed. Are you going to proceed with the vote? Oh, I was just thinking aloud. Still, the idea of some form of democracy does appeal to me. I've been a borderline tyrant for 3,000 years. My thirst for power has been more than quenched. Now I want only to make the world a better place for those who follow me, and, I must admit, I'd like to be remembered as the man who united the mortal and immortal worlds. He grimaced. So how have things been going on your end? The ambassador seemed to welcome the change in conversation. Well, things are stable. No one's going to try to depose you anytime soon. He took a breath. But they'd like to. Colonel de Soto again? Primarily. He seems to be the leader of the more radical faction. If I could just get him to shut up, things would run more smoothly. That can't happen. I know, Roche. He's chief of security, after all. He commands more men than pretty much anyone else here, except you and one or two others. If he met with an accident, his men would put the finger on you. We can't let that happen. I need those men. I can't have them thinking I murdered their prized colonel. I'm afraid it's up to you to deal with him, to keep on putting him off. There's another consideration. Yes? There are others, not loyal to myself, that are even more radically opposed to the continuance of the war than De Soto. However, I can't get any information out of them concerning their plans, whereas the colonel might. In other words, we need him alive. Interesting. He wants a deadline, Roche. He wants an exact date and time when the coup will begin. I've been stalling, yes, but this is only making him suspicious. Roche smiled grimly. Watch your back, my friend. Just as he was about to raise his mug in a toast, he stopped and sat up straight. What is it? Francois said. Roche concentrated. Because of the alcohol and his exhaustion, the images he was receiving proved elusive, blurry, and twisted. He focused more, and they snapped into clarity. Jesus Buddha. He slammed the mug down so hard it shattered, spewing coffee and liquor and ceramic shards all over the room. Roche. What's wrong? The wolves. One of the neighboring mountains. Blackie, calm down. No, grimly, Roche passed a hand across his face. To his shock, it trembled. Carker was right, he said, hearing the raggedness in his voice. The libertarians, Francois, they're here. Ludwig's widow has come for her vengeance. Asterisk. Quickly, d'Aguila gathered his soldiers and struck off toward headquarters. When he re-entered the clearing, he turned to the soldier named Clayton and said, Think you can relocate the surviving wolves before the sun comes up? All but a few of the animals had been destroyed. The soldier nodded. You wish them dead, as well? Yes. We need to be certain that the Dark Lord knows where we are. Clayton managed to hide his shock, but could not help blurting, Sir? You heard right. We have to play this safe. We have to make sure that he knows we're here before I put my plan into action. To do that, one of the wolves must see you. To that end, act as you did before in your execution of the animals, but this time let one of them, and only one, turn in time to see you. We want Sarnova to think this a mistake. If more than one of the wolves see you, he'll know it for the trap it is. Understood? Yes, sir. Another shadow of doubt crossed Clayton's young features. But won't the sun? Yes, of course. By the time your mission's complete, it'll be dawn. So once the wolves are dead, burrow under the snow and get your ass back here with all due speed. In all likelihood, you'll be one of the last to evacuate. I understand, sir. Then get yourself into the air, son. We're depending on you. Clayton launched himself into the sky and flew north as fast as his wings could carry him. Satisfied that that part of the plan was taken care of, d'Aguila led his last two Jandros down into the cold bunkers of the headquarters. At his return, the other libertarians leapt to their feet, and he could see the relief on all of their faces. Come to attention, men! He called, knowing as he said it that it was an unnecessary order. Still, he was heartened to see his soldiers snap into position with such precision. Men, he said, speaking slowly so that they could all measure his words, when we first arrived here, our orders were to infiltrate the castle, kidnap the Dark Lord and bring him back here for questioning. Events have not turned in our favor. Melissoel is missing, and though we all hope for her swift arrival, we cannot base our actions on hope alone. He gauged the expressions of his people and saw they were in agreement. We must act on our own to execute the completion of our task. Are there any who disagree? Silence. Good, he said. Also, the escape and subsequent death of the albino Jean-Pierre has alerted the Dark Lord to our presence. Seeing the uncomfortable stirrings of his men, he continued quickly, have no fear. Melissoel and myself planned for this eventuality and came to discuss several alternate sites for headquarters. We must begin an underground evacuation to one of those sites immediately. If Malie returns, she'll know where to meet us. At any rate, Blackie will be mobilizing his troops to come and blast us into a million pieces. We'll escape his attack, yes, but should we let a successful escape be an end to the encounter? Or, he grinned, should we lay some trap for the invaders? I'm not talking about simple booby traps here. He could see that many of his troops were beginning to nod, perhaps guessing at his plan. For even in retreat, the glorious army of liberty will not be beaten. In fact, it will prevail. Chapter 15. The libertarians are here. Roche Sarnova declared, marching back into the war room. I've seen it through my wolves. You know where they are? Demanded Colonel de Soto, his hatred for Sarnova momentarily checked. I do, replied the Dark Lord, and told them where. Then, as chief of security for the castle, I request permission to lead our team against them. Roche smiled bitterly, but remembered Francois' stern warnings that they needed de Soto alive. Colonel, I would love nothing better than to send you out after the libertarians. However, strictly speaking, they have not launched an attack on the castle itself and are therefore out of your jurisdiction. Bullshit. Sarnova shot him a glare, and the colonel backed down, but though he remained silent it was apparent to all that his fury held no bounds, and some would undoubtedly agree with his point of view. Besides, said Sarnova, in an effort to both soothe the surly de Soto and regain the support of his people, you are not a daybeast and if you were to lead the assault you would have to stay inside the helicopters behind blackout curtains. Certainly not the best position for a warrior, I'm sure you'll agree. Reluctantly, de Soto nodded. Continuing, Sarnova turned to Colonel Wheatshear, a werewolf in charge of all offensive military operations stemming from the castle. Colonel, I place the burden of dealing with Melissoel's army in your hands. Are you up for a fight? Of course, my lord. But dawn has already fallen. I fear that we cannot muster enough werewolves to rout an entire army. Sarnova waved the concern away. The battle will not be fought hand-to-hand. If our dear Colonel de Soto has been performing his duties, we should have 10 armed attack helicopters at the ready. We have wolves capable of flying them, as well. Your mission is simple, Colonel. Take the birds up and bombard the Libertarians' encampment with all the hardware you've got. Then send in a few humans to trip any booby traps that the missiles failed to set off. Afterward, you and your Lupin kin will descend into the encampment and take as hostages any survivors. They may have valuable information. Get a move on. We've all been planning and training for this day for years. Are there any questions? There were none. All knew what they must do, and within a minute the war room was all but deserted. The Dark Lord held Wheatshear back. Yes, my lord? Inquired the colonel, obviously anxious to begin the raid. Is there something further? One thing more. You'll have a passenger aboard one of your helicopters. Lord Carker. I've heard that he's a skilled fighter. He is, but keep him away from the front lines until the area is secured. It may wound his pride, but this is not his fight and I don't intend for him to lose his life in it. Now go. Prepare your men and birds, only hold one of the machines back for him to board. Make it the perimeter patrol that will allay his suspicions. He'll be along within a few minutes. Of course, my lord. Bowing, the colonel spun on his heel and left. Sarnova allowed himself to feel pride at his soldiers and the satisfaction of impending victory. Still, part of him felt that this had all been too easy, that the Libertarians were leading him into a trap. But what could it be, really? He held all the advantages. Dismissing the doubt as a mere manifestation of the paranoia that had all but swallowed him whole in recent months, Sarnova headed back to his own chambers, where the ambassador and Lord Carker awaited him. After a quick greeting, Montclair left them, knowing that they had private words to exchange. Roche, I'm glad you had Francois come for me, Carker said, But this isn't a social meeting, is it? I'm afraid not, my friend. Malie's here, isn't she? And her whole stinking army with her. The Dark Lord nodded. We've already begun preparations to launch an attack. No. Roche, you can't do it. Jean-Pierre is with them. He could be killed in the crossfire. Sarnova frowned, aware of what must come next. Roche, I know you've got to do this, eliminate Malie's threat, but you can't just go ahead and kill him, too. Do you have any alternate suggestions? Carker considered. You've got to strike now while you know where they are and while the sun is still up so that you can use your choppers to your advantage. Carker swore under his breath and swung his suddenly cold eyes up to his old friend. Roche, I realize that I have no place to interfere, but would you grant me one request? You'll have to state it first. I must go with them. The raiding party. That way I'll be able to recognize Jean-Pierre and tell them not to mark him as a target. And hopefully I'll get to chop off a few libertarian heads in the bargain. Please, Roche, you can't deny me this. Sarnova pretended to think it over, then smiled and patted Carker on the back. Of course, he said. But you've got to promise me something in return. What? That you'll stay in your chopper, well away from our missiles and their countermeasures, until the area's secure. If you spot Jean-Pierre, and I hope you do, call up Colonel Wheatshear. He's leading the Optellan to hold his fire. But don't enter the fray yourself. Okay? Unable to hide his smile, Carker laughed and gave Sarnova a quick hug. Of course, he said. The Dark Lord's face became solemn again. You must promise me one thing further. Carker raised his eyebrows. Yes? Don't get yourself killed. You drive a hard bargain, Roche. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One helicopter remained in the hangar, Carker saw, and it was spinning up. Several soldiers bustled about it, checking their weapons. Carker marched up to the pilot and said, I'm coming with you. The pilot peered at him. Who are you? Lord Carker. Instead of balking, the pilot nodded. We're the Perimeter Patrol, Lord Carker, and of course we have no authority to deny you, of all people, the opportunity to accompany us. Do you require weapons? Carker indicated the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder and the machete that slept in a leather sheath at his hip. This is all I need. He couldn't hide his scowl. You're the Perimeter Patrol? Then you won't be in the fight yourself? Indeed, sir, and we leave immediately. The others have already lifted off. Suspicion reared its head. Why did you delay liftoff? The pilot frowned, and a trickle of sweat ran from his brow. Final preparations. We thought there might be something wrong with her. The bird looks fine to me. We had to make sure. Carker relaxed. You were told to wait for me, weren't you? Seeing that the hunter was taking it well, the pilot nodded. Yes, Lord. Suddenly embarrassed by the obvious maneuverings of the Dark Lord and by his own predictable actions, Carker coughed. Well, goddammit, I'm here now, so let's get this show on the road. Within a minute, the military aircraft had been boarded and the circular platform it stood on had been raised to greet the chill wind of the outdoors. Above the battlement the bird now jutted from, Carker could see 9 other helicopters hovering impatiently. At the sight, his own embarrassment withered into a helpless chuckle. Roche, he whispered, you've got my number, don't you? The bird joined its dark cousins in the sky, and the convoy dipped low into the valley to avoid the stiff winds that tortured the higher regions. Once it attained its new altitude, the convoy struck off in the direction of the libertarians. Carker thought of Jean-Pierre as the mountains rolled away on both sides. Feeling the morning sun through the eastern window, he lit up a cigar and sank deeper into his thoughts. He pictured the good times he and the albino had shared before the appearance of Danielle. Now that the gutter angel had been purged from Jean-Pierre's system, they could share even better times to come. The convoy began a slow rise along one of the many mountains that populated this desolate corner of the world, and adrenaline washed away Carker's reverie. Soon battle would be upon them. The helicopter cleared the precipice and started forward over the woodland below. Then there was a clearing, and Carker could see traces of blood on the snow, blood that would soon evaporate in the light of the sun unless, of course, it was werewolf blood. Carker prayed it wasn't. They flew over the wooded region that Sarnova had named as the Libertarians' headquarters, and Carker's helicopter began a circling pattern around the main force, looking for foes that might have strayed beyond the main installation. Settling over a still region, the chopper awaited further instructions. Although far away from the main action, Carker was afforded a good view of the 9 birds as they scoured the terrain for signs of their prey. From the cockpit, he could hear the garbled voices of the soldiers via radio as they relayed to their colonel what they were seeing. Not much, apparently, aside from the blood in the clearing and the tracks in the snow. However, there was no doubt that this was the place Melisawell had chosen for her HQ. It was daylight now, and the Libertarians would be underground, unless a few werewolf scouts roamed the surface. Once they'd appraised the area, the 9 attack helicopters formed a wide circle and aimed their weapons on the Libertarians' underground bunker. At a signal from Colonel Wheatshear, they began their assault, and Carker found himself entranced by the awesome display of the powerful missiles streaking into the snow. Explosions rocked the land, then more explosions below as the missiles triggered the expected booby traps the Libertarians had left behind. Carker's hope ebbed, for it was clear to him and to the others that if Molie's army had laid traps behind them, they were gone. Which meant that Jean-Pierre, too, was lost for the moment. Nevertheless, the assault continued, missiles boring through the snow to detonate underground. After several minutes, the assault ended, and one helicopter landed in the clearing. 3 humans stumbled out from the machine and, caught in a spell of psychic dominance, they marched toward the scarred wasteland that had once held the Libertarians, making their way to the edge of a hole, where they peered down into the bunker Molie's army had carved from snow and stone. The humans fanned out, then lowered themselves into the tunnels, where Carker could no longer see them. After a minute of nervous silence, there came a loud explosion as one of the mortals triggered a booby trap. To Carker's irritation, he felt a twinge of sadness at the loss. The human hadn't even been given a fighting chance. On the other hand, his death had probably saved a few immortals from the same fate. There were no other booby traps. The 2 surviving mortals climbed out of the bunker and made their way back to the helicopter that had released them. 5 birds sat down next to it, and out poured the raiding party of werewolves and other immortals that did not fear the sun. Leading them was Colonel Wheatshear. With 2 birds hovering over them and the perimeter patrol chopper some distance away, some of the soldiers fanned out to explore the area surrounding the desecrated bunker, hoping to stumble upon some clues to where the Libertarians might have gone, but the main party, led by the colonel, quickly descended into the smoke-filled tunnels and were lost from Carker's view. Part of him wanted to hop out and join them, the area was secure now, but another part just wanted to sit here and watch. What was the point in doing anything else? Jean-Pierre was gone, and there would be no battle to find sport in. Just as he was thinking this, a blazing streak caught his eye. Roaring in from a ridge about 100 feet to the west, the missile shot past his helicopter and continued swiftly along its trajectory, at last smashing into the still smoking remains of the Libertarians' underground bunker and detonating. Carker had no time to prepare, no time to brace himself. The missile erupted with an explosion larger and more powerful than any he had ever witnessed. In the blink of an eye, it incinerated all the castle soldiers within the bunker's immediate vicinity, then grew to engulf a wider area. The hovering birds burst into flame and tossed their fragments upwards. The helicopters in the clearing, too, were swept away in the might of the hellfire. So bright that it blinded Carker, the explosion sent shockwaves that tossed his helicopter away as if at the flick of a mighty wrist. Even as it tumbled through the air, the bird started to disintegrate under the pressures of the sudden force. When it tilted so that its propellers could no longer keep it upright, the helicopter began a descent to the thick canopy of trees below. A plummet slowed somewhat because, even as it fell, the crumbling bird was still in the grip of the shock wave. The propellers struck the highest treetops, snapping and spinning the dying bird towards the ground. It smacked up against tree after tree, tearing it into sections. In 6 separate pieces, the bird plowed into the snow and came to rest. Time passed. Carker did not move, stunned by the recent developments and pinned as he was under the wreckage of a large chunk of what had once been a formidable attack helicopter. Then, as he began to regain control of himself, he shoved his way out from under the wreckage and searched about for survivors. He saw nothing. He set off in the direction of the ridge that the missile had come from, then stopped dead. He'd been so completely blown off course that he no longer knew in which direction the ridge lay. Hell, he muttered, and noticed for the first time that his cigar had been lost. As he started to retrieve another one, a better plan occurred to him. Instead of him going after the Libertarians who'd fired the tactical nuke, it could have been nothing else, he'd let them come to him. Step into my web, you bastards. Would they come? Surely there would only be a handful, for how many werewolves could Liberty claim to possess, and how many would their leader devote to so simple a task? Just a few, surely. And, being of slim numbers, they would not approach the site of the explosion for fear that a pocket of castle soldiers had survived. On the other hand, they'd have noticed Carker's bird and concluded that it may yet hold some survivors. Since it was obviously a perimeter scout, it would not likely be armed very heavily. It followed that if the Libertarians wanted castle soldiers to interrogate, they would descend on the down chopper. Carker climbed a tree and waited. In less than a minute, 4 shades approached, carrying machine guns that would shred even the flesh of an immortal. At their hips they wore wicked sabers. Bastards, Carker thought. Cowardly ambushing bastards. As he took a bead on the leader of the quartet, he made a mental note to keep at least one of them alive for questioning. He fired. The round of the elephant gun tore through the head of the leader and slammed through the chest of the shade directly behind him. Without a sound, the leader fell to the ground, the remains of his shattered head leaking gore across the snow. By the time he struck the ground, the other three had fanned out and were lifting their big guns to target their attacker. Carker fired again. A second libertarian fell to the snow, nearly decapitated by the powerful round. At this second shot, the surviving two located Carker and opened fire. Carker, anticipating this, had dropped to the ground immediately after his second kill. Above him, the bullets of the machine guns tore apart his place of concealment, but he was already on the move, finding cover and circling for an attack. Realizing that their shots had failed to bring down the sniper, the two libertarians slipped into the scarce underbrush, their guns at the ready. One of them, hearing something behind him, swiveled in time to see Carker barreling down on him. The libertarian raised his gun and fired, blowing a hole in the hunter's abdomen, but this did not slow the arc of Carker's machete. The blade cut through its victim's neck, separating the libertarian's head from his shoulders. Even as the body fell, Carker grasped the head by its sweaty hair and brought it in close so that he could stare into its awestruck eyes. The mouth opened, tried to say something, but could not. "Don't worry, my friend," replied the hunter. "I'll be back for you shortly." The last libertarian, having heard the battle, emerged from the underbrush. Half a dozen rounds tore into Carker before he found cover behind a nearby tree. "Damn," he said, feeling the wetness with his fingers. His attacker continued firing and the bullets slowly began to tear the tree apart. Angered beyond the point of reason, Carker leapt out and hurled his machete at the last libertarian. The blade buried itself in the man's face. Once the body had fallen, he retrieved his machete from the remains of his enemy's skull and slipped the blade back into its sheath, not bothering to wipe off the blood. Making his way back to the beheaded libertarian, Carker placed the head back on the shoulders and let the immortal's innate power do its work. As the wound mended, Carker rose to his full height and placed a booted foot on the chest of his enemy, then pointed his rifle at the man's face. The wound healed quickly, although a vicious scar remained that would only disappear after the creature had fed. The man blinked and cleared his throat to test the limits of the damage, but he couldn't contain a smile when he heard the sound of his throat working once again. Then he looked up at Carker and his smile faded. Carker pressed his boot more firmly on the man's chest, pushing him into the snow. "Talk," he said. The libertarian set his chin. "I'm no rat. You can kill me now if that's all you want." "No." Carker yanked out his machete and severed one of the libertarian's arms. As the man screamed, the hunter pressed him further into the snow. Once the man had subsided, Carker said, "This can go on all day if you like, son. However, I think it would be in both our interests if you loosened your tongue a little. If I talk, will you release me? If you don't, I'm sure to kill you. And I'll do it slow. Now tell me this, why did you bring the nukes along?" "That wasn't part of the plan. Just in case." "In case of what?" "Mistress Melisoel thought that you might betray us to Roche Sarnova, so she obtained some leverage. If, in the raid on the castle, we found ourselves trapped, we were to use them to barter for our lives. If Blackie wouldn't let us go, we'd bring the whole place down with us. The threat of killing Jean-Pierre wasn't enough? That was just to bring you into line, but Malie wasn't sure that you held enough sway over the Dark Lord." "How many nukes?" When the man hesitated, Carker raised his machete for another swing. "How many?" he reiterated. "4, said the werewolf. "Why should I believe you?" "Because I'm telling the truth. Please, let me go. The sun is up. With my wounds, I can't survive in daylight much longer. I've got to get underground." Carker pondered, not yet willing to dismiss the man. Of course, he was right, a werewolf could not use his powers to heal during daylight, not much, anyway. Really, though, Carker should deliver the creature to Blackie for a more in-depth interrogation. After the major loss that Roche had just suffered, he deserved some answers. Not only that, but, wounded and still stunned by the turn of recent events, Carker couldn't think of the proper questions. "What of Jean-Pierre?" he said. "How's he doing?" A grin crept across the libertarian's face. "The albino is dead." "What?" "He tried to escape and the captain killed him." Mind reeling, Carker almost fired his rifle, but stopped himself at the last moment. "Did you see his body?" Carker said. "No, but I trust in the captain's word." "That would be that D'Aguila fellow." "Of course. He's taken." The libertarian stopped himself just before he divulged anything more. Carker sensed his captive had been about to say something important and twirled his machete around menacingly. "What is it?"
Nothing.
The man squirmed.
Can I go now?
You've got more to spill, but I've not the patience to sit here and talk to you further. So get up,
You're coming with me.
Unable to stop himself, the libertarian spat at Carker's leg.
Fuck you, Kark. I told you, I'm no rat. I'd rather die than be taken to the castle for interrogation.
Then die. The hunter sheathed his machete, bent down, grabbed a handful of matted hair and pulled the libertarian to his feet. Shoving his captive before him, Carker moved back into the area where his helicopter had come to rest. Hopefully, a radio would still be functioning and he could contact the castle. Just as he was thinking of how to phrase news of the disaster, his captive lunged to the side and started running.
No! Roared Carker, and ran after the man.
As soon as the libertarian had gone 10 feet, he slipped into his wolf form and kept running on all 3 legs.
Werewolves can't roam the surface in daylight, not in their beastly form, and as soon as the libertarian found a clearing, the sun drenched him in fire.
The werewolf screamed as the sun found him. His momentum carried him beyond the clearing, but by the time he reached the shadows he was already disintegrating. When Carker came to stand over him, he found little left but ash and bones.
Son of a bitch,
Carker said, as it hit him.
The question. The stupid question.
In that horrible moment, he realized the most important piece of information the man could have provided, the question that he hadn't thought to ask.
God damn it all to hell, he said.
It should have been the first thing I asked him, where the fucking libertarians have gone to. Still swearing, he looked down on the charred bones.
No wonder you killed yourself.
I guess you were right, you stupid loyal bastard. You weren't a rat. Behind him, he heard stirring. He spun, rifle at the ready, to find 3 castle shades watching him curiously. Carker recognized one as the pilot of the bird that had carried him here. Lord Carker, I'm glad to see you alive, the pilot said.
We were thrown from the chopper when it hit the ground, and when we didn't see you. The hunter waved the words away. Do any of the radios work?
No, sir.
Then follow me.
Carker started back in the direction of his skirmish with the libertarians.
Without question, the others followed.
Shortly Carker stared down at the place where the leader of the libertarians had fallen. The man was gone, and so was the second one that Carker had felled. From the tracks in the snow, the hunter surmised that the second one had recovered from the wound in time to hoist his leader up and carry him off into the wilderness. They would be long gone by now. Which left the fourth one, the one that had taken both a blade through his face. Carker grinned when he stumbled across the still unconscious form. His wounds were mending fast, though, and Carker could not allow this one to turn into ash as had his previous captive. So, without further thought, he severed the werewolf's head. Hoisting the head by the hair, he turned to his 3 companions and pointed to the body with his machete. Carry it, he ordered, and marched off in the direction of the tactical nuclear explosion. Behind him, he could hear the castle soldiers fighting over who got to carry the headless corpse.
He smiled wider and entered the wasteland. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
When communication was lost with the attack force, Roche Sarnova dispatched a lone unarmed bird with a human pilot to investigate the fate of Colonel Wheatshear's company. 10 minutes after the pilot had departed, he called back in to relate his findings. First, he described the scorched piece of earth that had so recently been the Libertarians' headquarters. A tactical nuke, suggested De Soto, who sat with the other officers in the war room, listening to the human's grim voice.
Sarnova nodded, his worst fears confirmed.
Now he would have to get a relay to his spies in the mortal governments of the world, the ones that would have seen the nuclear explosion on their satellites. He had to erase that fact from mortal knowledge.
Relaying that message would not be half as difficult as facing Ludwig's widow.
The pilot went on to describe the band of survivors that huddled in the clearing beyond the wasteland. 5 of them, came the pilot's voice.
No, one of them's dead, head cut off. One of them's holding up the head up to me, fuck.
Then the human's voice changed, became more gruff.
Blackie, are you there?
I'm here, Sarnova replied, realizing what had just happened. Sorry to mess with your pilot's head, the voice said.
Anyway, this is Carker here, if you didn't know. Guess your boys told you the news by now. I got one of them, Roche.
One of Libertarians is in my hands right now, or at least the important part. Before I make your pilot lose control of his craft, I'd better let him have the use of his mind back.
First, I request you send someone to fetch us soon.
I doubt your boy's chopper would carry us, but this headless libertarian isn't going to last much longer in the light of day, if you see what I mean. And if I put the head back on him, he'll just kill himself like the other one did. I'll put him under the snow temporarily. That'll help, but I think the swifter you get us back, the better.
Agreed.
And well done, my friend.
I'll be seeing you. Kark, you still there?
No, growled the pilot after a moment of silence, and Sarnova recognized the human's familiarity with psychic dominance and his dislike of it.
He's out of my head. But he's right. I can't fit all 5 of them in here. If the Libertarian is that important, I could set down and take him back in time. No.
If he recovered, he'd kill you on your way back.
Just hold your position, apprise us of any further developments. We'll be sending out another chopper to collect Lord Karker's party.
Within half an hour, the Libertarian was healed, drugged, and thrown in the dungeon for questioning. Karker was escorted to Sarnova's chambers, where he told of the nuclear blast that had killed many castle soldiers and how he'd barely survived it. After some brandy, he gladly recounted his battle with the Libertarian soldiers. However, his jovial facade faded toward the end.
Jean-Pierre's dead, he concluded.
Roche nodded in sympathy, then raised a mug.
To the memory of Jean-Pierre,
declared the Dark Lord. Karker raised his own mug, then hesitated.
No. What do you mean?
I'll not believe him gone until I feel his corpse in my hands. For all I know, D'Aguila lied to his men.
Or perhaps the damned Libertarian was simply trying to get my goat. Sarnova noted the determination on his old friend's face.
Still, there was a great deal of doubt etched into the hunter's gruff features, and Roche knew that, despite his words, Karker feared the worst even as he denied it.
So you'll not approach Sophia, the albino's, daughter? Sarnova said. You'll not inform her?
Not until I know for sure. Besides, I shouldn't be distracting you with my troubles.
For God's sakes, you've got enough of your own. Half your air force is gone, and more than half of your daybeasts.
Compared to that, my troubles are small. He raised his mug in a toast of his own. To the fallen men and women of the castle, that their deaths shall be avenged. Roche joined him in the toast, glad that Karker was strong enough to set his grief aside, but at the same time afraid that the hunter's pride would refuse to admit that his own sorrow was justifiable. Shortly, Karker left the Dark Lord for some much-needed sleep, though Roche doubted that his friend's slumber would be restful. Once Karker had gone, Roche made his way to the dungeon to view the interrogation of the captured Libertarian. When the lead interrogator saw him watching, he stopped his grisly business and approached.
How goes it? Sarnova demanded. The Flayer beamed. We've learned that Melissoel has failed to join the Libertarians.
She's presumed dead, as well as all the troops she took with her. Fully a third of them were at her side and were supposed to rejoin the Libertarians already here with even greater numbers, but she never showed up.
Why?
He has no idea, although he suspects Captain D'Aguila does.
D'Aguila?
In the wake of Melissoel's disappearance, the captain has assumed command of the Libertarians.
Sarnova smiled. Does our prisoner suspect foul play? No.
Apparently the captain was Melissoel's lover.
All the better reason.
The Flayer shrugged.
Maybe the captain killed her to gain control over the army. It could be.
However, this soldier suspects nothing of the sort. He feels only loyalty to his captain. Sarnova sighed, but he was glad that the Libertarians were not as strong a force as they might have been. On the other hand, they didn't really need reinforcements if they had more nuclear weapons at their disposal. Which lead him to his final, and most important, question.
Does he know where the rest of them are?
The Flayer let out a breath.
No.
Believe me, he's not lying. I have ways of getting at the truth.
I'm sure you do.
He says that this D'Aguila character anticipated his raiders might get caught and didn't tell them where the new camp was to be set up.
Then how were they to get there?
They were to meet at a predetermined spot, or another Leakin would join them, one who knew where the camp was. If the Leakin thought that they were being monitored by us, he simply wouldn't approach them. From that point, if he thought them okay, he would lead them, underground, to the new base.
Sarnova ground his teeth, trying to keep his expression as blank as possible. Keep it up. Maybe he'll divulge something else.
The Flayer smiled. Whether he does or not, my lord, I assure you that I will indeed keep it up.
With that, the man went back to his grim but apparently enjoyable task.
Sarnova left the dungeon behind, not even slowing his step at the sound of the screaming at his back.
In his mind, the Libertarian deserved every single second of it.
Asterisk.
This is bullshit, someone said.
I'm hungry. Rolf punched him in the face.
Stow your whining and get back to work.
Sullenly, the man obeyed, a trickle of blood staining his chin. Around them the remaining Libertarians were beginning to set up their new headquarters. It was slow, tentative work, as they had to perform the project solely from beneath the surface of the new mountain. If even a portion of the surface snow collapsed, the sun would pour in and many lives would be lost. They went in slow, carefully measured movements, though not without some grumbling.
Captain d'Aguila stewed silently. Why hadn't the damned dogs returned yet? Something must have gone wrong.
Finally, to the great relief of the captain, 3 werewolves returned, the surviving 2 that had led the assault and the one that had guided them to the new camp. At their arrival, relief flooded the captain, and he drew them aside for a debriefing. The 2 surviving raiders looked haggard due to their little battle, and d'Aguila was quick to devise several devious punishments for them. First, they'd come to him wounded, defeated, which spoke of their obvious incompetence in hand-to-hand fighting, but, far worse, he'd given a strict order forbidding them to personally engage any of the castle soldiers. They were to shoot the missile, observe its effects, and come straight back to him. However, when they told him of their foe, the formidable Lord Carker, he forgave them their wounds, if nothing else.
Why did you disobey me and attack the survivors of the patrol unit? He demanded. We have all the inside information we need.
The leader of the raiding party, long recovered from the most telling signs of his encounter with Carker, lowered his eyes to the snow.
Sir, we didn't attack them for the sake of battle. We would never have gone against your wishes that way. But we were hungry. Sir, we haven't really fed in over a week. Slowly, Rolf nodded. You're right. He could see the visible relief of the 2 werewolves.
It's been long since we've tasted the blood and flesh that we need, and I'm pleased with your execution of my plan. He sighed, thinking of the spectacle it must have been. Seeing his wistful look, the leader of the raiding party grinned.
Ah, my captain, I wish you could have been there. It was beautiful.
10 of their mightiest attack helicopters destroyed, as well as all the troops they sent to rout us.
It'll be many years before that place doesn't glow in the dark. D'Aguila laughed. He had much to be happy about.
However, he also had great problems, the major one being something the werewolf had just brought up. If he would disobey d'Aguila because of hunger, so might others.
You did that part well, the captain allowed.
Still, you disobeyed me and cost me 2 men, both of which might have been captured by the enemy.
But, sir,
even if they were captured, there's no way their captors could use what they have to say to their advantage.
Still, you committed a high crime. Have no fear, though. Your treason will only make the rest of us stronger. Sir, I'm afraid. I don't know what you mean.
I don't know how far 2 scrawny shades like yourselves can be stretched among 150, but it's better than nothing. With that, the captain's biggest problem was solved. A half hour later, his stomach full, he set about the completion of his new headquarters. And, every now and then, to the companionable laughter of those about him, he'd release a loud belch.
Asterisk.
Several miles away, deep in the icy ravine, Jean-Pierre began to stir. At first, he could only move his legs, and he realized that his upper torso was embedded in the cold hard mud of the river floor. Slowly, gingerly, he extracted himself from the grip of the tenacious ground and let himself drift upward. He floated up about 10 feet until he hit the sheet of ice that covered the shallow river. He tried to strike at the thick, almost translucent wall, but his limbs were weak and the attempt unsuccessful.
I need time.
Healing would take even longer, though, in the glaring light of the sun that waited just beyond the ice above. The albino shoved himself off and let the currents carry him slowly along the river, ever closer to the castle just a few long miles away.
Chapter 16.
When Danielle woke up the next dusk, she found herself in her own bed, the covers carefully tucked in about her.
Sophia had done this, she realized, though the Gensiv was nowhere in sight. Maybe the albino's daughter was more friend than comrade, after all. Then again, maybe the Ice Queen hadn't liked Danielle taking up half the floor.
Danielle struggled to sit up, but her head reeled with the effort. She let herself fall back to the pillow, where she began plotting her next course of action.
First, she had to get up. That was important.
Then she had to find Harry and tell him that Ruger was here. She still couldn't believe that Harry had slept with Cloire, but she wouldn't hold that against him.
Danielle smiled to imagine herself with Ruger, once he'd been freed.
The sight of him had quickened the hunger in her loins.
The second after she had this thought, her eyes locked onto the dark-shredded publicity photo of younger Yagoda.
Without warning, bile shot up her throat, it was all she could do to stumble to the restroom in time. Done, she wiped off her face and smashed a fist against the floor.
Bastards, she said.
Maybe you didn't do it to my body, but you sure enough did it to my mind. After she'd showered, shaved her legs, brushed her teeth and smoked the first cigarette of the evening, she dressed and ventured downstairs to the little cafe, where she had a big cup of coffee. God, she was glad Ruger was here, but she was so angry at Carker for his betrayal and at the balaclava for their very existence that she couldn't think straight. The worst part, though, was there wasn't much she could do about it. How could she free Ruger?
Asterisk.
In the kitchen of Clore's small room, Harry, always full of surprises, was whipping up some omelets for the two of them, while the she-wolf watched with sleepy eyes. She'd been fond of the mortal since the night she had first captured him, and even in those early days had fostered thoughts of corrupting him. Corrupting and killing were two of her favorite pastimes, and she saw Harry as a perfect opportunity to warp the agents of good. She'd allowed herself to spend time with him, which she greatly enjoyed, all the while plotting to violate him in some way. But as the days passed, she realized that this had just been a pretense, an excuse to get close to the man.
Now she was beginning to realize that she'd let the pretense slip away.
She had grown too close to this mortal for her own good. Smiling and wearing only his boxers, he brought her an omelet on a hot plate and plopped down beside her on the bed.
"Good," she said after the first bite. "My wife taught me how to cook." She could see that, even after all these years, the thought of her still pained him. To lighten the mood, he patted his belly and said, "Much to my detriment, as you can see." She chuckled. "You look just fine to me, lover." Carefully, so as not to spill the food onto the bed covers, they started to kiss when someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?"
she said, her free hand reaching for one of the pistols she kept on the nightstand.
"Loireau. Go away. I'm busy."
"This is important," came the reply, and this time it wasn't Loireau's voice.
It was Killian's.
She handed her plate to Harry in order to free up both hands. "You might want to wait in the bathroom until this is over," she whispered.
"No," he said. "My place is with you. Besides, I'm a pretty good shot myself."
He retrieved his own large gun from the opposite nightstand, the one loaded with silver bullets. "Come in, already," Clore said to the door. Loireau, Killian, and Byron entered, looking on in mild surprise as their leader, her breasts exposed, and her mortal lover steadied their weapons. "Clore," began Byron, his surprise absolute. "State your business," she said.
"Then leave. I've got a breakfast to eat." Killian stepped forward. "We've come to devise a plan, Clore. We can't stay here forever, and we've all heard the rumors that the libertarians have arrived. Not only that, but that they've done Roche Sarnova some damage."
Clore shrugged.
"I haven't heard anything. I've been here enjoying myself. Until now."
"Well, if you'd been up and about like the rest of us, you would have heard the rumors."
She nodded impatiently. "Get on with it," she commanded. "Clore, we want to know what your intentions are."
She smiled wickedly.
"Well, they're not honorable, if that's what you mean. Clore. We need answers, and we need them soon.
Byron and I have set aside our differences, and Loireau is with us. We've decided to leave this place, and we're hoping that you would join us." He waved his hand in the direction of Harry.
"Without him."
Silently, she cursed herself. This had been bound to happen sooner or later, but she'd hoped that by the time this encounter cropped up, she would have something planned to say.
She had a plan for everything, except this. How the hell was she supposed to get herself out of this situation? She certainly didn't want to lose her crew.
Then again, they were often more trouble than they were worth. Add to that the fact that they no longer had a boss, that Bistrot was gone forever, and they were pretty much screwed, as far as she was concerned.
Sneering, she said, "If you left here, where would you go?" "Not back to New York." "No," Byron said. "Amelia hasn't sent word to us, although we've tried to establish a link with her several times. We can't be assured of a good reception there, and until we can, we've got to find something else. We were thinking of Lariba. In the wake of the recent disaster there, we figure many crime lords could benefit from our services." "You're kidding. Why the hell would we want to relocate to Morocco, for God's sakes? Have you lost your minds? I can see why you want me back." "Then where would you have us go?" Loireau said. She laughed. "Well, if he still lives, I'm sure Hoswell would welcome our loyalty. We might have to break the ice first, prove ourselves, but with him scrambling to put his kingdom back together, he couldn't really refuse." Loireau's smile nearly took in his ears, and he turned to his two companions to judge their reactions. They seemed to reach an agreement and turned back to the she-wolf with pleased, though wary, looks. "So you'll join us?" Killian said. She paused. She could feel Harry beside her, sense his trepidation, and tried to force herself into her former state of detachment. To her half-hearted fury, it would not come. Slowly, she raised her eyes to meet Killian's. "If I go, so does Harry." After a few moments of reflection, Killian nodded reluctantly. "If that's the way you want it, we won't object." He turned to Harry, and his next words didn't surprise Clore. "Mortal," he said, "will you turn?" Harry looked all about him, apparently at a loss, but then his eyes glowed hotly. With more grit than Clore had expected, he said, "No." Killian turned his gaze back to Clore.
So you'll come, he said, but it was more a question than a statement.
Claire frowned. I don't know. Her bluntness surprised even herself.
Almost as if he'd expected as much, Killian nodded casually.
We'll give you a day to make up your mind. Tomorrow night, say midnight, we'll come back here and see where you stand. Sounds like a showdown. No, Claire. If we must part ways, we will do so amiably. Despite everything that's happened recently, we wish you no harm. As long as you return the favor, we're even.
She agreed to the terms.
Without another word, the 3 remaining members of Jean-Pierre's death squad left the room.
She replaced her weapons on the nightstand and turned to Harry, who had similarly disarmed himself and was playing with the remains of an omelette on his plate. It had cooled considerably.
Well?
She asked, and noted the grimace he was trying to hide.
It's your call, he said. But if you go, I won't.
I've come to feel strongly about you, but I'm not going to live my life with a bunch of killers.
Harry, she said, softly. I'm a killer.
Looking extremely uncomfortable, he said nothing, but his wince was all the answer she needed.
If we stayed together, she said, would you want me to stop killing? Yes. Or, at least, do like Ruger and Danielle do? Just eat the bad guys.
That I could live with. Unexpectedly, that brought a smile to her lips. Harry wouldn't sacrifice his own moral principles and would try to force them upon her, but he was honest about it and unapologetic. She respected that, but she didn't know if she could alter her dark side and was afraid that, in the end, she would disappoint Harry by killing an innocent and he would either leave her or kill her. On the other hand, she didn't really want to start over with the death squad. She wanted a new chapter in her life to begin, and she wanted Harry by her side while she went on the journey. At last, she took his hand in hers.
Lover, I've got a lot to think about. Besides, you've got something to do. I'd forgotten, but last night Danielle came in here and demanded to talk to you. About what?
She shrugged. I don't know, hon, but I'll let you look into it yourself.
And you?
For a moment, she felt tears burn behind her eyes, trying to get out.
Decisions.
Then the crisis passed and she shoved him toward the door.
Go, she said. When you return, maybe I'll have some answers for you. *****. How shall we attack the stronghold? Colonel Zahn asked for the second time, meaning a newly discovered bastion of Subair's forces in London.
Swiftly, Roche Sarnova replied.
But the strategy?
Sarnova smiled, knowing that the officers in the war room would not like what he had to say. Let the general on scene decide the strategy.
Too long have we been issuing orders and attack plans from afar.
Let the leaders of the front lines decide the best course of action. Zahn stared at him, disbelieving. There are spies among us, Roche said.
We all know this.
Every time we issue an order to a commander on the front lines, Subair's able to counter it.
Why? Because one of us, or more than one, is telling her. From here on out, I'll lead the war in a different direction. I will lead by not leading.
If I tell the good general how to best assault Subair's stronghold, word will find its way to Subair and the general's assault will be repelled.
We've seen this over and over.
So, Colonel Zahn, I advise you to tell the general that it is up to him how best to proceed.
Of all of us, he's in the best position to decide strategy anyway. He lacks perspective, countered Zahn.
Roche shrugged.
If we give him an order, he'll be lacking ahead.
So go, Colonel, tell him to proceed as he sees fit. The room stirred, and Sarnova relished the horror of his people's reactions.
How many of them were spies? None, perhaps. Or many.
All he knew was that, for the sake of his shuddering empire, he must put a stop to all the intrigue. Sarnova stood, and the din of the room calmed. Off to the side, Colonel de Soto growled, and Sarnova spun on him.
You have something to say, Colonel? Quick to respond to the challenge, de Soto nodded. You're making a grave mistake, my lord. This is not a sound strategy.
Colonel de Soto, if you disagree, then fine, but I will not change my mind.
Put the word out, all of you.
Tell the men on the front lines that they're better off on their own.
Tell them to do as they think best.
We'll give it a few days, see if the new tactic pays off.
If it doesn't, we'll revert to more direct commands.
If I hear that any of you are going against these new instructions, I'll have you put to death on the instant.
Is that understood?
Roche Sarnova swept from the room and returned to his quarters for a drink of coffee before his next task, to oversee the first series of chess matches to determine his heir, and was not surprised to find Ambassador Mauchlery waiting for him. However, the ambassador seemed surprised to find Roche smiling.
It went well, I take it. We'll see. Roche told him about the meeting, and by the time he was finished, the ambassador was smiling, too.
I wish I could have seen the looks on their faces, he said.
It was gratifying.
So we may have a chance to win the war, after all.
We will see.
What of the libertarians?
I've thought of something to end that threat, as well.
Yes?
Sarnova just smiled. Seeing that his friend would not reveal his plan, Mauclery said, "Where are you off to now? The chess game?"
Yes.
Actually, I've changed the schedule around somewhat.
How so? Originally, the 8 survivors of the pit were to face each off in 4 games the first night.
The 4 victors were then to compete in 2 games the following night.
On the 3rd night, the last 2 were to compete to determine my heir.
But you've changed it.
I decided the first 2 rounds will be finished tonight, with only a short recess between them.
After a moment, Francois nodded in understanding. You wish to see how Kirnavar fares, is that it?
Exactly. If he survives the first 2 rounds, he and the final contender will face each other tomorrow. If he loses, so much the better.
I can't take that chance, though.
If he wins both games tonight, I must go to my alternate plan.
Which is? Again, the Dark Lord just smiled.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After successfully seeking out Sophia, predictably helping the funhouse set up for that night's performance, Danielle told her the news of Ruger's return, and the Ice Queen seemed pleased, but it was hard for the vampiress to fully gauge her true feelings. Like her father, Sophia was a mystery to Danielle. The Ice Queen had some information of her own to exchange. They're only rumors, she admitted, but there is some truth to them.
What? The libertarians are here.
Apparently, they attacked Roche Sarnova's raiding party with a tactical nuclear missile.
Christ.
As Soph fleshed out the story, Danielle found herself torn between gratitude and sorrow. Surely most of the denizens of the castle were an evil lot, but a wholesale slaughter of them seemed to be overkill, as it were. Then she remembered the waiter at the Blood and Stone and knew that over 90% of the residents of the castle shared a similar morality.
The castle was evil. Even Sarnova, who promised such great deeds, would kill a mortal as thoughtlessly as he would floss his teeth.
And the libertarians, though certainly no saints, were at least trying to accomplish a righteous cause, if vengeance could ever be called righteous.
Good for Malie, she heard herself say. Sophia nodded. Well, I'm glad Ruger's back. How do you plan to get him out? I'm going to have a little talk with Blackie. Looking skeptical, Soph gave the vampiress a brief hug. If I can be of assistance, just drop on by.
Danielle found Harry in the bar that had become his second home. When he saw her, he raised his martini, his first of the day, in greeting.
I was just coming to get you.
I'm sure you were, she said, but did not sit down to join him. She still wasn't quite sure how to broach the subject of Ruger's arrival. Also, she wasn't sure how to approach Harry now, in light of the fact that he was Clore's lover. Sensing her unease, Harry took her by the arm and steered her to the bright shadows of a nearby booth. When they were both seated, he ordered a second drink and asked if she wanted any. Still feeling the effects of last night's binge, she declined.
What is it? Harry said. Clore told me you came by last night.
I did. Unable to look him in the eyes, she glanced down to her fidgeting hands.
You don't like me with her, do you? He asked.
She shook her head.
He sighed. Sometimes I don't either. The other night, I was watching her sleep, and a horrible thought occurred to me.
She met his gaze.
You thought about killing her. He nodded. Sometimes she still refers to me as the Slayer.
She's well aware of the deeds I did when I was younger. Also, she's aware that she could just as easily have been a target of mine as any of the others were. I think that appeals to her for some reason. She's twisted, Harry. Stay with her any longer and she'll twist you, too. He took another sip of his drink.
Anyway, that's not what you came to talk to me about.
No.
What, then? Ruger's back. For a moment, he looked stunned, speechless. Then one of the biggest smiles Danielle had ever seen spread across his face.
Let's go to him, Harry said.
He's in prison.
He ordered another drink and listened to every word she had to say. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Many times throughout the previous day, Jean-Pierre had lost consciousness. But this time, when he opened his eyes to find the air above the layer of ice dark with the onset of night, he knew his time had come. Still weak, he knocked himself a hole in the frigid ceiling and crawled to the snow-covered bank of the little river. Damn, he muttered, his teeth chattering. It was cold. The water began to freeze on his skin. He'd better get moving unless he wanted to wind up a popsicle. He took note of the mountains around him. To his surprise, he realized he wasn't that far from the one holding the castle.
In fact, its blazing lights were the only sign of civilization in sight.
They called to him, spurring him on. Somewhere inside its stone halls waited Carker, his dearest friend, and Sophia. Shaking off the ice, he thrust one foot in front of the other and forced himself toward the lights.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
When she entered the throne room, Danielle found it busy and tense. Leaning forward in their seats, the remaining half of the Dark Council sat their thrones, as did Roche Sarnova. Before them lay 4 small tables, and on each of these 4 tables loomed a stone chessboard. 2 shades crouched opposite each other at each of these tables, intent on the game before them, as well they should be. One of these shades was Kiernavar, wearing a jacket probably issued to him by Sarnova in order to mask the sight and stench of his feces. To Danielle, he seemed the least perturbed individual there.
She wondered if he was winning.
A glance at the board told her it was too early to tell. A throng of people surrounded the contestants, leaving an opening just wide enough so that the Dark Council could also see what was going on. Pausing only long enough to size up the situation, Danielle began her approach on Roche Sarnova. Seeing her, his guards withdrew their sabers. "The Lord is not hearing petitions at this time," one said, careful to keep his voice low.
"I couldn't give a fuck."
She turned her gaze on the Dark Lord in his throne.
"Hey, you! Blackie!"
The guards took 2 big steps toward her before Sarnova called out, "Leave her be."
His large dark eyes studied Danielle.
He glanced at the chess war in front of him and, seeing nothing there to keep him riveted, gave his attention to Danielle.
"You're the one they call the Gutter Angel, aren't you? My name is Danielle."
"Oh,
I know. I was going to throw you in jail."
"I would have, if it hadn't been for Lord Carker.
He convinced me that you weren't part of the plot to kill me. If that's an attempt to get me to take it easy on him, it's a waste of your time." He nodded. "So what VE you come to see me about? Take a wild guess."
With a thumb and pointer finger, he rubbed his thick eyebrows, which hid his eyes for a moment.
Then, perhaps a little sadly, he said, "Danielle, I can't release Ruger, not now." "Why not?" He was only doing what he thought was right.
So was Hitler. "The Darkling is still a threat to me, although—"
"What? Although what?"
He frowned at the games behind her.
"Nothing. Now is not the time."
She could feel the weariness coming off of him like smoke from burning wreckage.
"Danielle, please, leave now."
"But Ruger. I know you love him, but let it go. You'll only do yourself harm if you do something rash.
Trust me.
I will have a talk with Ruger, see if he can be persuaded."
"Damn you, you'd better release him. It's up to Ruger now." Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
That night, needing to feed and unwilling to return to the Blood and Stone and equally unwilling to buy a human off the trading blocks, Danielle moved down several floors to a less prosperous portion of the castle, to a blood brothel where patrons could simultaneously satisfy their sexual and immortal urges. They could sleep with the girls and boys of the brothel, as well as feed from them, but not kill them. It was vegetarian only. Though Rosie's Den did not prosper as other brothels in the fortress did, Danielle found it one of the only bright spots in the castle. She paid a fee, selected her mate, and moved on to a private room. The young human girl she had selected was polite and friendly, but she seemed disappointed that Danielle did not want to make love.
"Don't you find me sexy?" Danielle almost blushed.
The girl was actually quite attractive, and she knew that Ruger would not object to such a union, but to Danielle at that moment, sex simply did not appeal to her. The shadows of Younger and Yagoda loomed long, and she wondered when she would ever be able to view sex in a more healthy light. Soon, she hoped, promising herself that she would be ready the moment Ruger was released. For the moment, intimacy was the last thing on her mind. She took blood from the girl and smiled as the familiar waves of strength rolled over her. Then, to Danielle's surprise, the girl started stroking her hair and singing her a lullaby. Danielle, unaccustomed to such gentleness in this place, suspected an ambush and braced herself.
Instead, the girl sang on.
Eventually, Danielle relaxed and drifted off into some semblance of sleep, and when she opened her eyes the girl slept beside her, snoring softly.
Danielle left a tip on the pillow and made her way out.
To her further surprise, she saw the werewolf Quor approach the blood brothel even as she left it. The former enemies stared at each other for a moment.
Quor laughed. "You should see the look on your face." Danielle shook herself. "What are you doing here? You can't kill anybody here, you know."
Quor shrugged.
"A promise I made to Harry."
Without another word, she brushed past Danielle and entered the den. Danielle blinked, surprised that Quor would go to such lengths to appease a human, but the shock wore away as she began to understand that there was something very real between the she-wolf and the Slayer. Perhaps, just perhaps, Quor wasn't so twisted after all. Danielle moved down the torchlit corridors of the castle, making her way into the dark tunnels of the catacombs and into the dungeon. Soon she stood before Ruger's cell. Behind those bars, he smiled at her. In that moment, all thoughts of Youngerin Yagoda washed away from her to be replaced by sincere longing for this creature, this man whom she loved above all others. For a long moment, she stood there as if turned to stone by the very sight of him, but then she broke free of the spell and rushed to him. They kissed through the bars. She stayed for perhaps an hour, talking to him about her concerns and about events happening in and around the castle, and when she left him at last, her step was a little lighter, more spirited. Somehow, someway, things would work themselves out. He would be freed, or she would help him escape. They might die trying, but she was more than willing to give her life in the attempt, and she knew that if the situation were reversed, he would do the same for her. The image of his face fixed in her mind, she moved into the upper chambers of the castle, where the funhouse was just beginning its show.
Breath steaming, Jean-Pierre approached the Dark Lord's mountain, his every step faster than the one before.
The lights of the castle nearly blinded him, but he welcomed them. As he neared the base of the Shark Mount, he swore. He'd hoped to scale the cliffs and make his way into the castle within an hour or so, but he quickly realized that he was still too weak for such an attempt. If he was lucky, he might climb halfway up only to find the strength sapped from his limbs from exertion. From there, he'd fall back into the ravine, more wounded than before. Without warning, he stumbled upon a scene of sheer beauty and horror. The sight took his breath away. Before him, layers and layers of human bones and body parts lay in great piles, all but the most recent trapped in prisms of ice. It was a gruesome display, and by its random nature he assumed that it had not been man-made. Rather, it was an accident. Perhaps, though, it was a fortunate one. Looking upward at the castle, he smiled. The blood and stone, he murmured. He'd dined there many times, of course, and often had he thrown an errant finger or such off the balcony. He remembered wondering where those pieces ended up, and now he had his answer. Even as he watched, a dismembered and partially eaten arm fell from one of the many balconies and buried itself in the snow not 10 feet from where he now stood. Sophia had taught him to respect life, and so he would. But this he could not pass up. He scrambled over to the arm and sank his teeth into what flesh remained. Though just a table scrap, it strengthened him. When he was done, he craned his head up at the balconies and wondered if a second meal would be forthcoming. He didn't like being reduced to a scavenger, but if he was to see Karker and Sophia again, he needed all the strength he could get. Though he doubted that such scraps would make him strong enough to scale the sheer face of the mountain, he knew he could always circle around and climb it from its more gentle side. It would take more time, but time was the one thing he did not fear. When Ruger woke up, he found Roche Sarnova perched a few feet away on an upturned box. Instantly, he bolted up, alert, but there was no one present except for the Dark Lord.
Did I scare you? How long have you been sitting there? Ruger said. A few minutes. To tell you the truth, I was dozing a little. I haven't been getting much sleep lately. I can imagine.
They stared at each other, sizing each other up. To Ruger, it was strange that this silence was such a comfortable one. And it was true what the Dark Lord said, he did look weary. The man was clean-shaven and flushed from a recent kill, but his eyes were sad and opaque. Still, Ruger was impressed at the energy Sarnova radiated, and it wasn't hard to imagine why his subjects valued him as much as they did. You look like you could use a cup of coffee, said the Dark Lord. I wouldn't refuse a cigarette, either. Sarnova smiled, withdrew a pack from a pocket and offered the Darkling a smoke and a light, both of which were accepted. Thank you. Of course. Now, if you'd like that coffee, I suggest we relocate to my den. Would that present a problem? 10 minutes later and Ruger was sitting opposite Roche Sarnova in an enormously comfortable armchair, working on his second cup of coffee. Along the nearest wall ran a window that peered out across neighboring mountains. A barrage of snow pelted the glass, seeking out its weak points. Not far away, in a fireplace taller than a man, an inferno raged so hotly that neither Ruger nor Sarnova would sit close to it for fear of igniting their clothes. Feel better now? Much. What Ruger really needed was to feed, but he knew better than to ask Sarnova if he would permit this. No matter how friendly the Dark Lord might appear at the moment, he would still want Ruger to be in a weakened state. Just in case. You're probably curious what this is all about, Roche Sarnova said. Probably. Sarnova scanned the room until he saw what he was looking for, then used his powers to summon a bottle of liqueur into his hand, from which he added a little spice to his coffee. He swished it around his mouth, then added another dose. Want some? Not right now. Ruger needed to stay alert. Whatever Blackie wanted of him, he was about to find out. Ruger, Sarnova said, careful to keep his voice even. Do you really think I killed Ludwig, or had him killed?
Please, take your time. This is very important. I don't need any time. The truth is I don't know. You certainly had motive.
With him dead, your undead Jerusalem would be a lot easier to bring to life.
But his wife. You couldn't anticipate her reaction. Someone did. You think Ludwig's murder was just a means by which to get Melisowel to attack you?
Perhaps, Sarnova said. By that theory, the plot against Ludwig was really a plot against you.
Indeed.
Ruger took a sip of his coffee, which was very good, and stared out the window.
Okay, he said. I'll bite. Who do you think's behind all this? I wish I knew. Obviously, someone who wanted my forces crippled. It could have been Subair. It wasn't her.
How can you be sure? I can't, but I trust my source.
I see. Sarnova set his cup down and did not touch it again.
To be honest, I don't know who killed Ludwig, only that I did not.
You must believe that. I'm tired of the preamble, Sarnova. What's your game?
Okay, Ruger.
Here it is. I need your help. I'm listening.
The Sangrosanks, yes, Karker told me that you know of them now, assign me to choose a successor in the event that I'm murdered, which doesn't give me much confidence in them, needless to say. Their purpose, other than to protect the acting Dark Lord, is to keep immortals from human knowledge, and their frame of mind is that humans are inferior to us. What I'm trying to do, the changes I'm trying to bring about, goes against what they stand for. They don't want humans aware of us, and they certainly don't want us to have our own country, which would bring us down to the level of mortals. Or, at least, such is their opinion.
I disagree. You think they might try to kill you?
More likely, they'll just allow someone else to do the wet work for them.
Why not go into hiding? Sarnova almost laughed.
If I were the man I used to be, I'd kill you just for suggesting it.
Really, though? Why not? You've obviously failed here.
From what I've heard, Subair is winning and your own troops are turning against you. Not only that, but Melisowel has decimated your defense and might have enough nuclear devices to level the whole castle.
What VE you got to stick around for? Sarnova sobered. I can't run, Ruger. It's not in my nature. Besides, I think I have an even chance of coming out of this thing alive. Ruger refrained from commenting.
You're probably wondering where you come in, Sarnova said.
I don't want to be your successor. That what you're getting at? Not directly.
Tradition has it that a ruler can directly choose a successor if he or she is in imminent danger, but for me to do this would be to admit to my people that I'm going to fail them, which I'm determined not to do. Instead, I'm holding these contests to determine my heir, which is the way a ruler does it in times of peace.
Why would a ruler need a successor in a time of peace?
To build dynasties, to marry your heir off in order to have greater influence in other lands.
I've done it before.
But once you marry a successor off, he or she is no longer your successor, although he or she does retain some of their original power. So now I must find another, and at the same time not lose face. Unfortunately, a lunatic named Kirnavar has entered the competition. I'm acquainted with him. At first, I thought little of this turn of events, but his abilities have been very surprising, very unfortunate, and he's become something of a problem. Just a short while ago, he defeated his opponent in the second round of chess that will determine my heir. He has only one more game to go, tomorrow night. However, his victories have been so decisive that he's expected to win again tomorrow.
You don't want him to win. Of course not. He would be a poor king. And an embarrassment. You're a cynic, Ruger.
You're right, he would be an embarrassment, but as hard as it may be for you to believe, I actually want what's best for my kingdom, and Kirnavar is not that.
You are. History will be the judge of that.
At any rate, I'm a better king than Kirnavar could ever be, but if he wins the next game, he's in. To prevent this, I have only one option, to choose someone to test his strengths, to go up against him in battle. And, since the battle is chess, I come to you, a chess player of some renown.
You want me to beat him for you? If you can. I haven't seen him play.
He's good, Sarnova said.
But if anyone can do it, it's you. You seem very confident. I have to be. You're my only hope. What's in it for me?
Freedom, of course. If you agree to go up against Kirnavar, I'll liberate you, which is more than you deserve. In all fairness, I should execute you just for good measure, but you have quite a reputation and are well liked by many in an outlaw sort of way. It would be better public relations to let you go, what's more, to give you a chance to be king.
I don't want to be king.
Good. Because I am the king and have no intention of stepping down.
Just so we got that straight. Anyway, you'll have your freedom. In fact, if Kirnavar loses the next fight, you won't even have to fight him. What's the catch? Sarnova eyed his coffee longingly. Well, there is a penalty if you lose the game. Which is? To ensure that no one entered the competition lightly, the penalty for losing is death. So it was in the arena, so it is on the chessboard. He let a beat go by, then smiled. So what do you say? Chapter 17. Hell no, said Danielle, pacing up and down the room furiously. That's what you should have said. Ruger watched her stride, knowing from the scowl on her face that he should stay silent. Instead he said, if I'd done that, baby, I wouldn't be here now. God damn it, Ruger. Tear-stricken, she flung herself against his chest. He wrapped his arms about her back. As he ran a hand through her hair, he whispered, baby, it was the only way. For a long time, they stood like that, Danielle sobbing, crushed against him, and Ruger trying to comfort her. He didn't like it that she was so worked up about this, that meant she had some reason to be. Despite the fact that Ruger rated a high place among even the most myth-shrouded figures in chess history, she was scared, from which Ruger deduced that she had a high opinion of his opponent, Kirnavar, or at least his chess skills. Though Ruger wasn't one to brag about his abilities, he didn't doubt his mastery over his favorite board game, so why did Danielle? What is it, baby? He said, once her sobbing had died down. Why so afraid for me? Ruger, damn it, you're the fucking poet. What's that supposed to mean? Come on now, we're on the same side here. He put his hands to each side of her face and lifted it up so that she was forced to look right at him. I'm the poet, he repeated. What's that mean? Without opening her eyes, she said, you think about the curse in poetic terms. We must sin to live, that's how you explained it to me. Not we must drink blood to survive, not that we must sleep during the day. We must sin, that's what you said. And you said that the more we sinned, the stronger we'd become, which makes sense in a poetic sort of way, but I realize that that's how you think. I didn't take you at your literal word, and you didn't expect me to. Also, she added, your mind is split. On one hand, you think in poetry, but when it comes to action, you think coldly, logically, analytically. Almost to a fault. You see what I mean? Is this a riddle? I'm suggesting that you use your poetic side to find the fallacy involved in a logical man fighting Kirnavar. Just take a second, you'll see what I mean. Chaos versus reason, you mean? Chaos being the stronger. He smiled. Don't worry, back in the day, I could have shown Kirnavar a thing or two. I don't like to think of you that way. I never should have told her about my past. I'm not that person anymore. I know. But there's a part of you that's close to me. A dark part. I'm afraid of what you could do if you let your guard down. Don't be. Suddenly, her voice became a whisper, and an urgent one. Ruger, baby, I don't care about all that, that's not what we should be thinking about. The fact is that you're going up against Kirnavar tomorrow night, if he lasts that long, but he's going to. For some reason, I don't know, I can't explain it. It's like he's an elemental of some kind. He's the Godzilla of lunatics, and he's unstoppable. He was one of Jean-Pierre's flock, one of a horde of the most wretched and demented human beings alive. Out of all of them, he was the most far gone, the only one so completely removed he couldn't follow the albino's psychic demands. You see what I mean? He's the cream of the terrible crop, the essence of madness. That's what you're getting at. Right. You're the other side of the coin. You might have been pretty far gone yourself once, but now you're the most analytic and logical person I know. The most sane. You are to logic what Kirnavar is to its opposite, or close enough. In other words, he elaborated, I don't have a chance. Exactly. So let's get the fuck out here before Kirnavar beats you, they sentence you to execution, and you have to revert back to the way you were before, evil, savage, in order to free yourself, because at that point it'll be the only thing that can save you. He nodded. So that's what you're afraid of? That I'll lose and be forced to run amok? Without hesitation, she said, that's it, baby. I know you're powerful and could cause a lot of damage if you wanted to. He stared into her eyes, trying to detect the reason why she said this. After all, it was only recently that he'd begun to hone his preternatural skills to a sharpness he'd never acquired before. Not only were his skills becoming quicker and stronger, they were gaining in magnitude. He'd tried to keep his experiments to himself until he could determine his new range, but from what she'd said he realized that mere silence on his part hadn't been enough to prevent her from discovering his secret. I'll be good, he promised. That's just it, though. If it comes to that, if Sarnova sentences you to death, then I don't want you to hold back. Ruger, you mean more to me than anyone or anything else ever has,
and I'll be damned if I'm going to see you killed over a fucking chess game.
You see?
If it happens that way, I'll want you to be as brutal as you've got to be to escape.
But it doesn't have to go that far.
It doesn't. We should escape, and do it as soon as possible.
No.
We'll stay here, I'll beat Kirnavar, and Sarnova will let us both go free. Logic has got to be stronger than disorder, and I'm willing to put my life on the line to prove it.
He paused. The way you're looking at it, well, it's too poetic. Life isn't that way.
Come to think of it, that's why I stopped writing in the first place.
Because chaos doesn't have to win.
But it always does, baby.
Not this time. After I defeat him and we're released, we can start all over, re-evaluate the whole situation.
Rug. I'm not a coward, Danny.
I won't back out. This is the only way.
For a long time, she was silent, then, okay. I know you think I'm being stupid, but I want you to know, if you change your mind, for instance, if you come across Kirnavar between now and then and you see what I mean, then you can come back to me and change your mind without losing face.
He took her hand and led her over to the bed. She resisted for just an instant, then gave in.
The truth was she seemed relieved that what Ruger wanted now was to relax and get to know her again. As he watched, she let the tension drain from her, as he allowed his own to leave him. Soon after reclining on the bed they were talking warmly to each other, sometimes holding hands and kissing, and sometimes in various states of undress. When he began to help her get her jeans off, though, she stiffened.
What's wrong? She looked away.
Younger and Yagoda, he said.
She hissed out a breath. Yeah. He backed off. Don't worry. We don't have to.
If they'd done that to me, I would need some time, too. No, she said, and he was surprised by her ferocity.
No. If I can't make love to you, then they've won.
I've been through this before, but this time I'm prepared.
As far as I'm concerned, Younger and Yagoda can go to hell.
She pulled him close and kissed him. They took full advantage of having their own room, which was a luxury they hadn't been afforded since they'd been together at the lodge. After Ruger had agreed to go up against Kirnavar, Sarnova had granted him a few perks. Not only was the room beautiful and comfortable, it also boasted a hot tub, a large, bubbling cauldron fashioned from granite. It was there that Ruger fell in love with Danielle all over again. I love you, he told her an hour after their conversation about madness, staring up into her big black eyes. They were just playing around now, relaxing in their new comforts. His member inside her, she straddled him, rocking back and forth and up and down, trying to see if she could get him fully hard again. I love you, too, she said. Her eyes were wet, but it might have been from the sweat that ran down her forehead and collected in her slyly curved eyebrows. He wasn't sure, but he knew that the moisture in his own eyes came from tears, not sweat. It was then that he realized part of him had never expected to see her again.
What's this?
She asked. She touched her lips against his cheeks, tasting his tears. As his eyes closed, he felt himself grow hard again.
Just then, someone knocked on the door.
After feeding off the scraps that were thrown down to him, Jean-Pierre realized he needed to move on. He couldn't go up the side of the precipice, he knew. Slowly, he picked his way around the mountain and started upwards. It was slow, tiring work, and he quickly exhausted himself. Before long, he sank to knees and curled up against a large rock.
I need rest.
The wounds that the libertarians had inflicted on him were still causing him some discomfort, but the holes had healed, even if they did leave scars in their wakes. The blood froze against his flesh. After the wave of weariness had passed, he rose to his feet and staggered up the mountain.
Next time the wave will be longer.
Then longer still.
Then it won't pass at all.
He'd better hurry.
When Danielle opened the door, Roche Sarnova appeared in the doorway, guards to either side.
He nodded to Danielle, then settled on the darkling, sitting in a chair with a bathrobe hastily thrown around him to hide his erection.
Ruger, Sarnova said, there's one more thing we must attend to.
Yes?
Let's just say you'll need your jeans and jacket. Get moving and I'll meet you downstairs in the old courtyard in 10 minutes. Before the Dark Lord could leave, Danielle said, not so fast, Blackie. How may I help you? Has Kirnavar played his second game tonight?
I saw the first, but not the second. Sarnova paused, and there was a touch of sadness in his face. Then, as if only coming to terms with it himself, the Dark Lord said, Kirnavar won.
He has only one more to go. After that, it's your turn, Darkling. To Danielle, he said, is there anything else?
Tell Karker he can kiss my ass. He left, and she shut the door none too gently after him.
You have a way with people, Ruger said. Sarnova can kiss my ass, too.
I think the only reason he's letting you fight Kirnavar is because he thinks you'll lose and he can kill you without your admirers protesting too much.
Then he's going to be disappointed. The way he was talking, you're going outside.
That's where the old courtyard leads to, right?
That's right. Mostly it's called the main foyer nowadays because the courtyard isn't really used anymore.
There's a drawbridge, the whole works. Before the invention of helicopters, it was the only way to enter the castle that was open to the general public. Jesus, he's keeping a tight schedule.
What do you mean? Dawn's only about 2 hours away.
This must be the one clear spot in his calendar.
Here, Rug, let's get you dressed. The sooner you're out of here, the sooner you'll come back. Chapter 18.
During past centuries, Ruger knew, the old courtyard was the area in which knights prepared to go to war. The stables, still in use, ran along one side of the immense room, and they could be located by smell as much as by their physical presence. Along the opposite wall, weapons either hung from pegs on the wall itself or were located in large storage lockers. Originally this room had been open to the sky, but as years went by and war tactics changed, a thick ceiling was constructed to absorb the impact of catapult payloads and, later, bombs. Centuries went by and stories were added above this chamber so that the castle as a whole was enlarged. Eventually, medieval ways of war evolved into modern methods, making this courtyard all but obsolete. Hence, it became more of a foyer than a place in which to prepare for battle, and as it stood now that's all it was, a vestibule, and a rarely used vestibule at that, since most guests arrived by helicopter. Ruger found Sarnova surrounded by 40 armored knights, all mounted and wearing swords and guns. Ruger suspected that underneath their breastplates they wore bulletproof vests, as well. It was a strange marriage between the old ways and the new, but it was a necessary union in a war where both blades and bullets were effective weapons against the enemy. When the knights saw him, their ranks parted like an iron rose blossoming. Roche Sarnova appeared, decked out in an antiquated battlesuit, a hunting rifle stuck in a quill down his back, a sword at his waist. His mount was large and black and carefully groomed, a sort of living throne.
Glad to see you made it, the Dark Lord said. Where are we going? Outside. You'll see. Do I get to dress up, too? Armor's available if you think you need it. Do I? Sarnova smiled. You're the only one that has an answer to that question. Does Melisowell have a grudge against you, too? You're afraid she's out there? I don't know.
She didn't tell Karker the details of her attack, only a rough outline.
I assume she told you more. So, are we in any danger? I don't know, either. Ruger heard gears turning and spun to see the portcullis being raised. It lifted, disappearing into the wall above it and revealing the drawbridge on the other side. Servants started turning a new set of gears, this time lowering the drawbridge. In all the times Ruger had been to the castle, he had never entered it nor exited it through this portal, although it was rumored that Lord Karker and Roche Sarnova frequently left this way in order to roam the Carpathians on horseback, unescorted. Gods, just thinking of all the rumors their escapades had unleashed made Ruger want to laugh. Perhaps he was about to follow in his old friend's footsteps. Somehow he doubted it. He glanced over at the Dark Lord. Sarnova's face revealed nothing. With the drawbridge open, snowflakes swirled in, and Ruger buttoned his jacket and slipped on a pair of black leather gloves Danielle had insisted he take along. Let's get this over with, he said. Sarnova nodded to one of his men, who led a group of knights out onto the drawbridge, where they scanned the horizon with binoculars and sniffed the air for signs of unwelcome visitors. They moved to the far end of the drawbridge and stepped out onto snow-covered ground. After a few words with his men, the head knight called, "All clear." "Thank you, Colonel de Soto," said Sarnova, ushering Ruger outside. "Colonel, meet the man that's going to defeat the werewolf Kirnavar." "Colonel, this is the notorious vampire Ruger." "Ruger, this is Colonel de Soto, my chief of security." Ruger regarded de Soto for a moment. He was a large man with thick black hair and a thick black beard, braided into fashionable tendrils. He looked to have been immortalized in his late 40s. "Good to meet you, Colonel." De Soto gave him a hard look. "I know who you are. I know what you're up to. If I ever catch you even looking at my lord cross-eyed, you'll find out where our torture chambers are. They don't see much use these days, but they're still operable." Ruger didn't reply, but he couldn't help thinking it was the most contrived drivel he'd ever heard. Whatever de Soto was about, it wasn't allegiance to his lord. What's more, by the look on his face, Sarnova knew it. "Are you through?" the Dark Lord said. "Yes, sir." "Is his lordship ready to begin this venture?" Sarnova regarded his colonel coldly, and though Ruger knew he was missing something, it was pretty clear what the Dark Lord was trying to convey, and it went something like this: "Watch yourself, Colonel, because I know something you don't." "Let's begin," said Sarnova.
A man leading a horse approached Ruger and offered the darkling its reins.
Have you ridden before? Sarnova asked. Not since they called me the demon of the Mississippi.
Though Ruger hadn't made a close inspection of the other horses, this one looked to be the runt. Small and shifty, it was the color of bad milk and didn't smell much better, this as opposed to Sarnova's beautiful black stallion.
It didn't matter.
Ruger had ridden much worse. He shoved a foot in the stirrups and threw himself into the saddle.
Well? Asked Sarnova. How is he?
Ruger started to answer, then realized that Sarnova had an ulterior motive for asking the question. She's not much to look at, Ruger said, playing along.
You're right. Sarnova turned to De Soto. Colonel, get down off there. You and Ruger are trading. You've got to be kidding, my lord. It's not right that my successor rides a mount of inferior breed.
De Soto glared at Ruger, who said nothing. For a long moment, the colonel refused to move, but at last he climbed down from his horse and they switched. Sarnova seemed pleased, and when he nodded to Ruger it was a gesture of thanks, which interested Ruger. He didn't know quite why, but it was obvious that De Soto and his king detested each other.
How's that one?
Asked the Dark Lord.
Ruger patted his big brown horse on the neck. Much better. Good. Now we have a chore to do.
As Ruger had expected, it was much colder outdoors. What surprised him was the moat. Its waters were hot and boiling, giving off a ghostly heat that stripped the winter of its chill. It had been fashioned, he realized, out of a hot water spring. Unlike many moats, it didn't surround the castle, as the wide ledge that led up to the castle doors was the only level ground connected to the structure. The fortress was actually built into the wall of the mountain. Two sides of it bordered the precipice, one was completely buried in the mountain, and the fourth, the face of the castle as was originally intended, fronted the ledge. For its part, the ledge, probably 100 feet wide at its broadest point, wound its way around the mountain and ended on the far side. To ensure that an invading army could not penetrate the fortress, the moat was constructed and stocked with all sorts of vicious creatures, only some of which were mortal. Even as he watched, Ruger saw movement beneath the surface and was tempted to ask one of the knights what manner of beasts lived there. Before he could phrase the question, the Dark Lord gestured for Ruger to come to his side, and Ruger obliged. When Ruger glanced back over his shoulder, he saw the other knights slow their mounts, giving him and their king privacy. "Cold?" asked the king, as they left the moat behind.
I'm fine. Can I ask you a question? About the moat? It's got some interesting points to it that you can't really tell from here. Not that. What I want to know is, well, what do I call you? I refuse to call you Lord. You're not my king.
And you're not my familiar, so I can't call you Blackie like Carker does.
And I'm not exactly your enemy, so I can't call you Blackie in the derogatory way your detractors do. What does that leave us? Why don't you just call me Roche? Is that something you can live with?
Roche, Ruger said, trying it out.
Roche. Yes, it will do. As long as we're on the topic, what do I call the man who's going to be my successor shortly? Ruger sounds too formal. That's my name. What's your first name? That's personal.
You're superstitious, Ruger.
Knowledge is power, yes, but the whole idea that names are related to power is antiquated. Roche Sarnova isn't the name you were born with, was it? I guess it wasn't, at that. But I will tell you that name, if you'd like. I don't want to know.
Listen, Roche, you seem like an okay guy, but as far as I know you had my best friend killed, so let's not start taking showers together just yet.
Ruger, I'm tired of this. I didn't have Ludwig killed. Then help me find out who did. I am. That's what this trip is all about. What do you mean? You were using the Libertarian Army to find his killer, right? That was part of it. You might just need that army yet to continue the quest.
As it stands, that army is about to die. The reason I brought you out here is to save Melissoel, Jean-Pierre, and the Army of Liberty itself.
What are you talking about?
A creature called the Sabo.
As the
Funhouse of the Forsaken performed the last half of the night's show, Sophia helped the crew backstage. Mainly she just let the props master order her around, which meant that the larger portion of her responsibilities dealt with moving stuff.
Though it wasn't very rewarding work, she found it therapeutic.
For the past few days, she'd been relieving her frustrations out on Dirk, the well-proportioned male she'd bought off the auction blocks, which under normal circumstances would have been all she required, but for some reason helping Claude's crew filled a void she hadn't realized in herself before. Nevertheless, she was running a little ragged by the last half of the show, which is when Claude, in costume, walked over to her while she was transporting a small wooden hill and shook his head in frustration. "Torque and Rico have gone missing," he said, scratching his scalp with one of his 4 hands.
"You seen em?" "Who?" "Torque and Rico, you know them. Remember, last night?" "Oh, right. The extras. Well, they're supposed to be in a scene coming up, but they're nowhere to be found. They're probably off doing a few lines." "Nope. Already thought of that one." "Well, they're around. I think I saw them just a few minutes ago." He placed 2 of his hands on his hips in a somewhat resigned gesture. "Soph, they're gone. The worst thing is, we can't find Kaifong or Vance either. All 4 VE just up and disappeared. That doesn't make any sense." He used his 4th hand to reach out and grab one of hers. Holding it tenderly, he said, "I've got a bad feeling about this, and I don't want you back here with all these dark corners." "You're being silly." "It doesn't change the fact that something's going on, and whatever it is, I don't want you close by if it happens again. Go in the dressing room and find someone to get you a costume. I want you out there, on stage, where there'll be witnesses." "Is this a promotion?" "That's up to Max. If you do good as an extra, maybe he'll let you read a few lines for him. Problem is, though." She nodded. "I can't be a star because I'm not a freak." Talk about reverse discrimination. Patting her on the thigh, he said, "Get dressed, doll. At the party tonight, we'll hook up. Till then, watch your back, okay?" By the time Claude had sauntered off to get made up, her mind had become engaged in thoughts very unlike the Sophia he knew. They were primal and they were dark, and they were very, very cold. Ruger and Sarnova stopped before a large boulder, twice the height of the Darkling even on horseback. They'd gotten here by following the ledge as it wound around to the other side of the mountain, where it became a trail. The far side of the mount, which Ruger had always envisioned to be just as sheer and stark as the one in which the castle was planted, was characterized by wooded areas and a more gentle slope. In some places, there had been rockslides, and if appearance was any judge, these avalanches were regular occurrences. Ruger could see older layers of rocks buried beneath the newer ones. In some places, certain rock formations that in the past had prevented an avalanche from going any farther didn't look as if they would survive much longer. However, in one place, a large boulder seemed to have withstood the onslaught. Half buried in a short, steep slope itself half covered in scree, it stuck out proudly. "So behind that stone is a tunnel that leads into the catacombs?" Ruger said. "That's the secret entrance?" Off Sarnova's nod, he added, "And somewhere between this entrance and the catacombs is this creature of yours. The Sabo." Ruger lit a cigarette and leaned back in his saddle, savoring being outdoors. It was cold, but at the same time he wished Danielle could be here to see it with him. The snow-covered mountaintop with misty white peaks glimmering through the pale veil all around was quite beautiful. Hard to imagine that just behind that boulder lurked a terror even Roche Sarnova seemed in awe of. "Tell about this thing," he said. For some reason, that relaxed the Dark Lord. "Here's the story. The Sabo, which is what I first heard it called, although I don't think it calls itself anything in particular, is not like anything you've ever experienced before. It's a living maze." "I don't understand." "The Sabo not only creates the maze, but it lives in the labyrinth, is a part of it." "I've never heard of such a thing," Ruger said. "It's intelligent, but not like we are. Its mind doesn't process information the same way ours do. In a way, it's kind of insectal. To it, we're just food." "Even you?" "No," the Dark Lord said. "I'm the one that rescued it. Without me, humans would have discovered it and destroyed it. It's their way, not that I blame them, at least in this. But when I saw humanity becoming so spread out, and especially at the first hint of mass media, I had the Sabo brought here to begin a new labyrinth. Here it would be safe and I could keep an eye on it. It's ambitious, don't let it fool you. It would make itself known to humanity, as it did once before." "What happened then?" "Long story. The point is that, no matter how strong it is, humans could find a way to destroy it, and if they didn't, it would be to their detriment. So I brought it here, figuring I could use it to guard my emergency escape route." "What is it, exactly? What does it live off of? Blood, brain fluid, hearts, flesh, semen, what?" "Fear." "Fear? From what I know about it, yes," said Sarnova. "That's why it creates the maze. To trap its victims, right. Then what? Does it just let them run around, trying to find their way out until they die?" "Sometimes. Usually the parasites get to them first." "The parasites. They're creatures that live within the labyrinth and feed off of the people that get trapped there. The Sabo allows them only because they enhance the fear of its victims." Ruger frowned. This is where the libertarians will try to enter the castle. Yes. Can I see it? No. If you enter it with me, it would assume you to be my ally and in the future would leave you unharmed if you try to use it. You don't trust me. Not a bit. Is that what you came out here to tell me, that you don't trust the man you want to be your heir? Ruger said.
I wanted to tell you about the Sabo so that you would realize the danger the libertarians are in.
After that, you'd leave some signal to warn them off.
So, Ruger said slowly, on the strength of what you've just told me, the existence of a creature you won't allow me to examine, you expect me to call off the attack against you, the one thing that if successful might get you to answer the truth about Ludwig's death.
Is that right?
The Sabo will kill them, Ruger. It's your duty to your friend and her army to lead them away from a trap, which is exactly what the Sabo is.
The last time I entered it, the labyrinth was 8 stories tall and very wide, and full of parasites. Ruger passed a hand across his face. I need to see this thing.
With a snap of his fingers, the Dark Lord summoned a knight, who held the reins of his reserve horse. With a slight bow, the knight handed the reins to his king and withdrew. Ruger could see Colonel De Soto on his stumpy horse, and though the faceplate of his helmet concealed the colonel's expression, Ruger could feel the man's scowl nonetheless. For his own reasons, De Soto didn't like this knight displaying such deference to Roche Sarnova, even though the knights as a whole seemed to hold the colonel in some regard. Unsmiling, Sarnova examined the animal for a moment, then turned his eyes on Ruger. This horse will go into the tunnel, where it will be killed inside the Sabo. If you let yourself see through its eyes, you'll catch a brief glimpse of one of the strangest creatures in our realm.
The only one of its kind that I know of. He gestured to the boulder. Would you like to do the honors?
Ruger hesitated. On the one hand, he knew that he could lift the rock, but on the other he wasn't so sure he wanted the Dark Lord to know what he was capable of.
Ruger, said Sarnova, who looked slightly amused. You don't have to pretend around me.
Besides, I'd expect any shade worth his salt to be able to lift it. Ruger used his mind thrust to roll the big stone out from where it was lodged, and as it rolled forward, it displaced smaller rocks, which tumbled over each other like pups fighting over a teat. They kicked up a cloud of snow and dust, momentarily obscuring the slope. As this cloud died down, a thin ring of black appeared behind the boulder, hinting at the tunnel beyond. Ruger let the rocks settle for a few seconds, then lifted the boulder high into the air, over the heads of the assembled knights, and as the rock passed over, it temporarily blocked out the night sky. He could feel other psychic talons hovering close by just in case he decided to set his payload down on the king. Using all the grace he cared to grant the job, Ruger placed the boulder in the middle of a large nest of bushes.
Well done, said Sarnova. Ruger blew out a stream of smoke.
If we're going to kill the poor horse, let's do it now before I have to think too long about it. Here goes. The animal crept up to the mouth of the tunnel, now revealed as a hole 10 feet in diameter, and hesitated before entering. Throwing down his cigarette, Ruger extended his mind into that of the animal and prodded it forward, into blackness.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Max and Claude were livid over the disappearance of their employees.
The vanishing act meant that inexperienced people like Sophia had to be promoted just to ensure that things ran at all. Nevertheless, she enjoyed taking a more active role, despite the fact that she didn't really know what the hell she was doing. And though her part, if it could be called that, was so meager it might as well not have been at all, she felt a rush of adrenaline at performing in front of a large number of people. It wasn't something she'd done in quite a while. When the show ended, to the great relief of everyone, audience included, she joined hands with the rest of the cast and crew and bowed.
The clapping wasn't overwhelming, but it was there.
When the curtains closed for the final time, no one shouted for an encore. Afterwards, Sophia helped the rest of the troupe clean up, a procedure which seemed slow and ever more depressing as the realization of what had happened sunk into the collective consciousness of the troupe and its hangers-on. When the cleanup was complete, the mood seemed to shift to the satisfaction of just being alive. By the time she slipped back into her party clothes for the now famous post-show blowout, which had become a nightly event in the castle, the general mood had ripened into anticipation. The troupe and its groupies migrated upstairs to the warren of rooms they occupied, and Sophia saw that her group wasn't the first to arrive, but it quickly became apparent that tonight's celebration would be delayed if it occurred at all. The rooms were now a crime scene. At the entrance, several castle guards interviewed those who had arrived early and allowed themselves to be cornered. Those that had had the foresight to evade the guards wandered in and out of the main doorway, talking amongst themselves. Of these, Maximilian seemed the most moved, although he channeled his emotion into anger. Sophia marched up to him until she was so close that her presence forced him to forget exactly what he'd been yelling about to the unfortunate underling at his side. Quick to recognize that an escape was possible, the underling disappeared into the general milieu.
What the fuck's going on? Sophia demanded.
Max led her through the busy doorway and down several tunnels. After several twists and turns, she said, "Damn it, Max, let go of me." Without breaking stride, he complied and kept plowing forward through a thickening sea of people. Sophia, pausing only for a moment, followed. She smelled blood ahead. Pushing her way through the last small archway, she entered the room from which all the activity stemmed. This room was more rectangular than domed or rounded, as were most of the rooms, and apparently the main reason why this room had been chosen was that it had more corners than the others. Max reached out his hand. Taking it, she stepped to his side and viewed the carnage in silence. Torque, one of the missing extras, hung grotesquely from the center of the room, blood congealing on the floor below him. Whoever had done this to him had somehow stretched his limbs in a most unnatural way so that, though his torso was mostly intact, his hands were nailed into two, respectively, upper, facing corners of the room. His feet were nailed into the lower corners. The effect was to give his limbs an almost rubber or root-like quality. Of course, they couldn't really be as long as they appeared. Whoever had done this must have added some extra bones to flesh out the illusion. Other, more subtle, if that is a word that had any bearing here whatsoever, atrocities had been committed to his being, but the Ice Queen chose not to see them. "This is all your fault, you know," Maximilian said. "Fuck you, Max. Don't play dumb with me, Soph. We both know who did this, and the reason why. Because we did you and the albino a favor. From what I've heard, he didn't have to twist your arm. All you wanted was Vistrat's blood." His head darted around like a snake's, making sure no one was within earshot, and he hissed, "That's right, sweets. That's all I wanted. I didn't want to piss off the last of the roving balaclava." "Well, friend, it looks like they're pissed off, all right. And this is probably just for starters. After all, Torque was only one of 4. He squeezed her hand, hard. 8. She reciprocated the pressure on his hand until, with a gasp, he released her. 8? She said. They didn't stop with Vance. "And it's not just me they're mad at, sister. Have you taken a look at this fucking room?" "Yes." She was the Ice Queen, and her voice was like ice at its most treacherous, almost to the point of breaking. "It's my room," she said. "And up until tonight, it was also Danielle's." Chapter 19. Very slowly, the horse stepped through the tunnel, taking extra care because the surroundings were so dark. Suddenly, light appeared up ahead in the form of 2 torches jutting from the rock wall on both sides of a large, round, metal door, if such it could be called. To Ruger, it almost looked like a vertical manhole cover, except for the fact that it was much wider and covered by all sorts of elaborate inscriptions, ancient runes, he knew. Warnings, most likely. The only thing the door lacked was a handle of some sort. Removing himself from the mind of the horse for a moment, Ruger turned to Sarnova and said, "What's the door for?" Sarnova, who had also been seeing through the eyes of the animal, blinked a few times and said, "To keep the sabot in, of course. Surely it can tunnel around the door." "Not with the spells that the door enforces." Ruger raised an eyebrow. "Spells?" Next Sarnova would be telling him stories of wizards and witches. Dragons, too, probably. Ruger didn't put much stock in such things. He'd run into a few sorcerers in the Abunka underground, but they were charlatans, one and all, surely, if not always entirely human. And though he was familiar with telekinesis and the like, he knew these to be mere powers of the mind, whereas a belief in actual magic symbolized a leap of faith that he wasn't willing to take. Seeing the look of skepticism on his face, Sarnova said, "It's okay to believe, Ruger. I wish I could. You can't tell me that the sacred pillars of the Sahara never aroused your curiosity. And our own pools of pleasure? I suppose. You've been confronted with the truth many times, Ruger. You've just never consciously acknowledged it. Are you trying to tell me that magic is real? I'm not telling you, I'm showing you. Next you'll be telling me elves and dragons exist, too." Actual mischief, twinkled in Sarnova's eyes. "Maybe I'll show you them, as well." Ruger tried, but not very hard, to hide his impatience. "Is that the sole reason for the door, to keep the sabot in?" "It's also to keep lesser creatures from entering through this side. When I want to feed the sabot, I send humans in from the front way. This portal is primarily used by the Sangrosanks, and they want to keep it that way." "You mean only a Kavasari can open the door?" "No. A strong shade of any species could get the job done. Would you like to test your strength?" "Not really. Still tired from the last one, I bet." Ruger said nothing. He would not be goaded into wearing himself out. Not only had he been recently bled and starved, but now the Dark Lord was getting him to do taxing psychic tricks, making him weaker than he'd been to start with. Whatever was going on, Sarnova didn't want him at his peak. "You go ahead, Roche. I think I'll sit this one out." He let himself drift back into the mind of the horse, let the animal's eyes show him the bright torches and the ancient, circular door. The metal disc rolled to one side, disappearing into a slot carved into the wall and leaving a tunnel in its wake. Though torches burned along the walls in different places, the horse could not see very far down the tunnel, as the first major twist appeared after about 30 feet. From Ruger's side, he heard Roche Sarnova say, "Shall we?" On the one hand, Ruger hated to send the horse to its death, but it might be just this sort of morality on which the Dark Lord depended. If Sarnova was bluffing and there was no sabot, then that changed things radically, whereas if the king were telling the truth, Ruger would have to call off Malier's attack, which probably wasn't a bad idea anyway. Nonetheless, he had to know for sure whether or not Sarnova spoke the truth. If Ruger could actually trust the Dark Lord, that in itself could make a world of difference to upcoming events. "Proceed," he said. The horse moved forward. As it rounded the bend, several large archways opened to either side. The horse passed them nervously. Soon the main corridor spilled out into another, larger tunnel, leaving the horse to decide which way to go, right or left. It chose right. However, after passing many other archways, this new avenue turned out to be nothing other than a cul-de-sac. Partially guided by the mind of Roche Sarnova, the animal made its way back to one of the archways it had passed and passed under it, slowly. Torches blazed along the stone walls at uneven spaces, throwing eerie light on the scene. None of the parasites that Sarnova had spoken of presented themselves, but perhaps they were waiting for the right moment. At any rate, the horse only grew more anxious, and since Ruger was in its mind, goosebumps sprang up all along his arms. He could even feel a few beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. To distract himself, he started examining the labyrinth in greater detail. It was elaborate and larger than he would have thought it to be. Twice the horse passed ramps that led up to different levels of the maze, and, once Ruger glimpsed a large spiral staircase that led who knows where. Perhaps it could deliver someone to all 8 stories of this labyrinth, if it was that large. Later on, the horse crossed over a narrow bridge, below which roared an angry red river. Large hungry shapes moved in its waters. The horse wandered into a part of the maze where the walls were no longer stone, but damp and earthen. In fact, the tunnel seemed as if it had been formed by a giant worm tearing right through a sea of mud, which for all Ruger knew was quite possible. Before he could ask the king why the earthen tunnels didn't simply collapse, some large dark creature shot out of the ceiling directly ahead of the horse and plummeted down toward the muddy floor, which opened before it. The thing vanished, and the hole closed up behind it, leaving what looked to be solid ground behind. In the brief moment that Ruger had to observe the creature, he had seen a large worm-like beast with fins and tendrils and a large gaping mouth, surrounded by bristles like those of a catfish, which the thing vaguely resembled. Its mouth sported scores of large sharp teeth that would have scared even the most monstrous of fish, though. Snorting in fear, the horse leapt back, shivering. In the outside world, Sarnova shouted to Ruger, "That was a parasite. One of many. I call them mud sharks. Why didn't it eat the horse? The sabot wouldn't allow it, the horse isn't scared enough to have satisfied it. Yet. So the sabot can control these parasites? To an extent. Here, this horse isn't going anywhere without a jumpstart. Let me give it a spur." The animal forgot its fear and started off down the tunnel once more, leaving Ruger time to think about what he'd just seen. Had he just seen proof of the sabot's existence? Maybe. If he had, perhaps he should cancel this expedition and allow the horse to turn around. At least then it would have a fighting chance. Before he could explore this option further, he heard something large moving behind him, rather, behind the horse. The animal swiveled. With the dim light, neither Ruger nor the horse could really appraise the new creature in any detail, but whatever the assailant was, it was large. Gargantuan. A countless number of arms that sprouted from its rotting flank propelled the new arrival swiftly down the passageway. The creature stunk. Fetid and unhealthy, like the air of a mass grave. Ruger tried to force the horse to look a moment longer, but his psychic tricks couldn't overpower the animal's fear. It turned and bolted down the corridor. Without bothering to extricate himself from the horse's mind, Ruger shouted to Sarnova, "What the hell is that?" "I don't know." "What do you mean, you don't know? Is that one of the parasites or not? It's something I've never seen before." Bolting down corridor after corridor, the horse struggled to outpace the monster, who followed. "Faster," Ruger urged, suddenly hoping that the horse made it. He'd seen what he needed to. The horse ran hard. Sweat lathered it. Constantly, its instincts told it to dart into one of the archways, but its velocity was so great that stopping would have taken too long. It did encounter many forks, and in each case it chose the right path, perhaps at Sarnova's prompting. It never lost the creature that pursued it. The thing with all the arms could be heard scrambling even over the animal's heavy breathing. The horse stumbled out into a large domed chamber, maybe 150 feet high at its highest point. This was not the only tunnel that led into this room. In fact, a quick inspection showed at least 24 dark archways. Countless chains fell from the earthen ceiling, a few coming almost all the way to the floor. From several of the chains that ended maybe 50 feet off the floor, rusted cages dangled from large hooks. To Ruger, they almost looked like bird cages, except they were large enough to hold a man. Even in the dim light, he could see the remains of several human bodies. So this is where they come, he thought. The parasites drive them into this room or others like it, and the humans use the chains to get up to those cages, where they stay until they die. Meanwhile, the Sabo soaks up their fear like a sponge. The horse darted into the center of the chamber, where it started circling nervously. The thing that had chased it here hadn't yet made itself visible to its prey, perhaps because the light was somewhat brighter here. Fins rose from the ground around the horse's feet. Maybe 10 fins in all, they started circling the horse like sharks. Those are the dorsals of things like the one we saw a while back, Sarnova said. Each about a yard high, the fins sprouted from large swells below the muddy floor. Presumably the parasites were the cause of those swells. As they circled the horse, the animal reared and lashed the air with his hooves. When that didn't work, it bolted 20 feet to the side. The shapes beneath the mud followed. Again, they began circling. Sick to his stomach, Ruger said, when will it be scared enough for the Sabo to let them eat it? Before Sarnova could reply, a large strange shape emerged from one of the archways. Without a doubt, Ruger knew it to be the thing that had chased the horse into this room, the creature that had forced this confrontation. It was infinitely larger than the mud sharks and configured much differently. It was composed of at least 30 human and immortal bodies which had been threaded together and molded in such a way as to create a whole new entity, a being with countless arms and legs and tails and faces and mouths and thousands of teeth, some jutting from the snapping jaws of werewolf heads, or heads even more monstrous. The bodies were those of zombies. Amorphous, the creature seemed able to form many different body designs. It had been in its long worm-like form, but now it bunched up to become a towering predator with several long, many-jointed legs and arms, something like a titanic scorpion minus the tail. And there, amidst all the squirming body parts, a mouth shone wetly, its 3 tongues dripping slaver to the floor. Fashioned from different parts of many anatomies, the maw stretched almost 5 feet across, and its teeth would have made even a mudshark cringe. Ruger knew instantly that this thing didn't belong in the world of the Sabo, not like the sharks did. It was of the graveyard, of a world in which art and death were inextricably linked, and it was definitely a work of art, no matter how surreal it might appear. "God damn it," shouted Sarnova, apparently realizing it, too. "How the hell did they get in here?" From behind, at least behind their human bodies, Ruger was beginning to grow disoriented. Colonel De Soto said, "You'd better not be shouting at me, my lord. You're the one who allowed those 2 to return." He had been monitoring the horse's progress, too, then. "I was counting on you to keep them from getting up to their old tricks," Sarnova said. "I'm holding you accountable." Still some mudsharks circled the horse, but most were swarming toward the invader. Ruger had no question as to how the balaclava would have found the Sabo in their underground travels, but why would they choose to invade it? Of course, the answer was obvious. "They like the labyrinth," he said aloud. "What was that?" Sarnova asked. "The balaclava. They told us how they like labyrinths. They want this place to be their own." "They're out of luck," Sarnova said. "This is my land and the Sabo is under my protection. The way I see it, there are more balaclava in the world than there are creatures like the Sabo. Younger and Yagoda are expendable." Ruger started. "Are you implying that there are other things under your protection?" "Oh, there are plenty, but now isn't the time to go into that. Regardless, the balaclava are laying claim to a valuable piece of my land, and I won't allow it. If they want to fight over a piece of real estate, they're free to do it somewhere else." From behind, De Soto said, "What are you going to do about it?" "I'm going to get you and your men to enter the Sabo and extricate them, and if the balaclava aren't there you will at least destroy any animals they've made in their spare time." "Animals?" "They may call it art, but it's not art when the people they made that thing from are my subjects." "Organize a party and see to it. Now." After a beat, Sarnova said, "No. Let's see if the Sabo's parasites can finish this thing off first." With what sounded like a sigh of relief, the colonel said, "Fine." Meanwhile, the mudsharks began circling the corpse monster, the collage, as Ruger would later call it, he, and everyone else in the castle. The collage didn't need to rotate in order to track its enemies, as the horse had to do, and was still doing, because it sported a plethora of eyes, and just about everything else, too. As the first shark lunged out of the mud to snap at one of the monster's legs, the collage slashed a claw-like appendage through the air and caught the body of the shark in its pincers. Slowly, it began to squeeze. Blood and guts sprinkled the ground in a meaty rain. The abomination raised the worm shark to its primary mouth and began to eat, while human arms that were arrayed about the orifice helped it devour every morsel. The rest of the sharks kept circling. Another parasite, ignoring the collage altogether, struck at the horse, and in the process ripped open the animal's side. As it began to bray in terror, a third and fourth shark burst out of the ground and brought the animal to its knees. Ruger drew himself out of the dying mind of the animal and blinked his eyes, readjusting to the outside world. "Damn," he said, and lit a cigarette.
"Not what you expected?" Sarnova asked, also shaking himself.
"I take it that wasn't a scheduled part of the trip."
"No.
Although, some facts are starting to come together."
"Such as?"
"That's right, you probably didn't hear about all the slaves Younger and Yagoda bought at the auction yesterday night."
"No.
I assumed they'd use the humans as food or play, or, possibly, incorporate them into a piece of art of some kind."
"Stationary art. But this?
What they've made is part Frankenstein and part Salvador Dali painting. I know from the number of slaves they bought that they probably built more than one of those things. Or at least a variant."
Sarnova scowled. After some thought, he said, "You really think all they want is the maze? There's no ulterior motive?"
Ruger smoked his cigarette for a minute in silence. All about him, snow fell in a light flurry, settling onto the armor of the knights. "I don't know, Roche," he said. "From what I've been told, they have an alliance with Kirnavar. So now they're allied with a potential successor to the throne and are at this very moment trying to take over the secret entrance to the castle."
Sarnova nodded. "It's a power play. I don't know what they're doing, but they have an agenda. Count on it."
Ruger shifted in his saddle. "There's something we're overlooking."
"Go on."
"They must have sensed us in that horse's mind, or at least known that you were the one that sent it in there, which means that they're not trying to keep what they're doing a secret. They didn't have to send that thing after the horse.
They wanted you to know."
For a long time, Roche Sarnova sat astride his big black horse, staring into the tunnel, and Ruger did not interrupt him. After a few minutes, the darkling flung his cigarette but to the snow-covered ground, and the movement seemed to snap the king out of his trance.
"Do you now believe in the Sabo?" Roche Sarnova said. "Is it magical?"
"I don't know, not really.
Basically, it's a psychic vampire.
It feeds on terror, can't grow strong without causing fear. When it's strong, it can manifest itself in a number of ways when it wants to communicate with you on a person-to-person basis."
"You have a psychic connection with it?"
"Let's just say that if I need to talk to it, I can.
Usually our psychic connection is just a means by which to set up a meeting. Are these meetings regular events?"
"No, but sometimes it just needs a little company, which I don't mind."
"I find it to be an interesting being on many levels."
Ruger realized that was supposed to be a joke.
"On many levels."
Smiling a little, he said, "How do you meet it?"
"For starters, I must come alone.
Although sometimes it doesn't mind if I bring a guest.
It's a moody bastard. I want to meet it."
"Out of the question.
Especially now. Don't you get it? There's a war going on in there. The Balaclava are trying to take it over. Anyway, we're not going in there tonight. Not even to fight them. The Sabo is strong. Maybe it will do the work for us. They may have bitten off more than they can chew."
"You hope.
Will you agree to call off Melisawel's attack? You can see that she'd only be heading into a trap, whether it be that of the Sabo or the Balaclava."
"Why do you care so much if the libertarians get lost in the Sabo and eaten by parasites, or rot in those cages?
Or, for that matter, get killed by the Balaclava's new toy? Last I heard, they were your enemies."
"They were.
They are.
But if I could only speak to Ludwig's widow, I could convince her of my innocence."
Ruger remembered Gavin's death. "She's not easily convinced. She would believe the truth, wouldn't she?" "She might. You'll have to ask her."
"If she was convinced of my innocence, maybe I could persuade her to join me in my fight against Subair and the other traitors." Ruger saw a man that needed help badly.
Needed an ally.
But if that's what he expected of Melisawel, he was sadly mistaken, Ruger thought. Still, something about the nakedness of the king's eyes made Ruger feel for him.
"Fine," he said. "I'll call off the attack." ****. It wasn't hard to do.
Sarnova had planned ahead for this event, had brought along several wooden boards and posts to nail them to. On one of these boards, Ruger wrote, "It's a trap," Malie with a black marker, and then scrawled a big L underneath the message. Around the L, he drew a circle. This was to authenticate the message. He nailed the board to a post and planted the post just inside the tunnel so that once Malie moved the boulder she would see the sign and lead her troops away. At least, so Ruger hoped. Once the task was accomplished, Sarnova moved the boulder back into its original position and turned to Ruger.
Thank you. I know this isn't how you'd planned it. It's better this way. The plan was foolish anyway. If you are Ludwig's killer, torturing you won't do much good, will it? You'd only say what you thought you wanted Malie to hear. Is that what Lord Carker did, when she had him? Ruger didn't know how to respond. After all, Carker had done what he'd had to do at the time, which was save Ruger and Jean-Pierre. Later, the hunter had turned his mind to saving his other closest friend, Roche Sarnova. In doing so, he'd betrayed Ruger, but Ruger wouldn't have been around to betray had Carker acted differently when Malie had him at her mercy. Ruger was all too aware of this, which is why he didn't bear any grudge against Carker. Carker never lost his dignity, Ruger said. Although, if he'd been willing to lose face to start with, he could have saved Gavin's life. He told me about that. You hold him responsible, not Malie so well? I hold them both responsible. What you have to understand about Malie is that she's not in her right mind. She's obsessed with avenging Ludwig's death. And you're not? Ruger would not be baited. Can we get the hell out of here? The sun's going to come up soon. Let's get a drink of water first. Whiskey would be better. If I had a lake of booze, you could have some, but I don't. However, there's a big pond just a little ways down the slope, and it's got some of the freshest water you'll ever taste. I'm not thirsty. You will be. Sarnova turned his horse and began leading his troops down the slope. With some reluctance, Ruger followed. Why did they have to have water right now? Sarnova wanted to show him something, it must be. Isn't that beautiful? The king said. Before them stretched a little valley, covered by snow and snow-laden trees, and in the center of it all was one of the biggest ponds Ruger had ever seen. Roche was right, it was more like a little lake. Miraculously, it wasn't frozen over, though the two streams that fed it were both covered by a layer of ice. What kept the pond from the same fate? Hot springs. If that were true, perhaps on some subterranean level it was connected to the moat on the other side of the mountain. Or maybe it was magic. Whatever the case might be, Ruger felt increasingly uncomfortable about the whole affair. He wanted to be in bed with Danielle. Bemused, he accompanied Roche Sarnova down the hill to the rocky shore of the little lake, and the knights followed. Sarnova stopped his horse and slid down, the clinking of his armor one of the only sounds that Ruger could hear throughout the entire valley. Well? The Dark Lord asked. Are you coming down or not? Do I have a choice? Come on, Ruger. What's to be afraid of? Ruger joined Sarnova on the ground, while the knights remained silent and mounted. Rooting through a satchel on his bag, the king brought out 2 large mugs and handed one to Ruger. What's wrong? Asked the king. We shouldn't be here. Sarnova patted him on the shoulder and offered an enigmatic smile that only served to make Ruger more tense, then knelt at the edge of the lake to fill up his mug. After a long sip, he beckoned Ruger to do the same. Once Ruger had taken a swallow of the water, he relaxed a little. Damn good, isn't it? Sarnova said. Yeah, Ruger admitted. It is. Leaning over, Sarnova examined his reflection in the still water and motioned for Ruger to follow suit. There they were, 2 vampires looking back at each other beneath the fading starlight. One wore a knight's armor with its visor raised so that all that could be seen was its olive-skinned face and big dark eyes that, once again, seemed slightly mischievous. The other shade reflected in the pool, with its gone eyes, unkempt dirty hair, unshaven face and many-zippered black leather jacket, seemed like it had been drug off the streets of New York just seconds before, and not one of the better streets. Aren't we a pair? Said the king. What will happen to the libertarians now? Ruger said suddenly. They'll tunnel until they get here so that you won't be able to see them, then pop up, find my warning, and leave at least, if things go according to plan. How do you expect to make contact with Malie? Let me worry about that when the time comes. Meanwhile, forget about them because you've done all you can to ensure their safety. Now it's Malie's problem. And mine. Leave it at that. Ruger stared into the eyes of Sarnova's reflection. Why did you bring me here? So that I could look at our reflections and have greater faith in the future of our partnership? Partly. I just wanted to get away from the castle for a while. I wanted to talk to you one-on-one to see if I'm making the right decision in choosing you to go up against Kiernavar. You could have gotten Carker to do it. He can play a mean game of chess, if you didn't know that already. True. I even talked to him about that, but he tells me that when you're focused you're a much better player than he is.
Also, he wouldn't have agreed to the terms. He has no reason to stake his life on the game, whereas you do.
I have the feeling there's something you're not telling me.
There is, of course.
What?
You'll see for yourself. But, well, Ruger, I've got a question for you first.
Yes? You know about my plan to win Immortals our own country? You know I do. Well, what do you think? I ask you this because I respect your opinion. Also, because I would have you as my heir. Ruger considered.
I'll tell you the truth, Roche.
I like the idea.
In fact, I think it's about time we stopped creeping around in the shadows, but I think you could have set your plan in motion with far less drama and risk. By announcing your plan to the Dark Council first and asking for their approval, I'm afraid you damned your vision to failure.
I don't agree.
The Dark Lord rose to his full height and shut the visor on his helmet.
As if on cue, the waters of the lake began to move.
Waves smacked the shore, bursting and drenching Ruger's pants.
He found the water surprisingly warm.
Something big, enormous, was rising from the depths, and fast. Ruger leapt back, wishing he had a suitable weapon, not simply guns.
What the hell was going on? The water in the center of the lake exploded. Some great beast leapt into the air, flapping massive reptilian wings.
For a moment, water vapor obscured the creature, but then its big leathery wings blew the mist away to reveal a being that Ruger recognized instantly, despite the fact that he'd never actually seen one.
Jesus fucking Christ, he said. It's a dragon. Chapter 20.
And a dragon it was, mottled green, golden scales running the length of its underside and smoke shooting out of its nostrils and from between the teeth of its great mouth. Beating its great wings to dry itself off, it roared once a big primal roar, then rose higher in the air. From the other side of the lake, behind a little ridge, Jean-Pierre watched it, but his expression did not show the same surprise that Ruger's did. He had always suspected that such creatures existed. Carker had often hinted that they did, even if he never gave a full accounting of where he gathered such knowledge. What the creature was doing here, however, Jean-Pierre could only guess at.
Of almost as much concern were the 40 armored knights. Obviously, they were from the castle, and the albino wasn't sure whether he should approach them or not.
His plan had been to enter through the Sabo, which knew him, and enter the castle in secrecy. He did not fear Roche Sarnova, but he did fear the reaction of the king's men.
Might they think him a libertarian spy and kill him, or toss him into the dungeons? Best to avoid them. And the dragon. That was most certainly to be avoided as well.
Confused, cold, hungry and weary, Jean-Pierre couldn't process all the information he saw before him. With a curse, he dropped below the ridge and out of sight.
Asterisk. Ruger stared, uncomprehending.
On some level, he could accept the existence of the Sabo because he knew that there were supernatural things in this world of which he had no knowledge. He had always been proud of the fact that his mind was open to new ideas, to new ways of thinking and being, but there was no way in hell he was prepared to accept the existence of dragons. Yet there before him. In that moment, all his years of skepticism eroded in one colossal landslide, leaving him breathless and disoriented. All thoughts emptied from his head to make room for one big fact.
Dragons existed. Magic existed. He prepared for battle. From behind his visor, as if reading Ruger's mind, Sarnova said, "Do you believe me now?"
Ruger dropped his mug, unbuttoned 3 of the buttons on his shirt and, reaching both hands inside, withdrew 2 9mm Berettas. They were big pistols, but somehow he doubted that they'd be very effective against a dragon. Nevertheless, they were better than nothing. As he watched, the green-scaled Leviathan flew toward the far side of the lake, and for a moment Ruger feared it would leave before he got a chance to observe it a little longer, but then the dragon angled along the curve of the shore. If it continued along the perimeter of the lake, it would arrive above Ruger's location in about a minute. The Dark Lord, still as a glacier, stood planted on the rocky shore, a large sword gripped in both hands. Behind his king, Colonel de Soto issued orders to his men. Several of the knights dismounted and dug equipment out of their satchels. As if they'd been preparing for this event, they started assembling various weapons, probably brought along in case of an attack by the libertarians. There were RPGs, big machine guns, disposable missile launchers, shotguns. Ruger squinted and took aim with both pistols. As of now, the dragon wasn't much more than a dark blot against the stars, but even at a distance its sparkling green shone magnificently. The golden glare off its underside was just discernible. Part of the Darkling hoped that this creature would live up to its legend, that it was bloodthirsty and savage, but another part wanted a more peaceful confrontation, or better yet, no confrontation at all. The creature was certainly beautiful to look at. Over the barrels of his weapons, Ruger saw the sleek winged serpent follow the curvature of the lake until it was aimed straight at the party of immortals. "Come on," he whispered. "Don't make me shoot you."
Behind him, he heard De Soto ask Sarnova, "Well, my lord? Should we fire on it or not?"
"No," said Sarnova.
"Let's see what it does first." The creature angled itself so that it bore directly down on the knights and their lord. When it was about 100 feet away, it started breathing fire. Having no protection against flame, Ruger leapt into the lake, firing his guns up at the dragon as he fell. Enveloping the war party in an orange blaze, the blast left the monster's mouth with such power that it knocked the knights off their mounts. For their part, the knights were protected by their armor, but their horses were not so lucky. By the time the cloud of flame had disappeared, half of the beasts lay smoldering on the ground. Mewling and crying out in pain, the rest of the animals ran about aimlessly, their bodies on fire even though their hearts still beat. The sound of their misery caused Ruger to adjust the aim of his weapons. Within seconds, all the horses were dead, even Sarnova's. Ruger reloaded. The dragon did not capitalize on the weakness of its prey, rather, it began circling the lake once more. As he watched it go, Ruger climbed out of the water and shook himself off while the knights picked themselves up and began assessing the situation. "God damn you," De Soto said to his king. "We should have fired." The Dark Lord, his once shiny armor now slightly charred, regarded his colonel for a moment. "Next time we will." During the respite, the knights, whose armor was now as blackened as their lord's, gathered the surviving weapons and prepared them for the monster's next pass. They didn't have long to wait. When the dragon was 200 feet away, 5 missiles struck out toward it. Although it was an easy shot, every single one went off course at the last second, swerving around the creature. "Shit," said De Soto. "It's fucking telekinetic. Come on, men, goddamn you. Keep firing." Ruger knew what was coming next, so he leapt back into the water just in time. The dragon unleashed another barrage of flame, again knocking the knights to the ground. The fire actually cooked several of them inside their suits of armor, Ruger saw when he stuck his head back up. This time the dragon wasn't going to simply pass over. It barreled down on the armored soldiers, who broke rank and started to scatter. The only one left was De Soto, tall and black in the middle of the carnage, issuing orders to the very end. The dragon seized the colonel in its rear talons and wrenched him off the ground. As he receded into the night, his screams grew fainter and fainter. Ruger dragged himself out of the water and plunged himself into a blackened pile of weapons, searching for one that still worked. He found a disposable missile launcher that looked like it ought to function, but by the time he had it to his shoulder, the dragon was gone. No, not gone. It was circling the lake once more. "Sorry, Colonel," he said. "Too bad you won't be missed." "Indeed," agreed Sarnova, just a few feet away. The king turned to his surviving men and said, "Spread out. The last thing we need is to bunch up. Get ready. This will be the final round." The knights, dazed and bleeding and weary, obeyed. For his part, Ruger lay down the missile launcher and just stood there by Roche Sarnova, silent, checking his pistols, which he placed back in their holsters before picking up the launcher once more. "By the way, thanks for killing my horse," Sarnova said. Ruger didn't waste energy replying. The dragon had almost completed its third circle of the lake, and it had transferred the still struggling body of Colonel De Soto from its rear talons to its fore talons. Before Ruger could question this action, the dragon brought De Soto up to its mouth, inserted the whole body of the colonel inside, armor and all, and swallowed. Another volley of missiles arced through the clear night sky toward the monster. Again, every single rocket went wide. This time, though, Ruger had let his mind follow the missiles and had ascertained that the party responsible for the telekinesis was not the dragon but an immortal somewhere nearby. So it has an accomplice. The beast unleashed another rain of fire. This time, instead of jumping in the water for protection, Ruger ducked behind a boulder. As the dragon passed overhead, he fired his missile and used his mind thrust to ward off the telekinetic powers of the beast's accomplice. The accomplice's powers were very strong, but whoever it was wasn't prepared for the Darkling's interference. The missile drove straight through the golden scales of the dragon's belly and exploded. For several lengthy seconds, the dragon kept flying despite the fact that the area below its ribcage was now vacant of the guts that at that moment were spilling down on the rocky shore of the lake. Finally, its wings stopped beating and the creature began a long slow dive toward a thickly wooded area bordering the body of water. Ruger ran after it. "Wait!" Sarnova called out. "What are you doing?" Ruger didn't know how to answer the king's question. There were probably many reasons why he was chasing the falling dragon. Sure, curiosity was a factor, a large factor, but what he found himself shouting back at the Dark Lord was, "Dragon blood!" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hot on the trail of the Leviathan, Ruger ran, the wind drying his clothes. The exercise felt good, even though his body was weary, but, more to the point, the fresh flow of blood to his brain forced him to re-evaluate the situation. Sarnova had hinted that he rescued endangered immortal things from the destructive hands of humanity. Surely a dragon fit this profile. Also, the Dark Lord had brought Ruger to the lake for a purpose. At the time, Ruger's arrogance had allowed him to assume that this purpose was related to him, but now he suspected otherwise. Sarnova had known about the dragon, which had appeared immediately after he'd lowered his visor. That had been its cue, or rather the cue of Sarnova's accomplice, who maybe wasn't so much of an accomplice as a psychic controller of the dragon. If that was so, then the controller and Sarnova were partners, which meant that the death of Colonel De Soto had been very deliberate. Ruger saw a cloaked figure disappear into the underbrush ahead of him, trying to beat him to the body of the dragon. The controller. It had to be. Pushing himself on, Ruger entered the woods and wove in and out of the knotted and snow-laden trees, his nostrils alive with the alien scent of dragon, like a blend of gold and honey and peaches and bronze and salt and power. Behind him, he could hear the metallic crashings of knights that had heard his call to dragon blood. He imagined Sarnova was somewhere close by. There, up ahead. He saw the cloaked figure again. It was a tall man, but with the hood concealing his face, Ruger could make no guess as to his identity. A clearing appeared through the trees, created only a minute ago by the plummet of the dragon. The large carcass lay belly up, steam from its enormous wound spilling into the air. The cloaked figure leapt onto one of the creature's legs and scrambled to its chest. The tall man put one of his own wrists to his mouth and tore into the big vein there. Blood welled up out of him, dropping onto the dragon. The fellow moved closer to the point where the cavity began and rained his blood into the wound, then he bit into his other wrist and let blood from it too fall into the place where the dragon's guts used to be. After a moment, Ruger thought he saw one of the monster's talons twitch. The man couldn't be trying to bring it back to life. Surely that was impossible, even though the creature was mighty, such a wound was bound to be mortal. Just as Ruger entered the clearing, the man leapt into the cavity and disappeared from sight. What was he doing in there, trying to hotwire the dragon back to life? Ruger jumped onto one of the forelegs and climbed onto the creature's chest, where the cloaked man had been just moments before. He stepped to the edge of the hole and peered down. What he saw was bizarre. The man, whoever he was, had immersed himself in what was left of the monster's entrails and was so completely embedded that Ruger couldn't make out his face. But he could see a lot of blood, and not all of it was from the dragon. The dragon shifted beneath Ruger. He spun to see the head of the great being lift off the ground by its strong neck muscles. The terrible head approached Ruger and gave the darkling a tired snarl. It seemed as if it was trying to work up a gout of flame but was too weak. Bam! Ruger felt the side of the creature's tail crash into his side and send him whirling to the ground. Gasping, he stared up at the sky. The dragon rolled over on its side and stood up, carefully. Then, with a few cautious flaps of its wings, it launched itself into the air. The dragon's great dark shape disappearing into the night was the last thing Ruger saw before he blacked out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He woke up to the taste of some strange exotic blood in his mouth. When he opened his eyes, he saw Roche Sarnova kneeling over him with a piece of dragon intestine in his hand, which he was twisting like a wet rag so that the blood and juices of the great beast dripped on Ruger's face. Tasty? Once Ruger had managed to sit up, the Dark Lord dropped the piece of flesh to the ground and patted him on the back. Ruger waved Sarnova away and wiped the blood off his face with the gloves Danielle had made him bring. With a groan, he stood. What happened? You don't remember? Sarnova said. Oh, I remember. I just want to know what happened. Scowling, he searched for his pack of cigarettes, but they were wet. He swore and faced the Dark Lord. I know what you did, he said softly. Maybe, Sarnova said. Now's not the time to discuss it. The sun's on its way up and we've got a long way to walk back. All about him, the knights were shedding the remains of their armor, tossing the charred hunks of metal to the ground. Roche Sarnova did the same. That done, the small war party ran at a swift pace back up the slope. They found the ledge, followed it around the mountain and crossed the drawbridge. Once inside the old courtyard, Sarnova told them all to get some rest and to meet him for a debriefing in 8 hours. Ruger felt certain that the king was giving them this much time on purpose so that they could spread the word of De Soto's death. But why? When the knights were gone, the king turned to Ruger and was about to say something when several castle guards stepped forward. Lord Sarnova, there's been a murder. Plus, 7 shades, part of the funhouse of the Forsaken's entourage, are missing and presumed dead. What happened? In one of the rooms that the funhouse of the Forsaken occupy, a man was discovered, dead and hung from the ceiling, or rather the corners of the room, in a strange fashion. Show me the pictures. As if he had been expecting this, the captain of the guard retrieved several Polaroids from a pocket and handed them to his king. Sarnova studied them, then tossed them to Ruger. Fucking balaclava, Sarnova said. First the sabot, now this. The sabot, my lord? The guard captain said. Never mind. Have you found the ones that did this, Younger and Yagoda? We're still searching. A couple of my men think they're hiding in the catacombs. Some are afraid to go down there after them, especially after all the slaves they bought, if you see what I mean? Them being Khaljids now, too. Your men are right. Limit your search to areas above the catacombs. Otherwise, you have my permission to do a full and exhaustive sweep of the castle. The captain just stared at his lord for a moment, and Ruger could imagine what the man must be thinking. Was the Dark Lord himself afraid of the balaclava? Without another word, the captain and his men retreated, leaving Sarnova and Ruger virtually alone in the old courtyard. I guess we have things to discuss, don't we? Said Sarnova. Yes. Very well. The Dark Lord led Ruger upstairs into his study. You can take off your clothes if you want. I promise I won't look. Ruger allowed himself a small smile, but declined the offer. Instead, he moved over to the large fireplace and let the heat dry his clothes. Unfortunately, as they dried they became stiff and uncomfortable. Sarnova prepared some coffee and handed Ruger a big mug for the third time that night. Thanks. The king added some liquor to his own mug. Want some? Please. So you think I had a hand in what happened back there? The king asked, once they were both drinking the enhanced coffee. A hand? That's one way of saying it. I think you masterminded the whole thing. Sarnova sighed and sank into his big armchair. I suppose you deserve to know what that was all about, but I hesitate to tell you. I don't want it to become common knowledge. If I tell you, you'll tell Danielle. I can accept that, but I want your assurance that it goes no farther than that. You have it, Roche. But make it quick. The sun is already up and she'll be worried about me. Here it is. A large percentage of my subjects have grown weary of the war. This you know. Further, you've probably heard rumors that a coup was in the works. Well, our dear Colonel de Soto was the leader of that movement. Luckily, I have a close friend in the Ambassador Mauchlery. Ever met him? Never had the pleasure. That's strange. You've been here enough times as to make your lack of acquaintance with him rather unusual. Anyway, I haven't met him. He's my oldest friend, and for good reason. He was able to get de Soto and company to elect him as their leader. In effect, he was the man they wanted to dethrone me. Still is, for that matter. But de Soto was pushing the ambassador for a fixed date. He wanted to depose me and end the war as quickly as possible. Sarnova closed his eyes for a moment. Obviously something had to be done about the colonel if I was to maintain my position. However, the problem was that de Soto had enough sway amongst his men as to make murdering him or imprisoning him tricky. You follow me? You needed him dead. Let's just say out of the way. But I couldn't let anyone know that I was responsible, otherwise, his men would either revolt or defect, and I couldn't have that. In fact, there could be no question about my involvement, because I require the complete loyalty of my troops. What I needed was to have him killed in plain sight of his own men. Thus I staged the little drama that you were so recently a part of. That dragon, as you may have surmised, wasn't acting on its own. It was one of several that I managed to capture many centuries ago when I realized that they were in danger of being utterly wiped off the face of the earth. Where do you keep them? Deep inside the mountain, where I keep the rest of my collection. Your collection? Sarnova shrugged. I didn't mean it quite that way. They're not mine, as such, but they wouldn't be here today without the refuge I had created for them. At any rate, the ambassador and I organized the dragon attack. Why a dragon? Don't you think that was a little over the top? How are you going to explain the dragon to your troops? I'll have my elite guards, those I've had to protect me for many years now, lay hints about the refuge. They know of the dragons, and of the refuge. Some refer to it as the zoo, but it's a word I dislike. I took you out there to be rid of Malie and dispatch de Soto. You used me. The king wet his lips once more. No, he said. The sabot is real and you did the right thing in warding off the libertarian attack. Believe me, I appreciate your help in that. But the part about you making Malie so well an ally. It wasn't a lie, if that's what you mean. No. I know what you mean. And I believe I know the reason you didn't want Malie to enter the sabot. Not because you wanted to keep her alive, but because you were afraid of her bringing nuclear weapons into your castle. Roche paused, then smiled a smile that was both guilty and unapologetic. I won't deny it. Truly, though, I'd like to make her an ally.
I've heard that before Ludwig's murder she was a good leader, one many admired, and I honestly would have liked to have someone of her fiber on my side, fighting against Subair. The problem is, how do I get in touch with her without getting any more of my men killed?
You didn't have a problem with the dragon killing your men. That was an accident.
I hadn't intended for the dragon to breathe fire.
Mockery should have kept a tighter grip on its mind. Your ambassador was its controller.
Right. Where were we?
You and Mockery killed De Soto. Actually, we wanted to capture him alive if possible. See, not all of the potential revolutionaries completely trust the ambassador. He isn't privy to all the inside information. Another revolution could have been brewing and he wouldn't have known about it.
Whereas the colonel would.
The Dark Lord scratched his jawline. You noticed that the dragon swallowed him whole?
It was to regurgitate him shortly thereafter and the interrogation would begin.
I see.
Then you come along with your goddamn supersonic mind thrust and kill the damned dragon, probably killing the colonel too despite our best efforts.
I'm sorry. Sarnova waved it away.
I hold no grudges. Except, of course, for the fact that Gethral, the dragon, is a friend of mine.
Don't ask. It's a long story.
What I want to know is how Mockery got the dragon back on its feet.
He's old and powerful and wise.
Besides, such dragons as Geth can't be killed by a single missile.
He looked like he was well on his way.
You placed a good shot.
I don't know how Francois revived him so quickly, my own bloods would have taken far longer to do the job.
To be honest, I don't know how Francois did it and I don't care.
I don't want Gethral to die.
And maybe, through some miracle, De Soto didn't die in the explosion and I can proceed to get some answers out of him.
I haven't heard back from the ambassador yet.
Until I do, I won't know if De Soto lived or died.
I can only apologize once. I'm not asking for an apology. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. I'd prefer a pack of cigarettes. After taking a deep breath, Sarnova said, I think I've covered just about everything. Go back to your room and tell Danielle you've just slain a dragon. Maybe she'll see something positive in it. I don't.
Anyway, we both need our sleep. Remember, tomorrow night Kernavar goes up against the last of my potential successors. If he wins, you're my final line of defense against insanity. Do whatever you need to do to get yourself focused. Ruger stepped away from the fireplace, immediately missing its warmth, and moved towards the door.
Ruger?
Sarnova called, and the Darkling turned. The king smiled, reached into a pocket and threw Ruger a pack of cigarettes. Lighting up, Ruger left him by the fire.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Once the dragon and the knights had disappeared, Jean-Pierre jumped down from the small ridge and made his way around the lake, careful to keep his eyes and ears alert for the slightest sound. There was only the wind and the lapping of waves against the shore. For the first time in a long while, he stopped to enjoy the beauty of the scene. This is the sort of thing Sophia would like. Taking in the sharp air, he soon found himself outside the entrance to the Sabo. He wasn't quite the spoonbender that Ruger was, but he had little trouble moving the big boulder that blocked his way. As he started into the darkness of the tunnel, he found an odd sign. It's a trap. What did that mean? Surely it was a reference to the Sabo itself, an entity the Libertarians had not been made aware of. By why had Castle soldiers been the ones to place it here? Surely Sarnova wanted the Libertarians to come this way because it was a trap. It made no sense. And what of the dragon? Jean-Pierre's powerful psychic sense had informed him that the dragon had been under the very strained thrall of an immortal, yet who could be powerful enough to control a dragon? Jean-Pierre wanted to shrug the questions off, to keep on going down the tunnel and into the maze he knew so well, but it was not that sort of urge that had kept him alive all these years. Above all else, he knew the right moments to be prudent, and he sensed that now was one of those times. He could not enter the castle through the Sabo. This was a nuisance, but he could handle it. He could always go around the ledge and enter the castle via the old courtyard. However, this presented two major problems. One, the sun was just coming up, and Jean-Pierre hadn't had enough to eat to properly mend his wounds. A hike up the ledge to the old courtyard would only allow the sun to grow higher and stronger. It was quite possible that, as sorely wounded as he was, the sun would kill him. Also, he wanted to create as little a stir as possible. He wanted to approach Karker and Sophia in stealth, find out what they knew and proceed from there. Caution seemed the word of the day. He left the tunnel and replaced the big boulder before the entrance. Looking about him, he considered his options. He needed to get into the castle. The dragon. Shit. Weak, it flew out from behind a shoulder of the mountain and struck for the lake. The dawn sun glistened on its green scales, glittering on the clusters of wicked horns and scraggly whiskers sprouting from its head. For a moment, Jean-Pierre was transfixed by its sheer size. Its wingspan alone must stretch 100 yards across, and from barbed tail to enormous head, it surely must be at least 400 feet. Only magic could keep such a heavy creature airborne, surely.
Karker had been right. The dragon looked tired, even deathly. Gore still dripped from the hole in its belly. Its wings beat slowly, laboriously. Jean-Pierre knew it wasn't a threat to him any longer, unless he was very, very stupid. It tucked its wings and barreled into the lake with such force that waves blasted the shore. Jean-Pierre didn't wait for them to subside before he made his decision. The dragon had risen from its depths. Surely it had come from some underground chamber that had an opening on the floor of the basin. From there would be a connecting tunnel up the castle. It was the only thing that made sense, inasmuch as it did, which would solve Jean-Pierre's most immediate problem. However, if it was true that the WIRM had risen from some underground location, did it mean that there were more dragons where that one had come from? Unexpectedly, that thought made Jean-Pierre smile. Dragons. Maybe, if the legends were true, he would find a hoard of gold and jewels for the taking. If nothing else, at least the adventure should prove diverting, and the water would shield him from the sun. Hopefully he wouldn't actually have to follow the dragon all the way down. In his current condition, he simply couldn't afford to engage even a dying dragon in combat. Also, he sensed that it was still under psychic control, and he had no wish to meet up with anyone that could control a dragon. Karker had hinted that they were very powerful, physically and mentally. And so it was that, with a smile on his face, Jean-Pierre dove below the rippling waters and made his way into the darkness at the bottom of the lake. At first, he couldn't see the dragon but could easily detect its blood in the water. The trail led to a large hole in the middle of the lake floor, partially hidden behind a rock wall. Jean-Pierre plunged into the opening, which was large, deep, and unnaturally even almost a perfect cylinder. Wrought by powerful magic, he had no doubt. The waters here were warmer, and he wondered whether this was normal or an effect created by the dragon's blood, which also made the water murkier. Still, Jean-Pierre could see enough to continue. It seemed as if he followed the dragon for a long time, but maybe this was simply his weariness speaking. Whichever, he soon knew himself to be deep in the heart of the mountain. He saw a great rift in the shaft's wall and paused to inspect it. The crack was long, curving along the shaft's wall for about 20 feet, but only about 5 feet in height. Obviously, a dragon could not fit here, but it seemed to Jean-Pierre that if there were other creatures, magical creatures, then this rift might lead him to where they lay. Surely that would be safer than following the dragon down to its lair, and wasn't caution supposed the word for the day? Maybe, but curiosity pulled at him. Sophia, he thought. I must break off this mad hunt and find another way. I must live to see her again. He followed the dragon deeper. They must have passed the midpoint of the mountain by now. Just when he was starting to grow worried that they would never stop, he felt the dragon change directions below him. Jean-Pierre stilled himself and managed to embed himself in the wall of the shaft. The dragon had not sensed him. He felt it turn until it faced a horizontal direction and then proceeded. Cautiously, Jean-Pierre followed the hole down and saw that the tunnel snaked off into a more level direction. He tailed the dragon, which seemed to swim slower with every lash of its mighty tail and every kick of its great talons. In fact, it slowed so much that Jean-Pierre actually found himself in danger of catching up to it. He hung back, wary of being discovered. He knew the Leviathan neared death, but even so it would encounter little trouble if it decided to dispatch him. The moribund WIRM plowed ahead. It rose with the tunnel and surfaced in a large pool, of which Jean-Pierre could see little. Dragging itself out of the water, the creature disappeared from sight. Jean-Pierre quested out with his mind, trying to get a reading on it, but felt the brush of the beast's controller instead. Jean-Pierre retreated back into himself. Anything that could psychically dominate the will of a dragon was a thing that the albino feared equally as much as he feared the WIRM. Actually, he realized that he was a little jealous. He was the strongest psychic he'd ever known, and the thought of competition both frightened and intrigued him. Sophia. He had to make it back to her. He waited for several minutes, then rose to surface in the pool. The air was foul, as if it had been rotting down here for hundreds of years, and perhaps it had. Torches blazed intermittently along the rocky chamber, but they were neither bright enough nor numerous enough to completely lift the space from a darkness that must have plagued this place for countless years. Rock walls surrounded half the circular pool, forcing Jean-Pierre to make his way to the shore on the far side. Fortunately, many large stone outcroppings rose from the hard ground and, once out of the water, he found hiding places easily. He stuck his head out from one such outcropping and appraised the chamber. Except for the stone and the flickering torches, it was empty, but several large tunnels ran off from it. From the blood on the floor, Jean-Pierre determined which corridor the dying dragon had taken, and followed.
The tunnel spilled out into an even larger chamber, this one lit more brightly by torches whose hellish light made demons out of the shadows of every stone outcropping, of which there were many. The light glittered upon a magnificent pile of gold and treasures, just as Jean-Pierre had hoped. It was to this great glittering mound that the dragon sluggishly marched. The albino leapt from the tunnel and slipped behind the largest and nearest stone outcropping. Cautiously, he climbed the rocky pile to its summit and peered out. Leaking blood, the dragon found its hoard and plunged into it with a muffled roar of pain and longing. Jean-Pierre hadn't realized just how large the hoard was until he lost sight of the dragon within its gleaming mound. The heap bucked at its owner's movements, sending cascades of priceless jewels and artifacts into avalanches. For many minutes, the dragon wallowed about in its wealth, and as more and more of the gems were uncovered and tossed about, Jean-Pierre saw that the WIRM's blood had spilled all over its possessions. It created an odd sight, where the torches flashed upon the unbloodied jewels, gold and silver and diamonds radiated brilliant light, awing the hidden werewolf. But, where blood poured down in red rivers on the once glowing rubies and trophies and treasures, the light was absorbed, creating an illusion of a luminous and golden mountain cut through with black streams and speckled all over with tiny ponds. The massive head of the dragon shot up from the hoard, scattering another group of treasures into a loud metallic avalanche, and Jean-Pierre was shocked at the change in the beast's demeanor. Still, it did not look plump and healthy and vital, but neither did it seem on the brink of death. Its eyes blazed with rejuvenation, and its nostrils quivered, drawing in deep healthy breaths of stagnant stone-filled air. For a moment, Jean-Pierre was afraid the WIRM would smell him, but apparently it did not, as it did not glance his way. He wondered if its mound of treasures was responsible for the sudden burst of healing. Did a dragon feed off of wealth as vampires fed off of blood? Suddenly, the immense body of the dragon rose from the mound and shook itself, sending various treasures flying across the room. To the albino, it looked much like a dog shaking itself dry after being walked in the rain. The dragon stretched, gave a low roar of contentment, and lowered itself to lay sideways on its hoard, giving Jean-Pierre a good view of its wound, which seemed much smaller now. Then, to his great surprise, a blood-drenched, human-sized figure emerged from the cavity, dragging behind it what looked to be a knight in charred armor. One of the knight's legs and one of his arms were missing, and there was much damage to the body and armor. Obviously, whatever had dealt the dragon its almost fatal blow had damaged or killed the knight, too. The bloody figure, a tall man wearing a hood and cloak that was so thoroughly soaked with blood that they plastered his frame like glue, shook his head and swore. He removed his hood, revealing blood-soaked blonde hair and a face that made Jean-Pierre blink. Ambassador Mauclery. The ambassador knelt down and pulled off the knight's helmet, revealing a bearded face that Jean-Pierre knew only vaguely. Some member of the Dark Council, he knew. De Soto, he thought. Mauclery spent several minutes trying to revive the council member, but with no success. "Goddamn Ruger," he growled. Clearly, he was tired and seemed to have lost a lot of blood. Angrily, he kicked De Soto in the side. "At least you're dead, anyway. Next time I'll be sure not to underestimate that damned vampire." "Next time?" queried the dragon, and Jean-Pierre started to hear it speak. It did so in a low, rolling voice, but the albino was sure that, had it wanted to, it could have split the earth with its thunder. It was weary, though, and seemed to harbor little anger toward the ambassador. "I don't think there will be a next time." Mauclery nodded. "This wasn't much of a success, was it? Still, I thank you for your loyalty. You may have used me, but at least you came back to save me. You could have abandoned me in the lake, or the connecting shaft, and taken your dead friend there with you. You stayed with me, within me, gave me your blood and strength, and forced me back to my home, even though I hadn't the power to do it on my own." The dragon brought its enormous wedge-shaped head down to regard Mauclery and blinked its amber eyes slowly. The ambassador stroked its snout and said, "That's what friends are for, Gethrall. I'm just sorry I had to use you like that in the first place." The WIRM snorted, stirring Mauclery's matted hair. "You didn't control me very well, though, did you? I got to have a little fun despite you. You weren't supposed to have that kind of fun, Geth. I can't believe you spat fire even after I begged you not to." Amused, the dragon smiled. The image was quite unnerving. Almost, Jean-Pierre thought, the thing was human. "When we struck the bargain, Francois, you promised I'd get to have a little sport." "Not that kind. Geth, you killed some friends of mine today, that simply can't happen again. When I said fun, I meant you'd get to leave the mountain for a while, not get to burn up 20 good men." Gethrall lay its head down on its front talons, very much like a dog indeed, and sighed. "Definitions vary, my friend. Next time, we'll sort out the fine print before I agree to any more excursions." "Does that sound fair?" Mauclery scowled, and Jean-Pierre felt certain an argument between dragon and immortal was about to break out. It was time to go. He wouldn't make it past this chamber, not with these two, and if the other great tunnels that led from the pond chamber spilled out into other dragon dens, Jean-Pierre wanted no part of them. Quietly, he crept off down the stone outcropping and slipped back through the tunnel he'd followed to get here. Soon he stood in the dark chamber of the pond, feeling relief and exhilaration wash over him in liberal doses.
He'd seen a dragon. He had learned a dragon's secret, that gold can cure one's ailments, and had even heard one speak. Quite a morning.
Now, though, he knew he had to follow the water back up to the rift in the shaft of the wall. The rift he felt would lead him closer to the castle, and further from the dragons. Thinking of all he had to tell Sophia and Karker, and even Ruger, he knew he needed to avoid the great beings for a while. Feeling the sleek golden dagger he'd purloined from Gethral's lair against his thigh, he'd stuck it in his waistband. He grinned as he plunged headfirst into the pond. After Ruger was gone, Lord Sarnova poured more liquor into his coffee, sat back deeper in his chair and watched the fire. God's damned fire. He hadn't meant to sacrifice his horse, even to the worthwhile goal of pumping De Soto for all the information he was worth. Nevertheless, Teeps was dead and Sarnova had no Kaljids on hand to bring him back. Except, of course, for Younger and Yagoda. Bastards. Trying to take over the Sabo. What arrogance. Did they really expect Sarnova to sit back and let them seize the labyrinth? If they were that stupid, they shouldn't be hard to kill. Unfortunately, Sarnova did not doubt their intelligence, which could only mean that they thought they were powerful enough to withstand his countermeasures. There would be countermeasures. He drank more. Francois should have been here some time ago, but then he did have a dead dragon on his hands. Just as Roche was about to add more liquor into his coffee, someone knocked the side door. "Come in, Ambassador." Mauclery entered and slumped into a chair near his king. He looked drained. "Gethral made it," he said. "But De Soto's dead." The Dark Lord had not expected a different answer. "At least he's not around to cause any more problems. Not only that, but his death will probably throw the revolutionaries into turmoil." "So you hope?" "For all we know, they liked him as much as we did. They might think his death a blessing." "Thanks for looking on the bright side." Francois smiled thinly. "Sorry, Roche. I just don't feel very cheerful at the moment." "Get some rest. Take Immortal, feel better. I'm sure getting Gethral back to life was no piece of cake." "I'll live. By the way, how did I do it?" Off Sarnova's nod, Mauclery smiled again. "Through sheer force of will, Roche. Through sheer force of will." The ambassador sat there for several moments, silent, as if trying to will his own strength to return to him. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths and just generally looked as if trying to locate something within himself that he'd lost. At last, he seemed to give up, and said, "Roche, where's the scotch?" "Where it always is." The ambassador prepared himself a drink. "So what do you think about Ruger?" "He's strong. Smart. Not very respectful of his elders. But I think he's in favor of my vision of the undead Jerusalem. I don't know why, but I trust him." Francois nodded, sipping. "Think he'll beat Kirnavar?" "I'm not prepared to guess." "Do you still want Ruger to lose?" "No," Roche said. "Do you want him to win?" "No." "So?" Roche groaned. At first he had seen Ruger as a disruptive element, an enemy, but the public held the Darkling in high regard, or at least the press did. The marshal sold papers, and it would have made Sarnova look bad if he had been forced to kill Ruger without at least giving the Darkling a fighting chance. And then of course there was Karker to consider. So he'd given Ruger the opportunity to go up against Kirnavar, hoping that the Darkling would be defeated and Sarnova could have him executed without losing the support of his subjects. At the same time, he did not want Kirnavar to win. The only upside to a victory by Kirnavar would be that, hopefully, the lunatic would be easier to handle than Ruger. Kirnavar, existing solely in his own limited world, might not fully realize the power he would possess if were to be Sarnova's successor, whereas Ruger would be fully aware and in a position to exploit his position. "Well," pressed the ambassador, "I don't know. I like Ruger. And I don't think he has any urge to rule. The danger he poses is small. On the other hand, now that Younger and Yagoda have taken such an interest in Kirnavar and are expanding their own boundaries." "What do you mean?" "The fuckers have created things, that is, or are taking over the Sabo." "What?" Briefly, Sarnova related what he'd seen through the eyes of the doomed horse. "But what is it?" The ambassador said. "I don't know. Some art. I guess you could call it a collage of sorts. You know how they are. Everything's a piece of art to them. Even death. Especially death.
Right. Well, I don't know what they think they're doing, but they're doing it regardless. Plus, with this Kirnavar thing hanging in the balance. What are you going to do? The only thing I can. Organize a war party and go down in there to get them out. You think they're down there themselves? You don't think they just created the thing and set it loose? Taking over the Sabo through remote control? They could be over at the floor show for all we know. I doubt it. The guards are at this very moment combing the castle for them. Francois gave him a strange look. You acted fast. They provoked me, or at least that was the result. They killed a man and strung him up in one of the rooms the funhouse has been staying in. Francois looked even more weary than before. Why? I have no idea. Some grudge or other, I imagine. Whatever their motive, it means nothing to me except disrespect, and I will not tolerate it. However, I will try to find them first, reason with them, see if I can convince them to back off. They won't, of course. I'll have to kill them. Roche. Sarnova waited. It won't happen that way, Francois said. Oh, I know. They wouldn't have started this thing unless they thought they stood a chance of winning. Nevertheless, my options are limited. Just the same. They have to be dealt with. And they will. Leave it to me. As for you, I need you to organize a meeting of the traitors and discuss DeSoto's death, hear what they have to say, and basically make sure you're still their leader. Consider it done. They need to be united, under you, so that they pose no threat. Francois nodded, said nothing. A penny for your thoughts. The ambassador laughed softly and drank some more scotch. What's so funny, Sarnova said. Just that you'd be wasting a penny. Francois sat the glass down, running a hand through his blood-streaked hair. I need some sleep, Roche. You could use some yourself. Sarnova smiled. Consider it done. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Ruger returned to the room he shared with Danielle, he found 4 castle guards standing outside. What's this? He demanded. Sarnova sent us here to ensure that nothing happened to you or to Danielle before the chess match between you and the... Well, Kirnavar, one said. You're supposed to protect us? Something like that. Are we in any danger? Younger and Yagoda have allegedly killed a member of the Funhouse of the Forsaken, and they left the body in Danielle's old room. Ruger nodded. The balaclava liked to play, and it wasn't out of character for them to throw fright into those that they were playing with. However, he doubted that this was the only reason the guards were posted here. What if we tried to leave, Danielle and I? Would you try to stop us? The guard shifted uncomfortably. We've been directed to prevent you from escaping, should you choose to do so. He gestured apologetically. I'm sorry about this, I'm an admirer of yours. I read about you every chance I get in the papers, we're just doing our job. We're to follow wherever you go until the game. What about Danielle? Aren't you supposed to be protecting her? We're undermanned, you know. Not enough guards to go around, so we were kind of hoping you two wouldn't separate. Please, sir. Just let us do our job, we won't interfere. Your room is soundproofed. We'll give you your privacy. He struck out a hand in friendship. Swearing under his breath, Ruger said, we'll try to be good. That's all we're asking. Ruger took the offered hand, nodded to the other 3 guards, and moved inside, where Danielle was lying on the bed reading a book. When he entered, she showed her feet and hugged him. Cute, aren't they? She said. So much for getting the hell out of here while we still had a chance. You wouldn't have gone anyway. No, I guess not, at that. Did they tell you about Younger and Yagoda? Yeah. But if the bastards were trying to leave a message or something, it could just as easily have been for Sophia as for me, or Max, for that matter. She shook her head. Not that, if it had been intended for someone else, that would be any better, of course. I know what you mean. All I'm saying is that since that message may not be been for me, and since I haven't heard that guards were posted to Soph, it means those guys out there are more jailers than protectors. She touched his face lightly with her fingertips. Jesus, your clothes are stiff, wet, she said, laughing a little. She squeezed him harder and said, I was worried about you. The sun. It's all right, baby. He kissed her forehead, smelling her clean and fragrant hair. Everything's going to be just fine. She pressed her lips against the place over his heart, took his hand and pulled him over to the bed. Now tell me what the hell happened. Well, among other things, I killed a dragon. When he had finished the tale and convinced her that he wasn't pulling her leg, she propped some pillows under her back and lit a cigarette, frowning in thought. You think this is random? She asked. Meaning, does it have any relation to finding out why Ludwig died? Yes. I don't know.
The dragons, the refuge. I mean, on top of everything else to sort through, this doesn't just add a few pieces to the puzzle, it changes it entirely. We need some evidence, some real evidence, of who hired those two to kill Ludwig. Without that, we're just chasing phantoms. She stared into space.
So magic is real. Amazing, isn't it?
Ruger was tired of mysteries.
He simply wanted to hold Danielle in his arms and sleep.
Thankfully, she let him.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 10 soldiers stopped Lord Carker as he descended into the catacombs.
Please, sir, we're to advise anyone who tries to go down this way to refrain. There have been unforeseen circumstances, and the catacombs are considered potentially dangerous.
I know all about it. The balaclava are supposed to be down there. That's why there are 10 of you here. I can handle them.
Excuse me, Lord Carker, I would not deny you, of all people, access to the tunnels, but I must tell you that I am to report all those who descend into them. Well, I have to report you to the Lord Sarnova if you pass through. I guess he figures anyone who goes down there might have ties to Younger and Yagoda. The soldier smiled nervously, as if suggesting that this was only a joke.
Please, I implore you, don't go down there. It's dangerous.
Carker laughed, then stepped forward.
Out of my way, lads. I've got things to do and I don't care whether Blackie knows about them or not. Go, give your report.
Stomping past the guards, he began the last leg of the descent.
Once deep within the nest of old stone passageways, he knew just where to go.
After making his way into a chamber built to house the remains of a long-dead Dark Lord, he triggered a hidden panel. Moving into the darkness beyond, he entered the territory of the Sabo. He had no fear of the creature itself, or of the parasites that lived within it, for Sarnova had taken him here many times in the past and the Sabo recognized him as a friend. Of the balaclava, however, he was wary. About that he'd lied to Blackie's soldiers.
But he would not let his fear of Younger and Yagoda eclipse his purpose.
Swiftly, he moved through one tunnel after another, crossing over a bridge here and climbing a flight of stairs there, at all times keeping his senses sharp for other sounds. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he heard strange noises coming from a source he'd never heard before. He popped his head out from behind a wall and made a quick study of the area beyond. What he saw in the instant before he pulled his head back, one of the several large chambers that the Sabo used to snare its victims. There were the long chains and there, up high, the rusted cages where many a mortal had spent his last moments in utter terror. But these were sights that Carker had seen before. What attracted his attention was the strange creature climbing up to one of those cages, using its countless arms and appendages to grasp many chains at once. Made of interwoven human and immortal bodies, its shape seemed fluid.
Of course, this must be what had everyone so afraid, Sarnova included.
This creature, this thing, had been fashioned by Younger and Yagoda for some grim purpose.
Why was it climbing to the cages above?
Then Carker thought he understood. It was practicing. This was a drill. Memories returned to him of time spent in various armies throughout the world, most recently of his time spent in World War II Germany, with Ruger as his great and evil companion.
Yes, companion. That was the word.
Not pupil, as Ruger liked to think of it now. Hell, if anything, the Darkling had taught Carker some things.
But that is what this thing was doing, wasn't it?
Practicing for a time when it would need to know how to climb those chains, for a time when it was at war.
Who was there to make war upon? Sarnova, for one. Surely Younger and Yagoda weren't preparing to attack the Dark Lord. Even they weren't that bold.
It was a question for another time. What Carker wondered now was whether or not this thing had a mind of its own.
Had Younger and Yagoda actually given it the power to reason?
Carker needed to get around it, to reach a tunnel on the far side of the chamber.
He risked another glance.
This time he noticed details he'd missed before, like the mutilated body of a dead horse on the ground. Secondly, and in greater supply, were the bodies of roughly a dozen mudsharks.
Even the Sabo could not kill the balaclava's creature.
Third, the abomination had reached the cage it had been climbing towards.
It opened and closed the door, reaching a limb inside.
Once satisfied, the monster swung its great bulk through the air, shifting its perches from one set of chains to another. It began an ascent to a cage even closer to the ceiling.
Damn it all.
The creature above had many heads and many eyes, and if even a few of them actually worked, it would spot Carker crossing the chamber and he'd be finished. Suppressing a groan, he moved back from the opening and retreated down several tunnels. He would have to take the long way around. It took him another 20 minutes, but finally he made his way to the tunnel he'd been seeking, and from it he made his way to the outer limit of the Sabo, the great round door.
He gathered his telekinetic power and rolled it open.
He stepped into the outer region, seeing the boulder ahead which sheltered the labyrinth from unwanted visitors. A post with a board mounted on it jutted from the ground.
"It's a trap," Mollier read the note. Carker laughed.
"Yes, you bitch.
"It's a trap, all right."
He plucked the post from the ground and put it under an arm, where it would stay until he found a place to dispose of it.
Looking up through the ceiling for a moment, he sighed. "Gavin, this is for you.
And for Jean-Pierre, may you find your peace at last." He rammed the stump of a cigar into his mouth, careful not to light it lest the scent give him away, and returned to the dark corridors of the Sabo, confident now that Melissoel would die, painfully and in fear. Then he made his way back the way he'd come. He tried to ignore the feeling that he was being watched all the while.
The end of Volume 2. The Living Night. Part 3. By Jack Connor. Chapter 1.
While Ruger and Danielle, and most of the other vampires in the castle were going to sleep, Jean-Pierre found the rift in the wall of the water-filled shaft and entered it. Straining his eyes, he saw that the widest portion of the rift went deepest, becoming a tunnel.
Where it led he didn't know, but he took it anyway. He had no idea he was swimming into the nether end of Roche Sarnova's zoo.
When the tunnel ended, the albino rose to find himself treading water in a pond much smaller than the one the dragon had used.
However, the air in here was no less stagnant. Great. Leaving the water, he followed the only corridor available.
Stone, all around him, he could feel its weight above him, poised to crush. For a moment had second thoughts about going this route, but the truth was he needed to feed. Until he had, his wounds would not heal and he couldn't face the sun.
Hopefully he'd have an opportunity to strengthen himself soon.
Then he could go back up to the lake, without fear of the sun, and enter the castle through the old courtyard.
That was the plan.
The tunnel twisted, sometimes opening out into larger caverns of hard-cold stone, at other times narrowing so that he could barely pass through. Every now and then a tributary of a tunnel would spill out into this main avenue, but Jean-Pierre, dripping water and sodden shirt sticking to his back, decided to stick to his chosen course.
Sometimes stalactites and stalagmites reared from the floor and the ceiling, and in the uneven light of the torches they seemed sinister.
Suddenly, the smell of old blood washed across his nose, and he picked up his pace to find the source.
He didn't have to travel far.
When he reached the remains of the human, he wasn't sure what to think. He'd never seen such a corpse before. He sensed that it had died long before it wound up here, but how could that be?
It didn't smell like a zombie. Almost, it looked as if something had eaten the dead man from the inside out. There were many tiny bite and claw marks reminiscent of a bat, but what bat could survive down here, in this air? That's what it looked like, though, as if a horde of bats had infested his body, lived there for a time and, when the man's flesh was useless to them, had broken out and flown away. Jean-Pierre could even smell the vague smell of bat guano.
What the fuck? It made no sense. Regardless, the man had been dead for far too long for the werewolf to feed from. Jean-Pierre moved on, ever more cautiously. His clothes had dried when at last he came to a major fork, where the main avenue split into no less than 6 tunnels.
The albino paused, then entered the widest corridor.
Torches blazed along the walls, but great distances separated each torch from the other, creating large dark pockets Jean-Pierre had to pass through. As weak as he was, he could still see well in the dark, but not as well as before.
Again, he wondered at the nature of the torches. Did someone light them?
No, there couldn't be enough oxygen down here to feed a flame for long.
Was it some trick of magic?
Perhaps a sorcerer? He shook the thought away. Though Carker had alluded to magic wielders from time to time, he spoke very little of them, saying only that once they had existed, had even been almost common, but no more. Perhaps magic did exist in the modern world, though, as evidenced by the dragon as much as the torches, and who but a sorcerer could wield magic? Still, magic? Jean-Pierre delved through the caves, sometimes encountering forks and crossroads. He always took the largest tunnel. Some might choose the path less traveled, but when it came to basic survival, Jean-Pierre preferred safety. At one torch, he hesitated. He couldn't see the next torch. Dimly, he could make out a bend in the cave and assumed that a torch would be waiting beyond, but in order to get to that light he'd have to cross a large portion of dark cave, threading through low-hanging stalactites and tall stalagmites all the way. The perfect place for an ambush. But what choice did he have? He walked into the darkness. When he had crossed the tunnel about halfway, he turned back to get a glimpse of the torch and get a better feel of his bearings, but even as he moved a section of the cave closest to the torch began to close. The tunnel did not simply collapse. Rather, the rock walls, or what he'd thought to be rock, spiraled inward in a strangely organic way, closing off the rear path completely. When the spiraling was complete, it seemed as if a new wall had formed between him and the torch, but it was no wall, not really. The cave was alive. As he darted toward the far side, where the cave began to curve, he saw a similar scene there. Just as pliable as flesh, the stone wall folded inward from all 360 degrees and spiraled in to close off his only exit. The cave began to tremble. More, the very walls of the cave began to contract, as if the tunnel were shrinking, but he was not in a tunnel, he knew. He was in some sort of creature, the nature of which he couldn't guess. It was like being trapped inside a giant stone intestine that was contracting in some lethal spasm. All at once, the stalactites and stalagmites came alive. They shot out from their stone beds and elongated, their hard sharp points turning his way. Whether they were the tongues or the swords of the beast, Jean-Pierre didn't know, but like serpents the stone spikes drove towards him. He dodged, weaving and spinning as he made for the far end, but the stone spears kept striking at him, whipping around him and plunging right by him. Meanwhile, the cave continued to contract, giving him less room to maneuver. He couldn't evade the darting stalactites and stalagmites forever. At last one plunged through his side and out his back. Screaming, Jean-Pierre wrapped his hands about the weapon so it couldn't drive any deeper, or force his wound to grow larger. The stalactite that drove through him continued to drive, and it carried Jean-Pierre with it. As he was pulled away from the place where he'd been standing, he saw a dozen sharp-tipped stone lances cutting right through the place he would even now be had not this one borne him away. The tongue, if that is what it was, had saved his life. Not for long. The creature he was trapped inside wasn't stupid. Realizing its mistake, it retracted the stalactites and stalagmites from the far end back into their previous positions and sent out new ones in their place, new ones much closer to the werewolf's current position. Stuck in the air with a stalactite impaling him, he had nowhere to go. Shit. Surely the stone that impaled him really wasn't stone at all. If it were, then how could it move so fluidly? Jean-Pierre used what strength he had left to transform into his two-legged beast shape and clawed at the tongue that trapped him. Its hide was thick, almost true stone, but not quite. Thank the gods, not quite. Just as half a dozen other rocky swords barreled down on him, he ripped through the one that impaled him, breaking it in two. With nothing left to suspend him in midair, he plummeted to the floor and wriggled loose of the lance sticking out his back. He leapt to his feet, snarling and snapping and swatting away the rocky lances driving at him. Several of the swords nicked him, one even tearing through his side. He lunged in the other direction and howled as he felt his own flesh tear free. Damn it! He was bleeding badly and needed all his strength to fend off the stalactites and stalagmites that plunged at him. On instinct, he quested out with his mind and felt that of the creature that had trapped him. It was immortal, he sensed, or nearly so, but he couldn't communicate with it as he could with humans and other animals. Maybe it was just too stupid, or simply unable to converse in any appreciable manner. Nevertheless, driven by blind rage and desperation, he struck the mind of the beast with every ounce of psychic power he had. The darting stone lances recoiled. Jean-Pierre knew that this was his only chance. He jumped on top of one of the curving stalactites, which was for the moment still, and slashed at the lowered ceiling of the cave of the creature. He exerted all his strength at breaking through the monster's thick hide. He continued his struggle for psychic dominance over the thing, knowing it was futile, but he was slowing it down. Finally, a claw broke through and found air beyond the height of the living tunnel. Tearing with tooth and nail, Jean-Pierre opened the wound and flung himself through, emerging into the cool stagnant air of the cave. When he glanced down to see what manner of beast he'd just sprung from, he found it to be nothing more than a great worm, maybe 60 feet long and tapered at both ends. He could now see the light of the torch and felt a tide of relief wash through him. The monster swelled. Just as it had contracted before, now it expanded. Within seconds, Jean-Pierre would be crushed against the real stone wall of the actual cave. He scrambled over the roiling back of the worm and at the last moment launched himself free. He dropped from the tapered end, rolled several yards and shot to his feet, panting. He tried to force his body to heal, but without sustenance. Food. I must have food. He turned to look back at the tapered end of the big stone worm and found to his horror that this end was opening up. Inside, he could see scores of stone lances coiling to spear him where he stood. Worse, the big worm was moving toward him. He turned on his heels and fled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My soldiers tell me you went down into the catacombs, Sarnova told Karker, both of whom lounged comfortably in the Dark Lord's den. Is that true? The hunter could not lie to his old friend. I did. Why, Kark? The grizzled old werewolf gave Sarnova a slightly amused expression. I think you know, if you stop to think about it. Sarnova frowned. Damn it, Kark. Don't tell me you went down there to remove that sign I went through so much trouble to get set up in the first place. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I need Melissoel dead, Roche. She killed Gavin, threatened to kill both Jean-Pierre and Ruger, and now she intends to torture and kill you. Not only that, but I think Jean-Pierre might really be dead. He paused to take a sip of his drink. He didn't like being grilled by Sarnova but had expected it and resolved to tell the truth. He added, "She needs to die, Roche. Let the sabot and the balaclava do your work for you." Roche groaned. "If I let her come into the sabot, she'll bring along her nukes, Kark. Even if Younger and Yagoda do kill her, would you rather the nukes be in their hands?" Karker blinked. "I hadn't thought of that when I went down there," he admitted. "Fuck. I thought I was saving us all, but I've damned us all instead, haven't I? I've endangered the whole castle." Roche leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. One of the harem girls came in and asked if he'd like a massage, but he waved her away with a word of thanks. "Well," he said, "I appreciate your efforts, anyway, although I think both you and I know that vengeance was more on your mind than saving the rest of us." Karker didn't argue. "How can we salvage the situation? Surely we can rouse Ruger and go put up another sign, for heaven's sakes. It shouldn't be too difficult. I can't allow him to leave the castle until the chess match, Karker. It was risky enough the first time." Sarnova pulled a face. "Another question is what to do about the balaclava. I'm beginning to dread them as much as the libertarians. The sabot's still on our side. It'll fight Younger and Yagoda, maybe even kill them. Maybe. But with the monsters they've created, I doubt the sabot can do much about them." "Yeah. I saw one of them. Weirdest abstraction I've ever seen, and I've seen many. It was made of people, Roche. People. Gods. I need to get them the hell out of the sabot before they kill it, or at the very least take up permanent residence there, but I haven't the vaguest clue how to go about it. I mean, the labyrinth is 8 stories tall and a half a mountain's width. They could be hiding anywhere. And with those things they've made, I don't relish the thought of sending my own men down there after them. No. Not only that, but there's their zombies to consider. I've been receiving reports all night and again a few minutes ago before you came that certain residents of the castle have gone missing. Actually, quite a few, about 50, so far. Shit. They could easily be building an army of zombies down there. If I sent my own troops into the sabot to kill Younger and Yagoda, the bastards might use the labyrinth to separate my forces, isolate and kill them. Then resurrect them. They'd have not only a contingent of well-trained shades to convert to zombiedom, but they'd have our guns, as well." Karker was beginning to realize just how powerful the balaclava were, and thanked whatever gods that might exist that he'd made it out of the sabot alive. "Also, there's something I should tell you," Sarnova said, "something that hasn't become common knowledge yet. Melisawell isn't with the army." "What?" "That's right. Your mission to send her to her doom would have only killed a bunch of random libertarians in her place. Or so says the daybeast you captured, after extensive interrogation by one of our flayers." Karker cringed, but couldn't help a small chuckle. "Well, at least I did that much for you. But why isn't she here?" "I don't have a clue. It's all very vexing. For all I know, she's out recruiting more libertarians to invade us." "Whoa, Roche. One problem at a time. First, how are we going to deal with the balaclava? It seems to me that if we could plant some bombs in the sabot." When Karker saw the indignant look on his friend's face, he raised his hands, palms out. "Trust me, Roche. I love the sabot as much as you do, but it'll survive the bombs. It'll rebuild. Younger and Yagoda, on the other hand, will be dead. So you hope. They've survived bombs before. Why should this time be any different? Because this time we're not going to use regular bombs. We're going to track the Libbies down, steal their nukes, and detonate them in the sabot. That should kill Younger and Yagoda, don't you think, as well as anything else they've created down there." "Great Buddha, Kark. You don't know what you're saying. For one, I don't know if the sabot could survive a nuke." "A tactical nuke. It can. I'm certain. We don't have the manpower, not anymore, to attack the libertarians during the day. We also don't know where they are." "Fine. If you can't send in your troops, can't bomb them, can't nuke them, what can you do?" Roche Sarnova took a long sip from his drink. "Now that's a very good question," he said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ruger was sound asleep in Danielle's arms when he heard a fierce rapping at the door. At first, he didn't want to get up. Let whoever it was go the hell away and leave him and Danny in peace. A peace they deserved very much. "You'd better go see who it is," Danielle said. He groaned in protest, but the knocking did not cease and soon he forced himself out of the warm bed and into a pair of black jeans and steel-toed boots. He crossed to the door, a .45 in his hand and a knife in his waistband. "Who is it?" "Karker." Ruger hesitated. He'd hardly seen the old werewolf since Karker had turned him into Roche Sarnova, and he wasn't too happy to hear from him now. Nonetheless, he opened the door and admitted the hunter.
Immediately, candle wicks burst into fine flame throughout the room, brightening it so that it gave Ruger a headache. "What do you want?"
he said, once the hunter had taken a seat for himself. Danielle had pulled on a tight black concert t-shirt and slipped into a pair of black hot pants, the closest thing she had to shorts. On the end of her feet jutted fluffy house shoes. She held a gun, aimed, not quite, at the hunter. "Several things," Karker said.
"But first, may I embrace you, my boy? Can you let your hatred of me go, just for now?"
"I fear Jean-Pierre may be dead, though I won't believe it till I see his body myself."
He looked the darkling square in the eye. "You and Blackie may be the only ones I have left, and I can't bear the thought of you hating me."
To see his old friend sitting there, his brown eyes almost weepy, drove Ruger to grab one of the hunter's hands, yank him from the chair and hug him. He could feel Karker's sigh of relief. "Thank you," said the werewolf, clapping Ruger on the shoulder as they parted. "I forgave you a long time ago, Kark, even when I was in my cell."
"It's not me you need to apologize to. It's Danielle."
Surprised, the hunter turned to see the vampiress staring at him critically, her delicate white fingers still wrapped about that big pistol. He started to approach her on the bed, but she cocked the gun and he backed off.
"Danny!" She waved his words away. "Don't!"
"It was Ruger you wronged, and doubtlessly tried to corrupt when you two were alone at the lodge. If he forgives you, I'm not going to act against you.
Just don't get near me, don't speak to me, and we'll get along fine."
Ruger thought she was taking a rather hard line on Karker, but he couldn't blame her. After all, if Ruger had never gone to prison, he'd never have had to face off against Kirnavar and so endanger his life.
If Danielle still held a grudge against the hunter, it was hard to blame her. "Please, Danielle," Karker tried again.
"You lived with me for some months, remember, back when you were with my Jean-Pierre.
We were friends, then, remember? We can be friends again."
"Shove off," she told him, gesturing with her pistol.
"I've told you all I'm going to. Now if you're about some other business, get on with it. We've no more to say to one another."
Clearly, the words stung Karker, but he nodded.
"Very well. Ruger, I've got some things to give you. Things that might just save your life." "Trying to buy love now?"
Danielle said, breaking her edict about not saying anything to each other.
Karker smiled. "Dear Danielle, if I could buy love then I'd have no other troubles, would I? Now come with me, Ruger."
"These gifts have to be properly given, or else they lose their value."
"First, put on a shirt and your jacket." "My jacket?"
"Trust me." From her bed, Danielle said, "I'll remember you said that." Karker exchanged a glance with Ruger, a look of exasperation, but the vampire could offer him no solace.
By any measure, the werewolf was an evil creature, and Danielle had pledged to fight evil.
But he was oddly loyal to those he loved, and it was because of this that Ruger could never harbor any serious thoughts of violence against him. Any man who could love could be good.
Or so Ruger thought. When he was dressed, Ruger gave Danielle a kiss goodbye.
She pulled on his lapels and whispered in his ear, "Be careful, baby.
I don't know what all this is about, but be careful."
When Ruger stepped outside the room, he was unnerved to see that the group of soldiers guarding his door had swollen to 6. He wanted to question them, but first he wanted to get this business with Karker over with as soon as possible and return to Danielle. Just the same, he was annoyed that, as Karker led him to the hunter's own lavish chambers, 3 of the soldiers followed. Why did they bother? Ruger could whip all 3 before the first one hit the floor. As they reached Karker's apartments, Ruger was relieved that the soldiers stayed outside while he and the hunter went in.
Karker's chambers were large and opulent.
There was a foyer, a kitchen, a den, a dining room, a feeding room, a sauna, 2 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms, along with some other amenities, such as the terrace that Ruger was sure would offer a beautiful view of the mountains if the blackout curtains weren't drawn to. Somewhere incense candles burned and the sound of tribal music floated in from another room. The hunter's apartments nearly equaled the size of Sarnova's, and all the halls and rooms were decorated wonderfully in accordance with Karker's tastes, animal hide carpets and animal heads sticking out of the walls as if they were trying to figure out just what was so interesting in here. Karker showed Ruger to the den, where they reclined before the fireplace, not quite as large as Sarnova's, as a harem girl brought them drinks from the bar and offered them massages. Ruger accepted the drink, but declined the massage. Karker took her up on both. While she was kneading the hunter's feet, Ruger said, simply for something to say, "You have a nice place here." "I've had it forever, or at least since the castle was built. Roche told me a long time ago that if I ever decided to leave the lodge, I could come live here instead.
Every now and then I've been tempted, too."
Jean-Pierre and I would come stay here for a few weeks, enjoying ourselves. Sometimes we'd join Blackie and hunt humans through the labyrinth of the Sabo.
He smiled.
Those were good times. As he reached for a cigar, he looked down at the girl massaging his feet.
Ah, yes, that's it. Just a little harder, honey.
That's good. It was as if he had no idea that he just mentioned how casually he killed mortals, when one was sitting right there in front of him, rubbing his feet.
Ruger couldn't take it any longer. Why did you bring me here?
Why, to save your life, of course.
Chapter 2. The chameleon worm chased Jean-Pierre until he slipped into one of the countless fissure-like tributaries and out of its reach. From there, the albino followed the narrow tunnel, zigzagging this way and that before he finally found another, larger corridor. A torch burned softly along one wall. He needed to feed. If he didn't, he'd either start rotting where he stood or else he'd go comatose and be easy prey for any other predators that roamed this strange underworld. He wanted just to sit and think, to ponder all he'd seen and done in the last hour, but he couldn't afford to waste time just then, so, wearily, he shuffled down the stone hall, this time careful to avoid places with an overabundance of stalactites or dark walkways. Still preferring the larger avenues, he proceeded through Blackie's zoo, cautious of every step. It seemed a long time passed. Finally, with a great flutter of wings and screeching noises, 1,000 bats, or so it seemed to him, descended from their resting places on the cave ceiling and came to swirl about him in a mad rush. Jean-Pierre quested out towards them, but his psychic powers were either drained or the bats themselves blocked him. Still, he came away with the notion that the bats were curious. So was he. The tide of flyers ceased circling him, and, all at once, as if joined by a single will, gathered before him in a busy cloud of leathery flesh and claws and sharp teeth. Then the truly strange thing happened. The bats began assembling themselves into some sort of shape. First, Jean-Pierre saw legs, then a torso and arms. Finally, as if the bats were a child's blocks, they formed the head, a hideous thing if the albino ever saw one. The body was bad enough, light and constantly shifting as the bats moved about, but the head, crowned by wings and with forehead and cheeks both made of wings to give the appearance of leathery flesh, the creature did not look pleasant at all. As for eyes and mouth, or a human mouth would be was the mouth of a great bat, a bat almost as big as hen, and its horrible toothy mouth could speak. "Well met," said the creature. "I've lost too much blood. I'm hallucinating." Surprising himself, Jean-Pierre managed to ask, "Who are you?" A better question would be to ask who you are. "I know who and what I am. Obviously, by your injuries, you're an immortal.
It looks as if a gryph caught you unawares."
A gryph?
It conceals itself against a cave wall, appearing to most to be a cave itself, and when prey falls for the trap, the Batman gestured to Jean-Pierre's wounds.
"I'm just surprised you survived it."
"Most of us know how to look out for them, but obviously you're not from down here."
"It follows that you came up from the water. You're an outsider."
The Batman paused.
"Please, tell me who you are and how you came to be here."
"I'm Jean-Pierre, werewolf. I came here hoping to find a way into the castle."
That hideous bat-mouth smiled. Jean-Pierre tried to resist a shudder.
"Well, wouldn't we all like to go up to the castle, but we can't," said the creature. "Neither can we swim through those waters to freedom, unless we have the consent of the Dark Lord, his ambassador, or another trusted one. I know both the Dark Lord and the ambassador, and many of their trusted ones, most notably Lord Carker."
"I hereby give you permission to leave."
The creature seemed taken aback.
"You know Lord Carker?"
"Yes."
"Now you can go." "It's not that simple. You're not one of those chosen that can release us."
"Lord Carker, however, with the consent of the Dark Lord, can. Hell, they're the reason why we're all down here in the first place, not that I hold a grudge."
"No, I take that back. I do hold a grudge.
Unlike most of the others down here, I could survive quite well on my own, instead of being reduced to one of the last lines of defense in the refuge."
"Refuge? What are you talking about? What is this place? Where the hell did the dragons come from?" "Dragons? You saw dragons?" "Well, only one." "He left by the waters?"
"Before you get your hopes up, the ambassador was with him, the dragon had his consent to leave."
Whatever expression there was on the Batman's face did not look happy. "So, Jean-Pierre, you think you've got what it takes to survive the rigors of the refuge in order to make it back up to the castle? So there is a way."
"Oh, yes. We're not allowed to enter the castle, but you are obviously not bound by our rules, the rules the sorcerers placed on us. Maybe, if you can survive long enough, you can make it inside the castle."
"There are sorcerers down here?" The Batman gave a sad snort.
"Would that there were, my beleaguered werewolf."
"Would that there were?"
Had we been lent a sorcerer, I'm sure we could have forced him to lift the spells and get us out of here.
Of course, that wouldn't work well for most of us. Dragons, Sagoths, the meadow demons, most would be hunted down and killed by humans, I think. Me and the Gryphs, though. I think we could survive.
He and his kin could pretend to be caves, and I could pretend to be bats.
Just what the hell are you? A small laugh escaped the bat lips. A damned thing, Jean-Pierre. Once, I was a vampire. By the name of Ladrido.
I had the misfortune of feeding off a sorcerer's niece. Trust me, had I known her lineage, I would have gladly let her be, but, well, the sorcerer found out, caught and trapped me.
He held me for many days, thinking up a proper punishment.
Then one night he came to me and told me that, being a vampire, I was little better than a bat myself, a disease-ridden rodent with blind eyes and wings. He said that since that was my true essence, he'd turn me into not just one bat, but many. Only one would be large enough to act as my mouth. He permitted me to speak, kind of him, so that I could voice my pains. He turned me into what you see now, a cloud of bats sewn together by my will.
They are what my body used to be.
My sense of self longs for a true form of its own. This is part of the curse the sorcerer damned me with, so that I would constantly seek human shape in a man's body. Having not the power to resist the sorcerer's spell, I continually seek to merge myself into human flesh and become man-shaped once more.
Jesus. The sorcerer did that to you, and let you go, knowing you'd go about killing other innocent people?
Ladrido gave him an odd look from eyes that should have been blind but somehow seemed able to see all too well.
You know nothing of sorcerers?
They all died out many centuries ago, and the art of their craft with them. That appeared to disturb Ladrido.
All the sorcerers? Dead? As far as I know.
That's very bad, Jean-Pierre. It means all of us down here in the refuge could be trapped here forever, until the spells run out. Look, I know you don't understand, but many of us are kept alive by spells that sorcerers cast a long time ago.
There are time limits to the spells.
When they run out, all the creatures that depend on them will die. Jean-Pierre didn't know what to make of this, but he realized that Ladrido hadn't answered his question. Would you please tell me why it was that a sorcerer cursed you like this and let you loose to kill again even though it was his own niece you killed, which means he knows what it's like to lose a loved one?
Obviously you're young, Jean-Pierre.
If you were old like I am, then you'd know that sorcerers are not always the kindest of folks.
Some are decent, some aren't. They're humans, just like any others.
I had the bad luck to kill the niece of a sorcerer who didn't care whether I lived to kill again, he only cared that I was punished.
And that I am.
Sometimes, if I go for too long without possessing a human, my mind drifts, starts to break apart.
He contrived to grin. I guess I go a little batty.
It was my own fault, though. I should not have fed upon the niece of a sorcerer. When Roche Sarnova was banding up all the endangered immortal creatures in the world, he found me out and said that, since I was the only one of my kind, I should come and live in the refuge. He was my king. I obeyed, and have been here ever since. A long time, I think. But then time seemed strange here. So the corpse I found, before I stumbled into the Gryph, that was your work? Ladrido shrugged unhappily.
I cannot resist the curse, Jean-Pierre, just as you cannot resist yours. Both of us need human flesh to survive. Where do these humans come from? The castle, where else? I don't understand. How can humans come from the castle?
I'm not going to stand here lecturing you about the dynamics of the refuge, Jean-Pierre, but humans do come, rest assured. Most are killed in the first chamber, the cavern of the Green Lake, but those that survive meander down into the refuge and are picked off, one by one, by us. I, and the old Gryph back there, are the last lines of defense. You see, no mortals can escape, or else they'd give us away, so we're charged with making sure that doesn't happen. Few mortals make it this far down, so our job is fairly simple, but that just makes my life more difficult. I need a human shape to sustain my consciousness.
You have a human shape now.
Only a poor imitation, and one I can't hold for long. Even now, I feel my power draining. How long has it been since you've possessed
that mortal, the one you found?
How old was the body?
About a week, I believe. Then it's been a week.
As I said, time down here is strange. I don't even know how long I've been here.
100,000 years, it seems like sometimes. Sometimes just a month or two. Look, Ladrido. I need to feed. If I don't, I'll die. I, too, need sustenance.
What say we strike a partnership and venture up into the main part of the refuge?
Perhaps there we can find a human and share one. Jean-Pierre didn't like the sound of that.
True, he needed to feed, but he didn't want to feed wantonly. Sophia had taught him better than that.
Of course, in the state he was in, would she hold it against him that he'd killed an innocent human simply to survive, so that he could see her again? Yes, she probably would. And, somewhere down deep in him, he didn't actually want to kill innocents anymore, whatever the case may be. In this case, though, the matter was survival. Well? Asked Ladrido. Are we a team? After a long moment, Jean-Pierre said, yes. They set off. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So how are you going to save my life? Asked Ruger. Speaking around his cigar, Carker said, actually, I'm just going to teach you how to save your own, but it amounts to the same thing. He looked down at the harem girl. Thanks, honey, but that's about all my poor feet can take. Any more rubbing and they turn to jelly. Would you like anything else, my lord? Carker grinned. I don't think my friend here would find any other requests I made of you amusing. Would you like some head? The hunter laughed. As I said. He can get some, too. You just go get some sleep now. And thanks for the massage. You know, with skills like yours, I might just get you made into a shade, yet. Her eyes widened at this, and Ruger hated to see the glimmer of hope there. It was the common dream of every slave in the castle that one day, if they did their duties above and beyond expectation, they would be spared from feeding and would be either released completely, which rarely happened, or would be turned. The only thing that turned that day was Ruger's stomach. The girl left the room, and the Darkling and the Darkling's keeper were alone. Fine lass, said the hunter. For a moment there, I thought you really might take her up on the offer. Ruger, I am an old fool, I'll admit, but I'm not a delinquent host. The hunter rose and moved to a large oak cabinet. When he opened it, Ruger saw a king's ransom of fine weapons, from daggers and antique guns to swords so large a mortal would not have been able to hold them. Every item gleamed and sparkled, as well maintained a cabinet of death as the vampire had ever seen. Come, said Carker, the word a little muffled around his cigar. Ruger moved beside his old mentor. It's quite a collection. Yes, it is. Other than hunting and collecting fine wines, I've always had an interest in valuable weapons. Let's see, now. You've been trained to fight with swords before, haven't you? You know I have. Learned it as a boy, a mortal. Learned more of it as I grew older. Then you taught me still more. I've never had much use for swords, though. I remember. Too straight, you said. Not very poetic. Just a metal stick with a sharp point. No, I remember you always preferred scimitars, and you could use them well, a scimitar in one hand and a dagger in the other. But I notice you no longer carry anything other than that big knife of yours, and your guns, of course. He smiled. Walking around on a normal night, how many guns do you usually have strapped to you? As many as the occasion calls for. It depends on who Danielle and I are after at the moment, or if we're expecting retaliation afterward. Ruger was pretty sure where this discussion was going and found to his surprise that he liked it. On the other hand, he was tired and wanted to return to that nice warm bed with Danielle. Grinning around his cigar, the old werewolf closed the cabinet and turned to Ruger. That was just a teaser, my friend. What I brought you here for, he sprang to another cabinet and flung open its doors, revealing a box of expensive cigars, some tobacco and rolling paper, odds and ends, a few old blades Cark carried with him on occasion. And, hanging up on the back wall, a gleaming silver scimitar side by side with an equally resplendent dagger, their blades engraved in elegant artistry. Instantly, Ruger found himself at the hunter's side, appraising the weapons. They're yours, if you want them, Carker said. Just pick them up, feel their weight. Give them a whirl. I promise, they won't bite. Almost reverentially, Ruger removed the blades and admired them. They were as fine as weapons got. Carker had chosen well. Their hilts were black, sculpted just a little to give them some flair, but not much. Carker had purchased them for Ruger, and for Ruger's tastes. The Darkling didn't like audacious weapons, just as he preferred silver over gold, he liked his weapons quiet, graceful, and deadly. The scimitar and dagger were certainly all of those. Experimentally, Ruger twirled them around a few times, thrust and parried in pirouette about the room, slicing his blades into a swarm of invisible opponents. When he turned back to the hunter, Carker was regarding him with a friendly smile. He did not ask for thanks, nor did he seem to want any. He just wanted the pleasure of watching his gifts so well received. Ruger tossed the blades lightly in the air and hung them, suspended with his mind thrust as he marched over to his old friend and hugged him. Thank you, he said. They're perfect. Carker beamed. You're welcome. I just hope they do you some good. Hard times are coming, and soon, but I'll explain about all that later. Right now I've got to show you how to use those blades in conjunction with your telekinesis. What do you mean? They're suspended in midair right now, aren't they? Ruger had hardly given it a second thought. What of it? That's just the point. These gifts I give to you are not to be worn in scabbards about your waist. These are weapons to be used in case of a surprise attack. You, and only you, should know where they are.
Suddenly, Ruger realized why he had been told to wear his jacket.
You want me to stick these things up my sleeves, don't you? Yes, and suspend them there, like you have out here.
Also, I must teach you how to bend them so that you can move your arms about normally.
Most shades could never pull this off in a million years. Well, maybe in a million. But you're just 200 and already I think you can do it. No, I know you can.
You may have angels on your shoulders, but you're a warrior just the same, and I want to see you live through the next few days. Guns and knives are fine when going after a particular target, I suppose, but when you could be ambushed by multiple enemies at a moment's notice, it's nice to be able to take off a head.
Not only that, but you're well known for your use of your usual weapons. Your enemies will be expecting them, but they won't be expecting this. Are you game?
Ruger hesitated, then plucked the blades out of the air and stared at their understated elegance.
Yes, he said.
He met the hunter's warm brown eyes.
Let's get started. As
Ledrito led Jean-Pierre up through the rocky tunnels, into the main part of the underworld, Jean-Pierre spied a great waterfall in a cavern so large the entire lodge could fit in here twice. Beautiful white-winged creatures flew gracefully just beyond the lip of the waterfall, catching fish out of the waters and eating them raw. They circled around in the air, very feminine and very naked, giggling and playing games with each other.
Are they angels?
Asked Jean-Pierre, who found himself in awe despite himself.
And somewhat randy.
Hardly, snorted his companion. They are a good fuck, though, from time to time.
They're nymphs, more than anything else. That's one of the reasons I'm anxious to get back in a human body.
He paused, staring greedily at the beautiful females.
Little doubt as to what he was thinking. Jean-Pierre was thinking it, too. Come, let's stop wasting time. Jean-Pierre just stood there, watching the angelic creatures swoop and dive and laugh and snatch fish out of the water. Why are they down here? He asked.
There are winged shades that roam the surface, just like I do.
Why must these be imprisoned here? As he watched, one of the sprites began to turn translucent, then disappeared altogether, though her laughing could still be heard.
That's why, Ledrito said.
They're creatures of magic, but they can't control the magic.
They were never taught how, because the ones that could teach them were killed off by humans.
Why?
Because certain people would pay high prices to have one of them hung on a wall, or made slave out of.
Also, the church took a great disliking to them. The church? When Ledrito didn't explain, Jean-Pierre asked, what do they feed off of? Blood, flesh, semen, fear, brain fluid, what? Ledrito smiled. Sweat.
They'll fuck you till you're soaked with it, then they'll lick you down, head to foot. As I said before, I'm very anxious to get back into a human body.
And I guess that answers your question about the church. So can we go now? Jean-Pierre would have rather just stood there watching the angels playing. It seemed a happy life, a simple one. On some level, he actually envied them. On another, he was grievously wounded. I need to feed.
Ledrito led him down tunnel after tunnel, through strange cavern after strange cavern. Jean-Pierre saw all sorts of exotic immortal creatures, some terrible, some beautiful. At one point, the companions passed a particular short tunnel that led into a large dark chamber.
Ledrito said that they should pass, but the noises from within drew the albino's curiosity.
Reluctantly, Ledrito allowed him to go inside. In the middle of the cavern, a large bubbling cauldron of a lake, maybe the outlet of a hot spring, boiled and steamed. So much steam rose from it that on first glance Jean-Pierre thought it to be on fire. It wasn't, of course, but the vapor did rise to form an acrid, blood-red cloud on the cavern's ceiling. More puzzling, the waters of the boiling pool were red, as well, a fact highlighted by the torches that blazed along the cold stone walls and threw their own light upon this little spot of hell. Skinless humanoids, wide eyes blazing hate, some with tails and wings and other odd appendages and all with great fangs and claws, hopped about the room, howling and wrestling with each other. Some frothed at the mouth as they fought. Sometimes their quarrels would take them into the boiling water. The intense heat didn't seem to faze them. Blood was splashed all over the chamber's walls and floor, as the beings had no skin to keep their juices inside. A pile of dead human bodies, or at least their remains, rotted in one corner. Some had been skinned, while some seemed to have never had skin to begin with.
Magic isn't always beautiful, Ledrito said.
They can steal the skin from a human and walk around undetected for a while. Up on the surface, they were a pretty decent lot, as far as shades go. But down here, not needing to hide in a human skin, the ghouls have abandoned those old practices for the most part, and over the centuries they've gone quite insane, as you can see.
They're codependent on the spring now, it's sentient. It lives? If that's the word.
They need the skin to live, even if they don't need it for disguise, but the spring also needs flesh. So they kill humans, steal their flesh and then dive into the spring. Its magics keep their insides from falling out completely, and the flesh they bring it keeps it alive.
Let's go, Jean-Pierre.
If they catch us, well, I can always flutter away like the bats I am, but they'll kill you for sure. One dog-faced creature, skinless, emerged from the boiling river and howled a soul-wrenching cry of pain and rage and isolation.
It leapt upon one of its mates and began tearing into it. Jean-Pierre needed little urging to move on.
Ladrido ushered him down more tunnels and past more strange sights. At one point, they passed through a large corridor lit so brightly with some unseen source that it almost seemed like daylight.
Ladrido swore.
The sorcerers created some suns down here, he said.
Little ones, but suns nonetheless.
I believe those were the most taxing for the sorcerers, but it's the taxing of a sorcerer's strength that can either kill one or make him even stronger. This tunnel doesn't have a sun, but they did light it too much for my taste.
I'm still a vampire, you know. Even a magical sun could kill me. Maybe. To tell you the truth, I've never chanced it before. I can't blame you. If I vanish into a cloud suddenly, then consider this farewell.
The corridor enlarged, and a little river bubbled up from underground and ran down the center of the passage. The water was clear and inviting, but devoid of any marine life. Ladrido and Jean-Pierre walked to either side of the river. Soon rainbows could be seen, shining colorfully and brilliantly against the green shrubs and flowers that grew on the small valley sides. There was no mist, no rain, the rainbows stood on their own.
Strange.
Beautiful. Their colors sparkled like crisp fresh emotions and reflected off the water so sharply it almost seemed that the rainbows lived both below and above the river. The arcs called to Jean-Pierre, their vibrant colors beckoned him to enter their domain. In his head, he heard them promise to grace his skin with the pigmentation his genes had denied him.
Don't listen to them, Ladrido said. Were they talking? Don't play dumb, Jean-Pierre. Those rainbows are dangerous.
They'll call you to them and absorb you. They're kind of like serpents, but ghostly.
Anyway, that's what keeps their colors so bright. Jean-Pierre nodded. Blood. And flesh and bones and everything else.
I've heard the screams of those they absorb, it sounds like their victims get burned alive.
Vampiric rainbows, mused the werewolf. More like sirens.
They're down here, too, by the way, but I'm not taking you anywhere near their den.
Here's our tunnel. We won't go along this route any longer.
My consciousness can deflect the rainbow's powers, mainly because it's so scattered, but you.
Look at that one, off in the back. It's so gray. It's dying. I guess it couldn't call enough victims to it, or perhaps it's simply tired of life.
Before we were all thrown down here, those rainbows were nomads. They'd hop around from stream to stream, all over the world. Could be being stuck in one place for so long has made that one suicidal.
What's their weakness, their bane?
Gold, of course.
You're kidding. Nope. Throw a pot of gold into one of them and watch it shrink up and wail in pain.
They turn pale and writhe like serpents on fire.
The Batman paused, somewhat sadly.
When you've seen a rainbow die, a piece of your soul goes with it.
They moved on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Carker had taken Ruger away, Danielle hadn't gone back to sleep.
Instead, she sent for a servant and asked him to bring her a complete selection of Ruger's poems from the library, the English translations, if possible. The servant returned 10 minutes later and handed her a pile of carefully bound manuscripts, then bowed and skittered out of the room before she could offer him so much as a cup of coffee for his troubles. Drinking cup after cup herself, Danielle pored over the Darkling's poems, essays and short stories. She'd read his work before, of course, but in English-speaking countries it was rare that she could find a copy she could read, and even when she could, the translations were so poor that she never came away feeling as though she'd gotten everything out of the work that Ruger had intended. So she read, 4 hours, learning much about the mind of the man that had existed before Amelia's death. He'd been a very introspective and loving man, as he was now, but back then he'd been untainted by the evil that he eventually succumbed to. Often, she found his essays to be harsh indictments of immortal societies during that time. He berated shades for their wanton immorality, for abusing their powers to cause humans pain. Frequently, he pointed out to his audience that they were no more than humans themselves, just stronger and longer lived. These were essays printed in underground immortal presses. Included in the manuscripts were the scandalized reactions of the readers, those who felt moved to write a piece for the editor's page. Ruger's critics disclaimed him as a sentimental fool, a being that could not bear to face his true nature, a coward. However, none of his detractors openly challenged him, for even back then he was considered dangerous. When he responded to his critics, calmly explaining that he was no craven, that he and Amelia lived up to their principles and scoured the earth clean of mortal and immortal refuse, he seemed to both anger and quiet his enemies at the same time. They knew his words were true. There was quite a bit about Amelia in the clippings, and Danielle read about her eagerly, caught in the grip of some obsession. Amelia was an outspoken radical, as deeply philosophical and introspective as Ruger, but a touch more driven, more ruthless. Still, alongside Ruger, she battled evil and stood up for the helpless, all in all, a valiant figure. A revolutionary. If she still lived, Danielle found it hard to believe that the Cavassari would interfere with Roche Sarnova's plans. She would support his Jerusalem, not destroy it. Danielle worried at the problem, trying to link Amelia's motives behind the scouring to the Dark Lord's plans for peace between humans and immortals. For some reason, the Cavassari's timing seemed off. Why, when Roche was as beleaguered as he was, would a woman like Amelia go to such lengths to wreak chaos in the Shade World? Now was when Roche needed all the backing he could get, whether it came from crime lords or not. Testament to this, his hope that Vistrat might come to his aid. So why the scouring? Danielle was still musing on it when Ruger finally came in through the door, quietly, as if he expected her to be asleep. When he found she wasn't, he laughed, then noticed the manuscripts scattered all about the bed. "Just reading about you, baby," she explained. "We have plenty of time to discuss that later." Eagerly, almost fearfully, she sat up in bed, elbows on knees, and demanded, "What did that old badger want?" Ruger smiled. "Watch this." Like a showman, he danced all about the room, did a few handsprings and made a great show out of bending his elbows. She didn't see what all the fuss was about. He stopped his prancing and became still, looking at her with a smile in his black eyes. Suddenly, blades shot out from his sleeves and in the blink of the eye he held a gleaming silver scimitar in one hand and a dagger in the other. He slashed them back and forth a few times, and she could hear the air split as they clove through it. "Damn," she said. Ruger threw the blades in a corner and suspended them there with his telekinesis. "Carker told me to keep them up there all day while I'm asleep," he said. "It's to build strength," he says. "Like flexing a muscle." He strode to the bed, shedding his clothes as he came. He swept all the manuscripts onto the floor, grabbed her and kissed her passionately. Too caught up in the moment to resist or even question, she kissed back, and soon they fell in a riotous tangle to the bed. Afterwards, they lay together, sweaty and exhausted. He held her tight against him, kissing the nape of her neck. She smiled, brought one of his arms tighter against her, and fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. Chapter 3. "Damn it, Jean-Pierre, you're wasting too much time," Ladrido said. "Do you really have to poke your nose in every room we pass through?" "I'm afraid I do." The albino could hear the raggedness in his voice. "It may prove to be a fatal habit. Ladrido, you may be used to magic, but I'm not. When were you brought over, anyway?" The large bat that served as Ladrido's eyes and mouth frowned. "Guess I was turned about 500 years after Jesus died. Never cared for the church much, really. Killed a bunch of the hypocrites that were members of it, the very ones that let themselves be seduced by your angels back at the waterfall, then, after a righteous period of guilt, order their executions." "Why do you talk in such a modern way?" "When I possess a human, I've access to all his thoughts and feelings and memories. Hell, I probably know as much about your world as you do, at least from the mortal perspective. Over time, I've come to speak and think in the ways those humans did, the ones I possessed. Do you regret having to possess them? I'd much prefer to go on killing those fucking Catholics, at least, the corrupt ones that existed in my day. From what I understand now, the Catholics and their splinter group, the Protestants, have become somewhat peaceable in modern times. No more crusades or witch hunts." The Batman laughed. "You say you're taken by the magic down here, what I wouldn't give to see the magic up there. I'd love to see a television." Jean-Pierre smiled. "Were sorcerers really that common as TVs? Of course not. But they weren't all that rare, either. I guess there were about as many sorcerers and warlocks and witches as there were shades. How come no shade was ever made a sorcerer? Surely I'd know if there was such a creature. Apparently the magic that makes shades immortal doesn't mesh very well with the magic that sorcerers and their lot use, at least that's what I've gathered." They walked on in silence for some time. Eventually, Jean-Pierre noticed that the bats that composed Ladrido's body were becoming restless. Every now and then, a small group would detach itself from his body, fly off for a while and return only to have another group leave. "I'm growing weak, Jean-Pierre," Ladrido confessed as another group of bats drifted away. "I can't sustain this shape much longer.
He stopped in his tracks, lifted one arm and dispersed the entire limb into the air. Eagerly, the bats swarmed about in a restless frenzy that seemed to relax Ladrido. Here, we're in a pretty calm area right now. I need to scatter for a while, regain my strength. I'll try to make it quick, because I don't want you wandering off on your own. How long will you be dispersed? Time's so strange here. Make it a half hour or so. That's a pretty quick rest for me. I won't be much stronger after it, but maybe it'll be enough to carry me till we find a human. Even as he spoke, he lifted his arm and another limb dispersed into a cloud of busy wings and sharp little teeth. Just take care. And don't wander far. Okay? Jean-Pierre nodded. The entire body that was Ladrido unraveled, freeing a great cloud of bats. They circled Jean-Pierre, maybe in thanks or in parting, then flew off to parts unknown, at least to the outsider werewolf. As Jean-Pierre watched the cloud disappear from sight, he felt a pang of loneliness. He'd actually come to like Ladrido, even if he was a damned and miserable thing. On the other hand, he was glad to have some time to do a little exploring without the Batman constantly chastising him. Jean-Pierre gazed about him. Oh, where to begin? He began by poking in and out of some of the cross tunnels Ladrido hadn't let him see on the way here. As it happened, the Batman had been right. This seemed to be a pretty dull district. At the end of the first 20 minutes, the most exciting thing he'd seen had been some enormous 10-foot-long earthworms, or what looked like earthworms, hanging from a cave ceiling like bats would do, only the dangling worms were colored a bright hot pink. Maybe they were cocoons or something. Jean-Pierre didn't know and he wasn't going to chance it by approaching them. He left the tunnel and continued wandering. Down one corridor he saw what looked like a tropical paradise. Magical light bathed the area in a sunny glow that reflected off of a moist wall, dotted all over with tiny holes from which water flowed, trickling down into a little pond surrounded by wild, lush vegetation. Palm trees, tall grasses, shrubs, and flowers. Jean-Pierre started toward it, then realized there was only one torch between him and the oasis, and he had just passed the torch. Between him and the bright pond leered a multitude of great dark stalactites and stalagmites. He broke off a short stalagmite and tossed it into the center of where he judged the Gryph to be. The Gryph contracted, spearing the stalagmite with its stone tongues, and when it contracted, its top separated from the cavern ceiling, creating a gap. Laughing, Jean-Pierre hopped onto its back and ran the length of it, then leapt down into the magically sunny area on the other side. The Gryph made a groaning noise but didn't pursue. Likely it didn't appreciate the strong light. Jean-Pierre knelt down by the pond and studied his haggard reflection in the water for a moment. He was filthy, his clothes in tatters and his whole body splashed in blood. His pale blonde hair looked as if it had been smeared in soot, and his luminous green eyes seemed more tired than he'd ever seen them before. He splashed water on his face, and ran his hands through his hair. The cool water felt good on his skin. Resting along its banks, he kept guard by the pool and allowed himself a light doze. In minutes, he was awake again, and beginning to grow restless. Where was that damned Ladrido? Half an hour, eh? He wandered again, and came across some amazing sights, some wondrous, some horrifying, many both, before finally a human-shaped figure appeared before him. It was a strange man, thought Jean-Pierre. Naked and bald, in good shape, maybe 30 years old, but covered from head to foot in tattoos of swastikas. Ladrido? Jean-Pierre hazarded. The skinhead smiled. In the flesh, my friend, if I may call you that. Only if I may call you the same. You can, of course. I see you fed without me. Or, rather, possessed without me. Thought we were partners in this. We were. We are, Ladrido assured him. Beneath his skin, Jean-Pierre could see subtle writhing movements, constantly. Bats. Ugh. I went off to hibernate for a while, collect my powers. Took a nap, I guess you'd call it. Further up the corridor than we were in, hoping a mortal might pass by out of the meadow. Sure enough, one did. This one. Skinhead freak, I can't stand his mind. Now there's a curse for you. Trapped in the body of man whose mind you can use, if you choose, but to do so means feeling his thoughts and feelings. I hate this guy, Jean-Pierre. Racist prick. Did you know that before that damned sorcerer turned me into a bunch of bats that I was black? Good thing you weren't Jewish. The skinhead laughed. Good thing. Anyway, you need to feed, and soon, or I fear you'll go comatose or die or something. Point is, you need to feed. And the reason I brought this racist bastard to you was so that you could, well, eat me. Eat you. Trust me, my friend, you'll be doing me a favor. I can't stand this guy. Every other word out of his mind is nigger, nigger. Just can't take it, even if I could get laid by him with one of those winged nymphs you're so taken with. Me, too, for that matter. They lick you up and down afterwards, Jean-Pierre. Then they feed you and snuggle. Damn hard to beat. I can see that. But you never did explain to me how this guy got here, how humans come from the castle down into the refuge. Don't worry about it. Hopefully, if you live to get there, you'll find out soon enough. No, come on. Tell me. At least get into this guy's head for me. Tell me his last thoughts. Ladrido rolled his borrowed eyes. All right. Here goes. Okay, guy's all doped up, can hardly think. On a dinner plate? Yeah, think so. Served on a table outdoors. Cold. He hates the place. Can't really think, though. Totally out of it. Then this little dark-haired girl, a vampire, starts drinking from him. Dark-haired girl? That piqued the albino's interest. Black hair, black eyes, black clothes. Silver earrings. Pretty. Must be some sort of goth chick, I guess. Anyway, his last thoughts are, 1, that he hates her in the whole fucking world, and 2, that the drugs the chefs gave him are pretty damned good. Then nothing. It was the albino's turn to laugh. Danielle, he said. What? Nothing. Just that I won't feel too bad eating this guy. If she would eat him, so can I. Whatever you say. Beside, he's already pretty much dead. He won't survive once I leave him, so your conscience shouldn't bother you. You're sure about this? As I said, you'll be doing me a favor. I can't wait to get out of this guy's body. But I thought you had to possess, to live. I've possessed him for about an hour and, believe me, that's quite enough. It's centered my consciousness, made me stronger. I can easily survive till the next one comes up the pike. Then I'll be off down to the nymphs, and then back to my position by the old Greif. Life as usual. Now just hurry up and eat me, already. With you in him? Don't worry so much, my friend. Each portion you eat, I'll move out of. I'll stay in him as long as I can, get as much strength from him as I can, then, when he's about dead, I'll retreat altogether and let you finish. You've done this before? Actually, no. But it'll work. Now before I have to force-feed my arm down your throat, would you please just start already? Jean-Pierre didn't need any more prodding. He fell upon the skinhead in a frenzy only starvation can bring about. Started with the limbs, swallowing meat and gristle and veins and fat and finally chewing on bone, letting it splinter in his strong werewolf teeth. He hadn't even realized he'd transformed until he tasted the marrow on his tongue. He ate hungrily, rapidly. And every time he moved to a different portion of the body, a flurry of bats would burst from the skin and circle about him in encouragement and, even awe. He ate the whole damned body, head and all. It took him about 15 minutes. Afterwards, he lay down gnawing on a thigh bone he'd missed, content and full of life. He virtually crackled with strength. He felt it blazing in his eyes, could feel the long-neglected wounds begin to heal. He relished it. His transformation had burst his clothes, but, now that he was back on the ball, he mended them as best he could with his telekinetic abilities enough so he could still wear them, anyway. Appropriate for a formal ball they were certainly not, but it kept him from going naked, not that he really cared one way or another down here. Ladrido sat comfortably beside him, in his Batman form, and watched as the last of the thick bone splintered between the albino's teeth. After finishing the head, Jean-Pierre had slipped back into his human shape. The two immortals sat quietly, comfortably, atop a gigantic mushroom and enjoyed a slight draft that gusted out of one of the many tunnels that led into this room. When Jean-Pierre was completely finished, he turned to Ladrido and said, "Thank you. I needed that." The Batman nodded sagely. "I know. And I was happy to give it to you. Would you like to rest now, or go on?" "I'm wired, Ladrido. I feel like I could do just about anything, thanks to you. But what about you, are you strong enough to go on, or have you any reason to go on at all now?" Ladrido chuckled to himself. "We're friends, Jean-Pierre, and that means a lot to someone who's been shut away for hundreds of years. So of course I have reason to go on with you. I can't go far, though. The quickest route to the castle is through the meadow, but there's a sun there, the brightest one of all, and too much for me, and I can't go through it. But I'll lead you as far as I can, then I'll scatter to the ceiling and wait for the next one. I hope you return someday. We can have a grand old time eating mushrooms and bowling nymphs." Jean-Pierre smiled. "I'm a married man." Ladrido shrugged, but didn't retract the offer. "Shall we go?" As the sun sank behind the Carpathians, Ruger and Danielle rose from their bed, taking their time, and leisurely made their way down to the cafe for breakfast and coffee.
It was a pleasant evening, but, as she passed through the halls, she noted the expressions of the other denizens of the castle. Seeing their tense and agitated gestures, Danielle too grew uneasy. The castle was in hard times, not made any easier by the nuclear attack the Libertarians had devised to cripple its air force and daytime defenses. On the other hand, most of these shades were amoral creatures and Danielle couldn't feel much sympathy for their problems, except where their problems overlapped hers, namely, the winning of the war and the successful repellence of the Libertarians.
I certainly don't want Melisowell's army here.
From what Ruger had told her, Ludwig's widow had made a turn for the darker side, and the soldiers of liberty themselves had never been particularly moral. Danielle still wanted to avenge Ludwig, but now that mystery tied into several others, and it looked as though she and Ruger would have to unravel all these threads before they found what they wanted. The Libertarians would only bring destruction. Primarily, though, Danielle's mind was focused on keeping Ruger alive throughout the next few days and nights, and for this, and this alone, she was glad of the hunter's interference.
You were pretty frisky last night, she observed, as she and Ruger slid side by side into a booth in the cafe and ordered breakfast. How could I help myself? He said. With you there in your hot pants and fluffy shoes?
She knew there was more to it than that, but wasn't quite sure how to phrase the question.
Were you trying to distract me from reading about you, about the way you were, before?
He sipped his black coffee.
I guess I was. In the best way possible. Hey, I'm not complaining, but
I suppose I just don't like being remembered the way I was before I thought she was dead.
Amelia.
I wasn't quite innocent then, or pure, but I was a hell of a lot more of both back then than I am now. Stirring up those old memories, of what could have been, had not some Kabasari decided to turn her, had not I given up everything I believed in and turned into a creature of hate.
It's painful.
She wanted to be satisfied with the answer because she knew probing Ruger like this wasn't in either of their best interests, not at the moment, so she merely nodded.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
He looked into his coffee and frowned.
She let him.
Really, she was just glad to have him back, but she wished they could get reacquainted under better circumstances and in a better environment. More and more, she was beginning to feel oppressed by the evil of the other immortals here, at how petty and cruel and obsessed with power they were. She thought about how that mirrored his old essays.
Let's talk about all that later, he said. We've got other things to think about now.
Kirnavar's last chess game is in about an hour and I wanted to know if you had any further thoughts about who killed Ludwig.
Since we've been apart, you might have some fresh insight.
Actually, I might, she said. I kinda hate to tell it to you, though.
Why?
Well, not only is it really off the wall, but you won't like it.
Tell me.
She patted his chest and let her hand stay there. First, let's start off with what we know, what we've learned recently.
What have we learned?
That Roche Sarnova keeps a zoo of endangered immortal creatures buried in the heart of this mountain.
You think that has something to do with all this?
I don't know, but, and think of this, if Sarnova didn't have Ludwig killed, it might mean that one of his enemies did.
That's what he was saying, Ruger said. I think he might be right. It makes sense.
Anyway, when you first told me about the dragon, my first thought was that it was Karker who hired the balaclava to kill Ludwig.
Why on earth would you think that?
See, I told you wouldn't like it, she said.
I'm listening.
Well, he loves to hunt, doesn't he?
It's his great pastime, other than collecting and drinking wine. And what greater beast could he hunt than a dragon? Or the other things Sarnova has tucked away? That's insane.
You think Karker hired Junger and Yagoda to kill Ludwig so that Malie would attack Sarnova in order to avenge Ludwig's murder, in the process tearing apart the castle and freeing the dragons and such, also that Karker could get at Roche's secret zoo?
I can't believe that. Do you?
At his shock, she smiled.
No.
But I think that's the sort of thing we should be considering really weird shit.
Stuff that isn't transparent. Things we wouldn't normally think of.
We've discussed all the obvious ideas.
Now let's examine the more obscure.
You think the refuge is a part of this whole thing?
Maybe. I just don't know. He lit a cigarette and sucked down a drag. Do you think we made a mistake, pursuing this so far?
That surprised her, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond.
She stopped. Started again. I don't know, baby.
At the time, finding out who killed Ludwig seemed like the right thing to do, not to mention preventing the Army of Liberty from taking over the world and all. But we've gone through so much since then. Yeah, I know, he said, his voice almost a whisper.
I know.
Putting out his cigarette, he slipped an arm under her back, around her shoulders, and drew her closer to him. She looked up at his face and saw what looked like tears in his eyes.
Oh, Danny, he managed to say, I'm so sorry, what they almost did to you.
No, she said again, and tilted her face up so she could really see him. His jaw and lips were set firmly, and his eyebrows were slanted together in an angry sort of way. Not angry at her, or even at Junger and Yagoda, but at himself, because that was his way. He was putting all the culpability on himself first, everyone else later.
Don't do that, she said. Give yourself a break for once. I'm not sorry, so you shouldn't be either.
He stared at her.
You're not sorry?
Of course not, she said, suddenly sure that what she said was true.
We did what we had to do. No good deed ever goes unpunished, right? Baby, look at me. It's not your fault. Place the blame where it belongs, on the fucking bastards that deserve it. Now let's go get you ready to face Sarnova. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
A half hour later and they were seated in the throne room, their guards assembled behind them, listening as the referee outlined the rules of the game and the consequences for losing.
He was making the thing out to be even more dramatic than it was.
Kirnavar sat at a little table in the middle of all the hubbub, staring intently at his opponent opposite him. His foe, a werewolf named Breedlove, was a large, hulking creature nearly 7 feet tall with a lantern jaw and long, flowing, gray-brown hair. His dark brown eyes took in the scene around him, occasionally settling on Kirnavar, who did not even blink.
Breedlove did not appear in the least bit intimidated.
Powerful and strong and exuding wisdom, he seemed certain of his inevitable victory. However, for the gamblers in the room, he wasn't the favorite, and he had to know it. For whatever reason, the vibe in the room suggested that this game was just a formality, that Kirnavar would win without question, that he was, or soon would be, the heir to the throne.
Danielle glanced at Harry Lavaka, sitting beside her.
Beyond Harry was Cloar, who seemed to have developed an affection for the Slayer despite all their differences. Beyond Cloar sat Byron, Luaro, and Killian. To Danielle, the members of the Death Squad seemed uncomfortable with each other, and she guessed that things were not well between them.
Too bad I don't care.
Harry returned her gaze, and his eyes contained a level of gravity that adequately conveyed his feelings of despair. He did not want Kirnavar to win, that much was clear. In the last few days public opinion had turned in the lunatic's favor, not so much because of his blatant attempts at bribery but because the dwellers of the castle regarded him as a novelty, something that kept things interesting in what many were calling the last dark days. To them, Kirnavar broke up the boredom and tension, and in this at least he was valuable. On the other hand, Breedlove was considered a good man, a worthy heir, but not half as interesting. Danielle nodded to Harry in agreement, then turned to see how Ruger was taking this whole thing. She wasn't quite sure whether he wanted the lunatic to win or not. On the one hand, she knew Ruger didn't want Breedlove executed, and he was just a little apprehensive of going up against Kirnavar, but on the other he wanted to prove to her that logic was stronger than insanity. It was a battle she prayed would never happen.
Ruger stared at Kirnavar, probing.
Ruger was actually trying to understand the bastard, realized Danielle.
Good luck, baby.
When the referee finished building the match into an epic conflict, he bowed to the Dark Lord.
From his throne, Roche Sarnova said, Breedlove, are you ready?
The large man nodded solemnly.
Yes, my lord. And you, Kirnavar? Kirnavar destroy. So be it. Gentlemen, may the best man win.
The Dark Lord leaned back in his chair and motioned for a servant to bring him a cup of something, which he only started drinking once most of the spectators had averted their eyes. As he took his first swallow, his gaze fell on Danielle, and he gave a little nod of acknowledgement. She returned the gesture and moved her attention to the chessboard in the center of the room. Breedlove, being white, moved first, shoving the pawn in front of the king up 2 squares. A common opening, she knew, even though her grasp of the game was far from complete. Ruger, however, would probably be able to say whom it was that made that move popular and in what year it occurred.
Kirnavar moved out a knight.
Danielle yawned and kept her eye out for the beer vendor.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Down in the still halls of the labyrinth, Junger and Yagoda stood over the bloody wreckage that the collage had left in its wake.
Specifically, they studied the remains of the parasites that the Sabo had sent to attack the collage. The nasty worm-like things with the big teeth and all the fins lay at the balaclava's feet, gutted and squashed and torn.
Think they're really salvageable? Junger asked.
The other one shrugged.
They'd better be, else things are going to get a little sticky for us. Then let's get this thing over with.
He pulled one of the tusks out of his face and used the sharp end of the baby rib to tear open a vein in his arm, then let his blood rain down on the mudsharks. Yagoda, using his large teeth to draw blood, did the same.
While they were pouring their fluids on the dead things, the balaclava also used their newly acquired Khaljit gifts to resurrect the parasites.
After some time, the creatures began to stir. Junger and Yagoda turned to each other and smiled.
Behind them, the small army of human zombies cheered.
As the parasites came back to their senses, Younger and Yagoda began sending them messages, which the worms received as well as could be expected. "We are your leaders," the balaclava sent, and the mudsharks, after some persuasion, came to agree. Younger and Yagoda gave the resurrected parasites their orders, and the things disappeared back into the mud, not even leaving holes to prove that they'd once been. "Go get 'em, boys," Younger said. For a while, the assassins waited, silent, letting their minds follow the progress of their new zombies, and, before too long, they realized their success. The parasites were loyal. Yagoda laughed. After a brief embrace, the balaclava turned to their ever-growing legion. Beyond the blood slaves, a collage towered innocently, like a big dog waiting to be thrown a bone. "Well done, all of you," said Younger, careful to include the collage in the praise. "We have now infiltrated the Sabo. And," continued Yagoda, "if those parasites are successful, we will shortly control one of the most valuable creatures in the world." He raised his head and gave a great triumphant roar, which was quickly joined by Younger, the zombies, and, at last, the collage itself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The chess match lasted over 2 hours. Ruger noticed that, as time went by, Roche Sarnova seemed to grow increasingly impatient, and thought he understood why. The man had a war to run, after all. Kirnavar hardly even glanced at the board. Most of his attention was focused on Breedlove, who, after 2 hours had gone by, had finally started to sweat. It was clear to Ruger that Breedlove was an exceptional chess player, but for some reason he was no match against Kirnavar. The lunatic didn't even hesitate before making a move, would just reach out a long arm and waggle a piece with his long dirty fingers. As time wore on, Breedlove spent more and more time deliberating about his next move, and Ruger could see flashes of anger in the man's face, but Breedlove managed to keep himself composed enough not to do anything foolish. Which was wise, because foolishness was not something the werewolf could afford. Ruger didn't envy him. In fact, he began to see what Danielle had been so afraid of. Kirnavar was simply not of this world. He was the elemental of chaos. How else could he beat such a skilled opponent as Breedlove without even seeming to consider his next move? Eventually, Breedlove was left with nothing but a king and a rook, whereas Kirnavar had managed to convert 2 pawns into queens and had also managed to retain a bishop and a knight, while his king just sat back and watched. From there it took 2 moves before Breedlove was in checkmate. Glaring, trembling, eyes huge and fixed on his killer, Breedlove reached out a massive hand and toppled his king. The sound reverberated long and loud in the hallowed chamber. Kirnavar smiled at his opponent, then reached inside his jacket and retrieved a wad of old feces, which he flung at the defeated party. "Damn you!" Breedlove said, shooting to his feet in rage. A half-dozen castle guards approached, ready to take him into custody, where he would then be executed. "No!" Breedlove shouted. "This is not right!" With a primal roar, he smashed the chess table into splinters and threw himself at Kirnavar. Even as he moved through the air, his body began to transform into a great beast. The guards rushed toward him. Kirnavar jumped back a few steps, giving Breedlove time to complete his transformation. Just as Breedlove was preparing to wrap his jaws about Kirnavar's head and squash it like a pumpkin, the lunatic stepped to the side and raised a hand in the air. The hand became the ragged claw of a monster, although the rest of the madman's body remained human. As Breedlove struggled to alter course, Kirnavar plunged his hand deep into the hairy back of his attacker, impaling him. Breedlove thrashed, and the lunatic pulled Breedlove's large hot heart out through his back and shoved it into his putrid mouth, then began to chew. Still somehow alive, Breedlove drew himself up and prepared for one last desperate lunge, but just as he was preparing to spring, the castle guards reached him and, with their sabers, began hacking him apart. While the audience either cried or cheered, Breedlove's blood and limbs dropped to the floor. Soon his carcass followed. Breedlove's large severed head kept snapping its powerful jaws until it too was sliced to pieces. It was a warrior's death, Ruger thought, a proud death, but a waste just the same. Kirnavar merely stood there, tall and otherworldly, munching on his enemy's heart and staring into space. After some time had gone by, the noise and confusion had died down, Breedlove's remains had been mopped up, and bets had been honored. The lunatic turned his mad eyes on Ruger. "Tomorrow night, this will be you," his gaze said. "Come," Danielle whispered, tugging on Ruger's arm. "Let's get the hell out of here." Chapter 4. After the fight, Cor led Harry to the floor show, where they deposited themselves at a booth and ordered a bottle of liquor. She could see that he needed it. He looked quite shaken. "You all right?" she asked, once his nerves had been steadied. Coughing a little at the alcohol, he nodded. "Fine." For a while they watched the showgirls, letting the sex and the glitter and the booze erase the memory of Breedlove's death. Soon it grew dimly lit in Clar's mind, but it didn't recede altogether, which surprised her. After all, she was used to violence. However, that Kirnavar had been the responsible party that disturbed her. She didn't know why. She'd never liked him, and had certainly never cared much, one way or another, about his morals.
No.
In her heart, she knew what bothered her. It wasn't the savagery that had offended her, not even the fact that her former crew member had been the savage, it was the fact that Kirnavar now stood in line to be the Dark Lord's heir. She knew that was the source of Harry's troubles, as well. As if to confirm this, he looked up from removing the olive from his martini and said, "So that's it, then.
Kirnavar's won."
"Yeah, well, we all know Ruger's going to get his shot tomorrow."
"You don't seem to place much faith in his abilities." Harry downed a long sip. "Ruger can't beat that thing."
"Hell, Ruger only beat me about half the time." "You're pretty good." At that, he smiled a little.
"It was good to see."
"And you've only played me when I was drunk," he pointed out. Then his smile faded, and she didn't have to probe his mind to know what he was thinking. These days he was always drunk.
"You don't have much hope, do you?" she said.
He shook his head.
"Ruger's been a good friend for a long time.
I wish there was some way I could get him out of this."
"Is there?" "I don't know. I can't think. Maybe if I stopped drinking."
He shoved his glass away, leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes.
"Let's see," he said. "We know he's a prisoner.
We know we can't overpower his guards.
Not without help."
He opened his eyes, looked at her as hard as he could, considering how drunk he was.
"Can we get help?" She picked up her Jack Daniels and drained it. "I don't know. My crew, they might could do it, but I don't think they will.
Even if I could pull them together, make them stay here a little longer, I don't think they'd risk their worthless lives for Ruger."
"You don't want any part of that anymore, though, right?" "That's what you told me."
She grimaced. Yeah, she'd told him that. She'd told herself that. It was the reason she'd distanced herself from the rest of the crew, the reason she'd created such a rift between Byron and Killian in the first place. The simple truth of the situation was Jean-Pierre had held the Death Squad together and, without him, it just wasn't fun anymore. On the other hand, a part of her, a big part, wanted it back, wanted the long restless days and the long bloody nights. More than music could ever be, violence was a part of her nature, and she was slowly convincing herself to get the crew back together, to be their leader, to go off with them and find adventure wherever that might be. Whenever she let herself think about that, though, she remembered Harry. At last, she took his hand. "Lover, if you haven't guessed already, I'm a fucking liar." For a moment, his face was blank, sad, drunk. Then the meaning of her words clicked in his foggy mind. Slowly, he smiled. "Cloire," he murmured, letting his hand slip from hers, "sometimes I think you're all right." Then, just before his eyes closed for good, he said, "And sometimes I think I love you." He passed out. For a while, Cloire watched him, thinking on his words. He was a lush, of course, but even so he knew not to say such words lightly. Confused and a little angry, she slid out from the booth, hefted Harry over her shoulder and left the floor show without a second thought. She had work to do. Asterisk. Breedlove's death had put a pall over Ruger and Danielle, and he noticed similarly gloomy expressions on many of the faces he passed as Sophia led the two vampires to the pool hall. There was a strange, unhealthy energy in the air, he perceived. Those who wanted Breedlove to win saw Kirnavar's victory as a sign that the last dark days were coming to a brutal end, while those who'd rooted for Kirnavar seemed eager, perhaps anticipating the chaos to come in the following nights. One way or the other, it seemed that the barbarian's death had heralded the end of an era. Pushing through the throng, the Odd Flock and the Ice Queen found the pool hall and commenced to play around. While the game itself was pretty bad, at least it gave a chance for the three to unwind. Ruger sank 2 solids in his opening break, and Danielle and Soph decided to alternate turns against him. To him, this was funny, because he considered Danielle to be the better player. As it turned out, the opening break was the best play of the game. All preternatural skills aside, the players' hearts just weren't in it.
"This is stupid," declared Sophia after she'd missed another shot.
"I concur," said Danielle. "Fuck it," Ruger said. "Let's get plowed." They relocated to the bar. About an hour later, Sophia said she had to meet with Claude and excused herself. Ruger couldn't blame her for leaving, the mood by that point was pretty maudlin. Before she left, she kissed Ruger on the cheek and said, "Good luck tomorrow." He nodded grimly, unwilling to come up with a rejoinder. He and Danielle ordered one more shot of tequila. Before they knocked it back, she put a steadying hand on his forearm and said, "So what's the plan, Rug?"
"What do you mean?"
"What do you mean, what do I mean?" "Look at us, baby.
Tomorrow night you're to go up against that thing, and what are we doing tonight?"
"What are our plans?
To get drunk and fuck and then I send you off to die?"
"No, baby, that's not how this ends."
I won't let it be that way.
Seeing the tears in her eyes, he set the shot glass down, and she did the same. He thought that she was about to let him wrap her in his arms, but she did not. No longer was she a little girl, he thought, no longer would she let his words soothe her. The thought made him sad.
I don't want to lose you, Ruger. And, goddammit, I'm not going to.
You're not going to lose me, he said.
You're just trying to calm me down. No.
Tomorrow I will beat Kirnavar in a fair game of chess, for all time dispelling the poetic idea that chaos is stronger than order, then we will decide what to do from there. She shook her head in frustration.
No. Damn it, Ruger, why must you have such a thick head? Kirnavar isn't human. He isn't anything like we've ever seen before. He's a thing, a beast. I don't know how to say it.
Ruger, you can play a great game of chess, I've seen you, but you're human, you know what I mean.
Like everyone, you make mistakes, you miss things. He's not like that. You're saying he's infallible? Maybe. Is chaos infallible?
Again, she shook her head and looked to him with eyes so full of despair that he didn't know what to do. Danielle lifted her jigger and took the shot, but by her sour expression he didn't think it had helped any. He placed a hand against her face, and she pressed her cheek in closer to the palm, taking comfort from the contact. Danielle, he whispered, and she watched him with large unblinking eyes, clearly willing to listen to what he had to say.
Yes?
He took a deep breath.
I don't want to die, either. I see what you mean about Kirnavar. He's... I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't beat him. But what choice have I got? To stay in the dungeon, to get outright executed? No. I must go up against him. It's the only way. Unless you have an alternate plan?
She said nothing, but the subtle shake of her head and the tears he felt against his palm told him all he needed to know. Let's go, she said, and he did not disagree. They paid the bar tab and left for their room, their guards in tow. When they found their door, they also found 3 more guards outside it.
Further protection? He asked.
No, said the lead guard, unapologetic. We're reinforcements to the guards already detailed to you.
Our purpose is to keep you from escaping.
As Ruger and Danielle entered their room, he noticed that it was darker in here than it should be.
What's wrong? She said.
Their weapons shot out from pockets and from nightstands, and almost as if under their own power found their way into the vampire's hands. In that moment Ruger smelled them. A split second later, as his eyes adjusted to the new darkness of the chamber, he saw them, too. Younger and Yagoda occupied the deepest of the shadows, side by side, unsmiling. Ruger and Danielle aimed their guns and waited for the fight to begin. For a long minute, the vampires and the balaclava just stared at each other, but then Ruger stepped forward and said, "How did you get in here?"
Younger smiled.
"Not through the front door, I assure you. Other than yourselves, no one must know we're here."
"So you've got tunnels that lead here."
"Great," said Danielle, looking ill at the thought. "Not even that," Younger said. Danielle stepped to Ruger's side, and he noticed that her hands were shaking.
"Both of you, get the hell out of here right now," she said.
"Or, I swear to any god that might exist, I will walk out that door and sick the castle guards on you." As she spoke, the shaking in her hands stopped.
"I said now, goddammit." Yagoda made a placating gesture. "Dear sweet Danielle, aren't you the least bit curious why we're here?" "Not a fucking bit." "Now leave." "Temper, temper. Please, give us a moment, and, if you still want us to leave, we will. That's simple."
Uneasily, she glared at them, then turned to Ruger.
"What do you think?"
"I don't know, but if they wanted us dead we'd be dead," he said. "And if they wanted to play with us, they'd just kidnap us and take us back the way they came, whatever way that might be." Just slightly, he nosed his guns to the side a little so that they weren't pointing directly at the balaclava. At his lead, and after some hesitation, Danielle did the same.
"Thank you," said Younger.
"We appreciate your trust," echoed the other.
"Fuck trust," Ruger said.
"Just tell us why you're here." Younger and Yagoda exchanged glances, and when they turned back to face the vampires, they were grinning broadly. "Why," Younger said, "we're here to set you free."
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
In his own bedchamber, Byron tried to appear relaxed, knowing that Killian and Loireau would come for him shortly. In truth, he was not relaxed. They must leave the castle soon. If they didn't, they would probably die in the inevitable battle that was to come. However, he knew that his mind would never be at peace unless Cor came with them, and he was beginning to doubt that she would. She cast him aside and seduced Killian, thus causing tension among the ranks, then struck the killing blow by taking up with a mortal known to be the death of many an unwary immortal.
What did that mean? Byron didn't know, although he suspected quite a bit.
Chlor would not be coming with them, or so his guts told him.
As he was preparing to splash water on his face, Killian and Poirot entered and milled in the entranceway. "Well," said Killian. "Well, what?" Byron said. "Are you ready?"
The Australian thought he detected a sneer along his rival's lips, but pretended he didn't notice. They were supposed to have made peace with each other, after all, and Byron was perfectly willing to play the part, so long as it compelled Chlor to rejoin them. "I'm ready," he said, and the three made their way to Chlor's room.
"Would you like to do the honors?" asked Killian, gesturing Byron to the door.
"We don't have time for this shit," Poirot said, and knocked on Chlor's door himself.
"It's us."
"Then come in, already." Once inside, they saw her straddling a chair by the side of the bed on which Harry Lavaca lay snoring, apparently deep enough in his drunken stupor that him waking up was not a problem.
"Nice pet," Killian said. Chlor didn't rise to the bait. "Let's get this over with," she said. "We've come to see if you'll join us. What say you?"
Her strange, mismatched eyes seemed to light up from within.
"Will I still be the leader?"
He shrugged.
"It will be the same arrangement as before." "Which is to say, yes."
"Chlor, we want you back, but we're not going to beg. There are plenty of others that would be happy to join us, some maybe even better suited than yourself."
Chlor laughed. "Not much of a sale pitch." "Enough bickering," Poirot said. "This is why we broke up in the first place. Now are we together or not?"
Chlor's gaze had drifted back to the mortal on the bed.
"Chlor?" prompted Byron.
Surprisingly, when she shot him the inevitable withering stare, he found her eyes somewhat misty, almost as if she were trying to mask some sort of guilt. She took a deep breath. "I'll go with you under one condition, and one condition alone."
They waited. "If we're to be a team again, we've got to start fresh. Forget our petty shit. Be professional." "Professional?" mocked Killian. "My sentiments exactly."
"That's why we must prove once and for all that you can teach an old dog a new trick." At that, they all grinned, and Byron felt himself relax a little.
However, he feared what she would say next. "We've got to put the past behind us.
But first we must right one of the wrongs we set into motion."
Warily, Killian said, "And what would that be?"
She studied him, and her gaze seemed neither disrespectful nor judging. At length, she told them.
"That's insane," Killian said. "How the hell do you think we could ever pull something like that off? We've done other things equally as chancy, and we're still here to talk about it. Or, it now seems, to argue about it."
She smiled, and the gesture had a calming effect on the dour werewolf.
"Anyway, if you want me by your sides, that's the condition."
Byron didn't know what to think of all this, but he knew that with Chlor by his side, or in his bed, he could do pretty much anything.
"Okay," he said, startling the other two. "Let's do it." Puzzled, Poirot said, "But what, you don't think we can do it? It'll be like old times."
Poirot didn't look too sure of that, but he started to nod his head.
"Yeah," he said. "I'm game."
Byron and Poirot turned to Killian, who was examining the two as if they were idiots. They didn't flinch from his stare.
"Well, killer?" Chlor purred, obviously enjoying this.
To Byron, the man looked stricken, and for a moment the Australian thought that Killian might be about to swoon. Then the mercenary recovered.
"Okay," he said simply. Byron couldn't contain his smile. "But," Killian amended, "if we do this thing, then I too have one condition on which I can allow you to return to our team."
Chlor's voice was flat.
"What is that?"
"That you, and you alone, come with us." He motioned to the sleeping Lavaca. "Your pet stays here." For a tense moment, Chlor said nothing. She turned her strange eyes back to the human and seemed to be nodding to herself, almost as if she'd suspected this. At that moment, Byron felt certain that he'd guessed the truth, that in setting that particular wrong right, Chlor was releasing all her ties with the mortal so that, from there on out, she would be free.
"Fine," she said. "It's a deal. We do it, then we're out of here."
Killian smiled, obviously thinking that the old Chlor was back again, but somewhere within him, Byron knew differently. She was trying to make this parting sound lighthearted, as if the human meant nothing to her, but Byron could see something dangerous in her eyes as she looked at the man. It was love.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "Why should you want to set us free?" Danielle asked the balaclava, her pistols drifting back to aim at them. Yagoda's smile did not fade. "Because if you stay, Ruger will die, and we do not want that." "Neither do I, but why the hell should we trust you?" "God damn it, Are you two so consumed in yourselves that you don't even remember who you're talking to, what you've done?
Ruger cast a steady eye her way, but if she started shooting at the balaclava he wouldn't hesitate to join her.
In fact, he looked forward to it. Younger cleared his throat. Look, we've no war with either of you, not anymore. Obviously, you feel that we should explain ourselves, so we shall. After all, we did pursue and torment you for some time, but no more. Vistrot had ordered us to harass you and to attract as much attention to ourselves in the process as we could. Why did he demand this? You already know.
He and Amelia were in the middle of the scouring, and though he's quite formidable he knew he stood no chance of overpowering her personally if she decided to eliminate him as he thought she would. After all, she'd forced him to give her equal power over his part of the underworld. If he died, she'd be the new leader. He needed some leverage against her.
He chose you, Ruger. If he were killed, we were to kill you. Thus Amelia didn't kill him. Maybe she never intended to, who's to say? At any rate, shortly before he disappeared, he rescinded the order. We were to let you be, and we did until dear Danielle started taking wax at our tree.
Very naughty. However, the Lord of Shit saved her, and here she is, undead and well. Have no fear on that account, though. We've repaired the tree, and our alliance with Kirnavar will keep us from further action against you, Danielle. Besides, we've other fish to fry.
Much bigger fish.
Roche Sarnova, said Ruger, remembering the collage. Perhaps. Just perhaps.
I've got a question, said Danielle.
Yes?
You told us once before that you wouldn't accept money as payment.
So why'd you follow Vistrot's orders? He offered us a station in the post-scouring world, whatever that might have been. However, he's either dead or missing, so his promises can never be fulfilled, and we doubt that Amelia would honor them in his stead. After all, we did hound her beloved Darkling and would have killed him had she acted against the Titan. But this is neither here nor there. We wish for you, Ruger, and you, Danielle, to be set free.
Bullshit, she said. Maybe you're trying to trap us, maybe not, I don't know.
What I do know is this: you don't do anything out of the goodness of your hearts.
There isn't any. What do you have to gain by helping us?
Younger smiled in a way that tilted his artificial tusks gruesomely.
You caught us, he said. We do have something to gain, or at least you might say we're planning for future eventualities. Amelia, Ruger said, understanding. I don't get it. Danielle frowned, then, when comprehension hit her, she wheeled back to the balaclava.
You bastards plan to use us as hostages in case she tries to kill you for what you've done to us.
Exactly, said Younger.
Although I would have phrased it a little differently, perhaps. Really, though, that is a future battle, and one that we do not wish to fight. But, if the Kavasari Amelia does attempt anything against us, we wish to have Ruger and yourself around, just in case.
Why me? She said. Why am I important? Because Amelia no longer seeks Ruger as a lover, Yagoda said.
Apparently, she still loves him, but she has no desire to copulate with him. We've done a little research and have determined that she has a lover, another Kavasari. We think it highly likely that this man was the real power behind the scouring, that he used Amelia to dupe the Titan so that they could utilize his resources.
Of course, there's no proof, but we believe it.
As for why you're important, Danielle, it should be obvious. Having only one hostage is amateurish.
When that one dies, so do you.
We need someone to kill so that we may prove to Amelia just how serious we are. However, it won't come to that, because you bring joy to Ruger's otherwise miserable existence.
If we have both of you, Amelia won't dare tangle with us.
If she does, we'll be forced to kill you, Danielle, and she wouldn't want that. If you died, Ruger would be a sad thing indeed, and since the Kavasari loves him, so she won't allow such a chain of events to occur. There you have it, our motives in short. You're right in that we aren't guided by altruism, but neither do we seek your destruction. As I've said, we have other fish to fry. But we do need you free, and safe, and far away from here.
Why? Asked Ruger. What's going to happen? Both balaclava smiled.
Chaos and carnage and needless violence, said Yagoda, relishing in the words.
You won't live to see it, Ruger.
You will play Kirnavar, lose, and die.
Danielle might live to see the battle, but she'll doubtlessly perish in it.
Neither death will serve our purposes.
So, are you coming? Ruger and Danielle glanced at each other.
She looked as confused as he felt.
How? Asked Ruger.
The only way about here in the corpse chute, and we wouldn't survive the fire at the other end.
Again, Younger smiled.
It seemed that he was in a good mood tonight.
The idea that these chutes lead to a great fire is one of Roche Sarnova's most perfectly executed lies. What do you mean? There is no fire. Place your hands inside and you'll feel the heat. The balaclava laughed. A sensory illusion, that's all. Just as we can create great shadows, so can Sarnova and his sorcerers create heat. Sorcerers? Don't worry about them, Ruger. They're all dead now. It's of no concern. But they helped Blackie accomplish some amazing things, things that you can only see in the bowels of the mountain, which is where we're headed. They demons indicated the chute. Are you to come with us and save yourselves, or are you going to stay here and die? Yagoda said. I urge you to do the former. I recognize that what you offer is no small thing, Ruger said, but before I can go with you, before I can leave the castle behind, I must have an answer to the question that we've come so far to find an answer to. Turning to Danielle, he saw that she agreed with his reasoning. Before I can trust you two with my life, I must know who hired you to kill Ludwig. For a moment, Yagoda's expression was blank. Then both balaclavian countenances split into such evil grins that Ruger was forced to blink his eyes to break up the awful image. Worse, they began laughing. As they continued to convulse in amusement, both Ruger and Danielle took aim and cocked their weapons. We're serious, assholes, said Danielle. We've come a long way to find the answer to a simple question, and our journey's VE led us here. We've come too far to leave without answers. And you two bastards know. You were hired to kill Ludwig. Unless you tell us why, we'll stay here and die. Shit, I'll go happy knowing that someday Amelia will kill you both. The balaclava stopped laughing and regarded her with curiosity and, maybe, respect. Yagoda ran a clawed hand through his beard. Still, we will not tell you. Then we won't leave, said Ruger. We can use force if we must. And we can call the castle guards. After that, you'll have more than 10 adversaries, not good odds, even as strong as you might be. So either leave now or tell us why my friend was murdered. Interesting dilemma, said Younger. Unfortunately, we take great pleasure in watching your torment. Could we tell you the answer you seek and give up a source of great pleasure to both of us? I think not. You're worthy opponents, even if you are only vampires, but in order for us to give up our little pleasures, you must prove of even greater interest. How? This time Younger didn't even need to smile for his face to convey immense enjoyment. Ruger could see it in his eyes. Maybe, began Younger, and turned to Yagoda for confirmation. When his shadow nodded, the bald, tattooed and tusked balaclava faced the Darkling and said, maybe if you defeated Kirnavar in a fair game of chess, we would tell you. But, you would lose your puppet. Your heir. It wouldn't break our hearts. He's stronger and, stranger, than we had supposed. And he's become quite the little monster. Still, we couldn't allow him to die, he's too interesting. We'd have to save him at the last minute. Either way, it works for us. The chess match would fascinate us enough to be worth dealing with the outcome, whatever it is. For a moment, Ruger couldn't move, could hardly think. Then he felt a slight pressure on his hand and turned to see Danielle staring up at him anxiously. Obviously, she was just as bewildered as he was. He considered the situation. On the one hand, he and Danielle could leave now and never look back. They would live, but in ignorance of the question they'd come so far to answer. On the other, they could stay and risk almost certain death on the hopes of answering it. Danielle, apparently seeing his loss, cocked her head in the direction of the chute. Go on, both of you, get out of here. Ruger and I need to talk. Alone. Come back in 1 hour. She paused, then lowered her guns. Is that a deal? The balaclava exchanged silent signals and nodded. It's a deal, said Younger. With that, the demons moved to the chute and disappeared into the darkness without a sound. Chapter 5. Well, we can't talk here, said Ruger, watching the chute into which the balaclava had vanished. They could easily still be within earshot, and if he and Danielle meant to formulate some plan in the next hour they would do well to do it elsewhere. She agreed. They left the room and strode swiftly down the corridors of the castle, their guards close behind. Where are we off to? Danielle said. I'm guessing you have a destination. He smiled. The pools of pleasure. She smiled, too. I've wanted to visit them, but without you there didn't seem much point. Won't they be too distracting, though? Not if we remain focused. The pools are really the only place in the castle that will offer us any privacy. We could go to any restaurant or brothel or whatever and talk, but Younger and Yagoda could have zombie spies about, ready to eavesdrop. If we're going to talk just you and me, we've got to go to the pools. Besides, I want to see them again. He'd almost said one last time.
Danielle walked closer to him, and he threw an arm about her shoulders. She laughed and wrapped her own arm around his waist.
"We're not going to die here, you know," she said. She'd guessed at what he'd almost said. "I know."
Arm in arm, they descended into the lower tunnels of the castle until they found the area they'd been seeking. Here, the tunnels stretched broader, higher, and were altogether more inviting. The vampires stopped at a great, richly embroidered archway rendered in green stone, beyond which lay the vast cavern that contained the pools of pleasure.
"Beautiful," said Danielle.
Before them, the cavern loomed, brightly lit by the fire of many torches and by the strange greenish light that emanated from the pools themselves. The many basins of water began near the ceiling of the far corner of the room, where the luminous green fluid poured out of a vertical crack in the stone wall. It fell into the first, the smallest, basin, which overflowed into the many lower basins, at last building into a glorious waterfall that spilled into the lowest and largest pool. Several shades luxuriated below the waterfall, basking in the flow of the enchanted liquid, letting the waters surge around them as they made love openly and without any thought wasted on prying eyes, of which there were few. In this chamber, everyone was naked, and over half of those present were engaged in a myriad of lustful acts.
The very air crackled with sensuality. The lowest pool was the center of most of the activity.
Though some shades basked in the greater warmth of the higher pools, which were also more secluded, most preferred the lowest, simply because it was larger than all of the others combined. Its breadth was close to 100 feet, while its length was more than 3 times that. All of the pools were covered with glorious white flowers which seemed to grow here naturally or preternaturally, as the case may be. Many claimed that the pools were magical, that they had rejuvenating powers, among others.
Supposedly the waters were also a mighty aphrodisiac.
Based on Ruger's experiences with the pools, he believed it. He turned to the guards.
"Danielle and I are going into the pools.
From here there's no way out except this archway, so please, stay here."
The guard captain nodded, smiling sadly in misunderstanding.
He could not know of the recent encounter with Younger and Yagoda and therefore would assume that the Darkling and Danielle needed to spend some happy moments together before Ruger died tomorrow.
The vampires and guards parted ways, the soldiers remaining at the archway as the odd flock ventured into the cavern.
After they'd paid the admittance fee, there was always a fee. Ruger and Danielle neared the edge of the water to see many shades frolicking in the dozen pools. "The last bastion of goodness in this place," muttered Danielle as they made their way toward the discreet storage lockers, which were tucked away around a bend, out of sight of the pools. The only place not devoted to blood and death.
"Maybe," said Ruger. They disrobed and left their clothes and weapons in the storage lockers, which were well guarded.
As they made their way back to the edge of the lowest pool, Danielle dipped her toe in the water and smiled. "Warm," she said. Seeing her enjoyment banished Ruger's own vague feelings of disquiet, and he dipped a toe in the water as well.
"Warm, yes."
Strangely, the water, if it could be called that, seemed thicker than normal water. Not blood-thick, but not natural, either.
"Magic," he mused. "Strange. I mean, I always knew there was something funny about this place, and the pillars in the Sahara, but sorcerers? Dragons? It takes some getting used to," he admitted. He sat down and let his legs dangle in the water.
At once, a hot sensation crept through him, permeating the pores of his legs and filtering up through the whole of his body. He smiled, and so did Danielle, who had joined him.
"Ready for a swim?" he said.
Another reason why the lowest pool held more immortals than the higher pools did was that it was deeper. In some places, in fact, it was nearly 70 feet deep. Large towers of rock rose up from the basin floor, and on top of one of these several shades were holding an impromptu picnic/orgy.
Wide chasms split the floor, leading into wells lit only by the luminous fluid.
Along the sides of these chasms, dozens of rooms had been created by scouring out the stone. Collectively, these were known as the Pleasure Hotel. Ruger and Danielle swam down into one of the deep, uneven chasms until they found a circular hole, then followed the tunnel until it rose and opened out into a large air pocket, a round chamber about 20 yards in diameter. Finding purchase for their feet, the vampires moved up a slope to a dry stone floor that took up half the chamber's space. On one end lay a bed with plastic sheets, and on the other stood a minibar. Ruger crossed to the latter and made himself a gin and tonic. When he looked around, he saw that Danielle was arranging herself on the bed.
"Want anything?" he asked her. "They got a Coke?"
Yep, here one is.
It's even iced."
He tossed it to her and made his way over to the bed, where he sat, smiling. It was so peaceful here, so private. It was the only place in the castle where he and Danielle would be free from the balaclava's intrusions. "Good choice," she said, as if reading his mind.
"Too bad we don't have more time. I could spend days here. Maybe someday we can come back here, if the castle still stands. Anyway, we'd better make this fast. We have an appointment to keep." What are your thoughts on what we should do? Well, for one, I don't trust Junger and Yagoda at all. If I won the match against Kirnavar, would they really tell us why Ludwig was killed? Their word isn't enough. Also, I think they were lying when they said that to watch me and Kirnavar face off would be worth the cost. Even if Kirnavar is only a toy to them, they'd want him as the Dark Lord's heir. The truth is that they don't expect me to beat him, and that's why they want me to leave, so that they can use me as a hostage against Amelia. You believe that part? It was the only thing they said that made any sense. On the other hand, they've been playing with us for so long. I think they'd love the chance to have their way with us. Suffering makes great art, she nodded, that's what they say. Right. They're smart, but their passions might get the better of them. If we went down into the mountain with them, could they resist the temptation to do something to us? On the other hand, what choice do we have to stay here? I can beat Kirnavar. We can't take the chance, Ruger. She seemed to gather her strength. I can't watch what happened to Breedlove happen to you. He squeezed her arm. It won't. It might. Anger clouded her face, but it was layered over other emotions. Her eyes glistened. Don't do that to me, Rug. If that. Tears spilled over her cheeks and she couldn't continue. He held her gaze. Believe in me, Danielle. She watched him quietly. At last she shook her head. You're asking too much, Rug. What, to believe in me? To risk your life by believing in you. He died in chunks. Ruger paused. Reaching out, he clasped one of her hands in his. I'm not running, Danny. I have to do this. If I run now, I'll be out of the castle. I'll never find out who killed Ludwig, never know what this is all about. I'll never have a chance to stop Malie from making a terrible mistake or be able to affect the course of the war. He let that sink in. Do you understand? Another tear formed in the corner of her eye. Ruger, this is a mistake. Maybe, but it's mine to make, and I'm making it. Will you stand beside me? She hesitated, then nodded, and when she spoke her voice was hoarse. Always. He felt a lump form in his own throat. Thank you. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. As she did so, one breast crushed itself against him, and it was all he could do not to reach out to her then and there. He wanted her, badly, but there wasn't time. He started to stand, but as he began to rise he realized that his member was fully engorged and sat down again. Danielle laughed, patted him on the thigh, and stood up to relieve the problem. Her Coke in hand, she walked to the minibar and replaced her drink with a jigger of scotch. Green glowing water dripped down the length of her body, over her small high breasts and past her navel to snare in the web of her pubic hairs. He looked at her longingly, knowing once again the strange powers of the green water, and knocked back another sip of his drink. Shaking her head in sad amusement, she said, I hope the castle doesn't fall. I really want to come back here someday. She turned to him, and her face was deadly serious. What are we going to do? He tapped his chin. I have a plan. Junger and Yagoda have the answers we need. Briefly, he outlined what he had in mind. She resisted at first, then agreed, though he could feel her trembling against him and held her tight. He was scared, too. Whatever awaited them in the heart of the mountain would be the deciding factor in whether they lived or died. In the meantime, however, locked in a tight wet embrace, overwhelmed with lust and adrenaline, they had several minutes to kill. They used the time wisely. The balaclava were waiting for them when they returned. It's been over an hour, said Junger irritably. Well, we're here now, said Ruger. What's your decision? To go with you. Good. Then let's get this over with. Not so fast, said Danielle. We'll go with you, but only under one condition. Yes? That only one of you come along. Out of the question. Then we stay here, said Ruger. Listen, together you're too strong for us. Even one of you might be too strong, and we wouldn't put ourselves in an unknown situation with two powerful potential enemies at our sides. You don't trust us? Ruger smiled to show what a joke this was. As a gesture of our alliance, we ask that one of you stay behind while the other leads us out. Is that a deal? Junger and Yagoda exchanged looks, silently debating the issue. As he watched them, Ruger felt certain that they had expected something like this, for they didn't act in the least surprised. Fine, said Junger. Yagoda will stay here, and I will lead you out. Satisfied? It'll do. Good. Now, shall we? He motioned toward the corpse chute. Danielle smiled. You first.
Shrugging, Junger slipped inside with an agility one wouldn't suspect of the giant, and disappeared from sight.
Now you, Yagoda demanded, indicating Ruger.
The Darkling didn't like the thought of leaving Danielle alone with the bearded demon, even for a moment, but he felt it only right that he be the first one to face whatever awaited them at the bottom of the chute. With a nod to Danielle, he moved to Hole, again feeling the heat that Junger claimed was just an illusion, and slipped inside. Immediately, he started sliding down the slick, dark ramp, gaining momentum with every second. Above him, he heard Danielle enter the chute and was glad that at least she was away from Yagoda. The tight tunnel twisted and turned frequently, preventing Ruger from seeing anything beyond the next bend, and he wasn't happy to find that the further down he slid, the hotter his surroundings became. In fact, the slippery stone that surrounded him grew so warm that it would have blistered the skin of any mortal if the heat were real.
"It's hot!"
Danielle cried, somewhere above him. He realized that, young as she was, she would be more vulnerable to the temperature than himself and only hoped that it grew no warmer. Already, sweat poured from his brow. He bounced off the final bend, where the chute angled sharply down, staring into the hungry jaws of a monstrous fire, just 10 short yards away. Ruger cursed himself, afraid that this had all been a trap, that there really was a furnace down here, but then he hurtled through the flame or the illusion of flame and spun through empty air. He opened his eyes just in time to see a vast chamber all around him, and a great lake of green and bubbling slime below. He struck the liquid and plunged under. The substance, similar to that in the pools of pleasure, was luminous and he could feel that this slime, too, had healing properties. Unfortunately, he could see many large dark shapes hovering far below him underwater, and he didn't doubt that they would be rising to meet him in short order. Just as he kicked toward the surface, Danielle joined him in the sticky slime. He grabbed her arm and towed her to the surface. Once up, he glanced about for Junger, and spotted the tusked balaclava standing on a barren islet not too far away.
Ruger turned to Danielle, gasping for breath, and said, "You okay, baby?"
Unable to speak for the moment, she nodded her head urgently, and he realized that she too had seen the dark shapes below.
"Can you swim?" he asked. Again, she nodded.
As if to prove her point, she started off for the tiny island on which Junger had planted himself. Ruger followed, and together they dragged themselves onto the island and wiped the slime from their clothes and skin. Not bothering to speak to the demon, Ruger gave this large chamber a quick inspection. The first thing he noticed was that there were many islands dotting the lake, some connected by long thin bridges of land.
Some islands even boasted severe-looking trees sprouting from their inhospitable sands.
Far above, Ruger saw dark winged shapes flying about the ceiling, cawing and screeching to each other between dripping stalactites.
"Don't worry," Junger assured him. "They're not stupid enough to attack us.
They feed off living creatures.
Humans, mainly." "I thought any humans that came down the chutes were dead," protested Danielle.
The balaclava shrugged.
"Some are, some aren't.
The ones that are salvageable are rejuvenated by the slime. If they're healed quickly, they make their ways to the islands, where the flyers and trees usually finish them off. If they're not swift, though, the monsters of the lake get them first.
However, if they're really quick, they can make it to the shore and into the tunnels." Ruger studied the chamber in greater detail.
The walls of the vast cavern were dotted with hundreds, maybe thousands, of holes, and at each one an image of fire blazed brightly. Even as he watched, a human corpse shot out from one of the holes and plummeted into the lake. In seconds, the man, resurrected by the slime, gasped for air at the surface, then swam toward one of the islands. A dark thin shape rose up behind him, barreling down on the poor mortal. Luckily, the creatures of the lake were not overly friendly towards each other. Even as the first monster closed in on the mortal, another rose from the depths and attacked it. As they fought over their meal, the human made it to the island and crawled breathlessly onto its filthy shore. Ruger started toward him, meaning to help, but as the man dragged himself to his feet, the weird leafless tree of the isle suddenly shot to life.
It sprang like a snake, its black limbs and slender black trunk coiling about the man like a python.
Its sharp barbs pricked him in 100 places, and the bark of the sentient tree drank up his blood with relish. The human screamed and thrashed, but the tree was too strong. From above, several of the winged monsters swept down, thinking to pry the victim away from the predator plant, but, as they drew near, the tree pointed a branch at the invaders and squirted a cloud of musk. The winged creatures hastily broke off the attack and returned to the higher regions of the chamber, hacking and coughing all the way. Meanwhile, the main body of the evil plant had finished with the human, and had dropped the corpse to the sand, where the thing's roots quickly coiled themselves around the dead man and dragged him underground.
"Jesus," whispered Danielle. Junger smiled. "You see why I chose an island without a tree."
Ruger said nothing, just reached out and gave Danielle's hand a squeeze. At the touch, she moved closer to him. "I don't like this place," she said.
"Neither do I," he said.
To Junger, he asked, "Is it all like this?"
"Oh, no. This is but the introduction to Blackie's zoo, the chamber of the Green Lake.
He gestured to the far shore, where the great cavern ended and many tunnels waited ominously. There's where the real fun begins.
That's the way out? Asked Ruger. Indeed. Are you ready to go? Ruger looked to Danielle, who wore a grim but determined expression, and she nodded. Junger leapt onto one of the many land bridges that ran from island to island.
The vampires followed, careful to keep their distance from the assassin. They hopped from tiny isle to tiny isle, at last making their way to the far shore. Ruger found the beach cold and unfriendly, but he was glad to be out from above the slime. Studying the beach, he saw that it was merely the widest point of a ledge that ran all around the perimeter of the cavern, just above the glowing lake. At this point, the wall of the cavern was riddled with caves, but there were no chutes that emptied out over this portion of the chamber.
This is where the castle ended and the mountain began. And under the mountain, the zoo. Or refuge, as Sarnova liked to call it.
Junger turned to him.
Let's go, Darkling.
Ruger gestured toward the lake of slime.
Who made all this? Is it magic?
Of course. As to who made it, I assume some sorcerers played that role.
Sorcerers. Why is it that I've never met a sorcerer, or even heard of a living one? They're dead, Darkling. Don't waste your time thinking about them. Dead? Pressed Danielle, and Ruger was relieved that he was not alone in his curiosity. What happened to them?
They killed each other off, or Roche Sarnova did, Junger said.
Really, I don't know.
The sorcerers all disappeared around the time Blackie built this zoo. As to why he built it, I suppose he wanted to preserve a few of the creatures that used to roam the world. However, most of them fed off of humans, much as we do, and many wars were waged by the mortals against them. We survived because we could blend in with the humans, they couldn't. Blackie, knowing that the humans would eventually wipe them off the face of the earth, created a place where they could live in secrecy.
He smiled. I guess you could call him the defender of the oppressed.
What about the sorcerers? Danielle said, not to be put off the topic. All I know is from rumors I heard at the time, maybe 1,000 years ago, and many of the rumors contradicted each other.
Anyway, we didn't come down here to talk about sorcerers, did we?
No, Ruger agreed, although the whole subject interested him greatly. Now that he had overcome his feelings against magic, he wanted to learn all he could about it.
But that could wait. Which of these caves will lead us out of here? Junger indicated one. That one will take us where we want to go. Just watch your step. There are many things down here you don't want to meet. You've explored this place much? Just enough to know the areas to avoid.
Then lead on, said Danielle.
Junger smiled. Oh, no. I wouldn't think of it. Just little old me in the dark, with the big bad marshals at my back? I don't think so. Please, after you. I insist. Ruger and Danielle exchanged glances.
He saw the grim determination in her eyes and nodded.
Soon.
The plan would be harder to act out with Junger at their backs. Very well, Ruger said, and stepped into the cave that Junger had indicated.
Danielle and the assassin followed.
Torches blazed along the walls at uneven intervals, but even without them it would not have been hard for the three immortals to see. Even so, their steps were cautious as they moved through the tunnel. The only sounds to be heard were the rapidly diminishing cries of the winged creatures above the lake and, from up ahead, a slow and steady dripping noise that Ruger recognized without much trouble. As he suspected, the tunnel widened after some time, and the ceiling climbed higher. Many stalactites plunged from the shadows, moisture building on their sharp tips and dripping down to stalagmites below. Some had been growing for so long that they formed one large column from floor to ceiling. Along one stretch of the chamber, there were no stalagmites, and Ruger could only assume they had been cleared away to allow the monsters of the zoo easier access to their victims. He wondered where those monsters were now.
Had the balaclava moved them out so as to make the assassin's ambush that much easier? He knew it was coming. The balaclava had no intention of letting them go free.
Oh, they might keep them alive to use as hostages against Amelia, but in the meantime they would rape and torture the vampires to their heart's content. Ruger threaded his way through the virtual forest, sometimes ducking his head to avoid a leering stalactite, and soon reached the end of the maze, where the ceiling lowered once again and the tunnel forked. He turned to Junger, who was still in the middle of the sharp stone forest, and, careful to keep his voice steady, said, "Which way, right or left?"
"Left," called the unsuspecting balaclava.
Ruger nodded, and when Danielle emerged from the forest, he smiled at her. At his gesture, she nodded, and rushed to his side. She turned and saw Junger entering the region where the stalagmites had been cleared.
Now.
Ruger focused his efforts quickly, utilizing his considerable telekinetic abilities, and sent a huge force toward the cluster of stalactites hovering above Younger. Immediately, the mineral deposits cracked under the vampire's will and a dozen stone teeth dropped toward the balaclava. At the last instant, Younger glanced up and screamed, but too late. The severed stalactites drove him to the ground. When the dust cleared, Ruger and Danielle approached, relieved to find him impaled by several of the thick spears. One had driven itself through his chest, pinning him to the ground, while another had relieved him of a forearm. Others had done serious damage to his legs and head. For the moment, at least, he was unconscious, and Ruger knew that he could kill the creature right now. Younger was completely at his mercy. He kicked the assassin in the side. Younger didn't stir. Danielle drew her curved machete, knelt and placed the blade to Younger's throat. At the kiss of metal, the balaclava blinked and glared up the vampires. "Release me." "Not on your life," said Ruger. "You've got some questions to answer." Younger sneered. "You can't intimidate me, Darkling. You could torture me for days, years, and I wouldn't say a thing I didn't want to." He smiled. "I like pain." "Excellent. I've always prided myself on being a good host." He pulled out his guns and spent a few moments making sure the machinery hadn't been plugged up by the slime, then aimed his pistols at his captive and fired several bullets into Younger's groin. Younger screamed. Vainly, he tried to free himself of the stalactites with his one good arm, but Danielle knocked the limb away, and he'd lost too much blood to counter Ruger's strong telekinetic powers. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Bring it on, Fanger." Ruger shook his head. "That was for Danielle. As for myself, I wish to make this as quick as possible. So tell me, why was Ludwig killed?" Younger stared at him for a long moment, and there was something strange about his expression, something especially repugnant and cunning. Somewhere inside Ruger, a light flickered on, or at least began to. Younger lifted his upper lip. "What would you do if I told you, Darkling? Seek out the one who hired me and kill him if it is a him, that is? That's for Danielle and myself to figure out. Just tell us, Younger. Haven't you done enough already?" "Enough?" laughed the assassin. "Ruger, I've only just begun." Ruger paused. "You had no intention of leading us out of here, did you? We sort of figured you might figure that out. It's not gonna save you, though." "What do you mean?" said Danielle. "He means we'll get you just the same," called a voice from the direction of the cave's entrance. The vampire's head snapped up to see Yagoda standing there, just beyond the stalactite and stalagmite forest. "You." The bearded one smiled. "You didn't think we'd actually stick to our word, Danielle, did you?" She lowered her blade, slashing a bright red line across Younger's throat. "Take another step and your boyfriend gets it. I can cut off his head faster than you can blink an eye. That may be harder to do than you think." "Oh? And how do you think?" A sudden movement seemed to catch her eye, and she glanced down at the trapped Younger just in time to see him shapeshift into a hairy beast with a wolf-like head. Just as she was about to dig her blade deeper, the huge mouth opened and snapped at her arm, meaning to bite it off. She launched herself backwards, landing hard against a nearby stalagmite. She sprang to her feet in time to see Yagoda turn into a similarly hairy demon wolf and charge. A few stone spears broke from the ceiling and flung themselves at him, but the balaclava was prepared for Ruger's attack and used his own telekinesis to ward off the approaching missiles. They whistled harmlessly by, exploding to dust around him. "Danielle!" Ruger shouted. "Let's go!" He didn't have to say it twice. Before Yagoda could reach his fallen companion, the vampires turned and fled down the left tunnel, Ruger thinking that if Younger had intended to go this way, then it must lead to a place from which he had intended to ambush them, and if Younger could stage an ambush from that location, maybe the vampires could, too. As they ran, Ruger could hear the sounds of breaking stone and knew that soon Younger would be free. Damn it all. This was not going according to plan. The vampires passed the opening of a side tunnel, but the entrance had been stopped up by a cave-in. From the looks of it, the cave-in seemed to be a recent development, maybe an intentional one. It wasn't long before the tunnel widened again to become a larger chamber, and from here 2 tunnels led out. Unfortunately, another cave-in had blocked one. "Shit," said Danielle, stopping for a moment. "We're being herded." "Maybe," Ruger said. "Somehow I don't think this was the work of the balaclava." "How come? Would they need to hurt us?" "Then who?" He sent his psychic tendrils to explore the cave-in and found that the pile of rocks continued on for some way. He would be hard-pressed to remove them all before the balaclava caught up with them. "This way," he said, and moved toward the unblocked tunnel. Yagoda appeared from around the bend. In demon form, he bore down on Danielle. She leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding him, and raised her blade for a swing. Yagoda swiveled on a dime and charged her, knocking the blade away with one claw and tearing her shoulder open with another. As he was about to close his mouth around her throat, she jabbed 3 stiff fingers into his windpipe. He gagged. One of his rear legs tore open her thigh and pinned that leg down, but he wasn't fast enough to find the other one before it kicked his scrotum. He howled. Ruger emptied 2 clips of ammunition into the assassin's back, then gripped the long, pointy ears of the beast and yanked him off Danielle. The balaclava turned to face him but stopped when Danielle sliced her machete across his exposed belly and poured his intestines onto the stone floor.
Yagoda would not be denied.
He swiped a claw at her face, knocking her to the side, then completed his turn toward Ruger. Ruger had retrieved his newly acquired blades, though, and plunged them into Yagoda's eyes, driving them into its brain.
Yagoda shuddered, and blood ran from his eye sockets.
Ruger stomped a foot into Yagoda's hairy chest and shoved the monster away, at the same time withdrawing his dagger and scimitar.
Danielle climbed to her feet and leaned against a stalagmite for support.
Her face showed 4 deep lines where Yagoda had caught her, but at least she was standing.
"You okay?" he asked.
She issued him a thumbs-up and motioned toward Yagoda writhing around on the ground. Ruger nodded and stepped forward, meaning to finish Yagoda off, but before he could a great howling welled up from the tunnel he and Danielle had just left. Apparently, Younger, with no help from Yagoda, had freed himself and was hot on their trail. Ruger hesitated, wanting to kill Yagoda badly, but it would take time to dismember and burn the blinded demon and the delay would only ensure that the other assassin caught up. And Ruger felt certain that the second encounter would not turn out so favorably.
"Come on," Danielle said.
Together they set off down the only avenue of escape.
*****.
When Younger entered the chamber, he saw his fallen brother lying on the ground, gutted and blinded, with the odd flock nowhere in sight. He considered giving chase to them but knew that, if they could so wound Yagoda, they might be difficult for him to bring down alone. Besides, his zombies waited just around a few bends of the tunnel, and they would detain Ruger and Danielle for the time being. Reverting back to his more human form, Younger walked over to Yagoda, slashing into his wrists as he moved. One arm still ached from being torn off by the falling stalactite, but once he'd freed himself he had reattached it. Now he let his blood drip to Yagoda. When he judged that he'd given enough, he had little to spare, he spat on his wrists to stem the flow, and almost instantly the wounds sealed shut. Below, Yagoda began to mend. Within a minute, he was standing and blinking his eyes. He nodded at Younger, and they embraced. "I shouldn't have left you back there," the bearded one said. Younger shrugged. "Time was limited. By that same token, you shouldn't have stopped to help me, either. It might take both us." "They're just vampires, brother," Yagoda said. "Though they did get in some lucky hits." "Then let's finish it." Chapter 6. "Damn," said Danielle, when they entered the region of the tunnel where the zombies had been stationed. A score of the things waited for the vampires, but they had all been slain, and brutally. Limbs and heads littered the area. Ruger moved among the bodies, studying them. He stopped when he found a severed hand and brought it to her. When she saw what the zombie's fist contained, she smiled. A handful of translucent hairs sprang from beneath the undead digits. "Jean-Pierre," she said, and Ruger nodded. "This is where they plan to ambush us," he said.
"So where's the albino?"
"I don't know. My guess is that it was him who collapsed those caves.
Maybe he was trying to lead us to him. Is he friend or foe? I guess we'll find out."
They set off down the rough hall. Behind them, Ruger heard the faint sounds of the reunited assassins giving chase. He and Danielle picked up speed, running down the twisting corridor and passing many smaller side tunnels and some dark alcoves that promised evil. The sound of Younger and Yagoda coming grew louder. "They're faster than we are," Danielle panted. Suddenly, from one of the many natural alcoves along this stretch of the tunnel, 3 zombies sprang out, weapons in their filthy hands. The leader, who held a riot gun, grinned as he pulled the trigger. The force of the blast sent Ruger flying backwards. Even as he rose to his feet, he had his 2 blades in hand. The scimitar he flung at the leader, but the zombie ducked under it. Having anticipated this possibility, Ruger was already sending his dagger a little lower. The blade sank right through the creature's skull, felling it. Danielle, meanwhile, had beheaded the second zombie with her machete and was engaged in swordplay with the third, who fought ably with 2 long blades. Her opponent was skilled, and parried her initial thrusts without any trouble, then launched an offense of his own. Unable to counter it, Danielle backed up a few feet, allowing Ruger a shot. Immediately, the creature's head erupted in a ball of pus and yellowish blood, and Ruger replaced his pistol in its holster. "Thanks," she said. "Guess these 3 survived Jean-Pierre."
After retrieving his 2 blades, he said, more likely, these 3 just ran away.
She examined his wound, which was serious.
Christ, baby, we can't afford to be wandering around down here much longer. Remember, we haven't even found any zoo monsters, yet. Even if we manage to outrun Younger and Yagoda, we're going to have to.
They stiffened at the unmistakable noise of claws on stone. The 3 surviving zombies had held the vampires up just long enough to allow the balaclava to catch up with them.
Not even bothering to exchange glances, Ruger and Danielle turned and ran, Younger and Yagoda hot on their heels.
The corridor twisted sharply to the side, and the vampires were traveling so fast they almost bounced off the wall. They managed to right themselves, but the corridor ended a few yards later.
It wasn't a dead end, though. The corridor spilled out onto another tunnel, this one a little wider than the last.
Ruger and Danielle glanced around, trying to decide whether to go right or left. Behind them, the sounds of claws on stone grew louder. To the left, they heard a familiar voice cry out, "This way."
Jean-Pierre. Ruger had no time to question whether the albino was friendly or not. He grabbed Danielle's hand and led her in Jean-Pierre's direction. "Now stop," commanded the albino.
For a moment, the puzzled vampires kept running, but when the albino repeated his command they skidded to a halt.
"What's your game?" Ruger said. The werewolf stood maybe 20 yards away.
Between the werewolf and the vampires lay another forest of stalactites and stalagmites, which was vaguely odd to Ruger, as there were no other such formations along this stretch. He had no time to puzzle on it, though, as just then Younger and Yagoda entered the corridor behind them.
"Now!" cried Jean-Pierre. "Come to me."
Obeying without question, Ruger and Danielle ran forward, right through the stone forest.
Growls and scratching noises could be heard at their backs.
Then something truly strange happened. The cave began to move.
It constricted.
Just a few feet in front of Jean-Pierre, the tunnel closed in a strangely wormy way.
"Keep coming," the albino shouted. "Faster." It seemed like an organic wall was forming between the vampires and the werewolf. It closed like a spiral, and Ruger knew that when it sealed, he and Danielle would be trapped in whatever weird monster this was, and with the balaclava just behind. Jean-Pierre stepped forward and grabbed the lips of the tightening spiral with his hands and wedged in a foot, too, preventing the wall from forming altogether. The hole he kept open was just large enough for the vampires to dive through, but it didn't look like the albino could hold it for much longer. His arms shook and veins popped out on his forehead. "God damn you!" Younger shouted from behind them.
Ruger and Danielle leapt through the hole, Jean-Pierre released his hold, and the mouth of the strange beast closed, sealing the hole and preventing the assassins from continuing their attack. The darkling rose breathlessly to his feet, helped Danielle to hers, and then turned to stare incredulously at both the organic cave and the albino. "It's called a gryph," Jean-Pierre explained. "It's chameleon worm that acts like part of the cave, but once you step inside." Ruger watched the gryph, which no longer looked like a cave at all but a giant stone-colored worm. It had contracted, blocking off both of its exits and trapping Younger and Yagoda inside. Ruger could see over the top of it now that the gryph had collapsed, see the strong waves of muscles rippling from end to end of the stone-colored giant. He didn't envy the balaclava. "It won't hold them for long," Jean-Pierre said. "Not those two. We'd better get moving. I suggest we go back the way you came, unless you want a tour of this place, which I don't recommend under the circumstances." Ruger hesitated. Despite the albino's warning, he would dearly love to roam this place, to see what enchantments might await him around the closest bend. However, he realized that now wasn't the time. "Agreed," he said, then glanced at Danielle. She was smiling. "Thank you," she said to Jean-Pierre, and offered her hand. He accepted it, and they shook like old friends. Ruger didn't want to think on it too long, and when Danielle had finished shaking the albino's hand, Ruger offered his own, saying, "You saved our lives." "Why?" It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Jean-Pierre started to take the darkling's hand, but at the last moment Ruger withdrew it. "No," said the vampire, and hugged the werewolf instead. As they made their way over the top of the convulsing gryph, Ruger couldn't contain his mirth when he heard the frequent balaclavian yell from inside the beast. At one point, a black and blood-stained hand erupted from the thick skin of the worm, just a few feet from where the 3 companions stood. As the balaclava was sucked back inside, Ruger could clearly hear through the hole, "We'll kill you for this, you fucks." Ruger could only smile. At Danielle's invitation, Jean-Pierre told the vampires how he'd come to be here as the trio retraced the route out of the tunnels. At last they emerged into the great cavern of the Green Lake. "Where do we go from here?" Danielle asked. Ruger scanned the walls, trying to remember which chute he'd emerged from, but there were so many, and besides, he didn't really want to return to his own room, where he and Danielle were prisoners, and where the balaclava could reacquire them easily. I don't know, he said, and turned to the albino.
Any thoughts? Jean-Pierre nodded. I spent a while here.
I was trying to find either Soph or Carker's room, so I went up one chute after another. Many times I slipped down, but I always made it up again, except for once when someone sent a body down and me with it. Anyway, I must have poked my head into 30 rooms, but I didn't find either of them. However, I did find several vacant chambers, and I think I remember which chutes led to them.
That might be the best way to go. Sounds reasonable, said Danielle. Lead on, Ruger said. I take it neither Melissoel or Subert have shown up yet? Not yet. But the sabot, there was a warning.
Ruger shot him a dark look.
You knew of the sabot?
Jean-Pierre winced, but his voice was firm. I figured the libertarians deserved what they got after what they did to Gavin and the others.
And after, well, I spent more time with them than you.
Maybe they were different under Ludwig's rule, maybe they were kinder, but under d'Aguila they've turned into a sinister lot, and I know of what I speak. Besides, if Carker had acted any differently they would have killed both of us and we wouldn't be here debating how good they are.
Ruger took a deep breath and nodded.
He didn't much like the fact that Jean-Pierre had been willing to lead Molière into a trap, but then again he couldn't dispute the albino's reasoning.
I left that warning, he said. So, you were there when the dragon? I was. Why would Blackie let you do it, leave a warning to your friend?
We don't have time for this, Danielle said. Ignoring her, the albino repeated the question and Ruger told him briefly what he knew.
Nuclear weapons? Echoed Jean-Pierre.
Shit. I saw crates of ammo, but didn't know anything like that was in there.
Are you certain? Well, I wasn't there when the bomb went off. You mean they actually set one off?
That's the word, Danielle said. I think Carker was there when it happened.
He's supposed to be one of the only survivors.
Jean-Pierre visibly shook the disturbing news away, glad that at least Carker was safe, and said to Ruger, you were saying, why Sarnova didn't want the libertarians in the castle. In addition to not wanting the nukes in the mountain, he also wanted an excuse to get his traitorous chief of security outside so he could be dealt with.
You mean the dragon?
Right.
But why would Blackie use a dragon, of all things? I don't know. Roche gave me a reason. Maybe it was truth, maybe it wasn't. Have you come across any dragons down here? Jean-Pierre's hand closed around the hilt of a golden dagger in his waistband. Only once. Since then, I've made it a point to avoid them. I think I can see why Sarnova would use a dragon. Why? Jean-Pierre smiled. There are some wonderful things down here, Ruger.
Most of them will kill you, but just the same, I think Blackie wanted a chance to show off a little. Maybe that sounds infantile, but you can't imagine the wonders he's got hidden away. If I were him, I'd find it hard to keep them under wraps for as long as he has.
Danielle cleared her throat. Come on, guys. Younger and Yagoda might be free by now. It's time to go. We can think all this over once we've settled into one of those vacant rooms, okay?
This time her wisdom met no resistance.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
When Younger and Yagoda realized that they had lost their quarry, they took their fury out on the Greif. At first, the worm had confounded them, for they had assumed it to be another of Ruger's tricks, but when they came to understand that it was in fact an animal, they proceeded to tear it apart. When they were done with it, they resurrected it and brought it into their rapidly growing undead army. It would help to replace the cost of losing the zombies the albino and the oddflock had dispatched. Once the worm was under their control, they moved back through the corridors, noting the several cave-ins along the way.
Jean-Pierre must have done this, Yagoda said. We should have been more observant. Next time we will.
They did not have to ask how the albino had gotten down here, they didn't know, and conjecture would not serve them at the moment. When they reached the chamber of the Green Lake, they found neither the werewolf nor the vampires.
Yagoda smiled. I don't suppose they'd be stupid enough to return to their own room. I doubt it.
Besides, we've got other things to do.
Indeed.
They traveled back to the resurrected Greif, climbed inside it, and ordered it to take them home. The massive worm didn't argue, and soon they were rolling down one corridor after another, the Greif following their psychic directions. Before long, they came across a large crack in the stone wall, and at the commands of the balaclava, the crack opened once again to reveal a tunnel that led back into the sabot. Adjusting the shape of its body to fit into the rift, the Greif entered the tunnel and carried them home. Once back in the Sabot's welcoming maze, the balaclava closed the tunnel behind them, reducing it to a crack again, then left the Gryph so that it could acclimate itself to its new environs while they in turn made their leisurely way to one of the vast chambers of the labyrinth, where chains and cages hung from the distant ceiling. A collage towered innocently off to the side while a group of mudsharks circled a dying creature on the floor. At the sight of the new creature, Younger and Yagoda smiled widely. They'd sent their undead parasites to find, kill, and fetch the physical manifestation of the Sabot, and in the balaclava's absence the parasites had accomplished it. "Look at that," marveled Younger, studying the Sabot with interest. "Beautiful," echoed the other. Before them, the Sabot struggled valiantly against the parasites that had turned against it, but its struggles were in vain, it was dying. Resembling a black globe 10 feet in diameter, with countless long black, root-like tendrils sprouting from its body, the Sabot was a creature of the earth, living quietly in the mud and stone of the mountain, which is where the legion of mudsharks had found it, and attacked it. Like a dog that has felled a squirrel, the parasites had brought back their prize to be rewarded by their masters. "Finish it," Younger instructed them, thinking this a fitting prize. The zombies tore at the writhing black mass. Within minutes, the creature lay still, unmoving and dead. "This certainly makes up for losing Ruger and Danielle," observed Yagoda, stepping forward to begin the process of resurrecting the Sabot.
"But we will have them, too, eventually. The Sabot is ours, as is the labyrinth.
From here, we will become kings." "We will be the kings," answered his brother, and looked up at the towering mass of the collage.
"And we'll have fun getting there, too."
******. So it wasn't us you were trying to herd," Danielle finished.
"It was the Gryph." Jean-Pierre nodded.
"I kept having to lure it on, then I would double back to collapse the tunnel behind it so that it had no choice but to follow me. I lost it once, when I got to the zombies, but once I'd dealt with them."
"How did you know where the balaclava were going to ambush us?"
Ruger asked. "When I was coming down a chute, after another unsuccessful attempt at finding Soph or Karker, I heard them down there, Younger and Yagoda, talking about you. I listened, and when they went back up to your room I set out after the Gryph. When I had it coming, I heard Younger and Yagoda going back to station their zombies.
I guess this was after they'd met with you the first time."
"When they were gone, I went to work on the zombies, then backtracked until I found the Gryph again." "You went through a lot of trouble," Danielle said.
Jean-Pierre's expression was grim.
"They raped my daughter and the mother of my child, Sophia. And they planned to do things to my blood brother that I'd rather not mention."
"You're what?" Ruger smiled. "Jean-Pierre and I are blood brothers now."
She lifted her eyebrows.
"Don't think my actions heroic, Danielle," said the albino. "I acted out of hatred, nothing else."
Ruger clamped him on the shoulder. "You did right." Unexpectedly, this made Jean-Pierre smile.
"Thanks.
Anyway, it's a shame you didn't get anything from your interrogation of Younger."
"All of it was for nothing."
Ruger remembered the look on Younger's face when he'd been put to the question and wondered if that were true.
Still, Ruger said nothing about it.
He needed to work some things out first.
Jean-Pierre scanned empty room they'd found refuge in. "Where do we go from here?"
"You said your own room was no good, and the castle guard would certainly recognize me."
"They might not arrest you, though."
"Doubtful. Roche Sarnova knows I was held prisoner by the libertarians."
"He probably thinks I still am. If I was seen around, don't you think he'd be suspicious?"
"I don't think he'd doubt the truth when you told it to him." Danielle laughed softly, and the two men turned to look at her.
"What is it?"
Ruger asked. "We need a contact with the outside world," she said.
"Someone to tell us what's going on out there. And I know just the man."
Harry was reading a book in Chloir's room, awaiting her return, when he heard Ruger's voice in his head. He shot up, shocked. The vampire rarely used his telepathic powers. When Harry heard what Ruger had to say, he closed his book, threw on some clothes, and left the room at once. He moved down several floors, then walked back and forth along the corridor Ruger had guided him to.
"Ruger?"
he called, careful to keep his voice soft. Rapping sprang from a door a few yards to his left. He stepped toward it.
"It's Harry."
When the door opened, he entered to find the chamber dimly lit. "You really ought to turn on some lights," he said, blinking.
"Just for you."
Several candle wicks burst into flame simultaneously as hovering matching lit them, but Harry, who was used to such tricks, only blinked at the change in light. When the stars cleared, he nearly jerked back a step when he saw Jean-Pierre, ragged and pale but full of piss and vinegar, sitting on a bed to the side. The albino nodded at him in acknowledgement but said nothing. Harry turned to Ruger and Danielle, neither of whom looking much better than the albino, and smiled. "I don't know how you got here," he said, "but I'm glad you did."
What do you mean? Danielle said.
Harry frowned, almost afraid to volunteer the information that Clore had just told him an hour ago, and told him grudgingly, at that.
Well, he began.
I didn't want Clore to be hurt, or worse. Ruger patted him on the shoulder.
Harry, I'm sorry I had to call you that way. It's just that we needed to know what was going on outside.
What is it, Harry? I'll tell you, but remind me to slap myself afterwards.
What do you mean?
Clore's brought her crew back together and has vowed to do a very stupid thing. Trying not to swear, he told them.
She what?
Said Jean-Pierre, suddenly rising to his feet.
Has she gone mad?
That's a question for later.
By the way, you might drop by and see her.
I think you'll find she's changed.
Apparently.
But why would she risk herself, and her crew, my crew, to do that?
Harry needed a drink.
I don't know, he said honestly. I think that for a while she'd intended to abandon the death squad.
She did, actually.
I suppose I bored her, and now she's back with them, but to make things right between her and me, she pledged to do this thing.
She and the others have been out scouting and laying plans all night.
She has no right, Jean-Pierre said. Do you know how many years I spent honing their skills, teaching them, and now she's going on a suicide mission? She can do it, Harry repeated firmly, then glanced at Danielle, who was staring intently at Ruger and chewing her bottom lip in a very nervous way. Harry sympathized with her, because this is what he had feared all along.
Ruger was smiling.
*****. Several miles away and at least half a mile farther up on a nearby mountain, Captain Rolf d'Aguila sat on a crate of ammunition in the Libertarians' new underground bunker and listened to what his patrol units had to report. Which was little, other than some random scouting helicopters Roche Sarnova had deployed over the region. The birds made the Libertarians' movements more difficult than would otherwise be the case, but they passed infrequently and so were of little consequence.
Rolf felt smug, listening. Things were going well, or reasonably so. Things would never be going very well until Melissa Well returned, if indeed she ever did.
To his surprise, he found that he missed her, but he told himself that these feelings came from his groin, not his brain. Still, things were proceeding as well as could be expected, although more and more of his men were questioning why they were to assault the castle. After all, it had been Méliès who had supplied the purpose, the focus, to the mission, and without her many were losing their hearts for the battle. Rolf couldn't blame them. In truth, he didn't carry much enthusiasm for the fight either and only hoped that his lover and leader would return soon with good news. The destruction that their nuclear missile had wrought on the forces of the castle had dramatically improved morale at the time, but now, days later, morale was sinking once again at the lack of food. All the human prisoners had been killed and eaten, along with several disobedient shades. Thus it didn't surprise d'Aguila when one of his lieutenants ran up to him and said, "Sir, there is a situation up top that needs your attention."
"Of what nature, Lieutenant?" "An issue of food, sir."
Sluggishly, d'Aguila rose to his feet, slapped the big machete that he wore on his belt for good luck and threw a machine gun over one shoulder. Accompanied by 4 armed guards, he followed the lieutenant to a ladder and climbed into the brisk night air above the bunker. The scent of blood struck him like a fist across the face. He didn't need the lieutenant to guide him in the proper direction. Swiftly but calmly, he strode through the trees, past a small clearing and kept on the move until he and his band came upon a scene that he had dreaded for some time. Before him, 4 shades lay dead or dying in the snow, their blood staining the crystalline ground in rivers of red, while another group of 10 shades hovered over them, gorging. When they caught wind of their captain, the offenders leapt to their feet and stood at rigid attention. Fear and guilt etched into their blood-smeared faces. One of them bolted to the side, thinking to escape into the forest. Before the coward had taken 3 steps, a missile shot out and struck him hard, embedding itself into his skull. D'Aguila ambled over to the fallen shade, retrieved his machete, and flipped the fellow over. "Clayton," Rolf whispered, wishing that the youth had not done this, had not resorted to such unlawful cannibalism. Nevertheless, without hesitation or mercy, Rolf raised his blade and brought it down, severing Clayton's head from his body. The captain rose and turned to face the other offenders. "If any one of you has any guts, step forward now and explain yourselves." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, hesitantly, a tall stick of a man with dark hair stepped forward, careful to keep his eyes trained on Boots.
"What's your name, lad?" d'Aguila demanded. "Ratherton, sir. Major Ratherton."
"Well, then, Major, explain your actions and those of the others here." Ratherton, stifling a sob, tried to talk around the lump of fear in his throat, but had to cough before he could continue. "Well, these 4," he gestured to the dying shades, "were nearly comatose, sir. They hadn't properly fed in so long that they were almost unable to think, to move.
Skin was peeling off them, sir." "Skin?"
"Their eyes were bloodshot, their hair falling out."
There, goddammit, look for yourself. Those were Ratherton's last words. No longer was there a lump in his throat, but a machete. Rolf retrieved the blade, cut off Ratherton's head, and wiped the machete off on Ratherton's pants. He surveyed the remaining offenders. Now, someone with respect, please step forward and explain. After a long moment, a freckled red-headed youth stepped up, wiping at his eyes, and said, "Sir, my name is Lieutenant Seearth, sir." "Lieutenant, explain yourself." "Yes, sir. We were hungry, sir. These four were dying, sir. We proceeded to feed from them, sir. We, too, were dying, sir. We needed food, sir. We got it, sir." Rolf smiled, showing his pointy teeth, and ran a hand along his bald head. He considered the situation for a moment. "Lieutenant, didn't you think to ask me for permission first?" "Sir, there was no time, sir. We saw our opportunity and we took it, sir. And if I may say so, sir, we were stupid not to come to you first, sir. If we had it to do over again, I'm sure we would, sir. We are loyal, sir. We would die for you, sir. Sir, I throw myself on your mercy, sir." "Very well, Lieutenant Seearth, I will let you, and you alone, live. You've shown courage and respect. The rest of you will die honorably, let there be no doubt. You killed other members of your family, without consulting me first, and therefore are all traitors. For that, you'll die, but your meat and bones will strengthen the rest of your family. As for those that you've already begun to feed from, they're past the point of caring now, aren't they? They, too, will strengthen the family. If any of you wish to dispute this, run now like the cowards you are and know that I will hunt you down and kill you, every one, slowly and painfully. The rest of you, follow me back to camp, where you will die with full honors." "Are there any dissenters?" There were none. Rolf ordered the condemned men to carry their would-be victims back to camp, while he led the way, his guards flanking him and bringing up the rear. No one else tried to escape. Rolf led them underground, where the feast would be held, while the castle birds were up and about. Little activity took place on the surface except for patrol units and scouting parties. While he was gathering his troops for the banquet, one of his underlings rushed over to him. "There's an urgent message for you from East Camp, sir." He waddled over to the radio. "This is Mr. Wright, go ahead." An ecstatic voice came from the other end. "Yes, sir, this is Echo, calling to report that an emissary from Mrs. Wright, has arrived." "Son, are you sure?" "Yes, sir. She's located in the valley between Site D and Site F, and she has many troops with her. She sent out several scouts to each of our fallback bases." That's what her man said. "Now that he's made contact with us, he'll return to her and she'll come here. He asks if you have any further instructions before he sees her. Just tell him to get her back here quickly. That is all." "Yes, sir." Smiling, he switched the radio off. Malie was back. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. With her by his side, and with her soldiers complimenting his, the castle would be won. On the other hand, she'd been gone a long time. She might be back, yes, but would her return bring good news? That was a thought for later. For the moment his greatest concern was whether or not to delay the coming feast until her arrival. No, he thought, studying the eager and starved faces of his people and his own diminished belly. But he would save her a piece. Asterisk. In London, General Brasher's attack was successful. The stronghold had been informed by the castle spies that a strike was prepared against it, but thanks to Roche Sarnova's edict forbidding anyone from offering strategic advice to General Brasher, the spies could not tell the stronghold how to defend itself. Consequently, the stronghold had tried to relocate, and it was during the evacuation that Brasher's forces struck, killing many of the traitorous council members' army, sending several into flight, and capturing 5. It was a victory unparalleled in the history of the war thus far. The half of the Dark Council that had broken with the Dark Lord was still winning without question, but now Sarnova dared to hope that his forces might have a chance. He was unprepared for the information retrieved from the captives after extensive interrogation. Apparently, Subair, several other council members and a large portion of their army had left London for parts unknown. They had left behind a power structure and enough soldiers to continue the war, but for some unaccountable reason, Subair had decided to leave London. Why? Certainly not because Brasher had overrun one of her strongholds. She'd left days ago, before the stronghold even knew an attack was planned against it. What did that mean? Sarnova and his officers debated the issue for an hour in the war room, but their brainstorming only created further tension, as they all agreed that Subair must be heading their way. She was bringing the war to them. Chapter 7. Despite the building chaos all about, that night's performance of the Funhouse of the Forsaken went well. Sophia, again an extra, delighted in the thrill of acting, if that's what it was. Not only that, but she'd finally written a sketch that Maximilian had approved of, and it had been performed tonight to enthusiastic applause. After the show, Claude gave her a big four-armed hug and they chatted for a while, then set about helping the others clean up the backstage mess. When the cleanup was accomplished, she sauntered over to Max. "Well, what do you think now, Slim?"
The snake oil salesman grinned.
"Good job, Soph. If you can keep writing like that, I may have to start giving you a wage."
"Perish the thought!"
cried Claude, approaching.
He was grinning ear to ear, a grin that only grew wider as one of his hands found its way to Sophia's rump.
"Next, you'll be letting her play a part in the play itself."
Max turned a sour expression at Claude, who only laughed, grabbed Sophia by the hand and led her out of the theater toward the waiting party.
"Don't worry," he whispered to her. "Someday we'll find a way to get you up on stage as something other than an extra." The idea pleased her.
More and more, the funhouse was becoming a large part of her life, consuming her time and creative energies. Finally, tonight, she'd seen the fruit of her labors and had been swept up in the ensuing praise, but she knew she couldn't stay much longer with the troupe.
And to become an actor.
That meant too much commitment, meant that she would become a part of the troupe itself, and she was too independent to want that. Yet, to someone who had had as few friends as she throughout the course of her long life, the idea of living with and traveling with a host of interesting companions really didn't seem so bad. What else was she due to, return to Los Angeles and revert to her old vigilante lifestyle?
No.
She'd moved beyond that now.
She wanted something more.
The halls, as usual after a show, were busy and loud, and she took pleasure in hearing shades that had been members of the audience recounting their favorite pieces. Though she didn't hear her sketch mentioned, she still enjoyed the feelings of goodwill apparent throughout the halls. She also enjoyed the company of Claude, though she knew that nothing real could develop between them. Like her, he was a player, delighting in one-night stands and independence. As she neared the entrance to the warren of rooms that the troupe called home, she passed a cloaked figure, cowl pulled low about his face, and paused, sniffing the air. The man exuded a familiar scent, and she was tempted to chase him down. Claude grabbed her hand and pulled her along, into the warren. Before she had time to survey the crowd, a drink was thrust into her hand, and she let herself smile, knowing that the party had begun.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "No!" cried the naked woman, cowering on the ground. "Please, I don't want to die."
Lord Carker stared down at her, troubled.
This was a waste.
He'd rented the largest of the Blood and Stone's private dining rooms, had armed this woman with guns and knives, even given her some of his blood, and tried to spur her into some sort of action, but the attempt was futile. Though she'd shot and stabbed him several times, she'd quickly dropped the weapons and ran, not that there was anywhere to go, of course. "Goddamn humans," Carker muttered, and slumped at the large dining table.
"Don't hurt me," she said.
He missed his home, his lodge, and wanted to return there badly, where his prisoners often proved a challenge even to the tested hunter. Little was sweeter than the thrill of a good hunt, and though he tried to create a little sport here, he'd known it would be no good.
He had no heart to finish the woman.
He could only fight those that fought back. Often, in the good old days, he and Sarnova had released humans into the Sabo and had spent hours, days even, tracking and hunting their quarry.
That had been fun.
But the Sabo was off limits now, and Sarnova too preoccupied to spend much time with the hunter.
"I should go home."
Carker would stay by his friend's side, though, especially in these brutal and, perhaps, final days.
"Stand up," he said. "I won't hurt you."
She remained shriveled in a ball of terror. "I'm not a monster," he said, more to himself than to her.
"I am not a monster." A moment later, he said, "The hell with it," and left the room and the woman. He knew that eventually someone else would kill her, but he would not be that one. Morality was not the issue. Honor was.
He pitied the female, as he pitied most humans, but he could not bring himself to end her. Wearily, he made his way to a staircase, rose one floor and angled himself toward his room. As he drew close, the world tilted around him. "Dear gods," he said. Sitting on his doorstep, draped in a brown cloak, cowl pulled back to reveal his pale and smiling face, was Jean-Pierre. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The two werewolves, in the relative privacy and security of Carker's quarters, talked for a long time, and Jean-Pierre could see the delight on his old friend's face when the albino recounted how he'd escaped from the libertarians. As Jean-Pierre finished that part of the story, Carker leaned back in his chair and lit up a cigar, and when he offered one to Jean-Pierre, the albino did not refuse. After all, smoking was the one vice he still permitted himself, and Carker's had good taste in cigars. "You did well, my son," the hunter said.
"That D'Aguila character is quite a formidable foe.
Someday, I'd like to face off with him myself." He shook his head. I can't believe your courage, Jean-Pierre, jumping from the cliff like that.
Honestly, I thought I was dead. I should have been.
I fell at least half a mile, Kark. I don't know why I'm still here. You're strong, and you've got strong bloods working in you. You've had mine, and I've had Blackie's blood, and Blackie's had Mocklery's blood, and so on.
Yeah, but could Roche or the ambassador survive such a plummet?
It was a question that had been troubling the albino. Logically, he should be dead.
I doubt they've ever bothered to plunge off a mountain to find out, Karker said. Anyway, it's a good thing you escaped. Younger and Yagoda have taken over the Sabo, or at least they're giving it a shot.
If you'd gone with the libertarians into the labyrinth, the Sabo probably wouldn't have killed you, but the balaclava would have.
That doesn't make any sense, Kark. Why the hell would Younger and Yagoda try to take over the Sabo? Are they mad?
Perhaps. But I went down there myself, to remove the sign that Ruger left for Malie, and I saw one of the monsters they've created. It's a huge thing, made out of more than a score of human slaves, now undead, and a few immortals, as well. It can reconfigure its shape, not like a shapeshifter, but like a puzzle. If they've got more like that, they could do some serious damage. Also, I've heard it said that they're now Kaljids, which explains how they created the thing. That's what Ruger told me, too. It explains the zombies I found.
Zombies? Karker said.
When I saw that sign that Ruger left for Melisowell, I didn't realize he was the one that had put it there. I saw some castle soldiers and assumed that Roche had left the sign for the libertarians. I didn't know what it meant, but I decided going through the Sabo maybe wasn't such a good idea, and, more than that, the sun was up and I was too wounded to make the long hike around to the old courtyard. So I went into the refuge. Jean-Pierre watched Karker's face carefully as he said this, wondering what the hunter's reaction would be.
The refuge?
Karker repeated, nearly coughing over the word.
You knew of it?
Hell, I helped Blackie build it.
You what?
Jean-Pierre exclaimed, but it was an act. Ladrito had mentioned Karker's involvement. Well, I didn't exactly build it, admitted the hunter, but I captured a lot of the creatures that are in it. Actually, that's how Roche and I first met, about 900 years ago. His brown eyes misted over as his memory tugged him back through the tide of centuries.
I was a dragon hunter, once.
A dangerous profession, but there was always large bounties placed on certain dragon heads, and I made quite a profit off them.
Of course, that's not why I did it. I honestly enjoyed hunting dragons.
Those were simpler times, I guess, when magic was not an uncommon thing. And I loved the hunt, even back then, so being a dragon hunter was a natural thing for me to become. Jean-Pierre stared at Karker.
Kark, why haven't you told me of this before? Let me get to that.
See, I hunted the great WIRMS for many decades, and I was not alone. There was fierce competition between bounty hunters, but I was never bested.
You know how many times I drank the blood of a dragon? That was power. Maybe that's what allowed you to survive your fall.
Anyway, eventually dragons became scarce, which only upped the price of the bounty. By then, I'd already become wealthy and had come to love the creatures. No longer did I want to hunt them, although the sport still thrilled me, but I knew if this type of slaughter continued they would be wiped from the earth. That's when Roche approached me. I'd met him before, briefly, when I had taken a trip to the castle, but didn't know him well. When he came to me, I was surprised. I'd earned quite a reputation by then, but still, to be visited by the Dark Lord. He said he wanted me to help him capture some dragons. I asked him why, and he said he didn't want to see them made extinct and he understood that I felt the same way.
I'd been rather vocal on the subject. He wanted to find a secure place for them, where they could live unmolested by humans and immortal bounty hunters. I agreed, and he rewarded me well for my efforts. To make a long story short, Roche and I grew to be great friends, chasing down and capturing dragons and other creatures. Sometimes Francois came along with us, but usually it was just me and Blackie, and some of his soldiers. Sounds like fun.
Oh, it was. I wish you could have hunted a dragon with me. Trust me, once you've battled a WIRM, elephants and lions seem like pussycats.
I can imagine. I saw a dragon. You what?
Briefly, Jean-Pierre recounted what he had seen of the battle between Gethral and the castle soldiers, which was little, since he'd been crouching behind a ridge on the opposite side of the lake, trying to keep out of sight of the soldiers. Nonetheless, the story greatly intrigued Karker, who interrupted several times, trying to get Jean-Pierre to be more specific. So it was a green dragon, Karker said, when the first part of the tale was over.
I suppose. Strange.
Why would Blackie use a green dragon, or any dragon for that matter, to kill or kidnap a traitorous colonel? Surely there are more conventional means that would have accomplished the job without so much blood.
I think he was trying to show off. The way Ruger explained it, he knew Roche was somehow behind it, and that Roche more or less expected Ruger to catch on. This was Roche's way of impressing Ruger, or himself. He shrugged, to show that this was only a guess. Then Roche told him the truth, or what might be the truth. He said that since so few inhabitants of the castle knew of the dragons, or of the refuge at all, that De Soto's troops might not link their colonel's death with Sarnova. He hoped they would blame Subert instead, or at least that the mystery surrounding De Soto's death would prevent any of them from taking action against Roche. Maybe, Carker grunted, but he sounded doubtful. More likely, Blackie was testing just how well he could use the dragons for his own purposes. The albino paused. You think Sarnova intends to? Carker chuckled, and motioned for Jean-Pierre to leave the thought unfinished. We can discuss that later. For now, tell me about the refuge. I've never been there, never wanted to see the great creatures caged, and Roche wanted to keep the whole thing a secret, besides. The longer he kept it that way, the longer he could preserve the creatures he risked so much to capture. That's why I never told you about it. He made me vow that I would never divulge the secret, and I never would have, except that you found out about it on your own. I've got to know, what was it like? Jean-Pierre inhaled a mouthful of smoke, smiled through the swirling mists, and began that leg of his story. He could see that he held Carker entranced, and could tell from the hunter's occasional surprised grunts that the older werewolf had never heard of some of the creatures that Jean-Pierre described, such as the Gryphon, the Batman, and the sentient mushrooms. He had heard about the wonders of the meadow. The albino enjoyed recounting his adventures, though he was careful to leave out certain parts, things that he would forever keep to himself. At last he told of his journey into the chamber of the Green Lake and how he'd helped Ruger and Danielle escape the balaclava. Carker laughed when Jean-Pierre explained how he had lured Younger and Yagoda into the Gryph. Good work, my son, the hunter said. I wish I'd been there to see their expressions. He closed his eyes, perhaps trying to conjure an image of the scene. So then what? The odd flock and I climbed up one of the cork chutes, which took some time, and set up camp in a vacant room on one of the lower stories. Ah, so Ruger doesn't wish to face Kirnavar, after all. On the contrary. He has every intention of going up against the madman. He has some point he wants to prove, apparently. Interesting. I take it Danielle wasn't happy. No, but I overheard her say she supported him. Good girl. And do you support Ruger's decision? Jean-Pierre grinned bitterly. I created Kirnavar, and I've come to regret it. I hope Ruger whips him, and I hope to be there when the sick bastard gets executed. What of this point that Ruger needs to prove? He believes that logic is stronger than chaos, or some such poetic conflict. That's not the Ruger I used to know. The old Ruger reveled in chaos, thumbed his nose at logic and order. Yeah, well, I think that's why it's so important for him to do this, to show that the new lifestyle he's embraced is the correct one. Carker eyed the albino curiously. How do you feel about that? I don't care one way or the other, except that I want to see Kirnavar crushed. And I want Ruger to live. So my little trick worked? What, the fight you staged? I guess it did. I respect him, for what that's worth, but I don't understand him. Jean-Pierre frowned, remembering his own newfound morality, a subject that he was embarrassed to bring up in front of Carker. Maybe he really has changed, the hunter all but whispered. If he has? It was Carker's turn to frown. I don't know, he said. I've always thought that Ruger was evil, that he was unconquerable, that these last few decades he was merely suppressing that vital part of himself, that he'd simply mistaken goodness for integrity. I thought that once he realized that one could remain, well, evil, to use a word, one I don't care for, and yet honorable at the same time, he would renew his old ways. Carker ran a hand through his unkempt white hair. Maybe I was wrong. Can you still love Ruger if he's no longer like you? Us, I mean? I don't know. Carker shifted uncomfortably. I suppose I'll always love Ruger, but somehow this changes things. I thought his heart akin to yours and mine, but if I was wrong all the time. He growled in frustration and suddenly rose from his chair and started pacing the room. At last, he said, it's something I'll have to think on. Anyway, what of you? For a moment, Jean-Pierre feared that Carker had seen through his test, had understood that the albino was actually asking how Carker would respond if he declared that he had suddenly found morality. But then, and to the albino's great relief, the hunter said, Are you going to pay a visit to your bride? She's here, you know. Yes, said Jean-Pierre, relaxing. I've already tried to make contact with her, but she was surrounded by friends. I felt awkward approaching her. The hunter nodded. It's my understanding that she keeps a mortal male in a room 3 floors down, to keep her Gensiv half satisfied. If one wished to acquire her alone, I would suggest one wait for her to visit that room.
He smiled, seeing Jean-Pierre's gratitude, and told him where the room was located.
Thank you, said Jean-Pierre, and stood. Leaving so soon? Well. Carker patted him gently on the cheek. Don't worry, son. I understand. Now go on, reacquaint yourself with Soph. I have things to ponder. About Ruger. And Blackie's pets. Jean-Pierre turned to leave.
Behind him, he heard Carker calling, I love you, son.
Never forget that.
Yes, but what would you say if I told you the Danielle lookalike was still alive? Brooding on it, Jean-Pierre left Carker and moved down the hall, drawing his cowl low about his face. He was just another shadow in a city of shadows.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Sitting on a couch next to Claude, listening to the band play in a nearby room while she sipped on a glass of champagne and hit a joint that occasionally passed her way, Sophia experienced a pang of conscience. How could she be here enjoying herself when the man her mother had assigned her to protect might die tomorrow? She must go to him, see if there was anything she could do for him. She drained her glass. As she moved toward the archway that led out of this room, she heard Claude call out something to her but didn't respond. She had business to attend to. The music died behind her as she left the warren of tunnels, and she reflected that in going to Ruger's aid, if aid it was, she was placing his needs over her own desires. The act was in accord with what Beliswa had taught her and with what she had taught herself. Still, it went against that cold and selfish portion of herself that had kept her alive all these years. If she continued doing such things, no longer would people refer to her as the Ice Queen. She wondered if that was a good thing or not. Finally, she rounded the last corner and approached the tangle of castle guards that surrounded the odd flocks room. They turned bored looks her way but didn't block her as she shoved past them and entered the room, which was empty. Where the hell did you go? Her eyes flicked around the room for some sort of hiding place, her nose quivering for clues. Inevitably, her eyes locked onto the only other way out, the food disposal chute. Fuck, she said. What the hell did you two do? Had Ruger committed himself to flames rather than battle Kirnavar over a chessboard? Had Danielle, in her grief, followed him? No, Sophia muttered. Impossible. She sniffed and scanned, trying to detect a misplaced stone brick or wooden beam. It wasn't impossible that the vampires had tunneled their way out, but if so there would be some trail to follow. There wasn't. However, there was another smell, a smell that threw shivers down Sophia's spine. Balaclava. Younger and Yagoda had been here. How? The chute. It was the only answer. Slowly, she moved over to it, started to stick her head inside in order to follow the scents, but the heat told her that, surely, no one would have willingly gone down that route. What if it had not been willingly? The assassins couldn't enter the room through the front way. Roche Sarnova had placed a warrant out for their arrests, but perhaps they had found a way to come up through the chute. What if Younger and Yagoda, in their new Khaljit states, did not fear the flames? No, Khaljits could be killed by fire, just as any other fleshly creature could. What, then? The only thing she knew for certain was that she had to sort this mess out somehow. In order to properly brainstorm, she needed a sounding board, a sympathetic companion. Harry Lavaca might serve. It must be nearly dawn, she thought as she left the suite. Harry would likely be asleep, but that was too bad for him. She slipped through the halls, now nearly empty, despite the fact that all windows of the castle were covered during daylight hours. Few shades chose to roam about during this period. Old habits, much like immortals, die hard. Harry's room, too, was empty. Irritably, Sophia ground her teeth. Couloir, she thought. He's with that bitch. Swearing every step of the way, the Gensiv marched over to the she-wolf's room and knocked. No answer. Impatiently, she used her immortal powers to unbolt the door from inside and throw it open. Couloir's room was also vacant. Fuck. Where was everybody? Had everyone in the castle just up and disappeared? Not a little perturbed, Sophia wondered if these sudden disappearances were somehow aimed at destroying her sanity, because if they were working. I need another glass of champagne, she muttered, and brightened. She'd gone in search of Harry, but another man might do. Dirk, baby, here I come. She was much less concerned with waking up her sex slave than with waking the Slayer, which somewhat intrigued her. Perhaps she should show more respect for the man. Maybe this time she would ask him his real name. However, when she reached Dirk's room, the room she'd rented for him, such thoughts flew from her mind. Sitting on the stone, propped up against the door, wearing a brown robe with a cowl that was pulled back from his pale and smiling face, was her father, her lover, the albino Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre, she breathed. Sophia, he said, his own smile growing wider. They rushed into each other's arms. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Okay, Ruger told Couloir.
I think we've gone over just about every possible scenario.
She nodded, looking down at her notes, then glanced over at Harry and Danielle.
Any further thoughts?
She asked. They shook their heads.
Fine. Come on, Harry, let's go get some rest. We might need it.
Lavaca rose from his seat, as did Ruger, and they shook hands.
Make me proud, the mortal said. Ruger managed to smile. Don't worry, Harry. I'm not going to put Cloire in danger.
What we just did, the plans we just drew up, they were only a safety precaution.
Just the same, give him hell. No. But I will beat him. Atheist humor, Lavaca muttered.
When he and Cloire were gone, Ruger turned to Danielle.
Thank you. For what? For supporting me. I know you don't really want me to.
She shook her head.
No, babe. I want you to do this, to get it out of your system. I know it's important to you.
And, she paused. Quietly, she said, I have faith in you.
Silently, he nodded.
She kissed him, long and passionately. Clasping her hand, he led her to the bed, or started to, but she resisted.
Sorry, lover, but we're not gonna bump uglies tonight.
Why not?
He said. Because that's just another way of saying goodbye, and that ain't something I'm gonna do, not tonight, not ever. So let's just get some sleep. When he didn't move, she smiled again. Well, you've gotta have some incentive to win, don't you? Trust me, I've got more than enough.
She patted his side, letting her fingers run across his chest.
Now you've got one more.
Sighing, he turned off the lights and climbed into bed, cradling her in his arms, and eventually drifted off to sleep. She didn't reach that point so easily. For a long while, she lay there, feeling him near her, against her, stroking his hair and watching the rise and fall of his chest. He didn't need the air, she knew, but enjoyed the act of breathing it. Neither did he really need to sleep, but he enjoyed that, too. As for her, she didn't need to lay there and study him, as his every feature was embedded in her mind, but she did. She prayed that he was right, that his logic would win out against Kirnavar's insanity. In her heart, she did trust him, but she knew that something about the lunatic he would challenge tomorrow was not right.
There was something off about Kirnavar, other than his madness.
At long last, she kissed Ruger on the forehead, closed her eyes and allowed herself to rest. That's how they remained all day, arm in arm, leg in leg, both dreaming that this bed, as comfortable as it was, wouldn't be the last they shared. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Sophia's eyes fluttered open, she found herself lying on Dirk's bed, with Jean-Pierre leaning over her, holding her hand. She smiled up at him and gave his fingers a squeeze.
Hey, he said softly. Didn't mean to wake you. Why not? You're the one put me to sleep.
He kissed her cheek.
Ah, Soph, it's so good to see you again.
The warm and fuzzy sensation that had taken hold of her evaporated. Instantly, anger overwhelmed her and, seemingly of its own accord, a hand shot out and lashed him once across the face.
It reversed itself and smacked the other side, too.
He didn't budge, accepting the punishment as if it had been expected. His smile did slip, though, and his luminous green eyes dimmed.
Why the hell did you leave me?
She all but shouted, propping herself up on the headboard and tearing her other hand out from his.
And what did you do with Dirk? I put him out in the hall. He won't have wandered far.
As to why I left you, I needed some time to think.
I thought you did, too.
That calmed her, somewhat. She remembered how she'd wanted to sever their union, had wanted to reclaim her independence. Apparently he'd harbored similar feelings, which she could both understand and forgive if only because she had done the same for herself. However, she said none of this, just stared at him as if daring him to continue. He didn't seem to have much else to say, though, perhaps having recognized the look of acceptance in her face. I'm sorry, was all he said. She issued a frustrated hiss and crossed her arms over her chest.
No, goddammit, don't be sorry. If you hadn't left, I would have. And I probably wouldn't have been strong enough to come back to you afterwards.
Suddenly, she grabbed both of his hands and pulled him down on top of her.
Thank you for coming back to me, she said. I'm forgiven? He asked.
She nibbled on his lobe.
I suppose. Someone knocked on the door. Dirk, go away. She called.
It's not Dirk, came a familiar voice. Come in, said Jean-Pierre, rising. The door opened, and in walked the Dark Lord Roche-Sarnova, flanked by soldiers. From the look on the albino's face, Sophia expected the king to haul him away, but Roche-Sarnova strode up to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, Welcome to the castle, Jean-Pierre. Carker told me I might find you here. Sorry if I disturbed you.
Jean-Pierre didn't seem to have anything else to say. Sarnova bowed toward Sophia, then turned back to the albino.
He told me you were afraid I'd arrest you or something, and that I should allay your fears.
True, once you found some free time.
I would like to ask you some questions about the libertarians, but otherwise I wanted to officially welcome you to the castle.
The Dark Lord offered his hand and, having little choice, the albino accepted it.
Thanks, he said. Of course. Also, there is the little matter of how you arrived here. The Dark Lord's eyes flicked toward the corpse chute, and Jean-Pierre nodded. Feel free to tell your wife, of course, but beyond that.
Yes.
Of course. By the way, Jean-Pierre lowered his voice, you might want to send some of your trusted guards down there.
Sarnova raised a palm. Already done, my good man. Now, I'm sure you'd rather be left alone. Now, what of this human?
Sophia coughed, and the Dark Lord turned his eyes to her.
You're referring to the man in the hall? She asked. Yes, my lady. You have my permission to set him free.
I bought him off the slave blocks and have the right to release him from his obligation. Now that Jean-Pierre's back, I don't think I'll need him anymore.
Very well. I bid you both good day. As Sarnova left, Jean-Pierre visibly collapsed in relief. What was that about how you?
She began, but he shook his head. I'll explain later, he promised, then smiled and approached the bed again.
Now I think I'd better make sure you didn't just tell a whopper to Blackie. Meaning that you intend to fulfill Dirk's function? If you'll have me.
She stretched out a beckoning hand.
Where were we? On a nearby mountain, a not too dissimilar reunion was underway.
The sun was up, and so Melissoel and her many troops had to tunnel underground to reach D'Aguilet's encampment, but when they did, the party that spontaneously erupted between the long-separated soldiers was so raucous that the captain half feared the roof of snow would collapse and kill everyone there. Then he saw his dark-winged angel. Malie, he said, careful to keep himself planted, careful to make her come to him. She seemed to realize his intentions and stopped 10 feet shy of him, either forcing him to close the distance or give away his little power play.
My angel, he said, and came to her.
He stroked her smooth pale cheek. My demon, she answered, slugging him lightly on the shoulder.
I heard about the tactical nuke. He nodded.
Word spread fast.
Nonetheless, he was anxious to hear what she would have to say. Would it be praise or condemnation?
Good job, she said, and they embraced, his big scaly wings wrapping around her, partially concealing her from view. Some of the soldiers nearest them recognized the maneuver and probably half wondered if their captain would bite off her head, which is usually what the wing shroud foretold. Instead, he whispered, Oh, Malie, it's good to have you back.
But what I ask next is very important. Do you bring good news? My troops need it.
She pulled away just enough for him to see her nod, and the confidence she displayed in that gesture nearly made him laugh in gratitude.
Rolf, I've got great news.
Sorry I couldn't tell you about it before. I hadn't intended to be gone so long, but that's how long it took, but it was worth it.
I've made us another ally.
The first was enough to get us into the castle, but this one will ensure we take it.
We're not just kidnapping the king anymore, then? Now we're going to bring his kingdom to its knees. Then rule it. After that, fulfilling Ludwig's vision will be a certainty. D'Aguila liked the sound of that. When do we march on the cast? She glanced at her watch.
It'll take about half an hour for this party to unwind enough for me to give my speech, another half hour to give it, and another to gather our equipment, get the hell out of here and begin.
So I figure about an hour and a half. So soon? Does that present a problem? No.
It's just that.
You wanted to get reacquainted.
When he nodded, her eyes sparkled.
As I said, it'll take about a half hour for this party to unwind.
As it turned out, he didn't quite last 30 minutes, which seemed fine with her, and it left him in a somewhat subdued manner as she brought the party to halt and began her speech. To an eager and bloodthirsty army, she outlined the inevitable fall of Roche Sarnova.
Chapter 8.
It was nearly time for the chess match, Francois Mauclery noted as he entered the throne room. The table had been set up, a crowd was beginning to form, and Roche and 4 of the remaining Dark Council hunched upon their thrones. The others were in the war room, overseeing the war from afar, although they could not directly interfere without Sarnova's permission or that of the ambassador. As he walked toward the Dark Lord's throne, Francois glanced up at the massive mural painted on the ceiling and hoped that, by the end of the night, he would still remain among Roche's most trusted. In the event that he was not, he had to set into motion a series of events that would prevent any unnecessary bloodshed. He did not fear for himself, as much, but for his oldest friend. When he approached the throne, he could see that Roche had, once again, neglected to sleep during the day, a habit that was beginning to take a toll on the ancient vampire. Roche may not need to sleep every solar cycle, but he needed to sleep sometime.
Good evening, said a smiling Roche Sarnova, as the ambassador drew near. How goes things in London? Has Subert shown her face? Not in London. That's part of the reason I've come. 2 of the spies we placed underground along Romania's borders have disappeared. The Dark Lord's face screwed up in frustration. Once the Libertarians had been spotted crossing the border, he had placed spies below the Earth's surface, thinking to locate any Libertarian reinforcements, or, possibly, locate Subert's attack force if indeed she was preparing to strike the castle. If his spies had disappeared, it surely meant that either Subert or the Libertarians had found them. Nonetheless, the spies had served their purpose, had alerted him to the invading army. But it was not the fate Roche had desired for them. Francois could read all this by the merest flicker of his old friend's face. Any other news? Roche asked, as if fearing the worst. We have word from London. General Brasher has captured another of Subert's lot, and the traitors revealed that the members of the Dark Council that Subert left stationed in London have found the good general's stronghold and are preparing an attack even now. The general wishes that either you, or myself, be present in the war room, in contact with him, in the event that he's overrun. I suppose he needs our moral support. Indeed. Obviously, your duty is to stay here, and I had hoped to view the chess match, as well, it being the climactic event deciding your heir, but now. Of course. Remain in the war room and lend the general what strength you can. As the ambassador turned to go, Roche stopped him. Francois, said the Dark Lord, slowly, have you ever met Ruger? Yes, Roche. Once, a long time ago. I'm glad your memory is better than his. He claims to have never met you, and I thought that a shame. He shook his head. There I go, thinking negatively again. We must believe that the Darkling will win. If he does, you two will have ample opportunity to become acquainted. Of course. Wish him luck for me. Francois swept from the room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The soldiers guarding Ruger and Danielle's private room glanced at their watches. Goddamn prima donna, scoffed the leader. It's time, already. Should we give him a few more minutes? One of his subordinates asked. Or should we hogtie him to a pole and tote him to the throne room in style? The leader smiled. Door number 2. On his orders, they burst into the Oddflock's room and found, to their dismay, nothing. Shit, another subordinate said. You! Snapped the leader. Go to the throne room and tell our lord that Ruger's escaped. We'll stay here and sniff out any hidey holes. How could he escape? The only possible way out is. As one, they looked toward the corpse chute. The leader swore. If they killed themselves on our clock, we're screwed. Go on, you, he snapped at the subordinate, get yourself to the throne room. Better to be caught acting incompetent than to be caught in a lie. But we can't tell Roche Sarnova the truth. Trust me, he might forgive incompetence, but he would not forgive creative gaps, or stretches, shall we say, in what really transpired. So go. The subordinate went. However, when he arrived in the throne room, he was extremely relieved, if also surprised, to find that Ruger, for some enigmatic reason, was already there. Hogtied, indeed, he muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When it was time to go, Ruger and Danielle walked hand in hand through the halls, up the stairs, choosing the longer route, rather than the elevators, and into the throne room. Ruger noted the crowd tonight was larger than for any of the previous chess matches, and noticed too Roche Sarnova's look of interest when he saw that Ruger and Danielle had arrived sans escorts. Several soldiers stirred, apparently recognizing the oddity of this, and glanced back and forth from the Oddflock to the Dark Lord as if awaiting orders to arrest the vampires. Roche Sarnova just smiled, nodded to the Oddflock, and said not one word about it. This is it, Danielle said. Here we go, Ruger agreed. He squeezed her hand. They kissed, and she moved off to a seat reserved for her on the front row. Behind the several rows of fold-out chairs, on 2 sides of the impromptu arena, reared large representations of chessboards. Once the game was underway, the magnets that represented the pieces would be moved so that those in the audience who couldn't actually see the main action could follow along. As he moved down an aisle toward the little table in the midst of all the shades, Ruger noticed that he was the first of the duelists to arrive. He lit a cigarette, took his spot, and waited. He scanned the audience, interested in the faces of those who would witness the forthcoming spectacle. There was Harry, Ruger nodded, there was Carker and Jean-Pierre, sitting together, again, Ruger nodded, both nodded back. There was Sophia, sitting next to the albino, their Cloire, next to Harry, she, shockingly, gave a smile and a thumbs-up sign. The rest of the death squad waited, too, he knew, readying their ridiculous failsafe plan, which struck him at the moment as monstrously funny. Lastly, on the front row, was Danielle. She neither smiled nor nodded. At least, not at first. He gave her a slight wink, and then she smiled. It proved a grim one, though, and he understood. After all, if he did defeat Kirnavar, he would possibly be dooming the man who'd saved her from the balaclava's designs in the room of the tree. On the other hand, the assassins had declared that they intended to spring the lunatic themselves, should he fall, so Ruger felt no guilt. He wondered where the assassins were. Of course, they probably had many eyes in attendance. How many gathered in this room were there zombies? Ruger could find no obvious Khaljit minions, except perhaps for a small group of hooded monks, and religious shades were hard enough to come by, let alone a group of religious zombies, whose robes would possibly conceal their fetidness. They did not have to be fetid, though. If Younger and Yagoda kept them well fed, they would look not unlike any other shade. Ruger let himself slip into a meditative state, forcing his mind to be at its sharpest and yet relaxed at the same time. About the time he had to stub out his cigarette in the little stone ashtray on the fold-out table, Kirnavar, alone and wearing his long trench coat to conceal the feces across his emaciated torso, but which did nothing for the smell, strode cockily into the room, down an aisle and, with a look to the Dark Lord, sat down. To Ruger, Kirnavar seemed like the likeliest zombie he'd seen yet, and with the smell of his own feces to cover him, who would know? Kirnavar's unshaven angular face stared back at him, eyes bloodshot and confident. The referee began to speak, building this match into great heights of mythology, but Ruger tuned him out. Instead he watched Danielle, and his odorous foe. Danielle did not smile, and this time he didn't attempt to make her. The referee continued to babble, presumably so that the bettors would have time enough lay any final bets. Idly, Ruger wondered who the favorite was, and decided he knew. Still, many would have bet on him, if only to reap the rewards of a long shot. Ruger thought that perhaps he should have laid money on himself. He wondered if Karker had wagered anything. Kirnavar's large dark brown eyes fixed intently, hideously, on Ruger, but the vampire resisted the lunatic's psychological warfare, if that's what it was. At last, the referee finished his song and turned toward the Dark Lord. Rosh Sarnova leaned forward in his throne. Kirnavar, he said, are you ready? Kirnavar, repeated the lunatic, is. Ruger, are you ready? The Darkling nodded. Let's do it. Then, gentlemen, may the best man win. The war was on. Asterisk. Kirnavar won the closely monitored toss. He was white and Ruger black. Kirnavar moved first, sliding a pawn out 2 spaces in front of his king. Ruger duplicated the move, which was risky, depending on how skilled his opponent was. It was a feeler play. The lunatic pulled out a bishop, and Ruger smiled. Apparently, Kirnavar was setting up a 4-move victory, which meant that the werewolf was greatly underestimating his foe. Of course, anyone experienced in chess would recognize the move for what it was, so it posed little threat, except that it forced the Darkling into a defensive posture early on. Be that as it may, there were precious few defenses against the move. One of these was to move his left knight, and this is what the vampire did, blocking Kirnavar's would-be next move, which would have been to bring out his queen. Kirnavar brought out his queen anyway, despite the fact that his attack had been foiled. Ruger groaned, this might be a long game. It wasn't. As the game progressed, Ruger was stunned at how quickly his opponent moved. It was almost as if the lunatic didn't think before lifting a bony hand to the pieces, shoving them casually across the board. It was almost as if he never even looked down at the board, which was largely true. Mainly, Kirnavar's dark eyes bored straight into Ruger. The only sound in the room was breathing, moving pieces, and the occasional member of the audience buying a beer or a pack of fresh roasted peanuts. It unsettled Ruger how much time he took formulating his moves in comparison to the supernaturally quick Kirnavar. In a way, Ruger felt upstaged. Also, Kirnavar was constantly on the offensive, leaving Ruger little chance to start an initiative of his own. Thirdly, Kirnavar made absolutely no mistakes. Fortunately, his moves often led nowhere, took him down strange nonsensical patterns that allowed Ruger a little, if only a little, breathing room. Then the lunatic would snap a cocky number and back the vampire up again. Ruger was a skilled player, though. 40 minutes into the game, he was only at a disadvantage by 1 piece, a bishop. Other than that error, he and Kirnavar held the same pieces. They had swapped a few pawns and 1 set of knights, but that was it. Still, Kirnavar drove on relentlessly. Once Ruger had moved, the lunatic's hand instantly shot up and slid a piece of his own. It went on like this for an hour and a half, at the end of which both parties were far from even, with Ruger now at a disadvantage by 1 bishop, 1 rook, and 2 pawns. At this point, he admitted to himself that Kirnavar's unerring confidence had eaten away at his morale. He sucked in a breath, lit another cigarette, and arched his neck so that he could stare up at the ceiling 3 stories above. A beautiful mural, he thought. He'd seen it several times before, but had really paid it very little attention, being more interested when he entered the throne room and the Dark Lord rather than the trappings of the room. However, this time his eyes fell upon the likeness of a figure he'd never taken the time to notice before, a tall, blond man with noble blue eyes and an aristocratic nose. He stood, capes twirling about him, atop of one of the battlements of the castle. Ruger didn't know the man's name, but it made no difference, he knew this man. Oh, he knew this man very well. He had only seen him once, a long time ago, but his pale features were seared like a brand into Ruger's mind. The Darkling could never forget that face, that bearing. Instantly, he realized who this man must be. The ambassador, Roche Sarnova, dearest friend. Who else could hold such a prominent position on the mural? And that could only mean that Sarnova didn't know. Black spots flickered in Ruger's vision. Suddenly he felt unsteady. Dear gods! He wondered how many of the eyes on him had followed his gaze to the mural above. How many had seen what he'd seen? None, he suspected. If the ambassador's true identity had been known, Ruger would have heard about it by now. Which left him in a strange situation. Should he continue this game or stand up and confront the Dark Lord with the truth here and now? The latter would probably not be a wise course of action. He'd be thought a desperate man, a man looking for a way out of a losing battle. Maybe I would be. He stubbed out his cigarette, glanced over Kirnavar's shoulder to Danielle, who, if his count was accurate, was working on her 11th beer. Her peanuts, however, remained where they had been. She peered at him curiously, and he could only give a small shrug in answer. How could he explain? With a new determination to win this stupid game, Ruger examined the stone chessboard and moved a piece. From there, he was able to swing the game more in his favor, finally placing his opponent on the defensive. Still, Kirnavar did not waver, did not pause, just raised a skeletal arm and moved his pieces, all the while drilling holes through the Darkling with his eyes. Ruger hadn't seen his opponent blink since he'd entered the room. Ruger slew both Kirnavar's bishops, snatched up a rook and 2 pawns. Things were definitely going his way. Kirnavar changed tactics, started playing conservatively, which destroyed the vampire's momentum. As it turned out, Ruger's comeback lasted all of 20 minutes. After that, Kirnavar resumed the offensive. Ruger gritted his teeth and played on. They were now basically even, except that Ruger held the advantage, if only by his last bishop. Other than that, he and Kirnavar shared the same pieces, 4 pawns, a rook, a knight, and the king and queen. He must eliminate Kirnavar's queen. He'd tried several times, but each time had been outmaneuvered. This time he must be successful, as the lunatic used his queen to devastating effect. Ruger set about a plan. At present, Kirnavar's queen was in a position that, at the same time protected 2 of his pieces, a knight and pawn, and also threatened to launch into a certain offensive routine at the slightest excuse. Ruger, sacrificing his bishop, forced the old bitch into retreat, killing the knight and being taken by the pawn. Now Ruger was at an advantage only by a knight, which, in conjunction with his own queen and a pawn, he used to corner Kirnavar's queen. The lunatic's rook barreled out of the shadows and crushed Ruger's knight, an error on Ruger's part, but still the Darkling pursued the evil queen, luring her into the waiting pawn, using his own queen as bait. If Kirnavar refused the offering. He didn't. He sacrificed his queen for Ruger's. In the aftermath, his rook murdered Ruger's pawn. Ruger had expected the losses but had gladly suffered them in order to be rid of his enemy's queen. In the process, he had now become the one at a disadvantage, if only by a pawn. He now had 3, whereas Kirnavar had 4. Other than that, they both had a rook and, of course, the king. Now it was a race to see who could get their pawn to the enemy's side first. When the pawn came to rest at the far end, it would become a queen. Ruger couldn't allow Kirnavar to acquire another queen. He didn't. At the cost of 2 pawns and his rook, Ruger slew one of Kirnavar's pawns and brought his final surviving servant to the opposite end of the board. Now he had a king and a queen, that was it. Kirnavar had a king, a rook, and 3 more pawns, 2 of which had come very close to Ruger's own end. Ruger forced Kirnavar's king into check, and kept him there. During the brief intervals when he let the king out of check, he brought his own closer to the nearest pawn. Eventually, when the white pawn did reach Ruger's first row, the king in black cut the new queen down before she could move even once. There were still 2 white pawns to go, and the king couldn't hope to reach them in time. So, knowing that he could not venture any nearer the ivory minions without encountering certain death, Ruger's king began a retreat. Ruger didn't allow the pawns to go any further. His queen swooped down and killed one, but before it could try for the last one, Kirnavar's rook assumed a protective posture. Ruger put the enemy king in check again. And again. At no time could he allow the king to escape, for that would free up Kirnavar's pawn, which was only 2 squares away from achieving royalty. However, he could not kill the king with just a queen, as the king could always back away.
He had to bring his own king into play in order to corner and trap the enemy, but to do that would mean delaying his queen's assault, thus allowing Kiernavar's pawn to advance. His only solution was to force the lunatic's king far enough south so that his own king could play a role in the battle. It was a desperate series of moves, but somehow he worked the Ivory Lord down into the inevitable trap. At the last instant, Kiernavar's rook sprang into action, which forced Ruger to stop his assault on the white king in order to deal with the new attacker. He did. However, while he obliterated the rook, the last white pawn marched forward and became a queen. Now each player had possessed royalty. Kiernavar could not use his new lady in white, though, not unless Ruger allowed the lunatic out of check. Ruger thrust his black queen into battle, using her husband to corner and finally trap Kiernavar's king. With a helpless and powerful wife waiting to leap into the fray, the king was doomed. "Checkmate," said Ruger, careful to keep from smiling. Kiernavar stared hard at the board, then back up to the vampire. "No," the werewolf growled. "Yes," came the voice of the Dark Lord. "Kiernavar, you have lost." "No. No. Kiernavar cannot lose. Kiernavar cannot lose." "Kiernavar," said Roche Sarnova, "topple your king." "No." With a primal roar, Kiernavar tore open his trench coat, grabbed a handful of feces and flung it at the board, in the process toppling the king and Ruger's own king and queen, too. "And oh," screamed the werewolf, and reached for another handful. Ruger didn't doubt where the next payload would be directed. As he was preparing to evade it, Ruger noticed something odd. When Kiernavar scraped away another handful of shit, his bare chest was exposed if only a few square inches. However, within those terrible inches, Ruger saw the still red scars of several tiny crosses. Crosses. "Damn it all," he said, and, so completely stunned by this new revelation, was caught unawares as Kiernavar's reeking payload slammed into his face. "Crosses!" he shouted, rising to his feet and knocking the chair over backwards behind him. Then, realizing that he had made no sense, he shouted, "This man is a zombie! Tie him down so that I can make certain." No one in the room moved, no one, that is, except Kiernavar, who leapt over the table and tackled Ruger bodily, sending them both to the ground over the Darkling's upturned chair. Long blades shot out from their concealment in Ruger's sleeves and found his hands. Instantly, the vampire began slicing at his enemy, which was, before his eyes, transforming into a werewolf, a bone-skinny, graying, filthy, and ultimately very powerful werewolf. Or, more precisely, a zombie werewolf, probably infused with Balaclavian blood. The undead beast opened its reeking mouth, revealing disease-ridden canine teeth, and snapped at Ruger's neck. The vampire slipped one of his blades in between the werewolf's ribs and ran the creature through. Impaling himself, Kiernavar wrapped his powerful jaws around Ruger's neck and tore out the vampire's throat. Meanwhile, his claws were raking open the Darkling's belly. Ruger dropped his blades and grabbed a hold on each of Kiernavar's long, horn-like ears. Yanking the monster's maw away from what was left of his throat, he turned the creature's snout downward and brought Kiernavar's head toward his own. Then, with all his considerable strength, Ruger head-butted the monster between the eyes. Crack! Ruger grabbed the blade that wasn't stuck in the lunatic's ribs and disemboweled the werewolf, much as the werewolf had disemboweled him. With the next sweep, he slit open Kiernavar's throat. That evened things up. The werewolf was staggering backwards, gathering its strength for another lunge, and Ruger was just reaching for his pistols, when the castle guards finally reached Kiernavar and raised their sabers. "No!" Ruger tried to shout, but with his obliterated larynx, speech proved impossible. The soldiers weren't given the time to kill Kiernavar because it was then that the red-robed monks leapt off of their seats and charged, throwing back their hoods to reveal hideously gaunt-to-seed zombies. The undead pulled out concealed weapons and fell on the guards, and the soldiers defended themselves. Other soldiers from all over the room descended on the spot, determined to end the conflict. Kiernavar, a hunted and wretched thing, glanced around desperately for some means of escape. Ruger, trying with one hand to keep his guts from falling out, managed to climb to his feet, using his scimitar as a sort of cane. Danielle flew to his side and helped him up. "Drink," she ordered, sticking a wrist in front of his mouth. He could not refuse. He sank his fangs into her skin. Blood pumped into his mouth, reviving him. Immediately he began to feel his neck and belly mend, but at this rate it would be some time before he was whole. Kiernavar, however, had much neater wounds to tend to, and already his neck had become seamless once more. However, he'd had to assume his human form in order to gather the strength to heal, and the soldiers were closing on him swiftly, with Ruger unable to yell out for them to stop. There was only one thing Ruger knew to do. Hating to do it, he gathered his powers and aimed them at his closest mortal friend. Harry jumped to his feet and called out to the soldiers, "No! This is Ruger, heir to the throne. I command you not to kill Kiernavar. There are questions he must answer."
Ruger withdrew from Harry's mind, leaving the mortal shaking his head. Lavaca glanced down to Claire at his side, but she just frowned. The soldiers obeyed. Instead of hacking Kirnavar up, they wounded him so badly that he could offer no resistance, then bound him and held him on the floor. Ruger expected the Dark Lord to be issuing frantic orders, but Roche Sarnova just leaned back silently in his chair, smiling a little, apparently confident that things were in good hands. Ruger wiped Kirnavar's feces from his face. The soldiers made short work of the zombies, which, though well trained and strong, were no match against the Dark Lord's army. Most of the soldiers had been wounded, some were missing limbs and one had been decapitated, but they would live. The zombies, too, might persist, but only if put back together and returned to their masters. That, of course, would never happen. Sophia stared down at one of them, shaking her head and explaining to Jean-Pierre that was Van Roberts. He was an extra abducted by Younger and Yagoda. Ruger caught Harry's gaze. He knew he must look gruesome, but he had to beg forgiveness of the man. Regrettably, the only way he could do this would be through another telepathic intrusion. This time, however, it would just be a message, not a request, not an order, just a thought relayed through the mind. "I'm sorry, buddy," he sent. "I can't speak, and I couldn't let Kirnavar die, not now. Can you forgive me?" Raggedly, Harry nodded. He looked ill. Ruger moved over to where Kirnavar lay surrounded by castle soldiers in a pool of his own blood. He snarled at Ruger, but the soldiers had bound him efficiently and snarling seemed the only thing he could do. Roche Sarnova stepped down from his throne at last and, accompanied by a score of his elite soldiers, approached. "You seem bad off, Ruger," he said. "Here." He stuck his own wrist in front of the Darkling's mouth. "As my rightful heir, I give you my blood. Drink, and mend." Ruger was overcome. Drinking the Dark Lord's blood was a delicacy and an honor few ever experienced. Of the shades that Ruger knew, Karker was the only one that had been granted such a boon. Even as the thought popped into his head, he heard the hunter's voice behind him. "Go on, boy. You've earned it." He felt Karker's rough hand on his shoulder. So, with the hunter's support and with Danielle's hand in his own, Ruger bit into the proffered wrist and drank deeply of Roche Sarnova's blood. In seconds, the wounds on his belly and throat began knitting themselves together with greater urgency. Before a minute was up, he was whole again. He let Sarnova withdraw the wrist, cleared his throat, and with great sincerity said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Now, while we're all still young, let's get about interrogating this wretch." Ruger bent down and fully opened the lunatic's trench coat, revealing the foulness he'd expected. Gingerly, he removed the blade from Kirnavar's ribs and set it on the floor. "Kirnavar not lose," insisted the werewolf. Ruger broke away the barrier of shit that had built up on the madman's chest, scraping away the flakes and crumbs that hid the flesh. "Damn," said Danielle when the hundreds of tiny crosses were made visible. "So Kirnavar didn't defeat Laszlo, after all." "So it seems," agreed Jean-Pierre, who had moved between Karker and Sophia. Ruger turned his thoughts to his hands, used his telekinesis to cleanse them of the filth. In seconds, his hands were as clean as if he'd used soap and water. "Kirnavar," he said. "How much of you is Kirnavar and how much Laszlo?" "Kirnavar did not lose." "Maybe. Maybe it was Laszlo, acting through Kirnavar, that lost." "Yes. Laszlo lost." The lunatic's features screwed up in bitterness and outrage, and he spat again, this time on the floor. "Fuck Laszlo. Kirnavar says, fuck Laszlo. Kirnavar is no son of God. Laszlo made him put crosses on self. Kirnavar hate him. Hate him." Again, he spat. "Kirnavar used like puppet when Laszlo wants. What about when Kirnavar want? No, Laszlo cares not for zombie. Or Christ. Fuck Laszlo." Ruger nodded, turning to the others. They were all on the same wavelength, except perhaps Roche Sarnova, who was not as familiar with Laszlo as the others. To the lunatic, Ruger said, "Laszlo, are you in there? Can you hear me?" "Fuck Laszlo," muttered Kirnavar as a sudden spasm passed through him. His features stilled. "Yes, young sinner, I, Laszlo, am here. Or, at least, I can see through these eyes, act through these hands." "And your body?" "My body is with Christ. Younger and Yagoda, sinners too, burned it. I'd hoped to grow strong again in my pool of rejuvenation. My pool of baptism. You were there, Ruger, and you too, Danielle, fornicators and sinners and non-believers that you are. If I could, I would." "Shut up," said Danielle. "Where's your head? I thought the zombies tore it apart." "Dear young sinner, yes, my flock savaged my head, as I had thought they would.
Surrounded by enemies of God, I killed Kirnavar in the pool of eternal life, then let the light of God resurrect him. Then I severed my own head and let him take credit for my death, while my body began to heal in the pool of everlasting.
Yeah, said Danielle. Then what?
Then, young fornicator, I used Kirnavar to convince all that I was dead.
Of course, I intended to rise again, as did Christ before me.
But the evil heretics Younger and Yagoda found and recovered and burned my carcass, thus undoing the will of God, then killed Singer and partook of the holy blood I had given him. The sinners claimed my God-given power to bring the dead to life, but they used it for their own faithless ends, putting my head back together and restoring me.
Where are you now? Asked Ruger.
In a burlap sack, I cannot see where, I am too weak, but I am with the evildoers that extracted my gifts.
They know that Kirnavar is your minion? They say it brings them amusement.
They even gave the little creep some of their and my own blood. Meanwhile, my head tries to rebuild my lost body, but they always destroy it.
The sinners say that too brings them amusement. Well, Satan will show them some things that amusement will not be found in.
If I had my way, I would deliver them myself.
Alas, it is not to be.
Suddenly, Kirnavar won back control of his mind and started screaming insanely, over and over again. Kirnavar did not lose.
Kirnavar did not lose. Set Kirnavar free.
Jean-Pierre smiled thinly.
I made you. And I will break you.
No, said Roche Sarnova, and the sound of his voice carried great weight.
This is my home, and I will decide this one's fate.
Until I do, he motioned to the soldiers, lock him up. Obeying, they toted the lunatic off, or started to. They stopped short when another host of soldiers strode into the room. At the head of this host marched a very grim-looking Francois Mauclery.
Good evening, he said.
At that moment, for Ruger, everything changed.
Chapter 9.
You, Ruger said, and summoned his blades into his hands. Almost eagerly, they heeded his call. Ruger jumped from the circle of immortals, almost intoxicated with Roche Sarnova's blood and the fury at the sight of the ambassador.
After all this time? Yes, answered Mauclery. It is, indeed. Good to see you again, too, Darkling. Ruger lifted his upper lip, bearing fangs. They didn't call me that until you came along.
I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you.
Danielle moved to Ruger's side. Baby, calm down.
I'm calm, he said. Just don't stand too close. He felt something like a smile twitching at his lips and his grip on the weapons tightened.
Would somebody please tell me what's going on here?
Yes, agreed the Dark Lord, with deceptive mildness.
I think that would be an excellent idea. Should I tell it, or should you? Ruger asked Mauclery.
Francois said, Ruger, for the scars I planted in your mind, and for the terrible effects those scars had on others, I urge you to say your piece first.
After which, I will tell my side of it. There is time. Ruger stabbed a scimitar in Mauclery's direction. This man is a Cavassari. He's the one that turned Amelia.
Carefully, he watched Roche Sarnova's reaction, and was relieved to see that the Dark Lord appeared properly stunned. In fact, it took the better part of a minute for him to respond, and when at last he did it was with a question.
Francois, is this true? I'm sorry, Roche, the ambassador said.
I never meant for you to find out this way, or at all, for that matter.
Yes, I am a Cavassari. An old one.
In fact, it was I who put together the Sangro Sanks. Muttering rippled through the crowd.
I don't understand, Sarnova said.
I do, said Jean-Pierre, with sudden clarity.
He's Bob. Fucking hell, he's Bob. Bob? Mauclery said.
That's the name Carker gave the one that formed the Sangro Sanks. The one who, at one point, ruled all immortals before he was overthrown by other Cavassari.
Mauclery nodded. That's me.
He also suggested that you might in fact be the first Cavassari.
The ambassador smiled. No, I wasn't the first.
But I am now the oldest living creature on Earth that I am aware of.
But why? Asked Sarnova. Why, all of it. I don't understand.
Roche, someday I'll tell you the whole story, everything, my life's history, but now isn't the time. However, his gaze swept the crowd, who leaned forward, silent, their attention fixed on him and the events unspooling below. I should make some things clear, to everyone, before I assume command. The kingdom must know the truth at last.
Assume command?
Sarnova said, his eyes flicking to the soldiers that had come with Francois. We'll get to that, Mauclery said.
But that's the present and future. Let's address the past first, so that you will understand what's going to happen now.
Roche glared at him, visibly forcing himself not to leap across the distance that separated them and attack the ambassador with all his strength. When he'd gotten himself under some semblance of control, Sarnova said, "Speak, then, if you must."
"Very well. I'll begin with my downfall."
As Mockery launched into his tale, Ruger took stock of himself and realized he was still trembling. This was the creature that, for such a long time, he'd thought to be Amelia's killer. He had hated Mockery for over 100 years. Had drowned in that hate. But Mockery had in fact turned her. The balaclava had told Danielle that Amelia was thought to have a Cavassari lover, and Jean-Pierre had suggested that Amelia's patron might be responsible for the scouring.
Was her patron and lover Mockery? Was he in fact the one to start the scouring? Ruger tuned in.
The ambassador said, "I was king over all Cavassari, who in turn ruled over all other immortals, for a long time. Maybe I was a good one, maybe not, but the years took their toll. You've been through the same stage, too, Roche, although you got through it without being overthrown like I was. Power corrupts. After a couple of centuries, it got me, too.
I was an evil, vicious ruler. Think Caligula was bad? Think Vlad Tepes was a monster? If they were, then I was an abomination of a different order entirely.
My Cavassari subjects, most of whom were younger than myself, learned from my example and treated their own subjects poorly. Those were bad times, and I was a bad ruler.
At the end, I actually considered conquering humanity. I would rule the whole world. I couldn't, though. For some reason, realizing the influence and the strength I possessed and knowing that I could achieve ultimate power, it sobered me. I don't know why. I'm glad it did.
There, at the end, I rediscovered a plane of morality that I'd lost long ago.
Once again, I'd found my conscience. By then, of course, it was too late. I'd lost my edge, at least in the eyes of my subjects. The time was ripe for a coup. Is this going to be a life story?
Muttered Cloire, who was leafing through the money she'd earned through her bets.
Be quiet, Roche snapped. I need to hear this. Mockery nodded. To tell you the truth, I need to tell it. Roche, it's been so long. I know.
It was a simple statement, but riddled by a pain that echoed throughout the room. Everyone, the whole chamber, was silent save for the frozen tableaus at its heart. I was overthrown, Mockery continued.
I'd seen it coming, and I escaped unharmed. From then on, I survived by keeping my identity a secret. If I didn't, other Cavassari would hunt me down and slay me. Other shades would be more than happy to do the honors, knowing that I might one day have to kill them in order to survive. They might kill me solely for the sake of revenge. After all, I'd not been a kind ruler for many years. I knew the corrupting influence of power, and when I was dethroned I knew that those who would wield it, other Cavassari, would not be up to the challenge. If they had become the lords of all immortals, they would have quickly enslaved humanity and turned the world into a living hell. I didn't wish for that to happen, so, over a period of years, I culled the number of Cavassari, let them kill each other off and let their immortal subjects find their own independence. The surviving Cavassari had learned the same lessons I had, that Cavassari make poor, or rather, overly decadent rulers. By the time I did my culling, their numbers weren't enough to keep their subjects in line. Therefore, when they were out among the populace, no longer kings, they kept their identities hidden, as did I. Most of all, because I had to watch my back even for the others of my race. I saw the other immortals that had been slaves to us for so long start to group together, to form kingdoms of their own. I assigned myself their watchdog, thinking that I had a moral sense that many of them lacked. Not that I claim innocence, by any means, but I didn't want the world to become a nightmare. Which it would have, had immortals taken to dominating mortals in large numbers. That's precisely what they were beginning to do, much as we Cavassari had dominated them. I, through lots of bloodshed, put a stop to this and concentrated on building a more positive, healthy empire. Barbarella, said Jean-Pierre. Your warrior queen. Francois raised an eyebrow.
No, Jean-Pierre, not my queen, rather my pupil.
You weren't lovers? The albino sounded vaguely disappointed. Again, the ambassador smiled. That's private.
At any rate, I trained this woman to be a powerful and moral leader, all the while keeping myself from the knowledge of others. But the other Cavassari found me and tried to kill her in order to hurt me. I suppose it was to be their vengeance upon me for all the years I ruled them. I defeated the attack, however, killing several in the process. I realized that I couldn't let the others of my kind roam unchecked. They were causing a great deal of havoc, raping and killing and plundering without regard to anything but their own pleasures. They made the presence of immortals known to the general populace of humans. This I could not allow. I wanted humanity to evolve separately, without interference, any taint.
I didn't want them to become as corrupted as my own kin. Thus I hunted down and killed off all the other Kavasari. It took years. Does that sound brutal? Maybe, but it's what I did, and I don't regret it. They were evil and selfish. After their extinction, I set about removing our presence from the collective consciousness of humans. It didn't take much, as superstition ran high in those days, and all I had to do to reverse the damage was to further shroud the legends of immortals in myth. After that, we were just another bogeyman. Next I made several other Kavasari out of my own blood and trained them to be part of an order that would protect the Dark Lady, as I named her. I called this order the Sangrosanks, which literally translates to, the Keepers of Secrets and Shadows. When my beloved finally fell, and that's another story, I found someone to replace her as head of the kingdom. This one, too, the Sangrosanks were assigned, by me, to protect. Other than the protection and guidance of the Dark Lord, or Lady, as the case may be, their only purpose is to keep immortals from human knowledge, which they have done an admirable job of. So you say, said Harry Lavaka, who, along with Cloire, had returned from the crowd of betters. There are exceptions, of course. Anyway, to continue, I realized that I needed to stay close to the seat of power in order to ensure that it was not corrupted. For this to be done, I needed to be a free agent, separate from the Sangrosanks. I had no desire to be their leader. Or a leader of any sort for that matter. My thirst for power had been quenched long ago. Yet I needed to guide the Dark Lord, to be his or her friend in conscience, and I could not do this as a Kavasari, as few immortals trust my race, and for good reason. I detached myself from the kingdom for years, roamed the world, let the Kavasari of the Sangrosanks die off, one by one. Sometimes it took a little push. Nevertheless, the process took a while. Eventually, after many centuries, I returned to the kingdom, which had spread considerably and had become far more wicked and brutal than it had previously been. All the original Kavasari of the order I created were dead, replaced by others they had brought over themselves. I taught them how to do this with discretion. At this time, the kingdom was centralized in North Africa, and it stretched far to the east and south. The present Dark Lord was a merciless tyrant, had enslaved the Kerala, the Abunka, and many other races he deemed inferior. He was a Morbine, great and brutal. He had to go. I entered into his kingdom, became a subject like any other, worked my way up in the ranks until I was living there in the castle with him. I started looking for someone to replace him, the next Dark Lord. I found Roche Sarnova, who has since become my closest friend. I knew quickly that he would be the one. We exchanged blood, but I was careful to get him drunk first so he wouldn't notice how much stronger mine was than his. Once I had chosen him as the successor, I easily accomplished the death of the current Dark Lord. Contests were held to determine his successor, for in his arrogance he had appointed none himself. Well, with his own strength and smarts, aided by my blood, Roche prevailed and became the new Dark Lord, a position he's maintained until this day. The rest you can fill in for yourselves. No, said Ruger. I want to know how the Kavasari came to be. I don't know. I did hear a rumor, or a myth, when I was first brought over, that my race was created by a sorcerer. Supposedly, the sorcerer's family had been killed by vampires and he wanted to create a plague that would feed off of them as they fed off of humans. Whether or not that's true, I can't say. What other questions have you? Why did you kill Ludwig? The question seemed to take Mockery by surprise. I, he stammered, then cleared his throat. I did not kill Ludwig. An emissary from Roche Sarnova was seen in Liberty shortly before his death. Who else could it have been but you? Mockery nodded. True. I was there. I'd heard rumors that Ludwig was being pressured into action of one sort or another. I knew that if he proceeded with the plan to conquer humanity, Roche and Liberty would go to war. In order to prevent this, I went to Ludwig and urged him not to bully into doing something he didn't want to do. I related to him my fears, and he agreed, but said there was no way out for him. I realized that I needed to put some pressure on him myself to realize the outcome I desired. Ruger smiled. You're the one that sicked Jarvik on Danielle and I, aren't you? At his side, he could feel Danielle stiffen. The Kavasari nodded. I had no choice, not if I wanted to avoid a war with Liberty. However, I didn't want either of you dead. The world's a more interesting place with the odd flock in it. So I offered Jarvik, or rather the intermediary he worked through, a relatively low amount as reward for your deaths. I knew that whatever death squad was hired would balk at that amount and guessed they could get much more out of you alive. I'm sorry to have scared you like that, but I hoped you'd find your way out of it, somehow. You two are known as being resourceful. But the trick worked. Ludwig didn't go to war. No, Ruger replied coldly. You scared him into an action, which led to his murder. In effect, you did kill him.
No, said Roche Sarnova, suddenly stepping forward to come to the defense of his friend. Francois acted as he saw fit, and I agree with his actions concerning Ludwig and yourselves.
He acted properly.
And I forgive you, Francois, for keeping your secret all these years. You were right in that most would have wanted your death, if not mine as well.
But why do you bring these soldiers with you? What's this about assuming command? The ambassador's face looked grim.
Roche, when I took over De Soto's faction, I did it for 2 reasons: 1, to ensure you weren't hurt, and 2, to ensure that the kingdom didn't tear itself apart. I never wanted to go through with the coup, in fact, that was my reason for heading it, but things have changed.
You're losing the war. The libertarians are knocking at our front door.
I'm sorry, Roche, I know how much the war means to you, and I know your other unstated reasons, as well, but I must do this, however much I dislike it. I must bring the castle together again, both your half of the Dark Council and Sabers, even if it means abandoning your dream of the undead Jerusalem, and together both halves may be able to defeat the libertarians.
It's the only way.
Afterwards, I'll reinstate you as king and throw myself at your mercy. For now, you will be shown to your quarters. I will not, Sarnova said, and motioned to the score of soldiers hovering about him. Not unless you intend to destroy my elite guards.
That will not be necessary, the ambassador said. What do you mean?
As if on cue, the score of castle guards surrounding Sarnova spun from facing Mauchlery to face the Dark Lord instead.
Their weapons were aimed and ready.
Sarnova stared at them in disbelief, and Ruger saw that he was fast losing his composure.
Will you surrender? Mauchlery asked. But how? Asked Sarnova. They know you're a Cavassari.
Why do they follow you? Because they know me, Roche, some of them for hundreds of years. They know that I act in the best interests of all concerned.
You doubt that I do?
No, my friend, but your passions cloud your judgment. Your passion is something I admire, even envy, but now it's doing your kingdom an injustice, and if you were in my shoes you'd see what I see, and would know what must be done.
Roche, as my friend, will you surrender? Gathering himself to his full and regal height, Roche lifted his chin. For you, Francois. I've always said that what's mine is yours.
I'd never meant that to carry as far as my kingdom, but circumstances change.
Thank you, Roche. I only hope you'll come to forgive me in time. Tomorrow night at 9, I will give a speech from the central tower.
It's where I gave the call to arms.
And it's where I will tell all in the castle that the war is over.
Someday, perhaps soon, Subair and her half will realize the wisdom of announcing ourselves to the human populace. Even I, who have been so set against that very thing, have been persuaded by your sincerity. You do not wish to enslave humans, you wish to make peace with them.
Once the council's united, I will back you fully in your plans. Provided I'm still at your side, that is. As I've said, that will be up to you. For now, you will be escorted to your rooms and left in peace. You mean? I'll be alone in my room.
With his most expressionless face, Francois nodded.
I would have it no other way.
Ruger turned to share a glance with Danielle and saw her nodding, just slightly. What Francois had just done was to give Sarnova the option to escape, if he so chose, through the cork chute. With a curt nod, the Dark Lord said, "Then I will see you at 9 tomorrow."
If you wish, my friend. Roche Sarnova turned on his heel and left, escorted by his guards. ****.
When he was gone, Ruger spun to Mauchlery.
Don't you dare leave. There's still some things you must answer for. You're the one that began the scouring, aren't you? Surprise spread across Francois's face. How did you know?
Amelia and Vistrat, they were supposedly the main perpetrators, but you were the one that turned Amelia.
Why?
One of the Sangrosanks had died, and I needed a replacement I could trust.
You said you didn't want the Sangrosanks to know who you were, said Danielle.
I realized that I needed to know what was going on amongst them. I'd been removed from the order for so long, it felt like, I don't know, as if it hadn't really been me that had founded it.
Does that make sense? You wanted a spy. Mostly I just wanted to bring over a Cavassari myself.
One that shared my principles, my values. In those days, Amelia and Ruger were quite well known, much as you and Ruger are now. I liked her style, the workings of her mind, her politics, if you will.
So I changed her.
When Ruger interrupted the process, I thought I should kill him, but knew that to do so would wreck Amelia's psyche, which would be fragile enough, being so rudely torn out of her previous existence. I let Ruger live, and have regretted it ever since.
Ruger clenched his jaws.
His mind worked at a fevered pace. A large part of him wanted to lash out, to let his anger overcome him, but the stronger part held him back. He felt Danielle's hand on one arm, and it calmed him. At the same time, he still held both blades, and was quite prepared to put them into use. At last he found his voice.
How is she? Amelia, I mean?
She's well. Although she's not like she used to be, when she was with you. I doubt you two would have as much, well, common ground, I guess. For a long time she wanted to kill herself over her separation from you, and when she saw the effect her supposed death had upon you, well, she became a creature of hatred, like yourself, but unlike you her hatred was very focused on me.
She wanted to return to you, but I couldn't allow that.
Against her will, I made her stay by my side. It took many years, but eventually she warmed up to me.
I don't want to hear about that. It's probably best that you shouldn't.
When she was ready, she joined the Sangrosanks, and became my spy. By this time, the opening I'd wanted her to fill had already been filled, but I took care of that problem, and when she petitioned them to become a member they accepted her. That's where she's been all these years.
And the scouring? Asked Karker, finally becoming involved. Why was that necessary? Several reasons.
1. When I learned of the changes Roche had planned for immortal-mortal relations, I wanted only the most moral shades around to enter the new age.
I knew that we couldn't allow humanity to see us all as being evil.
If that had happened, Roche's Jerusalem would have been lost before it ever had a chance. The humans would want no part of us. Most likely, they'd want us wiped off the face of the earth, and as well they should.
The worst-case scenario would be if our evil corrupted them. I couldn't allow that. That's why I enlisted Amelia to help purify our races, to destroy the strongholds of evil, the mob bosses, the tyrants.
And religious leaders? They spread superstition and untruth, holding our people back and presenting a poor and frightening face to humanity. Also, different religions lived under the constant threat of war between each other, for example, the Abunka and the Kerala. They could live peaceably together, but their own pettiness and narrow-mindedness makes this impossible. I thought to eliminate their leaders, lead them into the inevitable war, and get it over with. I knew that the survivors would be the renegades of both races, those that had seen through the lies. The open-minded would survive, and these were the shades that humanity needed to see.
Why did you hire Younger and Yagoda? Mockery rolled a shoulder, suggesting that it had been a dumb question.
They were here.
Building their tree.
I knew them to be intelligent and efficient killers, so I contracted them to do me this favor. Later I learned just how violent they were, and I used other means to carry out the scouring. I had no idea that their names would latch onto Roche and put him in such danger. I didn't think he had anything to be in danger from, except Subair and her half.
I didn't anticipate Ludwig's death. Why they murdered him, I don't know.
My focus was on preventing Roche from getting killed and in assisting Amelia with the scouring.
Now, however, it looks as if the scouring was a pointless effort, doesn't it? The war is over, and Roche's Jerusalem will be a long time in coming, if it ever gets here at all. Then why not go on with the war?
Ruger said. Because we'd lose. Now, if we surrender, we can rebuild our power basin someday, when both humans and shades are ready, Roche and I, if I'm still around, but that's for the future.
As for now, if you don't have any more questions, I've got a long night and day ahead of me. Karker grunted. I'm sure you do.
Mockery eyed the hunter for a moment. It was one of the few moments when Ruger had a chance to see past the ambassador's icy exterior.
What he saw was weariness, pain, and determination.
To his surprise, Ruger found that he actually halfway liked the man, despite everything he'd done. As it happened, Cloir had one last question. What happened to Vistrat? Francois nodded, as if this was a good question.
To tell you the truth, I don't know.
I sent Amelia to him so that she could use his contacts and power to facilitate the scouring. We saw him as a necessary evil, one to be dealt with later. When he disappeared, I sent Amelia a message asking about him, and her replay was something along the lines of, "It's been taken care of." I don't know what that means, or if he's even still alive.
But Amelia's taken over his empire?
She doesn't crave power, but she'll hold on to the position until the war is over, until things are running smooth once more.
After that, we'll see.
He cleared his throat. I hope to see you all at 9 tomorrow. With that, he left the room, guards in tow. For a long time, all in the great chamber were silent, the betters, the spectators, the council members, everyone. Then, at last, Harry glanced around at the nearby circle and said, "Anybody want to join me for a drink?" It took nearly a day for the libertarians to march to the castle. Irritably, Rolf de Guila noted that the humans, nearly 100 of them, whom Melisawel had brought along were the main cause for the delay. Without them, the Immortals, now nearly 300 strong, with the reinforcements Malie had obtained from the smaller libertarian outposts in Europe, a vast number of shades, to say the least, would have tunneled through the ground much more swiftly.
Of course, the humans were necessary, Rolf knew. The shades needed to feed. Also, the humans were to be used as fodder, as a buffer zone between the Immortals of Liberty and the Immortals of the castle when the battle commenced. Despite the annoying drag of the mortals, the Libertarians finally reached their goal. Rolf dispatched 3 soldiers to scout the area above ground, and when they reported back they said there was no sign of an ambush, which was as he'd expected. If a surprise attack came, it would likely come from within the mountain, not outside it. He cut his way through the troops and found Malie surrounded by her own elite guards and lackeys, a group that Rolf had never liked and which seemed to grow more pompous and arrogant by the day. "The way's clear," he told her. "Then let's be at it. We don't need to be out in the open for long." He hesitated. "You sure about this, Malie?" "I don't trust this one bit, and I know you must have reservations, too." "I do, but we've come too far to go back now. Besides, we made a deal, and I believe they'll honor it as long as it's in their best interests to do so." "We'll make sure it is." "Very well." He gave the command for the Libertarians and the human slaves to emerge from the ground. The fresh mountain air stroked his face with cool, refreshing gusts, and he allowed himself a moment to bask in the scenery of soaring, snow-capped mountains all around. Then his gaze fell on the boulder that led into the mountain, and his eyes hardened. "You," he said, gesturing to a nearby shade, the most powerful telekinetic in the army, an ability so greatly admired that he'd been made an honorary major. "Lift the rock." The major nodded. The great boulder rose into the air, kicking up an even greater cloud of dust and rocks as it went, and landed in a nearby clump of bushes, a sorry lot that looked as if they had been used as this sort of cushion for years and were none too happy about it. When the dust cloud cleared, Rolf ordered 50 of the humans into the tunnel. The other 50 would bring up the rear. Fodder. Rolf grimaced. Not that he cared one way or another about the mortals, but if they were to be killed he'd just as soon do the honors himself. That was war for you. The 50 mortals disappeared into the hole. After them, individual Libertarian platoons began filtering into it, all in a pre-arranged tactical order, with Malie buried safely in the center. "Thank you very much." Rolf, on the other hand, being the troop leader, entered the tunnel with the second platoon. The first was really no more than fodder, either, being the poor soldiers they were, and therefore not much better than humans, as far as the mission was concerned. As soon as Rolf entered, the line halted, and he sent his major up to move the sliding circular door that was the barrier of the sabot. Once this was accomplished, the major returned to Rolf's side and the procession continued. "I don't like this," the major whispered. D'Aguila eyed him distastefully, although he had just voiced the same complaint minutes ago. Now was different. Now they had really and truly committed themselves. To speak ill of the mission at this point was infantile, and to whisper such things to a man like Rolf was actually somewhat suicidal. Realizing his error, the major lowered his eyes and started to slip into the following platoon. "Not so fast, Major," Rolf said. The man turned back, shamefaced, and returned to Rolf's side. "We'll need you in order to navigate the maze," D'Aguila reminded him. "Yes, sir." "Of course, sir. I just thought." "I don't want to hear it. Now go up ahead and use your spoonbender techniques to ensure that our fodder doesn't lead us down the wrong way. And, Major, be sure that you don't lead us the wrong way, either." "Yes, sir." The nervous man shuffled off, disappearing into the throng ahead. Rolf heard someone's throat clear behind him and turned to find one of Malie's messengers, a short stocky fellow wearing a smug expression. "The mistress wishes to inquire of our progress." "Tell her we're on the way," Rolf said. "How long will it be? Do you think I've been to this godforsaken place before? How the hell would I know how long it'll be? Why, you have to go to the powder room or something? I'm just following the directions your mistress gave me. Now get the hell out of here before I decide to put you in the front platoon." The man smiled, smug as ever. "She's your mistress, too." Rolf laughed. "That's right, you little toad. Don't you ever forget it." The man scowled arrogantly. Apparently he thought being a part of Melissoel's elite company was enough to protect him. Rolf, determined to set the record straight, added, "Pillow talk. It's the sort of thing that can get an uppity page flayed alive. You don't scare me. Then you're one stupid son of a bitch." "Stop this," said Melissoel, just then emerging from the following platoon. The messenger spun to her. "I'm sorry, mistress. What brings you up here?" She approached D'Aguila and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Rolf accepted it, offering nothing in return and knowing too that nothing would be accepted. "I came to give your captain a kiss for good luck," she told the messenger, then extricated herself from the situation as quickly as she had complicated it. Or, perhaps, resolved it. D'Aguila smiled again, taking pleasure in the man's discomfort. "As I said," Rolf said. Pillow Talk. Chapter 10. News of Mauclair's coup spread fast, and Ruger noted the varying reactions he saw with interest. Some shades, obviously relieved, shouted and smiled and embraced each other. Others, a somewhat smaller faction, milled about looking grim. Ruger sympathized with both sides, but he had a feeling that the story of the War of the Dark Council was far from over. When they were ready, Ruger, Danielle, Harry and the rest of the group, with the notable exception of Carker, who had gone off to be with Sarnova, found their way to the floor show. Normally the establishment didn't permit mortals to enter, but Ruger's new status as heir to the throne was enough to ensure Harry's admittance, despite the fact that the throne he was heir to was in serious question. Still, it was clear that most everyone in the castle still considered Roche Sarnova their leader, even if he was to be incarcerated for the time being. Before entering, Danielle pulled Ruger aside and told the others to go on in, they'd be right behind. She led him by the elbow to a dark alcove and asked if he was all right. "Fine," he said. "You?" "Decent." She looked him straight in the eye. "Can we go now?" "You've won your freedom, so we should be able to leave this damned place." "We still don't know why Ludwig died." "We know Sarnova didn't have Ludwig killed, and we know the ambassador didn't do it, either. What else have we to do here, besides getting ourselves killed?" It was a good point, and he admitted as much. The problem was that the reason behind his old friend's murder seemed to be intricately linked with the war and the scouring. Someone had wanted Liberty to attack the castle, and that someone had done a good job of assuring that this would happen. The best bet was Subheir, Roche Sarnova's nemesis, and if indeed Mauclair had surrendered to her, she would be headed right this way. If he and Danielle could just hold on a little longer, Subheir would be within their reach. When he said as much, Danielle replied, "This place isn't going to last that long, Rug. The Libertarians are here already. The only thing left for us here is to await the Libertarian invasion, not to mention whatever the Balaclava are cooking up. But the War of the Dark Council is over, and so is Roche's dream." For a long moment, Ruger said nothing. One way or another, Ludwig had indirectly died because of Sarnova's dream to make peace with humans and establish a homeland for all immortals. As far as Ruger was concerned, that made it his, Ruger's, war as well. Not only that, but he liked the idea. "I'm the heir," he said at last. "I've got responsibilities to Roche." Danielle glanced away. "I'd hate to abandon him, too, evil bastard that he is, but he's lost. The best thing we can do for him is encourage him to give up his dream so that he can remain king." Hell, what am I saying? The Libertarians are going to nuke this place, or at least assault it, before he even has the chance to give in. So really the best thing we can do for him is to urge him to get the hell out of here. He won't. Danielle growled in frustration. "Baby, I don't see why we should stay. The undead Jerusalem will have to wait a while. A long while. In a day or so, when the Libbies attack, this place is going to be a pile of ash. We should leave while we can." For a long moment, he said nothing. Laughter drifted down the hall from the floor show, and it sounded very distant, as if on another world. "You're right," he said. "We should go." She opened her mouth to speak, then shut it. "God damn it, I know there's a but." He kissed her. "You go. Maybe that would be best. But there are answers to be found here yet, and if I play my part in events to come, and do it right, I might be able to sway the outcome of the fight, one way or another. I can't leave, Danny, don't you see? But you can. You can be free and safe and far from here. I'd like that." She stared at him, and when music drifted out from the floor show, tears sprang from her eyes. "Fuck that," she said. "If you're staying, I am." She wiped at her eyes, and when she spoke next her voice was coarse. "Now let's get that drink." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Libertarian procession snaked through corridors and past countless side branches before following a large tunnel that sloped upward, leading to a different floor of the labyrinth. Rolf didn't like this. For some reason, the maze seemed alive to him, its walls nearly oozing malicious thoughts. As he crossed a particular bridge, he stared down into the glowing red liquid that flowed under him and frowned when he saw the wretched tentacled shadows swimming through the river. What sort of place was this? Cautiously, the procession moved on, following the directions Melisawel had been given. Rolf shuddered to think what might happen if even a part of those directions was incorrect. To be lost in this place. Best not to think on that. The Libertarians found a twisting series of tunnels that spiraled downward. Many other corridors opened out into this one, and the sounds emanating from them were far from reassuring. At one point, the procession passed through a medium-sized domed chamber, scarred by large, deep cracks and studded with high ragged ledges. On some of the upper ledges, strange prehistoric bird-like things rested warily, their gazes fixed on the trespassers below, leathery wings cocked behind their narrow backs.
They were almost like prehistoric dinosaur birds, whatever they were called, except for their human-looking eyes, which boasted all the colors of the rainbow, and the fact that canine teeth protruded from their long hard beaks. From the jagged fissures in the walls, luminous red eyes peered out, but of these creatures' bodies nothing could be seen. Which, as far as Rolf was concerned, was just as well. Seeing nothing that posed an immediate threat, Rolf ordered the libertarians to continue their march. At last, the spiraling tunnel leveled out, but by this time Rolf had completely lost his bearings. He seriously doubted whether or not he could find his way out of here, which, he suspected, was just what their allies had in mind. All he knew was that his army was several levels down from the one on which they'd entered. Rolf's head snapped up as cries of alarm came from the front of the procession. With a contingent of soldiers, he rushed forward through the first platoon and the human fodder. "Jesus God, Mother of Mary," exclaimed one of his men when they reached the source of the commotion. Ahead gaped the entrance to a very large chamber, the largest Rolf had seen yet. Most of the entranceway was blocked by a large colossus that seemed to be fashioned from innumerable human and immortal body parts. Its mouth, though, was distinctly its own, and it poised, open and slavering, just beyond the first humans. Each of its teeth were, like Rolf's, wickedly sharp, but unlike his, they were all at least the length of his forearm. D'Aguila's soldiers raised their weapons. "Hold," he commanded. "Let's see what this thing does." The beast snapped its maw a few times, as if demonstrating its power, then waved a stiff and crab-like limb in through the archway. Its pincer, made somehow out of people, shot straight toward Rolf and stopped. The pincer snapped 3 times, asserting its authority, then withdrew. Rolf leveled his machine gun at the thing. "I don't know what the hell you are, but if you can think, declare yourself friend or foe?" The monster, having no lips to speak of, used its several tongues to lick its gums and chuckled. So, it had vocal cords. Could it speak without lips? "If you're a friend, snap your pincer once." Its pincer closed sharply, then opened again. "Hold your fire," Rolf told his troops. "It doesn't seem to be hurting anybody." "But, sir, what do we do with it?" "We can't get past it." "Keep an eye on it." "And you," said Rolf, pointing to another of the soldiers, "come with me. We've got to report this to Malier. The rest of you, stay here. Shoot it if it acts hostile. I'll send up the first 2 platoons to keep you company." "Yes, sir." Rolf loped back through the rank and file, ordered the first 2 platoons forward past the human fodder and made his way to Melisawel and her circle of lackeys. He found her deep in discussion with a messenger from the rear end of the procession. Rolf had appointed the man himself. Seeing the urgency on Malier's face, Rolf stepped forward and said, "Let me guess. Some monsters closed in from the rear." "Do you mean the same things happened up front?" Malier asked. "Yes. We could go around them," suggested one of her advisors. "We could slip through the fissures and take an alternate route and just cross our fingers that we wind up in the right place." "I mean, we're almost there now." "Captain, what do you think?" Malier said. "I think these things are emissaries from our friends. I don't know how they were made, but I'm guessing that, whatever their construction, they were sent to advise us not to fuck with them. And I don't think this will be the end of it." It wasn't. In seconds, fins, dozens of them, sprouted from the walls, the floor, and ceiling. Apparently attached to creatures in the earth, the fins started circling. Slowly at first, then faster, faster, until they swarmed in a frenzy, showering dirt. Rolf spat it out of his mouth, swearing. "What is this?" Malier shouted to the walls. To Rolf, "More emissaries? Hell if I know, but I suggest holding our fire unless they actually start attacking." Despite his words, Melisawel's lackeys and surrounding elite guards tensed. Sooner or later, one of them was going to fire, and Rolf didn't think these fin creatures would like that too much. Suddenly, on 3 sides of Melisawel the fin things broke free of the earth and stopped there, not attacking, not retreating. The trio, which seemed to be some sort of worm/fish hybrid, opened their large whiskered mouths, revealing sharp teeth, fetid gray tongues, tonsils, and, sticking up from the rear of their mouths, 3 sets of rotting hands, 1 per monster. These hands hauled their owners forward so that soon 3 heads popped free of the different worms' insides. Zombies. Once again, Rolf swore. The zombies pulled themselves from the insides of their living chariots and grinned unwholesome smiles down on the assembled libertarians. "Good day," one said, and touched a finger bone to his peeling forehead. "You're the Lady Melisawel, right?" "That's me," she said, and Rolf admired her cool. "Sorry to be alarmed you," the zombie said. "It's good to be out of there." "Damn, but it's right unpleasant riding around in these shark thingies. They've got some serious stomach acid and no mistake." "Aye to that," one of the other minions echoed. Rolf cut to the point. "I'm Captain Rolf d'Aguila, second in command of Liberty.
Tell us why you're here. Call me Ambassador Red, the central zombie said. If you're zombies of Akaljid, Ambassador Red, which I assume you are, can you just patch us through to your bosses telepathically? I think that might speed things up a little. That ain't in the blueprint, Ralph. Anyway, Master sent us here to tell you to proceed. Excuse me? Said Malie. You were sent here to tell us to proceed? Couldn't we just have done that anyway? Could've, Red smiled.
All three zombies laughed, but then Red's wasted face grew serious, almost sinister.
Masters wanted you to know that you're in their world now. Ain't no easy out here in the Sabo, especially not when they are the Sabo. We coulda killed you right here and now, had we wanted. Malie gritted her teeth and smiled. It wasn't a pretty sight. I think we all see the point, needless as it was. Just so you know, we've got several nuclear weapons with us. You kill us, we kill you. Red shared a look with his comrades. Girls got the tide, boys. Best watch out now.
Anyway, dearie, I think the collages will have moved along by now, and I suggest you do the same, lest our rides get hungry.
The Lords Younger and Yagoda will be waiting for you in the chamber up ahead. Y'all just watch your backs, now, here? Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Once seated, Harry ordered a martini and Clore ordered a Jack Daniels, while Jean-Pierre ordered tea and Sophia a gin and tonic. Ruger and Danielle accepted a bottle of red wine, on the house, as the manager personally let them know.
I could get used to this, Danielle said. Ruger smiled. Don't.
Once we have our answers and the fight's over, we're out of here, have no fear. I don't plan to stick around and waste my time on some throne, or whatever the air gets.
And well, that's not the only reason. He exchanged a look with Harry, who nodded understanding.
Works for me, Danielle said. I wouldn't stay that long, Clore said.
I've got a very real feeling this peace is only temporary. Jean-Pierre nodded.
The Libertarians are still out there, somewhere, and Younger and Yagoda have taken over the catacombs. I doubt they're going to give their new home up without a fight. Yeah, but that's not the worst of it, Harry said, eyes on the martini that he was holding up to the light as if looking for traces of poison.
That's the Libbies and their nukes. Carker says they have more, agreed the albino. You believe him? Asked Sophia.
Yes. Let's just hope they stick to the plan, Danielle said, then frowned.
Scratch that. I mean, they can't very well go through the mountain now, can they?
Their only shot is a frontal attack, and let's all hope they don't want Sarnova bad enough to do it that way.
Malie's smarter than that, Sophia said. She is, Ruger said.
But she's also changed since you've seen her last.
She's not the same. She's gone cold. Like me?
You don't feel cold to me, Jean-Pierre said, his hand on hers. At any rate, Ruger said, I'm not sure what to expect of Malie anymore. I want to hope for the best, but... Danielle, smiling hugely, glanced around at all of them.
This is great, guys, she said at last. I mean, us, all together. Working for the same thing.
I finally feel like we have a chance of coming out the other side of this mess.
She paused. We are together, right? I mean, that's why we're here, isn't it? Sophia frowned. Exactly what are we trying to accomplish, Danielle?
To help Roche Sarnova achieve his vision, of course, to make sure he wins this fight and is able to bring about his undead Jerusalem.
Besides, if any of the others win, if they take over the Empire, I don't expect them to do anything good with it.
No, Jean-Pierre said.
I don't expect so.
Roche has been keeping Subair on a leash for years. She hates humanity and has always felt immortals should be ruling humans.
And Malie's made no bones about wanting liberty to take over the world. As for Younger and Yagoda, my gods, if they won. Danielle nodded.
Also, of course, we must find out who ordered Ludwig's death. If we can do that, we might be able to unravel this whole mess.
I'll fight for that, Sophia said.
I attended the sled race every year for many years and considered Ludwig a friend, or as close to one as I ever allowed myself to have.
About the other stuff, yes, to that, as well. I'm in, too, the albino said. And me, Harry said. Obviously what Sarnova wants is in the best interests of humanity, all things considered.
Ruger didn't have to say anything, but attention did turn to Clore, who shifted uncomfortably.
Whatever, she said. Danielle's lips thinned. To be honest, I don't even know if I can work with you, Clore. Clore, Sophia said slowly, if you were no longer with Harry, would you return to your old ways?
The she-wolf shrugged.
Now I'm with Harry, I indulge his principles. That's all I know. That's enough for me, Harry said, then added, for now.
I don't know if it's enough for me, Sophia said.
Or Danielle.
I've worked hard over the years to maintain my morality.
I don't know if I can abide working with someone that has none.
Harry's the only human here, Cloar said.
The rest of us here are predators made to prey on humans.
Fuck, I'm the only one at this table that sticks to the code of a predator, and I'm the one taking shit.
Does a wolf care which rabbit it eats? No. It chooses the easiest catch, like me.
I don't take pleasure in my victim's pain, but I don't flinch from it, either. It's the cycle of life, guys.
You resist it, but it's there. Anyway, am I on the Avengers team or what? Not that I give a shit. You're honest, Sophia said. I guess that counts for something. Danielle leaned forward. The real question is, what are you going to do now? You mean now I don't have to spring Ruger?
Cloar said.
Right.
That had been the deal Cloar had made with the others in her death squad, Ruger knew. She would return to them under the condition they helped her break Ruger free if he lost the chess match. They hadn't liked it, but they'd made plans for it, and now they wouldn't have to go through with them, although Ruger had never been sure that they would.
My crew wants me back, she said, and since they never had to fulfill their half of the deal, I don't have to hold up my end either.
Hell, I'd rather stay with Harry.
Would you?
Sophia said.
Because if you would, maybe you're not as evil as you make yourself out to be. Evil? Fuck that shit. I'm a wolf, remember? Wolves don't know evil.
Anyway, I'm not saying I'm fighting for your cause or any of that bullshit. I'm in this for me, and right now Harry's with me.
If he's in this, I am. I guess. So what now?
I think our best chance of getting answers is to either get a hold of Subair or somehow drag the truth out of Younger and Yagoda themselves, Ruger said. Also, there's another priority, Danielle said. Melisawell is a friend and she's about to make a terrible mistake. Maybe we can find a way to stop her before it's too late for her, and us.
Fat chance, said Jean-Pierre. Malie wasn't there last time I checked, but the libertarians I was being held by didn't seem the type to just go away.
I mean, think about it, these are the shades attracted to liberty because they like the idea of taking over the world.
They want power. Attacking the castle, whether to avenge Ludwig or to see Sarnova's empire, that's something they'd die for.
They must be stopped, Ruger agreed. We do that, put Blackie back on the throne, get our answers and deal out judgment, then get out of here.
I don't get it, said Sophia. Why so afraid to stick around? I mean, if the war was ended. If someone offered me a throne, I'd be tempted to take it. You alluded to something earlier. Ruger nodded to Harry. Why don't you take this one? It's not something I like to talk about. If you say so, buddy. So, press Sophia, what's the secret? No secret, Harry said. It's just that Ruger wishes to avoid the corrupting influence of power. If he stays, he'll be heir to the most powerful throne in the underworld. It's not what he wants. He's had power before, when he was a general in the Old South, and doesn't want it again. That's all. Danielle watched him. You still planning to move to Swakashani, Harry? If you are, I might just drop by and help you move. He nodded. I've had enough of New York. Too many memories. Too many enemies.
I know the feeling, said Cloar. Still, I might want to return there someday, and I don't want Amelia's goons descending on me when I do. She glanced at her watch and said, which means I'd better catch Mauclery while he's still in the throne room and ask him to tell her to take it easy on me, and my former crewmates. Does that mean you're leaving? Harry said. I mean, the table? She nodded. I need to get this done as soon as possible. But, I may need some moral support. He smiled. Sure. I'll come along. Danielle looked to Ruger. You want to go? Back to the throne room? I think it'd be interesting to see what your old nemesis is up to. Then I'll meet you when you get back. I've got something I have to do. From across the table, Jean-Pierre nodded. Ruger's right, Danielle. He and I have some business to tend to. Business? Ah. Roche Sarnova. Ruger nodded. So I guess the plan for now is you, Cloar, Harry and Soph go see the ambassador, or the new king, whatever he's calling himself, and Jean-Pierre and I go to Blackie. Sophia shook her head. I never said I was going to see Mauclery. Mind if I tag along? Jean-Pierre frowned. No, Soph. This visit needs to be quiet, personal. Just me and Ruger. You go ahead, back to the throne room. I've got no business there, and I hate that boys' club shit. Then how about this, once Ruger and I've seen Roche Sarnova, I meet you at the casino.
Fine, she agreed slowly. Just don't do anything stupid while you're gone, alright? Trust me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So you think they've got more zombies up here? Carker said around his cigar. I'm certain of it, the Dark Lord said, sipping coffee. Younger and Yagoda knew that little squad of monks they sent to defend Kirnavar wouldn't be enough. They were just a distraction. Did you notice how rotted they were? The hunter nodded. They were the expendables. The better-kept zombies were there, too, but as spies. Younger and Yagoda were probably watching through their eyes, probably been doing it since they got here, studying every defense we've got. Sacrificing those monks was just to throw us off guard? More likely throwing them at us was our friend's way of showing that they've got a big enough army to waste some. That doesn't bode well. No. Especially now the libertarians have come, Carker said. I'm surprised that Malie would ally herself with the likes of Younger and Yagoda. Met, too, but apparently it's true. I was able to read the minds of the humans they brought along. How'd you know to look for them, anyway? The libertarians had caught on to my wolves, so I stretched out my thoughts for anything else readable in the area. As it turned out, I picked up 100 mortals. Fodder, I suppose. And food. Once they came close to the mountain, I was able to scan them. Carker blew a cloud of smoke. Let's just hope the libertarians and the balaclava kill each other off. Someone knocked on the door, and after being invited, one of the guards stationed outside entered and bowed respectfully. You have visitors, Lord Sarnova. The royal heir, the vampire Ruger, and the werewolf Jean-Pierre. Shall I let them in? Please. A moment later Ruger and Jean-Pierre moved into the den, where Sarnova and Carker were sipping their drinks and staring into the flames of the fireplace. The guard left. Welcome, the Dark Lord said. My heir, and my best friend's best friend. Please, sit down. They obliged. I'm almost surprised to see you still here, Ruger told Sarnova. I thought you might be down in the zoo by now. Please, Ruger, have some respect. It's not a zoo, it's a refuge. I didn't place those creatures down there for my own amusement, rather for their protection. There is a difference, you know. You've got soldiers down there, don't you? Jean-Pierre said. Indeed. Soldiers I placed before Francois made his move, to scare off any more of the balaclava's forays into the refuge. Soldiers that don't know I'm not their true leader anymore. So you're wondering why I'm still here and not down there. It's one of the reasons Ruger and I came. I will go down there, in time. First, I've got to come up with a viable plan. You see, things are worse than you might think. The libertarians are already here. Worse, they've befriended the balaclava. Impossible. They are. Ruger cleared his throat. Younger and Yagoda abused Malie, why would the libertarians befriend them? Perhaps she deceived you. No, Roche. Her wings had been ripped off. You can't fake that. Maybe she ripped them off herself in order to convince you of other balaclavian misdeeds. I don't believe it. It doesn't matter, lad, Carker said. The libertarians are here, in the Sabo, where their new friends Younger and Yagoda have admitted them. He made a rueful face. That sign that you and Blackie went through so much trouble to put up, and which I went to a similar amount of trouble to pull down, yes, don't look at me like that. I did it and I'd do it again if things were different, well, it was useless. The Libbies just walked right in. They were expected. And they came in greater numbers than before, because Malisoel arrived finally and brought reinforcements, and, to top it all off, Younger and Yagoda aren't just squatting in the Sabo. They've conquered, and converted, it. That's all we need, muttered Jean-Pierre. So the Sabo's just another zombie now? Sarnova gave a tired nod. Not just another zombie, though. It's the ultimate death trap. In its final seconds, it sent a telepathic message to me saying its own offspring had turned against it. Its offspring, echoed Ruger. You mean the parasites? Younger and Yagoda had turned them into zombies and used them to capture and convert the Sabo itself. With it, their own human zombies, their monsters, plus the libertarians, well, things could be better. Francois should be stopping by any time, and when he does we'll draw up plans. Why wait? Let's start now. You're awful quick, aren't you, Ruger? The Darkling studied him. What were those other motivations Mockery referred to? You mean about the war? There are other kinds? Sarnova and Carker exchanged looks, after which the Dark Lord took a deep breath and said, All right, Ruger. I'll lay it out for you. You know all the dragons and assorted other magical creatures tucked away in this mountain? Well, most of them are kept alive by enchantment sorcerers brought to life many centuries ago.
There are artificial suns, for those creatures that need the sun, there are artificial plants, etc. Most spells are not of the sort that last indefinitely. You mean the spells will stop working someday? Not just someday. A particular day, in about 6 months' time. That's the hidden reason behind my war, the hidden reason why I wanted immortals to have their own official homeland, because if we don't, those creatures will die. No one will ever know the glory of a dragon, or the mystery of a Sigget, or what have you. They will die, Ruger, almost all of them, unless they're set free. I'd hope to be able to give them a place to roam unmolested, but now, if our side loses against Subair, which I guess it's already done, they won't have that chance. Magic will be gone from the earth. Why can't you just bring in some more sorcerers and recreate the spells? All the known sorcerers are dead. That's a different story, one that I won't go into now, but it's the truth. Trust me, Ruger, if it was that simple, I would have surrendered to Subair a month ago. But it's not. Then your only chance is tell her about them, the dragons and everything else. From behind his fragrant curtain of smoke, Karkur swore. Damn it, Ruger, you're so young. You don't know the history behind these things. Don't you see, it was Subair who killed the sorcerers. She hates magic. Sure, I'll give her the fact that she had reason to do it. The sorcerers were growing more powerful than any of us believed possible and were in fact conspiring to turn their former immortal masters and associates into their slaves, but the fact remains that she would gladly let the dragons rot if she had that opportunity. Ruger said nothing, just nodded his head in silence. For a few moments, no one spoke, and it was in this air of grim thoughtfulness that Francois Mauclery entered, bowed to the small assemblage and said, "Good to see you all. Would you mind if I had a moment alone with Roche?" "You can speak in front of them," Sarnova said. Francois looked as if he'd just stuck his hand into a wall socket. "But, Roche." "Look, Francois, I've forgiven you, and I still think of you as a friend, but at this point in time I just assume there be witnesses." Francois appeared hurt. "You don't trust me?" Sarnova glared at the ambassador, his face a cold mask hiding something Ruger did not want to see, a great and terrible pain. "Proceed," commanded Sarnova. "What news of General Brasher?" For just a second, the ambassador's lips spasmed in discomfort. "That was just a ruse, Roche. Brasher was never under attack, it was simply a device I used to leave the room. I'd hoped that Ruger would not spot my likeness on the mural, but I placed spies in the room to watch for such an occasion. When it happened, one of them reported to me, and I assembled my forces. You were fast. I had expected it. And if Ruger hadn't seen your likeness? I don't know. It was just an excuse, then. You would have initiated the coup whether or not Ruger had figured you out. That I can't say." Painfully, Sarnova lowered his eyes, and in a softer voice said, "What of Subair's advance?" That part was true. "Subair is coming, too?" Ruger said. "Yes, Ruger. She is." Roche's thick black eyebrows drew together in a scowl. "Francois, when can we expect her?" "Anytime, my friend. It all depends on how well organized she is. All we know is that our underground spies didn't report on time, but then they're only supposed to report 3 times a day, unless in the case of emergency. If Subair knew this and timed her attack well, she could be here by now, if she and her army were traveling fast. We have to assume that they were." Karkur plunged his cigar into the stone ashtray. "So that's why she took so long." "What do you mean?" "I mean Melissoel," Karkur snorted. "I mean the reason why she delayed her rendezvous with D'Aguila and the others. Just long enough for her to go to London and make arrangements." Ruger blinked. "You're right. Damn it all. What is it?" Jean-Pierre said. "I'm missing something." Ruger swore. If Malie's willing to make allies out of the Balaclava, what would prevent her from doing the same with Subair? Gods. If that's true, then I think our best bet would be to attack when the Libertarians meet with Subair before the strike. Sarnova nodded. If that's the situation, then yes, that is certainly a possible option. What is? Jean-Pierre asked. That if Melissoel did in fact ally herself with Subair, which evidently seems to be the case, based on the facts as we know them, the absence of Melissoel from her army and the subsequent withdrawal of Subair from London, then they'll attack the castle together. But Melissoel might distrust Subair enough, or vice versa, that she would require some form of contact before they hit us. Mauclery ran a nervous hand through his pale flaxen hair. Yes, if they're planning a meet, it might be our only chance to get at them before they do the same to us. Even if only a few of them are actually there, at least that'll give us some prisoners we can question. We can find out what their strike plans are. Once they know we've caught on, they'll have to revert to Plan B, whatever that is. The Dark Lord rubbed his chin. In my experience, Plan Bs are generally less effective than Plan As. It's worth a shot, Roche, but I don't think you should doubt Malie's skill at strategy, Carker said.
I don't doubt her skill, Carker. I'm just hoping to buy us some time.
And hope that her lesser skill at choosing allies will destroy her.
I don't want her hurt, said Ruger.
My heir, with any luck it will be Malie herself that personally contacts Subair's force, or maybe even Subair herself, dare to dream, and we can bag one or both of them without hurting a fly.
Jean-Pierre cleared his throat. I think we're overlooking the obvious. And that is?
That if the ambassador here, and I use the title loosely, has issued a message offering peace to Subair, then she should have no reason to attack.
Well, Lord Mauchlery? What of it? Have you had time to issue such a message?
I have, answered the new king. Not a message of surrender, exactly, but I've offered the surrender of the vision, the undead Jerusalem. I would remain lord of the castle and empire until I decided otherwise, but I would admit her and the others in her half back into our good graces, and the healing would begin.
In time, I would reinstate you, and things would go on as they did before.
She would have won, but you, Roche, would remain Dark Lord, and together we would fight the libertarians.
Well, what did she say? Mauchlery grimaced.
The remaining half of the Dark Council still in London was very glad to hear of my gesture, but they regret to inform us that Subair has other plans. Apparently, she's no longer satisfied with simply forcing you to give up your plan. She wants to be the new Dark Lord or Lady, as the case may be.
Roche let out a weary groan. Hell. Malie set her up to this, Ruger said. I know it.
When she visited Subair in London, she must have convinced her that she was worth more than just a member of the Dark Council. He stared off into space.
So now we have the combined forces of the Balaclava, Subair's half and Liberty pounding on our door. And digging up from beneath, Carker said. Chapter 11.
Danielle slumped back in the finely crafted chair, puffing on her cigarette as if it were an oxygen mask and she a heart attack victim. That's how she felt as Ruger recounted his visit with the Dark Lord, as if her whole system was on the verge of collapse, as if her body would collapse like a black hole and suck everything around it down into the vortex with her. To her, it seemed more and more that this quest to bring justice to Ludwig's murderers was doomed not simply to failure but to utter ruin and misery. Everywhere she and Ruger went, some catastrophe erupted, in increasingly worse proportions. Now they had come to the end of it, the worst-case scenario, and everything around them would soon spin into a frenzy of violence and destruction, finally reaching a point of no return. She lit up another cigarette off the butt of this one, all the while keeping her ears trained on Ruger's tail.
Christ!
She barked when he finished, and shoved back from the chair in order to pace the room with fury.
I can't believe this. I mean, Malie.
She's one of us, one of the good guys.
So we're good guys, are we? If we're not, baby, then I don't think there are any. Shit. How did this whole thing get so sideways?
I mean, our friend dies, we look for the reason behind his death. Meanwhile, his widow embarks upon a similar journey, so we thought. Now it turns out all she wants is power.
Power.
Ruger, she was our friend.
Danielle shook her head so hard that her vision was temporarily streaked through with tracers. Is that all it takes?
Her husband dies, she assumes control of his army, and blam.
She likes it, likes the power. I mean, is that right? Is that how it works? For me, yes. At least, it did. For most? I think so, but I'm a cynic.
She gnarled her hands, raised her head and growled at the ceiling. When that failed to relieve her frustration, she pulled down a deep breath.
You're not a cynic, baby. I am. At least, that's the way I always saw it. You're the dreamer, I'm the screamer.
She balled her hand into a fist that vibrated so hard it made her whole arm tremble.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Please, explain it to me. Is this the reason you wanted to leave here after the libertarian threat was eliminated? Because you're afraid of what power might do to you. Pretty much.
She clenched another fist, realized too late that she'd just crumpled her cigarette, and went to retrieve yet another. Damn it, Ruger, she said as she fumbled with the lighter. I mean, I've always thought of you as strong, not just in body, but mind.
Hard as I try, I can't imagine you abusing power. Take earlier today.
When you had to use Harry to get your point across, it hurt you more than it did him, I'm pretty sure. It wasn't really an abuse of your power, or at least it was a justified abuse, but you felt bad about it. And you wouldn't have done it at all if there'd been a better way.
So how can someone like you, or Malie, ever fall into such a trap? It's stupid.
Anyway, I think both of us have come to agree with Sarnova's way of thinking. At least as far as a homeland goes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I'd like for shades to have a homeland, to become more on equal terms with humans, not superior, but not sulking in shadows, either. I'd like to see immortals come out of the closet. It might help us be better.
Then we're agreed. We've got to help Blackie win this thing, even if it destroys Malie in the process.
She watched him, gauging his reaction to her last statement, but his face was expressionless. No, not expressionless, she realized, just sad. But in no way disagreeing with her words. So, with a gulp of air, she plowed on.
So how do we do it?
Before we tackle that, maybe you could tell me how your trip to the throne room went.
She shrugged. Not much to tell, really.
Montclair was just leaving when we got there, but Clore shouted to him and he stopped for a second. She told him what she wanted and he said he'd talk to Amelia and set things right for the crew to return to New York if they wanted. Then he gave a little nod to us and skipped out, I guess to make that call to London you just told me about, before reporting to Blackie. I suppose I should be glad Clore's free and clear on that particular matter after what she was willing to do for me.
As to others?
Yeah, but in that case, I don't think we should play God. Harry's heart's at stake, after all. And Clore may have turned to the light side of the Force, who knows? He nodded, silent, and she could practically see his wheels turning. At last he said, back to Roche. He wants me, and you, if you want to go to accompany him, Carker and the Commissary up to the outpost on the top of the hill. From there we'll have a view of the Libertarians' rendezvous with Subair's troops, if there is one, and the subsequent intervention of the castle forces.
You know how to show a girl a good time.
I helped Roche and the others draw up the plans.
Whether they work or not remains to be seen, though.
With feigned eagerness, she sat up in her chair.
Sounds like a date, sailor. When do we leave? Asterisk. The
shameless glitz and smoke of the casino reminded Sophia of her old home, Las Vegas. More, it reminded her of her first attempted seduction of Jean-Pierre. Thinking about that first encounter, she frowned and pulled the lever of the slot machine again.
Ching. No luck.
She didn't mind, hell, if she'd known about the casino, she would have been here long before. To her, it brought back old memories, some good, some bad, and yet in the end her recollections always spiraled together to form the shape of her father. She loved him, she admitted, much as that frustrated her. All in all, though, she'd committed herself to him. From here on out, she'd ride the course of their relationship and discover where it led. Maybe someday they would come to resemble a couple much like the Odd Flock, but then again,
it didn't matter.
For the present, it was enough that she'd actually made up her mind, that she'd carved open her chest and laid her heart open to someone. What he did with it would be of his own designs. If he could be good and moral, as she thought he could, then she had made the right choice. Even if he reverted to his evil ways, it was enough for her that she had, through his guidance, gained the strength to lower her walls, to let the outside world march in.
Having fun?
She spun to see Jean-Pierre watching her with his surreal green eyes. The sight of him, amidst all the clamor and artificial brightness of the casino, made her unable to speak for a moment. She wanted to wrap her arms about him and kiss him but held herself back.
You're late, she said. The hour was up about 30 minutes ago. The meeting with Sarnova ran over. You didn't get lonely, did you?
She slapped the side of the slot machine. I didn't, but the few remaining dollars in my purse are starting to miss their old companions a little.
How'd the meeting go?
The news was bad.
Our enemies are united and upon us.
Unless Ruger's little plan works, we're all dead.
His plan. He glanced at a watch.
We're late, already.
I'll have to tell you on the way. To where? The top of the mountain. We're going fishing.
Asterisk. When Ruger and Danielle emerged from the warm confines of the castle into the outdoors, a burst of icy wind greeted them, and a long hike stretched ahead. As they moved along the walls and catwalks atop the castle, Danielle studied the immense courtyards, fountains, battlements, and all the other powerful sights viewable from the outside of the fortress. If it weren't so goddamned cold, she would have said how beautiful it all looked, but since it was, she said, why don't they put some damned heat lamps out here? Ruger pulled her close. She knew, wasn't experiencing the cold as intensely as she was. With his age and the strong bloods flowing inside him, it probably felt to him like summer in Mexico. Idly, she wondered if she was jealous of his powers.
Maybe. Especially when it's so damned cold.
Exchanging few words, they threaded their way across the top of the castle toward the wall of rock that signified the point where the mountain began. Far at the top of the mountain, a small red light beckoned to them from the outpost, and they went to it. Danielle's gaze fell away from the castle toward the valley and the rough mountains all around, and to the endless backdrop of stars and blackness beyond.
She searched for the moon, unable to see it, then realized that it was hidden behind one of the battlements. As she strode a few feet more down the catwalk, she turned her head in time to see a gleaming rim sprout from behind the tower's wall. Shortly they reached the mountain wall, where thousands of steps became visible, stairs carved from the stone itself, offering occasional landings here and there and leading to the peak. "That's a hell of a climb," Danielle said, craning her head. "Let's get started, then." "Look," she said, and pointed. Jean-Pierre and Sophia were following the same path that she and Ruger had just come by, closing in on the mountain wall. Rubbing a hand against her cheek to blot out the cold, Danielle glanced at the stairs they had left to climb. "We should wait," she said, shivering and crossing her arms across her chest. He looked at her speculatively. "Danny." "Yes?" "We've always shared everything. Now I've been given a gift that I want to share with you." He tugged the sleeve back from her wrist and brought his olive-skin flesh up for her scrutiny. There was no external change, of course, but she could feel the new strength in him, the heightened senses, and knew what he was offering. "The royal blood," she said. "You need it, not just because of the cold, but because if this plan tonight doesn't work, we're going to be in some serious trouble tomorrow or the next day. The bloods I've got in me. Sarnova, the dragon, the Kavasari, well, I may be able to hold my own against the balaclava now." He stopped suddenly, as if at a twinge of emotion, and then continued. "I never want you to be at their mercy again. With this, you won't have to. You've sold me." Taking his forearm in both her hands, she pulled his exposed skin toward her slowly. As the veins became clearer to her eyes, her fangs lengthened and her tongue grew warm, hungry. She hesitated. "I know what you're thinking, Danny, but believe me, if I can be trusted with this power, you most certainly can. All these years, you've been my conscience." She kissed him on his wrist and began to feed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "It's a nice little plan," Sophia said, "but will it work? That's what we've come here to find out." Even Ruger seemed doubtful, but his plan was better than any of the rest of us could think up. "If it doesn't work, Sub-Air and Malie will meet and launch their attack. When and what'll it be, I don't know." "Here we are," said Sophia, stopping before the steps carved into the mountain wall. "Couldn't Sarnova have built an elevator here or something? Just don't look down." He spied Ruger and Danielle nuzzling nearby. Immediately, he noticed the flush in Danielle's cheeks and the renewed vitality in her black eyes, and guessed what had just occurred. "There you are," the vampiress said, her voice sharp and clear despite the wind. What Jean-Pierre noticed most about her was the level of confidence, which had always run high in her, true, but now, it seemed to him that she had aged, not in appearance or maturity, but in strength, in power. "Didn't bring any beer, did you?" she said. "Beer, no," Sophia said. She yanked out a silver flask from a hidden pocket and flashed a smile at Danielle. "But I hope brandy would do just as well? Jean-Pierre won't drink any, and sometimes a body just doesn't like to drink alone. So, brandy? Maybe just this once," Danielle said. "This is a battle, not a party," Jean-Pierre reminded them, but he didn't object any further as they tilted the flask. It was cold, and as for battles, well, he knew which ones to pick. Together they began their swift march up the stairs, which were wide enough, about 10 feet across, but they required much in the way of energy, for every stair was at least a foot high. When they finally reached the top, Jean-Pierre had to steady himself against the wall. He should build an elevator, he said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With a grunt, Captain Rolf d'Aguila lurched purposely across the great chamber that the Libertarians shared with the Balaclava and their minions. The room crackled with tension, the two groups mistrusting each other greatly, as evidenced by the line that divided the chamber. A collage towered at this border, warding off any libertarians that did not have permission to cross into the half of the room Younger and Yagoda claimed as their own. Actually, they claimed the whole room and the whole Sabo itself, but they permitted their guests to set up camp in the designated area. However, the division only heightened the tension between the two parties. From one side, zombies leered toward the Libertarians, while from the other, Malie's troops shined and prepped their weapons with cold deliberation, occasionally and accidentally pointing their guns toward their undead neighbors. The zombies only grinned and gestured toward the collage and the fins that circled along the walls and floor. Rolf tried to ignore it all as he and his guards shoved their way through the Libertarian ranks into the area that Melisawell was using as her command center. "Good to see you, Captain," said the mistress from behind her makeshift desk. "I thought you'd found something better to do." Rolf ground his teeth. "I've come to report that the party is ready to leave, with the exception of the debtors your allies promised us." "Good. I'm sure Sub-Air will be happy to receive them." She said this with a thin smile Rolf didn't like. "Then I'm off." He winked, turned on his heel and pressed through Malie's circle, his own men following.
They moved toward the balaclavian half of the chamber, where the collage immediately lumbered over on its strange, long, many-jointed limbs and planted itself before the intruders. Rolf felt his men stiffen at his back, but he had acquired a familiarity with the collage enough to know that there was no real danger. A large limb shot out from the behemoth. Its blunt tip stopped just a yard from Rolf's face. A dozen arms and tails and legs squirmed menacingly from the tip of the appendage, but they slowly folded back, much like the petals of a flower, as the torso of an auburn-haired woman thrust forward. She must have been good-looking, Rolf thought, not for the first time. Before her entombment in the collage, her face seemed young, but her hair showed streaks of silver. "Welcome, Captain," she said.
"It's good to be welcome."
He'd spoken with her several times in the past day but had yet to determine if she was a free-thinking individual, the brain of the collage, or simply a tool the creature used to communicate with others.
"May we enter, my lady?" "Of course, Captain. And good luck on your mission." "Thank you," he said. Were those last words hers, those of the collage, or thoughts sent directly from the balaclava themselves? She withdrew into the limb, disappearing from sight, and was quickly replaced by the array of fangs and claws that shielded her. The sabot heaved to the side a few yards, giving Rolf access to the balaclava's domain. Slowly, he stepped forward until he had cleared the bulk of the collage, then turned back to his men and beckoned them to join him. "Come on," he said. "It's..." A huge limb crashed into the ground that separated Rolf from his men, sending up dust. He bit back a curse but knew better than to press his luck. If Younger and Yagoda wished that only he should enter, that's the way it would be. He shouted a few words to his soldiers and marched into the throng of zombies and assorted beasts that skulked about this side of the chamber. Some leered at him, others showed respect. He didn't care. He cut through their ranks confidently, at last entering into the circle where the two large blackened thrones, made entirely of bone, sat side by side, and upon them, the balaclava. "You made good time," said Younger. "Thanks." Now that he was here, Rolf's confidence faltered, and he found himself at a loss for words. The truth was that he didn't know how to treat the assassins, with courtesy, diplomacy, or command. Yagoda was playing with an old burlap sack that appeared to be stained all over with blood, some fresh. Rolf allowed himself a moment to wonder about its contents but decided not to fall for the bait. "Why didn't your mistress come herself?" asked the bearded one. "You'll have to ask her that. Last I heard you two had raped her and torn off her wings, and now you're allies? She hasn't explained that, yet?" "As a matter of fact, she hasn't." "I'm on a need-to-know basis, it seems." "Yes," murmured Yagoda, his eyes still focused on the burlap sack. A gleam stole into his bloodshot eyes and he threw the sack to Younger. The tusked one received the load, tossed it up in the air a few times and laughed. Just beneath the laughter, Rolf would have sworn that he heard a muffled screaming or yelling coming from the sack itself. "Tired of the charade," he said. "What's in the damned bag?" "You really want to know?" Younger said. "Is it pertinent to the reason why I'm here?" "Not really." Nevertheless, Younger reached into the bloody sack and pulled forth the living head of a black-haired man, grasping it by its filthy hair. "Laszlo, meet the good captain of Liberty, Rolf d'Aguila." "Rolf, meet the man that saved my life, the Khaljit Laszlo." The head spat something that sounded like sinners, and both the balaclava laughed. "He can't really talk," explained Yagoda, "but he's adapted to his new position to the point that he's grown cute little lungs at the bottom of his neck. Look closely, there they are. Precious. And right behind that? That's the spinal cord. He keeps trying to grow it so he can reform himself, but then he wouldn't make much of a basketball, would he?" "No, we can't have that." "What the hell is it?" Rolf said. Younger gashed one side of Laszlo's face with his tusks. The head screamed, a tiny sound that sent cold fingers down Rolf's back. He didn't care who this Laszlo was, but surely the poor bastard didn't deserve this. "He's our jester," answered Younger. "What, you don't like him?" "Back to the reason why I'm here." "Oh," Yagoda said, running a dark hand through his dreadlocks. "We haven't forgotten. You wanted the use or misuse of some of our children, didn't you? Don't play games. You know what this is all about. Subair. That whole thing. Right. Now, you're zombies? They'll be waiting for you at the mouth of the labyrinth." Rolf scowled. "Why not here, damn it? That was the deal. Deals change. You requested some zombies, but you want it on your terms, or Malies, as the case may be. This is just a way of showing that favors we grant are predisposed to being altered, if we so choose." Rolf didn't belabor the issue. He was sick of the power games Malie and the balaclava had been playing with each other, but he accepted that the zombies would be waiting for him. "Thank you," he made himself say. Malie and I appreciate your participation. Leaving so soon, Captain? With all due respect, I'm running behind as it is. The balaclava bowed their heads, smiling broadly. Thanks for the visit, said Yagoda. And come again soon, added Younger. Before they could start tossing that miserable head back and forth again, Captain D'Aguila swiveled smartly and, as quick as diplomacy would allow, made a beeline for the other side of the chamber. Chapter 12. The station on top of the mountain, referred to as the Red Light Outpost, wasn't quite what Ruger had expected. The building squatted, a low structure made of red bricks weathered by their many years, with a small, thick tower rising from it, from which the red light shone. A skin of white covered both the roof of the tower and its base, lending the scene a feeling of tranquility, a feeling somewhat undermined by the small group of soldiers loitering around the door. Once they recognized Ruger and the other newcomers, they moved out from the shelter of the outpost, huddling their shoulders against the wind. Greetings, one of them said, yelling to make himself heard over the roar of the updrafts. You're Lord Ruger and Jean-Pierre? Yes, you're expected. Please, go inside. The others are already here. Very well, Ruger said. The others in his group looked at him expectantly, as if he should be the one to lead the way. He wasn't sure if he liked that or not, but the cold was starting to creep into even his bones and he was anxious to get indoors. Okay, let's go. The first room they came to looked to be a barracks of some sort, with perhaps 40 cots arranged in neat rows. Everything seemed sterile and military, but Ruger was comforted by a low throbbing that indicated a heater. As feeling returned to his fingers and ears, he welcomed the sudden warmth. Only a few bulbs lit the room. The only real illumination came from a single torch set into a threshold on the far side of the chamber. Ruger and the others crossed to the far corridor and glanced around uncertainly, unsure of which direction to go. They followed the sounds of voices to a cluster of soldiers guarding a door. The soldiers turned toward the group. Declare yourselves, please. I'm Ruger. Good to meet you, sir. Lords Mauchlery, Carker, and Sarnova are waiting for you inside. Please, enter. Oh, and good luck. Thanks. Ruger glanced at Danielle, who shrugged, and led the way into the guarded room. While the barracks had been neat and orderly, this chamber, a bit smaller, was in complete disarray. Tables laden with maps and diagrams and various papers looked so burdened that they might collapse. Busy soldiers and council members ran about, staring at computer monitors, entering reports and conferring with each other tensely. The air in the room carried a musty odor, as if this place hadn't been put to such use in quite a while. As for lighting, there were only the computer monitors and the starlight that flooded the room from the opposite side, where the sliding door to a balcony had been opened. It was on this balcony that Ruger spied Roche Sarnova and the other lords. The quartet slipped through the tumult of the room, reached the sliding door and stepped onto the balcony. Nice of you to join us, said Sarnova. Ruger already missed the warmth from indoors. How's the operation coming? The Libbies haven't come out of their hole yet, but our boys are in position, or at least they should be by now, just as you described. More or less. For some of the placements, we couldn't spare the manpower to position as many men as you wanted. I thought we had an understanding, Roche. We need all those men, more if you could spare them. I thought I made that clear. The Dark Lord frowned. Ruger, you yourself said they might be expecting this. What if they choose this opportunity to come blasting up out of the catacombs into the castle? We couldn't risk it. I had to place a substantial number of soldiers down there, just in case. If we didn't have the manpower, we shouldn't have started this operation in the first place. We did what was necessary, Mauchlery said. Your plan is a good one that might just stop the coming war, but we had to weigh all the options, and we decided we couldn't resist a sneak attack. Ruger frowned. Without the number of men he'd suggested, this whole thing could turn into a disaster. Then again, he understood both Mauchlery's and Sarnova's fears and respected the two men. After all, they had planned far more battles than he had. He just had to trust their judgment. Slowly, he nodded, and the tension on the balcony eased. Danielle stared at a human that stood, mute and seemingly vacuous, at Lord Carker's side. Who's that? She asked. Carker removed the cigar from his mouth, shared a look with both Mauchlery and Sarnova, and said, Why, that's Robbie, our radio. Right now he's under psychic influence, I'm afraid. He and several other mortals you must have passed through in the room back there are serving as our go-betweens. Go-betweens? We can't use radios, explained Mauchlery, his highbrow furrowed. Even if we sent encrypted signals, the libertarians would know we're out here, and for now, that's our only advantage, that they don't know we're here. Hopefully, added Ruger. Yes. That's why the lights are out, so they can't see us up here. So you're using humans? Danielle said in voice that made it clear that she took this new twist as a personal betrayal. Ruger, I can't believe you'd do this. Danny, it was the only way. Trust me.
I don't like this, she said.
Not at all.
Sophia rested a hand on the vampiress's shoulder.
Calm down, honey. He's just doing what's necessary.
Yeah, well, if we're using humans as radios, what are the computers for?
To communicate with the castle, Sarnova answered. But human radios, why can't Malie and Subair communicate the same way? If they did that, they wouldn't even have to meet at all.
They won't do that, Sarnova told her. If they do meet, we're assuming that it's because they distrust each other, in addition to re-establishing their plan of attack.
The latter they could do through radios, human or otherwise. No.
Trust is the issue here, or at least that's what we're counting on. Acting under that assumption, as well as the assumption that Subair and her soldiers have already arrived, she and Melisawel will have to meet personally, or at least send high-ranking officials to meet on their behalf in order to dispel any such feelings. Communicating telepathically through a mortal wouldn't provide such satisfaction, if you see what I mean. It all hinges on trust. I still don't like it, she said, but she sounded resigned.
Jean-Pierre addressed the Dark Lord. Have you been able to establish another link with the humans Malie's keeping?
No. She or some of her mindbenders are blocking me out. He paused, as if puzzling over something that had been troubling him.
It makes me wonder why they didn't block me out before. You mean, they could have lured us here?
It's a possibility. But this is something we had to try. Prudence has its place, but sometimes you must take a chance. If we're successful, we might thwart the coming attack, might, in fact, win the war. If we're not, and this is a trap, then we'll know soon enough. Either way, it's a risk we have to take. He looked pointedly at Ruger. Even if we had to spread our men a little thin to do it. For a moment, they all stood there staring down at the mountain and the valley beyond, and at the stars that winked between the ragged peaks of neighboring mounts. The wind roared, bringing with it the smell of ice and rock, and, far below, Ruger spotted the small lake he and the Dark Lord had drunk from just a few days before. Just above it, set into the mountain, if he leaned his head over the railing just so, yes, there was the boulder that concealed the entrance of the Sabo. Where the libertarians were.
Ruger didn't like fighting this way.
Didn't like distancing himself from a battle he himself had planned. He should be down there leading from the front. Of course, he knew he was needed up here. Just the same, he couldn't help feeling that from up here the battle would look more like a glorified chess match than anything else. There was the boulder, the slope leading down to the meadow. At the far end of the meadow was where he estimated Subair to be. And then, of course, the meadow sloped up on one side to greet the mountain, the rocks. The highland. That's where the combat teams were hiding. The bait, the small units that waited underground outside the boulder and in the meadow around the lake, simply waited for the libertarians to emerge from the boulder. It was expected that the libertarians would not leave the Sabo above ground but would tunnel beneath the boulder so that if there were any watchers they wouldn't be seen. The underground units would sense their vibrations, then cause vibrations of their own. The Libbies would pursue, and the bait teams would lead the Libbies to high ground, where the combat teams would attack. Now all we have to do is wait, Carker said.
What's the strategy, exactly? Asked Danielle. Ruger didn't talk much about that.
This time, it was Mockery who answered. There are several units underground, in the general area of the Sabo's rear entrance. We've assigned them numbers to distinguish them from the attack teams hidden in the rocks, who've been assigned Greek letters. The units are our eyes and ears concerning the libertarians' movements. They'll report to us telepathically through Robbie here, and the other humans in the room back there. Also, the units are our bait.
I don't understand.
Before the ambassador could answer, Robbie came to life. Unit 6 reporting, sirs, he announced.
Proceed, said Roche Sarnova.
We're receiving vibrations now, coming from below the boulder.
Good. How far underground are they?
Just far enough so that the boulder doesn't collapse on them.
Hold.
Yes, the Libbies are moving out, keeping a tight formation.
How many are in the group?
Hold. About 20, sirs. But their formation is tight. Makes it hard to tell for sure. A councilman burst out onto the balcony and breathlessly turned to Sarnova. Then, correcting himself, he swiveled to face Mockery. Units are reporting initial contact, sir.
So we've heard, said the ambassador.
Are all the teams ready to pounce?
Yes, my lord.
Almost.
Almost?
It's almost done now, sir. If the Libbies discover us before we're in position.
Yes, sir.
They'll be in position soon.
They'd better be.
Yes, sir. We've just had a message from Team Delta, inquiring as to how much force to use.
There have been no changes.
Tell them to proceed as planned.
The councilman nodded and returned inside. Lord Carker patted Robbie on the back. Unit 6, you still there?
Yes, my lords. The Libbies are fanning out, sirs. Hold, yes, we can read them clearer now, about 25, maybe 30, branching out in groups of 3 to 5. One is coming toward our position. Please advise. Mockery and Sarnova exchanged grim looks, then turned toward Ruger. It's your plan, the ambassador said.
You call this one.
Ruger had foreseen this eventuality, but in this instance there was little he could do until the attack teams were in position. If Unit 6 moved, the Libertarians would feel their vibrations and the jig would be up, but if they stayed and were discovered, they would be killed and still the jig would be up. Unit 6, hold your position, he said. Yes, sirs. Holding, the group is still coming toward us, 3 of them, I think, coming closer, about 20 feet away, 15. Hold. They're still advancing, slower now, still advancing, their angle may take them right by us. Please advise.
How many men are in Unit 6?
Ruger asked Sarnova. As I recall, you wanted 5 to a unit, just in case something like this happened. Unfortunately, we couldn't spare the manpower, so there are only 3 except in 6's case. They report to us directly because they're the closest to the Sabo, so they were allotted 4. Good. Addressing Unit 6 through Robbie, Ruger said, wait until you know for sure that they're going to discover you. If they do, strike first, fast, silently, and incapacitate or kill all of them.
Acknowledged.
Hold, they're less than 10 feet from us, but still on a curve, swinging by. Hold. Now 5 feet, still curving. Hold.
They're moving swiftly away.
Hold, they've stopped, hold.
Moving again.
Sirs, may I speak freely?
Proceed, said Mockery.
I think they suspect we're here. That launch they just did, it was like they were trying to flush something out. That's why they fanned out to begin with, to see if they could force us to give ourselves away. Of course, Sergeant. That's why we have you down there, don't forget. You're supposed to be discovered.
But not until our forces are in position, Ruger amended silently. Damn, he hated this. Reports coming in from a mind-controlled human. A battlefield that he couldn't even see. It made him sick.
Robbie's voice sounded disembodied, and the battle to come seemed surreal, somehow insubstantial.
Ruger was just moving pieces on a board.
Yes, sirs. Hold, they're circling again, a broader circle this time, moving around us, curving, coming toward us again. I think they're going to try another flush. If so, then do as Lord Ruger instructed.
Strike fast and silent.
Yes, sirs.
They're still circling, their angle is taking them our way.
Hold. Still coming closer, 15 feet, 10, closing. Ruger held his breath and turned to Danielle. She looked grim, distracted, but suddenly he felt her hand in his, and clutched it tightly.
The next few seconds were critical. Closing, repeated the human. 5 feet, another rush.
Hold.
A beat passed.
Then another.
Shit, growled Carker. Unit 6, you still there? The human gave no answer.
Ruger strained his eyes to pinpoint exactly where Unit 6 was making its stand. He half expected to see the ground buck and heave at underground explosions, but he saw nothing of the sort. He could feel Danielle's hand tighten in his own, and then her shoulder was pressing against his, perhaps seeking comfort. He hoped he would be able to provide it. Then, as suddenly as he had gone silent, Robbie leapt to life again.
Sirs, still there?
Yes, answered Mockery.
What's your condition?
It's me, Corporal Strite. Sarge is dead, all the others are, too. We were attacked by zombies.
Strong ones.
Balaclava blood will do that, Corporal.
Are they all dead?
Yes. I'm all that's left. Please advise. Your call, Darkling, Francois said.
Don't call me that.
Your call, Ruger.
He thought for a moment.
If the Libertarians sensed that one of their teams had stopped moving, they would converge on the spot to find out what happened, and that could be disastrous. So he said, Unit 6. Corporal, are you listening? Yes, sirs, Robbie said. Follow the angle the Libbies were taking, keep circling. Make a lot of noise, vibrations.
Act like you're the 3 zombies you just helped kill. Do that and the Libbies might think nothing out of the ordinary happened.
But what of Sarge and the others? The man's voice sounded so wretched Ruger wanted to tell him to forget it, forget everything. Instead, he said, you'll have to leave them for now. Later, we can give them a burial fit for heroes, but for the moment, just kick it in gear and plow some snow.
Understood?
Yes, sirs.
Good thinking, offered Carker. It was the only way, Ruger said. Just hope it works. A beat passed and another councilman emerged out onto the balcony.
All teams are in position, he announced. At your word, they're ready to spring.
About fucking time, Carker said. We just lost 3 good men due to your incompetence. Enough, said Roche Sarnova. It's time to do our jobs.
Addressing the councilman, he said, tell units 2 through 5 to make themselves known to the Libbies.
Led them toward the teams. Yes, my lord. The councilman scurried back inside.
This should be interesting, said Carker.
Let's hope not, Mauchlery replied. Unit 6, Ruger said to the human.
Corporal Strite, are you still there?
Yes, my lords. Still circling.
Your job is done, Corporal.
Well done, I might add. Sorry about your mates.
They served their kingdom honorably.
As for you, it's time to make your way back to the high ground, where the teams are.
Don't worry if the Libbies pick you up, the teams will guard your rear.
Yes, sirs.
Even through the human radio, the corporal's voice sounded relieved. Still to the human, Ruger said, Robbie, shift your focus to Unit 7.
Yes, my lord, the man replied. This time it was in Robbie's own voice, not tainted by the inflections of others.
Abruptly, the voice changed, became that of a gruff and weary sergeant, the leader of Unit 8, which was the unit farthest from the Sabos boulder and the one closest to the point where Ruger estimated Subair's forces to be.
Unit 8 here, came the voice. 8, what is your position? Static, sirs. The only movement from Subair's area was a brief surge toward Unit 7's position. There wasn't any gunfire, though, so I guess 7 went undiscovered. Other than that, nothing, sirs. Thank you, Unit 8. Please keep us informed.
Of course.
Unit 8 out, sirs.
Robbie, Ruger said, direct your attention to Team Beta.
Yes, sir. A moment later, Robbie related, Strike Team Beta here, sirs. What's your condition?
We're monitoring the progress of the underground units.
They're coming this way, the Libbies just picked them up.
4 of the libertarian groups are in pursuit. Unit 3 is approaching our position, nearing the rocks, nearing.
The Libbies are about 50 feet behind. Unit 3 is taking their time, baiting the Libbies in. We're preparing to strike, and Alpha with us.
When 3 gets up in the rocks with you, the libertarians should be about there. They'll be noticing the rocks and the high ground, wary of a trap.
Don't give them time to think about it. Strike immediately.
Yes, sirs. Off to the side, Roche Sarnova smiled.
Ruger, would you like some help running this battle or are the rest of us just here for our good looks?
He seems to be doing fine, Carker said.
Team Beta, how's it going? Ruger asked. Unit 3's scaling the rocks. We're preparing to strike their pursuers. Hold. The Libbies are slowing. Slowing.
They know they've lost the advantage, Beta.
Strike now.
Yes, sirs.
Beta is striking. Out. Robbie fell silent, awaiting his next command.
The councilman re-emerged. Team Delta is in position in front of the boulder.
Good, said Mauchlery. Now the Libbies have no place to go.
Ruger peered over the rails and saw Team Delta standing proudly in front of the Sabos' back door, but there was something wrong.
The team was too small.
And of all the teams, this one was the most important.
How many men are in Delta? 10, answered the councilman.
I requested at least 20 more if you had them.
We couldn't spare the manpower, said Roche.
Ruger's right, Blackie, Carker said.
I think you'd better send Delta some reinforcements. Before Sarnova could respond, Robbie interrupted, Strike Team Beta here. Met with 4 zombies and 1 Libby soldier.
They killed 2 of us, and us 1 of them. Also, Team Alpha incurred a casualty.
The Libbies are in retreat and we're close behind. Another messenger burst onto the balcony.
The plan's working. The teams are in pursuit, the Libbies are headed back to the boulder.
And to Team Delta, added the councilman. Team Beta, here, reported Robbie.
The Libbies we're chasing have felt Delta's vibrations and are altering course toward the lake.
Right on schedule, said Sarnova.
See, Ruger, your plan will work even without Delta's score of men.
What's at the lake? Sophia said. That's Jean-Pierre's contribution, Carker said, looking proud.
When Sophia raised her eyebrows at the albino, he merely said, "We'll see if it works."
Team Beta here, Robbie relayed.
The Libbies are almost to the lake, we're in the rear, and Alpha's flanking them. I can sense other teams and other groups of Libbies converging on the same spot.
The trap is almost complete. Good, said Mauclery. Robbie switched to Team Gamma.
They, he told Sophia, are some of Roche's elite guards. He sent them down into the refuge to guard against the balaclava. Jean-Pierre suggested we send some of them back down the tunnels and up through the lake. Ruger, I'm sure you'll be glad to know that there are over 20 of our finest in Team Gamma. So you were herding the Libertarians toward the lake all along, Sophia said.
Yes.
It's a shame we didn't get any of Subair's forces in the bargain, but at least this is something. I'm a little concerned with the number of zombies we're seeing, but I'm sure Melissa well sent some high-ranking officers along to meet with Subair.
For the present, they're all we need. Team Gamma here, Robbie said.
How close are the Libbies?
40 feet and closing fast, sirs. We're ready to spring once they get within 15 feet. Good. That's all. Team Gamma out, sirs. Sarnova smiled. Cross your fingers, folks.
Sirs,
cried Robbie. This is Team Beta.
The Libbies are splitting up, going in all directions. Hold, make that 2 directions. Some are cutting to the side, making their way back to the boulder. Hold, the rest are still moving to the lake, almost to it.
There.
Later, Ruger would realize that it was here that his plan went sour. Team Gamma, the elite guards, sprang up from their position around the lake. Some soldiers slipped underground to prevent the Libertarians from getting to the lake that way, but the majority stayed above and fired their weapons into the snow. At this, the Libertarians attacked, some from underneath, some from above ground. Others looked for a way out but were stopped by the pursuing teams, Alpha, Beta, and the others. The Libertarians that had broken off their flight in favor of another approach on the Sabo rose up from the snow and engaged Team Delta. To Ruger, watching it all from above, it was chaos. All he could hear were the sounds of battle, gunfire, and screaming. Then something odd struck him. The Libertarians at the lake are all zombies, he said.
You're right, Danielle said. And the ones fighting Delta aren't. They're the real Libertarian soldiers, I guess the ones you want to capture. But there's less than 10 of them, how can they fight Delta? I don't understand.
I do, said Carker.
And so does your boy. Ruger nodded. Team Delta should have had 20 men. Or more.
Suddenly, the boulder shielding the Sabo rolled to one side and, from out of the darkness, emerged a collage.
Ruger stared.
Well, shit, said Carker. The men and women of Team Delta fought the Libertarians at their fronts, completely unaware of the danger at their backs.
Robbie! Snapped Ruger. Get Delta on the line.
Delta here, came a strained voice.
Fighting, sirs. Shit, a shotgun. Damn. Delta team, Ruger said, get the hell out of there, now. That's an order. We can take them, sirs. What is that thing?
From his position on the balcony, Ruger saw the collage converge on Team Delta, catching 3 of the castle soldiers in its twisted limbs and stuffing them into its slavering maw. Blood and gore rained down upon the battlefield and dripped down the monster's chest, where greedy faces lapped it up. Then the collage reached down and scooped up another handful. One by one, the castle soldiers were forced, screaming, into the beast's mouth and consumed. In less than a minute, every member of the team was dead. The collage raised its strange head so that it appeared to be glaring up at the balcony of the red light outpost itself, then lifted a blunt limb up in the sky. The end of the arm peeled back and a single humanoid form shot out. Ruger, straining his eyes, saw that the figure was the torso of a dark-headed woman whose hair was shot through with silver streaks. One of her fists was raised high, and from this fist, her middle finger was extended toward the balcony.
Ruger's keen vampiric vision could see it clearly. On her youthful face, she wore a fierce smile. And then she roared in a voice so thunderous it nearly brought the battle near the lake to a standstill. I am the collage. Tremble at my might, and feel the power of Lords Younger and Yagoda. Still smiling, she withdrew back into the blunt limb, the gruesome petals folding back over her once again. God's damned balaclava, Ruger said. The Libertarian soldiers that the collage had saved scurried past it into the dark sanctuary of the Sabo. Without further insult, the collage realigned itself into the thick, armed worm shape it had assumed the night it chased the horse, then followed the Libbies inside. The boulder rolled shut behind it. For a moment, Ruger and the others on the balcony stood in mute shock, slapped into action once again only by the sound of Robbie's voice. Team Gamma here, the human said. The zombies have surrendered, what's left of them? How many? Roche Sarnova asked.
4. They took their licks, sirs, but we lost 3 men ourselves, and I can see that the other teams took some losses, too. Roche Sarnova visibly pulled himself together. Send the wounded and dead to med bay at once, maybe they look more seriously injured than they are. Meanwhile, incarcerate 3 of the debtors and fly one up to us for immediate questioning. Yes, sirs. The Dark Lord ran a hand over his face, then turned wearily to Ruger. Next time, my heir, I'll make sure to spare the manpower.
Of that you can be certain. Ruger nodded, but said nothing.
All he could think about was that he had designed this battle, this trap, and what had he done? Killed probably a score of castle soldiers for 4 fucking zombies.
It'll be all right, Danielle said. You'll see.
He barely heard her. The flapping of wings jolted him from his brooding, though, and he blinked to see a shapely Jandro flying up with a chained zombie clutched in her arms. The flyer released her load, accepted a word of praise from Mockery, then returned to her unit. Ruger studied the scarred zombie, a touch overweight but lean-limbed and haggard just the same. The scars seemed to come from acid, but how they'd arrived there Ruger could only guess.
What's your name?
Why, laddie, it seems that lately I've been called Ambassador Red quite a lot.
Kinda fancy the name, too, now you mention it. Does have a ring to it, don't you think?
He offered a little curtsy, then gave a belly laugh, which had the unfortunate effect of releasing his foul breath.
Ah, now, but I bet you have some questions for me, yes?
Yes, said Sarnova.
As a matter of fact, we do. Sorry about all that, then.
I've been instructed that, before answering any questions, I must first give you a message.
What?
Just this, the Mistress Melisawell, in conjunction with my own dear lords and the Morbine sub-heir, says to tell you that she intends to launch a battle to claim this castle, to steal it away from the hands of its old rulers, if that proves necessary. However, she wishes to avoid unnecessary violence, which, by the way, is something me own bosses seem to find right jolly, and courteously requests your surrender.
Tell her to go to hell, said Roche Sarnova.
The mistress says that she and her allies are sure to win victory over the rest of you, so there's little point to the coming war.
It will only mean a loss of life.
And she hastens to point out that if, by some miracle, you do win, she has several nuclear warheads that she'll have set off in the event of her defeat. If she don't win, no one will. Red spread his hands as wide as his manacled wrists would allow.
So, you surrender? Francois placed a hand to his temples as if experiencing a severe headache.
We'll give it some thought, he said, and Ruger couldn't tell whether the Kabasari was being sarcastic or not. The mistress says if you don't declare your surrender by tomorrow night at 9 when you give your big speech, then she and her allies will attack. If you'd like to surrender now, without all the fanfare, I'll just telepath it back to me masters.
That way, no loss of life on either side. Carker grunted. Even if we did, you really think your masters would relay the message to Melisawell? They want war.
Red's smile only grew wider, but he did not reply.
Francois's face darkened.
I'm willing to surrender to Sub-Air under the condition that she and Roche Sarnova work out their differences and reunite the Dark Council.
All we want is peace. But the castle will not be enslaved by a power-hungry army or sociopathic balaclava. Wrong answer, Red said. Jean-Pierre cracked his knuckles. We've got some questions to ask you about Melisawell's encampment and your master's layout. Ah, that. Questions.
Yes, I knew we'd get to this point sooner or later. A shame, I think, me being so young and all, me best years ahead of me.
But then, I never liked this old body much anyway. Too creaky. Well, now I'm just stalling. You see, in the event of interrogation, I've been instructed to do the following.
He gave another hearty laugh and flung himself backwards off the balcony. His ribald chuckles, carried on the winds of the mountain, seemed to echo for quite a while before, with a rotten smacking sound, he struck the jagged rocks below and was ripped apart at the seams.
Chapter 13.
Okay, that's it, Killian declared as he stuffed a suitcase. He had sold a castle guard some of his blood in order to find out the outcome of the battle, and he was not pleased with the answer. This place is going down in a hurry, and we're getting the hell out of here, I don't care how.
If they won't loan us a helicopter, we'll fucking hike it back to civilization. Agreed? In principle, yes, answered Loireau, stretched out on the bed.
But what about Claire? Screw her. No, this came from Byron, standing still as a shadow in the darkest corner of the room. At least, we've got to give her the choice. If we do, she'll try to assert her own influence on our plans, try to vie for leadership. At this point, I don't care who the leader is, Loireau said.
Do you really want Claire running the show again now, while she's shacking up with that damned human? I guess not.
But we'd never function as well without her.
You know that, Killian, don't act like you don't. Killian sniffed. I said we'll ask her.
Shit, she should come with us just because we agreed to break Ruger out if we had to.
I know she won't, though, we didn't have to.
Anyway, we'll make it clear that our minds are set and either she's with us or she isn't. But if she's not with us, I don't want to go to Hoswell.
That was her plan. We need our own. Byron?
The Australian brooded silently until Killian prompted him with, "Look, we're a team here."
Lariba's in turmoil, Byron said.
A lot of the crime lords there have been killed or forced underground, but new ones are rising in their place. I hear that Saskia emerged from the wreckage and is starting over.
He'll need some experienced hands to clear the way for him.
Yeah, said Luaro. I always did like Lariba, at least to visit.
Living there, we'd have to deal with the Arabs on a constant basis.
You never had any trouble with Saskia.
He's Arab. True. And they do have some great food down there. Okay, said Killian. That sounds like as good a place to start over as any.
And as I hear it, there's a shortage of werewolves there, we should be in high demand.
You think Kloar will join us?
I don't care. We've made up our minds, we're off to Lariba, and soon as possible.
Either she goes with us or not. Agreed?
Agreed, said Luaro.
Still, Byron looked pensive. You in? Demanded Killian. Slowly, the big man nodded. But I ask one thing. What?
I know that if we all go to her together, you'll step in and try to strong-arm her like you did last time. Likely as not you'll scare her away.
Let me go alone and feel her out.
For the first time in a day, Killian smiled.
Is that what they're calling it nowadays? When the Australian didn't respond, Killian added, "It's okay, bye. She was yours first anyway. I want her back in the crew, but as for fucking, I want no part of her. It unravels the crew's dynamics, often to her benefit, I might add. Go.
Talk to her." The werewolf's face lost its caustic demeanor, suddenly becoming sincere, which was an odd expression on his dark face.
Good luck.
******. Stiffly, Captain D'Aguila listened to what the balaclava had to say, nodding his head and grunting when appropriate. He'd come here directly after the battle to clarify some issues, but now, looking at them in their evil smugness, he regretted it. So it was with relief when they finished speaking and he was able to return to his mistress.
"How'd it go?" asked Malisoel.
"Your plan worked," he said. "The zombies, and no one else, were delivered to the castle. However, the castle's plan was formidable. I would expect no less from Ruger. That is, if he was really the one to devise the plan, as the balaclava's spies report.
Then you'll understand we lost many men.
We sent out 15 of our own, with an equal number of debtors, but only 6 of ours returned. Out of the 15 debtors, Younger and Yagoda said only 4 were captured. The rest were killed. That's unfortunate, but as expected.
Now all we have to do is sit back and see if my ultimatum works.
Will the Dark Lord surrender?"
Rolf bit back a retort, but, deep in his heart, he didn't really know what he wanted. Malie had changed.
She wasn't the same person she'd been when he had first seduced her, back when Ludwig had been alive. She'd become cold, drawn not to him but to power, and to the flatterers that even now surrounded her.
Did he truly want her to be the one to overthrow Roche Sarnova's empire?
Of course, if she did defeat the Dark Lord, as seemed inevitable, then he, Rolf D'Aguila, would be one of the most powerful shades in the world, and he admitted to himself that he was not above that temptation.
Hell, that's why he'd banded up with Liberty in the first place. Power. Soon it might not be Captain D'Aguila anymore, but Lord D'Aguila, or maybe King. *****.
You played your part well, Francois told Ruger, the mountain wind whipping the Cabasari's hair.
Ruger stared into the wild night and said nothing.
Don't feel bad, the ambassador told him. Your plan was worthy. We always knew it might be a trap, but, as Roche said, it was a risk worth taking.
And if we'd been able to divert enough men, your plan would have worked anyway. The collage, if that's what it calls itself, would have been destroyed. But let's not dwell on what could have been. We have an ultimatum to consider. What do you intend to do about it? Asked Sophia. I mean, we can't actually give in, can we?
No, said Roche Sarnova.
We can't give in, said Mauclery. However, what the zombie related does seem true, a battle against Liberty, Subair's forces, and the Balaclava's monsters would seem futile.
Unless, that is, we can devise some way to turn the odds in our favor. Release the creatures in the refuge, suggested Jean-Pierre.
That should be more than enough. No. They're uncontrollable. But you controlled a dragon.
Barely, Jean-Pierre, barely. Roche and I devised that plan not just to kill De Soto but to test how well I could control a dragon. We'd hoped to use them in the fight to come.
I thought as much, said Carker. It didn't work, though.
I couldn't control Gethrol, not well. I couldn't even keep him from breathing fire, though it killed several of the castle's own men. The only beings that can even vaguely attempt to control a dragon are Kavasari, but you were there, you saw my limits. Maybe a coven of my race could control a single dragon, maybe two.
The Sangrosanks. They'd kill me on sight. Why? For going against the very laws I made them enforce.
I aided Roche in his attempt to bring peace between humans and immortals, aided him in alerting humans to our presence. That goes against one of the main tenets of the order. They wouldn't kill Roche, because they're sworn to protect him, but they would have little qualms about killing me. Besides, he added, such a small coven of Kavasari would only be able to control one, maybe two, dragons, unless the WIRMS were allowed to act under their own power.
But if we gave them free will, they'd do just what Geth did, overindulge. At most the Order could only control 2 dragons, not enough to win the war.
But it would help, Jean-Pierre insisted.
The Sangrosanks wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't lift a finger to save the undead Jerusalem idea, even if it meant the destruction of the castle. You're right, 1 dragon might make a difference, but without more Kavasari.
What about Amelia? Danielle said. If you could recall her from New York. Mauclery shook his head. I doubt she'd get here in time.
Even if she could, 1 more Kavasari wouldn't make a difference.
For a moment, all those on the balcony fell silent, considering.
Ruger, said Carker.
What do you think?
Ruger gathered himself. Up until this point, he had hardly been listening.
He frowned. Give me a minute.
Carker nodded, and the conversation continued.
Ruger barely paid attention.
In one hand, he felt Danielle's warmth, but in the other he could feel the hunger for a blade or gun. To him, all was lost. The castle would be overthrown, the creatures of the refuge would die, the undead Jerusalem would never come to pass, the Balaclava or whoever seized the throne of the empire would make their move against humanity, and all because of his negligence. Somehow, someway, he had to stop the coming battle, had to stop Melissoel.
So what's our alternative? Soph was saying. To surrender?
No, said Mauclery.
That can't be an option.
Melissoel's mad, and the Balaclava are worse.
We can't surrender to them.
Maybe to Subert, if she would be willing to coexist with you, Roche, willing to heal the Dark Council.
But apparently she's not.
From what her half's remnants in London say, she wants to be the new Dark Lord. Which means she'll want to wipe the slate clean of the rest of us. Our only hope is Melissoel and Subert kill each other off before they kill us, but that doesn't seem likely.
We can't surrender. I agree, said Sarnova.
At this moment, however, I don't see another way, and I think that's the problem. We're all weary and disheartened. I suggest that I stay here with my troops, make sure everyone's properly debriefed and so forth, while the rest of you go down to my chambers, or to Francoise, and brainstorm for a while.
I'll meet you shortly.
I don't like this, said Carker.
To me, it sounds like we're. I don't know how to say it. Taking the easy way out, finished Jean-Pierre. To surrender, to place fate in someone else's hands, but whose?
Subert's?
Malier's? The fucking Balaclava?
Why does this war so suddenly interest you, Jean-Pierre?
Said Mauclery. Because I've been through the refuge, and now I can't imagine the world without those creatures.
As far as the undead Jerusalem, well, a few months ago I wouldn't have cared one way or the other, but now, he cast a look at his daughter.
I've been shown that mortals can be our equals. Carker laughed. What's that supposed to mean? Sounds to me like you're going soft.
I support the undead Jerusalem for different reasons. I think Shade should have a homeland. That's all. Also, I would love to see dragons wander the earth again.
Would you hunt them? Asked Danielle, a suspicious undercurrent in her voice. Carker smiled. No, dear. Not yet.
Although, ever since this whole thing got started, I've been fantasizing about building a game preserve, full of all the things that used to be dragons, Sigets, Sensals, you name it.
A hunter's paradise.
I think we've strayed from the topic, Roche Sarnova said.
Ruger, you look like you've come up with something.
I have, Ruger said.
But you're not going to like it much. Trust me, I'll like surrendering a lot less.
Good. Because there's a way out, perhaps.
Malier's right.
If it comes to a fight, they'll defeat us. Even if they don't, which is unlikely, there are nuclear weapons to contend with, and I'm sure they've got a handful of spoonbenders around to prevent us from screwing up the nukes telekinetically. In other words, we're stuck, unless we want to surrender.
But that's not an option. Agreed? Slowly, everyone nodded, waiting. As I see it, the only way to prevent the upcoming disaster is to talk Mollier down.
Once, she was a good person, a moral person, always a little militant, but for peaceful causes. She just needs a little push, a reminder, that'll jolt her back to who she used to be. Power is seductive, yes, but the right words will put it in perspective to her. And if she can be turned, then we'll stand a chance. Ifs, Ruger, Carker said.
That's all I hear.
Sure, maybe Melisowell could be talked down, maybe, but I want to know how you intend to do it. Before answering, Ruger glanced first to Danielle, who was staring at him with a mixture of respect and horror. From her expression, he knew that she understood what his new plan was, and she didn't like it. Neither did he, for that matter. But, as both Roche and the Commissary had put it, it was a risk worth taking. He had to act immediately, before Danielle could get him alone and attempt to sway him from the only possible course of action he could see to take in order to thwart the coming ruin. In answer to Carker's question, Ruger said, simple. I'm going to go down there, into the Sabo, alone, thanks, and talk to her.
And, before you try to change my mind, I'm leaving now. Danielle gasped. No, wait.
Swiftly, he ducked down and kissed her just aside of one eye, then leapt over the balcony. With his strong bloods and determination, he landed easily, just a few yards beyond the meaty, rancid ruins of Ambassador Red, and began to pick his way toward the Sabo. He didn't stop to notice the cold. Asterisk. Cautiously, Byron knocked on Cloir's door, half expecting her to shout for him to go away. However, no noises came from within. Grimacing, he wondered if maybe Cloir and Lavaca were lying fast asleep in bed, spent after long hours of. He knocked again, and again there was no answer. Maybe he should open the door himself. He shook the notion away, whether or not she was in there, such an act would be an invasion of her privacy, and he would not, could not, abuse her trust like that. But if he returned to Killian with such news, they would be off to Lariba, and Byron might never see Cloir again. It was all too likely that she would be killed in the upcoming battle. It didn't occur to him to abandon the death squad, to stay with her in this doomed place and perhaps save her life. To him the crew was family, he would fight to keep the family together, but if Cloir chose to secede, he had no power to stop her, other than whatever emotional bond they shared. His shoulders sagged and his large head bowed as if under a tremendous weight. Slowly, he turned away from the door and took a single step down the corridor. 2 boots were planted in his path. Tilting his head up, he caught a glimpse of fists on hips, of small breasts pressing against a leather shirt, of multicolored hair and strange green-amber eyes. But these were just flashes, images in his peripheral vision. Mainly, his gaze landed on her smile, and he felt compelled to rush over and hug her. But could not. For all intents and purposes, his feet might as well have been planted in cement. Cloir. Why so surprised? She asked. You're standing in front of my door, after all.
Something on your mind?
It's just, he fumbled for words.
I thought I'd never see you again. What are you talking about? Harry and I were just up in the tavern, eavesdropping on the gossip. Things look pretty bad. So he's still up there? Harry? Yeah, having a few drinks. Kind of acting sullen, really. He thinks I'm going to leave him. Unsolicited, Byron's heart leapt up into his tonsils. Well, are you?
All traces of her smile vanished completely, as if it had just been smoke all along.
I don't know, she said. You know, Cloir. I do love you.
Her gaze darted up, and she seemed to be studying him. At last she lowered her fists from her hips and took a few steps toward him. God damn it, she said, but her comment wasn't directed at him, at least, he didn't think so. So I'm guessing you're here on Killian's behalf in order to solicit me into returning to the fold.
Again.
It hadn't been the conversation starter he had desired.
Yes.
She hesitated.
Okay, fuck it. Come inside.
Don't get any ideas, I just want to hear the proposition. At that, he couldn't contain a smile, and with all the eagerness of a loyal dog moved to hold the door open for her. Asterisk. Loireau, meanwhile, had decided to take a bath. Regrettably, this inferior room lacked a hot tub, but the brass basin was large and roomy, and he was pleased with it after adding some bubble mixture to the steaming water. Before long, he submerged himself in the suds and came up spewing water in imitation of a garden fountain. Slowly, he felt the warm water loosening his muscles and began to turn his thoughts to Lariba, his new home. He was quite unprepared when a section of the stone wall across from him swung back in on itself, and a familiar figure emerged from the hole. Standing tall and proud and naked, red hair shimmering down her well-set shoulders, was Jesus, god of nobles, Luaro said.
Lishira. You're. Smiling at his befuddlement, she said, the dragon lady? You're dead. How the hell?
Amiably, she lifted one long leg over the wall of the brass tub and slipped into the bath with him. I don't remember much, she said.
I remember that smelly bastard holding up my head.
I remember the shocked faces of the crowd, you most of all. And then, well, I died. I guess the guards threw me down the chutes and I landed in some strange world, a green lake. She shook her head.
That's all they told me about it. They? Younger and Yagoda.
They were scouting the area, seeing what strategic benefit it might offer them. When to the side they see this strange beast, part dragon, part woman, all chopped up and floating there, and I guess they got intrigued.
You know how they are.
They took me back to the Sabo and resurrected me.
Jesus.
Well, he did supposedly have that power, too.
You're a zombie.
She flinched.
Technically.
And in the back of my mind, somewhere, I can feel their presence. If they order me to do something, I don't have the power to resist.
But thankfully the chores they make me do aren't too demeaning. Do you grant them favors?
She rolled a shapely shoulder.
I do what needs to be done. What are you doing here? Surely you didn't come here just to hop in the tub with me.
No, she smiled, and began massaging his feet.
But that is one of the perks.
Her hands worked wonders. He didn't want her to stop, and he sure as hell didn't tell her to, but it was hard for him to concentrate with her so vibrant and voluptuous and dazzling, and naked and wet and covered with bubbles. One slipped over an exposed nipple and burst.
No, he protested. You want me to stop?
Maybe just slow down a little. Oh, God, no, yes.
That just made it worse. Why'd you come here?
Younger and Yagoda request your services, and that of your crew. They have a job for you.
I don't know.
Swallowing with some difficulty, he said, we've already made plans. Oh, shut up, snarled Killian, and Luaro wheeled to see the killer in the doorway to the bathroom.
Fuck. Luaro said. How long have you been there? Killian smiled for the second time that day.
He turned his charm over to Lishira. Long enough to grow curious as to what our new friend has to say.
But, we were going to Lariba.
Killian raised a hand, commanding his subordinate to silence but never taking his eyes off the lady in the tub.
As you said, Luaro, Lariba has its faults.
Younger and Yagoda, on the other hand, soon stand to become kings.
And if we can get in on the ground floor of that, well, honey.
Lishira, she corrected.
Well, Lishira. What exactly did the balaclava have in mind? Asterisk.
Danielle swore and struggled, trying to jump over the railing to pursue Ruger, but Carker and Jean-Pierre held her back.
Let go of me.
Ruger, goddammit, don't go like this.
Ruger.
Far below, the vampire turned back, his head tilted up toward the balcony, and she could see his face, so stern and sad. His expression made her tremble. She could tell how determined he was, how unwavering. How could she hope to make him change his mind? Ruger, she said, still struggling against the albino and the hunter, if you go, they'll kill you.
I know it, Ruger. Please, Ruger. Younger and Yagoda won't let you sway Malie, she's their meal ticket.
Just wish me luck, he said, and know that I love you.
If you love me, don't do this. It's suicide. It's not noble, Ruger. It's not noble, it's.
He turned into a wet blur and disintegrated before her eyes, as did the rest of the world. With a start, she realized she was crying, leaning against the railing for support.
No longer were Carker and Jean-Pierre holding her so tightly.
With a warrior's cry, she broke free of them and vaulted over the railing. And was caught by Francois Mauclery before she'd fallen a foot. Grabbing her by her black leather jacket, he reeled her back in, gave her a stern look and released her to the care of Jean-Pierre and Carker once more.
Bastards, she said, her voice choked and made liquidy by her running noise. How can you let him do this?
Can't you see, he's going to his death? No, said Roche Sarnova.
He's trying to save us all.
And he's going to his death to do it. When no one denied it, she turned back toward the railing, back toward Ruger, who was now standing before the great boulder that hid the Sabo. As she watched, the boulder lurched outward from its settlement, causing a stir of rocks and dust and snow, then rolled to the side. Ruger seemed to brace himself. He was leaving this world and everything in it, including her, behind. Danielle started to shout towards him, to scream and wail until he relented, but, looking at him now, she realized it was futile. What's more, she realized that perhaps, he was doing the right thing. With a final surge of determination, Ruger disappeared into the darkness of the labyrinth. The boulder rolled shut behind him.
Chapter 13. While Ruger was entering the Sabo and Danielle was trying to get a hold of herself, while Lauro and Killian were making a deal with the balaclava, Harry Lavaca was finishing a drink in the bar.
After 4 martinis in the tavern, Harry had had enough of both alcohol and gossip. He was also sick of thinking about Cloire, which is where his mind had mostly been. His decision reached, he paid his bill and carefully walked to an elevator, which took him 2 floors down. From there, he staggered over to Cloire's room and entered. She perched on the bed, her back propped up by pillows, smoking a cigarette distractedly, as if in deep contemplation. When she saw him, she tried on a smile, but it didn't work, so she dropped it. "What's up?" he said, tossing his coat onto a nearby chair.
"Byron just left."
"What did Byron say?" She shrugged half-heartedly, and for the first time he could see that she'd been crying. "The usual," she said.
"Wants me back with him and with the crew."
Harry pulled a chair close to the side of the bed she was lying on and sat down. He was drunk, he knew, but he'd had enough practice at pretending to be sober that he was confident she wouldn't see it in him. "I told him no," she said.
"On both accounts." Harry's tension ebbed, then, abruptly, returned. If she'd rejected Byron and the death squad, why had she been crying?
He clasped her hand.
"Honey, shit, I don't know how to say this. Here. Don't let me drag you down. If you want to go off with them, I'll understand."
"Yeah, but will you forgive?"
"Damn it, Cloire." "What?" "I love you. And I'll fight to keep you if you want to stay. But you don't." "You're wrong, Harry."
"Then why the tears?" With his free hand, he traced the salty trail drying from beneath her amber eye. She stubbed out her cigarette and clutched his hand to her face as if drawing strength from him. Slowly, she started to cry again. When she could speak, she said, very deliberately, "Harry, I'm not sure that I've ever said this before, to anyone, ever, but
I love you. Never forget that." "I won't," he promised.
He knew how much those words meant. She had just laid bare her soul to him, but he also knew that her soul was divided, and he could not have it all. "I won't let you sit around here ripping yourself apart, Cloire.
You want me. You want them.
You want to have fun, killing and causing chaos wherever you go. But you have feelings for me that you can't explain, much as I do for you.
We're exact opposites."
Maybe that attracts, and maybe that kind of relationship can even function if, that is, the opposites don't destroy themselves getting over each other's differences, which is what we're doing. He kissed her palm. "I'm drinking endlessly and you're sinking deeper and deeper, feeding only off of humans that you can't kill and that'll be resuscitated later by shade blood. There's no satisfaction in that for you and you hate it, and hate me because I'm keeping you from being true to yourself. You love battle. So do I, but I fight, or at least I used to, against creatures like yourself. You killed a friend of mine once, a long time ago." He looked at her strangely.
"You never mentioned it. If I'd been thinking, I wouldn't have said it just now."
"But I've forgiven you for it, darling."
"Water under the bridge and all that. Honey, I would have killed you. And you me. Darling. Don't say it's not true.
Admit it, if Vistrat had hired you to kill me 10 years ago, or even one, you'd have done it without a second thought." After a long pause, she said, "Maybe.
Maybe nothing.
And if I'd been aware of you, and of any weak spots you might have, I'd have killed you. And here we are now 10 years later, in love with each other, and for no good reason."
"Honey, it's just not working.
There's good love, and there's bad love.
If you won't end it, I will. It's over."
"There.
No,"
she said with surprising force.
"I won't let it. You're the only good man I've ever met that I can remember, and more than that, well, you know. I'm not going to leave you, Harry."
"If that means changing your diapers when you turn 80, fine."
"And meanwhile? You think you're going to be content staying with me in my post-Slayer years? Where's the adventure, the hell-raising?" She smiled. "I never said I wouldn't raise a little hell. I could never let you kill an innocent," he said. "No one's innocent, Harry. Besides, you couldn't stop me." "Shit, I'm sorry. I should have said that." "No, Cloire. You're right. I couldn't stop you. And more to the point, I don't think you could stop yourself, just like you couldn't stop me drinking." Fiercely, she clenched his hand and leaned in closer to him. "I won't let you go, Harry. Don't you see? I'm tired. Tired of the killing, of the crew, of everything. Without Vistrat and Jean-Pierre, it's no fun anymore anyway. I'm sorry, Cloire. It's over." He released her hands, but she did not release him. He had to tug against her to break free, and when he did he stumbled backwards, toppled the chair and fell heavily to the floor. Immediately, she was over him, helping him up, dusting him off, kissing him on the cheek. He pushed her away. "No," he told her. "I love you, but it's got to end." He paused, letting the racing of his heart slow a little. "Maybe, someday, when things are different, we can be together again." "Fuck that. I swear, Harry Lavaka, if you step out of that door right now, never expect to be allowed back in." He left. As the door shut closed behind him, he could hear the sounds of chairs and cabinets being torn apart and thrown against the walls, splintering noisily. Then, softly, he heard her crying into her pillow, and he wondered if she could hear him, as well. Stiffly and drunkenly, he ambled away. Ruger proceeded directly to the immense chamber in which the collage had killed the horse, as well as many of the sabot's parasites. The room was vacant. Damn. The balaclava had moved their encampment farther into the labyrinth, then, protecting themselves and making Ruger's self-assigned mission more difficult. He counted on a chaotic aftermath of the battle to keep Younger and Yagoda occupied for a while, and he was fairly certain that they wouldn't be able to sense his presence while thus occupied. However, it might take quite some time for him to locate their new base of operations, giving the balaclava that much more space to find him. He didn't doubt Danielle's warnings. Younger and Yagoda, if given the opportunity, wouldn't allow him to reach Melissa well unless, that is, they judged her completely on their side. He could only hope they were wrong. Leaving the immense chamber with all its dangling chains and cages, he pushed deeper into the sabo. Everything lay still and dark. He tried to keep his movements as silent as possible. As he crept toward a large archway, fins shot out of the ground in front of him. A mud shark hurled itself toward him, white fish mouth open and long teeth dripping saliva. Ruger jumped to the side, rebounded off a wall, and ended up closer to the archway than he had before the parasite's arrival. The worm zombified, Ruger noted, brought itself about to face him again. "Knock it off," Ruger warned. "And Younger and Yagoda, if you bastards can hear me, I suggest you call off your little pet here unless you want to lose it." As if an answer, the mud shark charged again, this time rising even higher out of the ground. To Ruger, its whiskered face almost seemed to be grinning. Blades shot from his sleeves into his hands, and he crouched low in preparation. When the worm was too close for it to turn back, he released the scimitar and dagger from his hands and let his new and improved powers of telekinesis do the dirty work for him. The blades bored straight into the shark's dull gray eyes, ripped through its body and shot out the tail. The creature howled in pain, but its masters did not call off the attack, and it closed the distance between it and Ruger. Ruger leapt up into the air, landing on its finned back. As he settled himself, his blades returned to his hands. "Getty up." Just as he began to wonder how far the beast would take him, the worm began sliding back into the earth. In a few moments, it would drag Ruger with it. He threw himself clear, and the parasite disappeared into the ground. Ruger dusted himself off and glanced around. There didn't seem to be any other threats looming, and he was confident that he could proceed. But where to? There were so many archways and tunnels and dead-ends, he didn't know where to start. A thought struck him: the parasite had attacked him as he'd approached a certain archway. To him, it had been no more than an arbitrary choice, but maybe, just maybe, the worm had been sent to distract him. Perhaps the balaclava didn't want him to pass through that archway. He smiled. When he again found the opening, he entered it, and, almost instantly, fins rose out of the ground, as did half the body of a badly deteriorated but very large parasite. Ruger sighed, recalling his blades. "All right, this time I won't be so nice." The blades whirled out of his hands and, in a dizzying blur of metal and zombified flesh, began slicing through the thick hide of the mud shark with dizzying speed. He sliced up the parasite like someone cutting up a carrot, from one end to the other, only this time the carrot was nearly 30 feet long and had a diameter as long as that of a very tall man. The scimitar and dagger rapidly whittled the mud shark into thin ribbons of blood and gore. The whole process didn't take more than 10 seconds, and it left a gigantic steaming pile of putrescence behind. In order to keep going, Ruger would have to either climb over or wade through the mud shark's remains. "You're going to have to do better than that," he said to the ceiling. Another mud shark blasted out of the ceiling directly overhead, its whiskered face split wide by a fearsome maw. Ruger had no chance. 1 second, he was crossing through a dark tunnel. The next, he looked up to see long flashing fangs and a groping gray tongue. Hell, he managed to say before the parasite swallowed him whole and disappeared into the floor. Asterisk. "Where the fuck is Ruger?" demanded Danielle, staring at the other shades that had been on the balcony when her beloved had vanished into the sabo. All were here, seated in Sarnova's lavish chambers, except Roche Sarnova himself, who, true to his word, had stayed behind to coordinate the retreat and debriefing of his troops. "Where?"
Only off trying to save us, while we sit here and do nothing.
We're brainstorming, Carker said. Yeah, and that's getting us how far? Danielle tried to steady herself.
These people were her friends, she reminded herself, or at least they were the closest thing she had to such. More calmly, she continued.
We've yet to come up with a single solid plan to get us and the rest of the kingdom out of the fire.
We're trying, said Jean-Pierre, staring into the fireplace that dominated Sarnova's den.
Yeah. Trying, not doing. We've been outmaneuvered by Malie and her allies, and we're in a pretty damn big mess that we can't see our way out of.
They all hunched in a semicircle about the fireplace, with her on one end and the ambassador on the other. So far, he'd been very quiet, and Danielle didn't like that. In her mind, as their leader, he should be in unquestionable control of the situation, or at least trying, but he just sat there, his eyes locked in middle distance, pondering. Danielle plowed on. Another problem is we're all trying to think of rational, logical approaches to solve this madness.
But it's not going to work. Malie's already thought of them.
Evidence, her counter-ambush just a little while ago. We tried to defeat her logically, by counting on the distrust between Sabert and Malie, and it didn't work.
Why?
Because Malie and Sabert trust each other. What's your point, Danielle?
Sophia said.
Frankly, Danielle said, I think all of us are feeling a little defeatist at the moment.
I don't place any blame for it.
But we've got to square our shoulders and fight anyway.
Mauchlery, you there? He looked up. I'm here.
Why don't we bring in some of your advisors or council members to help us brainstorm?
We could use some new life in here.
Francois opened his mouth to respond, but Carker interceded.
We can't bring in anyone else, Danielle, the hunter said.
Why?
Because we can't trust them.
Sabert and the Balaclava have this place riddled with spies, and we suspect several to be high in rank. Strange as it may seem, the only people Blackie trusts are in this room.
Sophia barked a laugh.
Why does he trust me?
He doesn't even know me.
You're the daughter of my adopted son and soon to be the mother of his child, and my adopted grandchild.
That's enough.
Anyway, resumed Danielle, if the future of all immortal-mortal relations rests on our shoulders, I suggest we start thinking about how to fight.
I think we should abandon all rational approaches. That's what our enemies will be expecting.
The only way out for us is to think of something unpredictable, something drastic. And if we five have to personally suffer for our actions, then we should just accept that.
Explain, said Carker. In a minute. For now, I want a vote. Do we all agree that drastic action is called for?
Okay, nodded Sophia.
I'll agree.
But, Danielle, we've just started. Surely we can think of something between now and 9 tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Take a look around you.
All of you, look at each other. See any solutions there?
Except for you, I suppose, said Mauchlery.
Goddamn right.
She flared, his contempt suddenly getting the better of her. I'm not gonna sit by and let this place go to hell, not when there's something I can do about it, something we can do about it. And no, Soph, I'm not content to sit here hashing it out till 9 tomorrow. We need to do something now, we need to pull out all the stops.
What do you mean by that?
Asked Jean-Pierre, turning his green eyes from the fire. Like I said, it's time for drastic measures.
Mauchlery, you listening?
The Cavassari nodded, leaning forward in his chair.
You have a plan?
Yes, I do,
as a matter of fact.
She hesitated, suddenly afraid to reveal her plan, mad as it was.
Well, what is it?
She told them.
****. When Byron returned to Killian's room, he was surprised to find his whole world turned upside down.
Of course, he thought, that sort of thing should have stopped surprising him by now. Byron, said Killian, and gestured to the tall naked woman who stood in the center of the room.
Meet Lashira.
What the hell's going on here?
Byron said. I don't see Cloire with you.
She's elected not to come with us to Lariba.
Good, said Lashira. Because you're not going to Lariba.
What are you talking about?
Power, answered Loro, unhappily sitting on the bed, dressed only in a towel about his waist. I don't get it. Killian patted Byron on the shoulder. Something else has come our way. Byron studied the naked woman.
Lashira, he said.
That's your name? It sounds familiar.
Killian chuckled. You've heard Loro grumble about her death often enough, that's for sure. She's a shapeshifter.
Byron started. You mean, she's the one that Kirnavar killed? Lashira's bright eyes shone.
As you can see, death doesn't necessarily have to be a permanent condition.
You mean, you're a...
That's right.
Jesus. But what's going on? And how come you're so well preserved? Lashera's face grew modest. Younger and Yagoda like to keep me looking good. Younger and Yagoda.
They're the ones that resurrected me, she said.
Byron passed a hand across his face. I can't believe this. Join the club, muttered Loireau. Shut up, Killian said.
Byron tried to keep his eyes trained on Lashera's face, but the rest of her body demanded his attention.
She was statuesque. Don't you want some clothes? He asked. She arched a red eyebrow. You're blushing.
For a moment, he allowed himself to be glad that he, at least, wore clothes.
After clearing his throat, he said, So, you're here on behalf of Younger and Yagoda? I am. They request your cruise services. And believe me, they will reward such service well.
You mean, if they succeed in taking over the castle?
No, dear. When? What do they want of us?
She shrugged her finely sculpted shoulders, letting her ample breasts rise and fall with the movement, and said, I think they wish to tell you themselves. I was just sent here to see if you're interested, and if you are, to ask you to follow me down to the catacombs.
To them. Byron exchanged a glance with Loireau and Killian.
Loireau's eyes were guarded, but resigned, while Killian's were as fiery as Byron had ever seen them.
I don't know, Byron said. You really trust Younger and Yagoda enough to go down there? Come on, chided Killian. If they wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. Obviously it's our services they require.
Perhaps they've a shortage of daybeasts and need us to perform something for them that can only be accomplished in the sunlight.
Besides, what are our options? To go to Lariba and start over? Be realistic, there are only 3 of us left. Even with our experience and daytime abilities, what good is a crew of 3, especially in a city as choked with shades as that, huh? On the other hand, we can at least go down and listen to what the future kings of this castle have to offer. Don't you think? What if we listen, don't like it, and want to leave? What guarantee do we have that they'll let us go?
None, I suppose, Killian admitted.
But if they wanted to capture us, why would they give us a choice in the matter?
They could have sent up a whole platoon of debtors to kidnap us and take us to them, but they didn't. They have a proposition, and since we have little prospects ourselves, I don't see what harm there is for us to hear them out.
You're sure about this? Byron directed his question at Loireau. The Playboy werewolf looked up from the bed.
If you brought Cloire back, maybe we'd have more to offer as a death squad in Lariba, but since you failed, I don't see that we have much choice. At least this way we have an opportunity to become the right-hand men of future kings. That might be worth the risk involved.
Are you with us? Asked Killian. What if I said no? Byron said. That hadn't occurred to me, to tell you the truth. We're a unit. A team.
And you, Byron, are the heart of that team, as well as the muscle half the time.
Then what am I? Said Loireau.
You're just here for your good looks.
As long as I'm good for something. Byron forced himself to be calm. What if I did say no? Would you and Loireau still leave with her?
Lashera pursed her full lips. I'm sorry, guys, but I was told that either all 3 of you go or none of you.
But really, Byron, you're being too nervous. Come with me and listen to what Younger and Yagoda have to say. If you don't like their proposition, whatever it is, then you can leave. But I'm told that you will all like the proposition very much. It has something to do with your last assignment, about completing it. Killian grinned. You're talking about Ruger, aren't you? I don't know. He turned to Byron.
Come on, buddy, this has got to be something concerning Ruger. Maybe they want us to kill him finally. They could do that themselves, I'm quite sure, Lashera said.
So it has nothing to do with Ruger?
He seemed disappointed. Again, she shrugged, and at the motion a strand of her lustrous mane fell in front of one beautiful eye.
To Byron, this slight concealment was more intoxicating than her whole wonderful body exposed. He could easily see why the balaclava sent her up here, for what heterosexual or bisexual man wouldn't follow this radiant lady to his death? I've told you all I know, she said. Maybe it's something to do with the Dark Lord's heir, maybe it's not.
At any rate, they expect me back shortly, and you don't want to witness how they treat those who are tardy. We'll protect you, promised Loireau, and she laughed delightedly. I can fend for myself, she assured him.
But, really, it's time to be going. So, gentlemen, shall we?
Before Byron could think of another question to stall her, someone knocked loudly on the door and then, without permission, entered. It was Cloire, and he could see that she'd recently been crying. Not only that, but she looked rather feisty, too. Perhaps he'd left a larger impression on her than he'd thought.
Who the hell is that?
Clor said, staring at the naked, glistening figure of Lashira. That, answered Killian, is the road to greater things.
I'm Lashira, said the dragon lady.
I don't really care who the fuck you are, Clor said. She paused, looking at the tall redhead as if in recognition, but she shook the thought away. I'm here to announce that I'm returning to the fold, if that's all right with you. Byron beamed and started to approach her, but she held out a hand to keep him at arm's distance.
No thanks, she said. You love me, you said. Love. I want no part of that ever again. I also want no part of Lariba, not yet, anyway. I've been thinking. First we've got to go and find out what the hell happened to Vistrat, and if we can still work for him. If we can't find him, then so be it, Lariba it is. Or Hoswell. Anyway, I'm back in, and those are my conditions, that we find out what happened to the Titan before we do anything else. You haven't changed a bit, Clor, Killian said. I wish I could say something different about you, Killer. Well, on behalf of us all, I want to welcome you back. But as far as hunting down Vistrat, we've gotten a better offer. Lashira, will you explain it to her? Lashira cleared her throat and began to speak, but before she could, Cor clicked to the name and said, Lashira. Fuck. Jesus. Yep, muttered Luaro. That's pretty much what I. Shut it. Lashira, honey, if you're who I think you are, you're a fucking zombie, which means you were probably sent here by Younger in Yagoda. Killian, is that your idea of a better offer? Well, I don't want to hear it. I'm going to find Vistrat, with or without you. I'll go with you, Byron said. Good. That makes one. Luaro, you in? Luaro swiveled his eyes from Killian to Clor and back again. To Byron, he seemed confused, and the Australian guessed that Lashira was a big part of that confusion, as the balaclava had desired. No, Luaro said. Clor, if you hadn't shacked up with that human, I'd feel different about following you. But right now I think Killian is the most clear-headed among us, and I'll follow his lead. Sheep, she spat. So, Killer, what about you? You were Vistrat's mole once. If he's still alive and you don't attempt to find him, don't you think he'll react to you, well, in a way that you wouldn't find pleasurable? Killian bared sharp teeth. Vistrat, if he's still alive, has no real power anymore. When I'm set up as Younger in Yagoda's right hand, I doubt I'll lose any sleep over the fucking Titan. Killer, take a look at your little zombie friend there. With her around, I doubt they have much use for right hands anymore. Lashira's eyes became slits. Luaro rose to his feet. That wasn't called for, Clor. Now come on, be civil. You can have a place in this, too. I'm sure Younger in Yagoda would welcome you. I'm sure they would. But they ain't going to get me. Sorry, guys, I guess this really is farewell. Yeah, said Byron, and nodded solemnly to the other two werewolves. Be careful. Maybe when you're rich and famous, me and Clor will send you a postcard. Byron felt much relieved now that she was here. His problems with Killian and, more specifically, with the balaclava were solved. Now he and Clor could wander the earth together, just the two of them, endlessly. Someday she would see him for who he really was. I don't think so, she said. I'm done with all that. I'm never going to be alone with someone who loves me again. Fuck that shit. If you won't all go with me as a unit, I'll go myself. She looked hard at him, and he could see little tenderness behind her strange eyes. Sorry, Byron. I guess we just got the wrong end of the stick. He opened his mouth to reply, but she slapped him across the face first and said, That's for old time's sake. She slipped out the door and was gone before he could even speak. Stunned, Byron turned back to the others, who regarded him silently, and massaged the side of his cheek that Clor had struck. Well, bye. Killian said, then, oddly, thought to add, I'm sorry. Me, too, Luaro threw in. Lashira crossed her arms over her chest, which just served to push her breasts up higher. Gentlemen, are you ready to go? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ruger had little trouble with the mud shark, once he got his bearings. With fang and nail, and blade and boot, he tore the monster apart from its acidic insides. He inflicted as much damage as he could, and when he felt the beast stop moving he knew he'd won. The strong acids of its belly had wounded him, but he would survive. He cut through its thick hide and found nothing but dirt. Where the hell am I? He muttered. Just how far in did you take me, anyway, you big worm? There was nothing for it. Ruger plunged headfirst into the earth, plowing through the blackness for some minutes before his hands broke into a pocket of air. He pulled himself into a slim passageway. After dusting himself off and assessing the burns the parasite's gastric juices had dealt him,
he looked up the ceiling and said, "I'm still here, you bastards." Even as the words left his lips, he wondered. The mudshark could have killed him if it had wanted to, but it hadn't. Rather, Younger and Yagoda must have been using it as some form of elevator to deliver him into their hands. Maybe they didn't want him dead. Why? Because they still feared Amelia's wrath, he supposed. As well they should. Carefully, he pressed down the length of the tunnel, keeping his senses alert for another unwelcome visitor. The last thing he wanted was to be delivered to Younger and Yagoda without addressing Malie first. He didn't give himself any false hopes. This was probably a one-way trip. All he wanted was to stop the coming battle. At best, he hoped to sway Malie to his side and, with her help, pin the balaclava down and force them to reveal who hired them to kill Ludwig. For the moment, however, he could sublimate his own desire for vengeance to the greater cause of establishing peace between mortals and immortals, and giving all the Earth's damned a homeland to be proud of. He just hoped that Malie was open enough to hear him out, and that he was capable enough to evade Younger and Yagoda's pets until he could reach her. He didn't give himself any false hopes on that end, either. Chapter 15. After attending to his duties as a military officer, Rolf d'Aguila realized that he was famished. He marched up to the captain known as the stablemaster, he was in charge of the human fodder, and said, "Give me one." The stablemaster grabbed a clipboard from one of his subordinates and shoved it into Rolf's hands. "What the hell's this?" d'Aguila said. "There's a waiting list?" "I'm afraid so, sir." "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, sir." "Of course I do. But there aren't enough humans to go around in liberal doses. If you need to eat immediately, there's a shorter waiting list for those who don't mind sharing." "Sharing? We're back to that again, are we? Now, let's see, you're a Jandro, and you really only need the heart, don't you?" Rolf lifted his lip in answer. "Good. Then you complete the short list of folks that have been waiting on a shareable human. If you'll just sign there." "Good. Next, if you'll just wait, I'll summon your other dinner companions, as well as your dinner, and you can begin dining at your leisure. Candlelight is optional." "I don't like sharing," growled d'Aguila, who didn't appreciate the man's sense of humor. "None of us do, sir. Trust me, if there was a mortal to spare, you, among all of us, would receive it. But since the situation doesn't permit such wanton killing of humans, we..." Yeah. "Just call me when the others are ready." 10 minutes later, he and 4 other shades were dining on a human in a far corner of the great chamber. 2 vampires drained the mortal of blood, while a Gensiv straddled the man at his waist, taking from him what she needed. On the other end, a Morbine was sucking the brain fluid out of his skull, and Rolf was waiting for the proper moment to take the victim's heart. He couldn't take it before the vampires finished, because then they would be drinking dead blood, which did not go down well with the bloodmongers. On the other hand, he couldn't wait for the Morbine to kill the man's brain, because then the heart would be dead, as well, and it would cease to serve d'Aguila's needs. So, plumly, he waited until the man was almost dead, and when Rolf was tired of waiting, he plunged his fist into the mortal's chest, tore out the worm organ and began feasting. One of the vampires, not yet done, screamed and toppled to the floor, where he rolled about for several minutes until the pain subsided. Rolf grinned around his heart and kept on munching. As he was wiping the blood off his face with a sleeve and preparing to light up the stub of a cigar, a messenger ran up. "Captain d'Aguila? The mistress requests you, sir." Rolf loosed a healthy belch. "Lead the way, my good man." He was feeling much better. The messenger led the way past Malie's outer and inner ring of soldiers, at last coming into her dense circle of advisors and lackeys. No longer did she sit at a desk. After her triumphant counter-ambush, she'd had a small throne built out of fire-dried mud, and it was upon this that d'Aguila found her. "Well, Captain, you look much better." "No thanks to your recycling system," he said. "We have to make do." "Of course." Careful to keep his voice respectful, he said, "And, what is the reason I'm here?" "I was just about to take a smoke and a nap." She cocked her dark head toward the far side of the large room. "Look at them, Rolf." He peered into the far side until his eyes located the balaclava, hunkered quietly on their own thrones, so quietly, in fact, it seemed as though they might be taking a nap. If so, Rolf envied them. "What?" he said. "You want me to fetch them a pillow or something?" If he had hoped to make her laugh, he was disappointed. "Damn it, Captain," she said. "I advise you to watch your tongue." "Funny, I thought you'd always liked my tongue." "Captain." "Sorry," he said, somewhat unnerved at the change in her. Not so long ago, she would have responded favorably to his body talk. Of course, surrounded on every side by her hangers-on, could he expect any different from her? "Is there something I can do?" he added. "Rolf, you didn't look long enough." If you had, you'd see that they're not asleep. They're simply very focused, probably tapping into the sabot.
So? Maybe we have visitors.
Why else would Younger and Yagoda be so focused, unless they were directing an attack or at least keeping tabs on something or someone who's entered unexpectedly?
What do you want me to do about it? Captain, we're supposed to be allies, the balaclava and ourselves, are we not?
And as such, I don't think they're entitled to withhold potentially valuable information from us.
I suggest you go over there, in as friendly a fashion as you can, and ask them what they're up to.
If they don't give you a satisfactory answer, then I'll know for sure they're keeping something from us.
Her face turned grave. Do you understand the gravity of this, Captain?
He didn't like the tone in her voice, nor did he like the flicker of amusement in the crowd of ass-kissers when she delivered that last line.
I get it, alright, he said. More fucking power games. Captain, if you can't control your language. Malie, don't treat me like one of your lackeys.
I'm Rolf d'Aguila, second in command of this outfit, and I know every inch of your glorious body, and once your mind as well.
Slowly, she leaned back in her throne. Captain, later we will speak privately of this incident. If I have offended you, I apologize. But, as a matter of course, I must demand an apology from you at once. Fine. He bowed his head. Sorry. I didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
Her wings flexed involuntarily, her black feathers stirring with the movement, and for a second he was relieved to see a small smile on her face. What's more, the smile seemed to be genuine, and briefly he thought he might be looking at the old Malie.
Very well, Captain. Now carry out your orders.
As he approached the border dividing the immense chamber and the collage that stood planted there, he said, "Hey, big guy, care to let me in?" That strange blunt limb shot out, the human petals peeled back, and once more he was faced with the torso of the youthful-looking woman that seemed to be the mouthpiece of the Leviathan.
Good evening, Captain. How are you? Well, thanks. You? She smiled. Can't complain.
As you've probably heard, I got an opportunity to see the outside world tonight, the first time since I'd been assimilated into the collage.
It was nice.
The lake was pretty, and I got to shoot the finger at Roche Sarnova himself.
I heard about that. I appreciate your assistance back there.
If your lords hadn't come through for us by delivering you, the castle would have had several libertarian soldiers to interrogate, and they'd be much more inclined to confess than your boss's zombies. He paused, uncomfortable.
It's all right, Captain, she assured him. I've become accustomed to my condition. Calling me what I am doesn't offend me. But to tell you the truth, I'm not sure I'm a zombie at all. I don't know what I am.
You're the collage.
She frowned. Maybe I am. I don't know. I don't think about it often, really. Strange how my mind is wandering.
Rolf glanced toward the two black thrones that rose above the decaying swarm of zombies on the far side of the room, and he understood. Malie had been right, Younger and Yagoda really must be very occupied right now, mentally speaking, and they'd fallen lax on keeping this collage under tight psychic reins, which meant that for the moment this woman was now more able to think for herself. If Rolf had ever been interested in just what she was, or what her relationship to the collage was, now was the time to investigate.
Do you remember who you were, before? He said. Before? I don't understand.
Before you were assimilated into the collage.
Oh. Her gray eyes grew misty. I think I was aggressive.
I was up in the castle, in a bar, waiting for a John, when this tall smelly man approached me.
Yes, I remember now.
It was that Carnivar, I think a very strange one. He said he'd pay top dollar for me, took me back to his room. She shook her head.
It's not very clear.
I just remember being brought back to life by Younger and Yagoda, and being placed here.
What was your name? My. Oh, I think it was. I don't know. Different names with different Johns, you know how it is. Sonia.
I think that was it, it's hard to tell for sure. Again, she fell silent, but then her gray eyes sparkled.
Yes, that was it. And I remember something else.
Her face lost all personality. For a moment, Rolf was frightened for her, a feeling only enhanced when, in a voice peppered slightly with a Jamaican accent, she said, "Spying on us, are you, good captain?"
Younger? Rolf said. Yagoda? Is that you?
In the telepathic flesh, my man.
What were you up to, anyway? You've a crush on dear Sonia, is that it? Or do you have something more sinister in mind? I've just come for a visit. Your access is denied for the moment. We're far too busy to hear any of your mistress's grievances. If she still insists on a meeting, we'll allow you to return in 1 hour, no less.
Now, Captain, I suggest you depart, or you too may find a place in our collage. Sonia, or at least her face, smiled mockingly. Then you and Sonia can be together forever. She laughed, a strange and brutal sound that didn't die even after her torso had withdrawn back into the monster's arm. Rolf spun away, perplexed and frustrated, and returned to report to Malie. Her eyebrows shot up as he finished, and she leaned back in her seat.
Very interesting. They didn't even offer a cover story? No. How odd. It's almost as if they're baiting me, isn't it? Malie. Yes, Captain? I don't think they're baiting you. Remember, Han, the world, especially theirs, doesn't revolve around you.
Captain, I do appreciate your frankness, but surely even you can see that something fishy is going on. If they didn't even offer you a cover story, they must be very busy, which means that they must be controlling many of their zombies at once. Of course, I'm sure controlling the Sabo is no easy trick, since it's pretty much omniscient in its own little world and would demand a lot of their attention, but they've been doing that since before our arrival and have never even paused.
So it must be something else.
Maybe they're listening to their spies up in the castle, or maybe they've sent some more. She snapped her fingers. That redhead is gone, the one that was sucking them off a while ago.
Remember her?
I don't pay them as much attention as you do, and if you want me to continue being frank, I suggest you follow my example.
Melissa Well didn't seem to be listening.
She was in a very good condition, as good as a zombie can get. They didn't keep her so well preserved just to give them head, I'm sure.
And I haven't seen her anywhere lately. They have other rooms, Rolf pointed out. They could have sent her to one of them. No.
They kept her well preserved to serve a purpose, a rendezvous with someone up in the castle that might not suspect she'd been zombified, maybe, or to seduce someone.
She frowned. I wonder what they're up to. Surely controlling a single zombie wouldn't require such focus on their part.
True. So they've sent a whole squad of deaders up to the castle, or maybe farther into the Sabo, to greet our visitors.
That must be it.
Maybe the Sabo's turned on them, he suggested. Maybe it's trying to wrest back control of its mind, and that's why they're so focused.
We must investigate. I'm not sure that's necessary. Round up a platoon, go into the labyrinth and see what you can find. That stopped him. Excuse me?
You heard me, Captain. Our supposed allies seem to be fighting with the Sabo over something. Likely we have visitors they don't want us to know of. Now, the Sabo feeds off of fear, so it would send its parasites to relentlessly attack the visitors and eventually kill them. The Balaclava seem to have other plans, as you suggested. They're warring with the Sabo, trying to use its monsters for their own ends, and it's resisting them. On top of that, we can also assume that they've sent zombies up into the castle, but we can't do much about that.
We must do what we can by determining what visitors we have here in the Sabo. Younger and Yagoda said it'll be over in an hour. We don't have time to waste. But if I go out into the labyrinth, what guarantee do I have that they won't send their parasites after me?
Her eyes darted over his shoulder, and he knew where she was looking, to the soldiers and mindbenders that guarded the Libertarian Army's nuclear weapons.
Don't worry, she said. They wouldn't dare to harm my second-in-command. Unless they think you have a new runner-up in mind.
For the first time, it struck him that he might have outlived his usefulness to her, at least in the area that she was now most concerned with, politics. Perhaps his earlier gruffness had been a serious error, and she was using this new crisis to rid herself of him. But what choice did he have but to follow orders?
Go, she said. You have your orders. Just make sure you don't fail me.
So be it, he said, keeping the malice in his voice as subtle as could, but unmistakable just the same. Without saluting, he stormed off to gather his men.
Asterisk. Eyes darting all about, Byron followed Lashira down through the jagged network of tunnels the Balaclava had burrowed inside the castle.
The passages twisted off in all sorts of directions, and he wondered just how many rooms they provided access to. The network seemed limited to the lower stories only, but Byron was sure that given time the assassins would complete their network of fissures and jags until it would ferret them anywhere in the whole structure. The thought made him shudder, and he asked himself again why he'd agreed to join Killian and Loireau on this fool's errand. Because they're family, and because I had nowhere else to go. Finally, Lashira stepped through a hole and into the catacombs, and the three werewolves followed.
That wasn't so bad, was it? She said. Are you ready to go the rest of the way? Dusting himself off in his usual meticulous way, Loireau said, I don't suppose there are any bathtubs down here? I never really got to complete my last session, did I?
Her voice was sly.
Next time I'll help you clean. For hands work faster than two.
This way, gentlemen, she added and showed them the way down the brick-walled passageway.
Byron caught Luaro staring at Lashira's naked backside and could only shake his head. Like a moth to a flame. The balaclava picked their bait well. Lashira led them through several secret passages and then into the dark halls of the Sabo. She had explained its pertinent properties on their way down, but Byron still wasn't quite sure what to expect. All he knew was that it scared him, and it wasn't a feeling he enjoyed. Lashira seemed to know her way well, and it wasn't but 10 minutes until she said, "We're almost there." "I hope they have someone for me to eat down here," Killian said. "I thought you didn't want to stay long." "It depends on your master's offer." "Whether we accept it or not, I hope they plan on reimbursing me for my suit," said Luaro. "Those tunnels wrecked it." Byron chuckled. "You should have just worn your towel." "Don't worry," Lashira promised. "I'm sure your compensation will be adequate." The moment of levity died a second later, when she ushered them around a last bend and into an immense chamber with a diameter of at least 400 feet and a high domed ceiling from which hundreds of long rusty chains dangled. Some fell almost to the floor, while others held big metal bird cages large enough for several men 100 or more feet off the ground. Byron's jaw fell open. "So?" said Lashira, gesturing grandly. "What do you think? There's not going to be a bath, is there?" asked Luaro. "Oh, there will be a bath. Alright, a bath of sorts, anyway." "So where's Younger and Yagoda?" snapped Killian. "You said they were going to meet us." "When I said that, I was telling the truth. But things have since changed." She tapped her temple. "They've just told me that their presence is demanded in their main chamber, otherwise the Mistress Melisawell would grow suspicious and would take action farther than she is already." "What do you mean?" "Never mind." "Well, damn it, what do we do now?" "I didn't come here to sit on my thumbs until your bosses had a clear spot in their calendar. If they don't come, and I mean soon, I'm getting the hell out of here." For the first time, Byron detected a hint of malice in Lashira's face when she said, "Oh, I don't think that will be so easy, Killian." "I presume that was some sort of threat." "Get your masters here or else I'm pulling the plug on this, right here and now." "Killian," cautioned Byron. "Take it easy. We're going to be okay as long as you don't pitch a fit." "Pitch a fit?" "Don't be upset," said Lashira. "My masters have sent someone else to meet you in their stead. He should be arriving shortly." "That's better," said Killian. "When can we expect him?" "Soon. In fact, I think he's almost here." All of a sudden, the ground before the quartet bucked upwards, and something large broke through from beneath. As the monster erupted from the ground, it flung thousands of chunks of earth in all directions, and the shower of muddy shrapnel rained on the werewolves. When it subsided, the werewolves were afforded a look at the new arrival. Although Byron had no name for it yet, what he saw was the foremost portion of big mud shark, sticking out from the ground like 10 feet of organic missile, fins and all. "Fuck," said Luaro, too confused to wipe the new mud from his clothes, which were probably too far gone to worry about now anyway. "Lashira, don't tell me that's who we're supposed to deal with." "What the hell is it, exactly?" "It's a parasite," she said, plucking a patch of mud from her hair. "And no, that's not who you're going to deal with." The mudshark opened its mouth and stuck its tongue out as far as it would go. Atop the tongue stood a very tall and familiar figure, looking down from his slavering pedestal to grin insanely at the crew. "Ah, hell," said Killian.